in the realm of beasts, the realm of humans, and the realm of gods. The world of the past, the world of the present, the world of the future. When all of these intertwine within the life of a single individual, how should they confront it? When the myriad complexities of good and evil, emotion and self-interest are inextricably entwined, how should one choose? Thus unfolds the tale of a magical wolf, a man, and a deity. Chapter 1. The Prodigious Prince of the Wolf Clan. I am a high-ranking magical beast of the Wolf Clan, and I bear the title of Prince. From a tender age, I grew into a robust and fierce wolf. My deep blue fur akin to silk, my ears sharp and chiseled, my limbs powerful, my teeth razor-sharp, and my eyes fiery. Red truly, I am a remarkably handsome wolf prince. Moreover, I am a prodigious wolf that why genius manifests in my exceptional uniqueness. I often find myself solitary atop a mountain, gazing at the scenery, frequently visiting a place aptly named the High Hill. The poetic nature of such a name attests to the culture and wisdom inherent in our beastly lineage. Thus I would often ascend the earth mound, standing upon the head of a demon, gazing up at the full moon, unleashing a couple of long howls to express my distinctiveness. Once, a human artist passed by and captured my solitary moonlit reverie, bestowing upon it the poetic title The Azure Wolf Howls of the Moon, which then spread throughout the human world. Years later, humans misconstrued our affinity for howling at the moon on full moon nights, believing it to be a customary practice of wolves. That in truth, it was a beautiful misunderstanding. The reality is that I was the sole wolf to partake in such an act, merely a self-absorbed adolescent wolf seeking to stand out. Moreover, I harbor serious doubts about the artist's color perception, for my fur is blue, yet he named it The Azure Wolf Howls at the Moon. Despite artistic license allowing for exaggeration, this irked me immensely. Thankfully, he passed away rather early. Otherwise, I might have pursued him for infringing upon both my likeness and my reputation. My life as a wolf began to transform on a fateful full moon night, marking the transition from mere wolf existence to an intricate human-like experience. At that time, I stood atop the high hill, indulging in my self-absorbed howling. Suddenly, a star in the sky grew brighter and brighter. I focused my gaze. Wisdom dawned upon me, human wisdom. For that star struck me, it was not a celestial body composed of matter, but rather a wandering soul from another realm. This unfortunate being hailed from an alien world. Through this encounter, I gleaned a portion of his experiences and knowledge, leading to profound insights about this world, for many of his tribulations were unfathomable in my own. The information I absorbed revealed that this unfortunate soul originated from a blue planet in another dimension. Once again, the color blue, perhaps this was the cosmic connection that led to his impact on my consciousness. This soul had engaged in trading something called stocks, and from his memories, I discerned he was a retail investor. Why newfound wisdom suggested a kinship between retail investors and unfortunate souls. This retail investor, tormented by a demon named Zhu, ultimately climbed to a rooftop, performed an act akin to celestial ascension, and met his demise. Perhaps fueled by his pent-up grievances, his lingering essence traversed vast distances to the high hill, making an intimate encounter with my lamentations. Years later, when I returned to this place in human form and delved underground, I discovered the mountain concealed an ancient demon god. This wretched soul had accumulated divine power over millennia, luring a spirit from another realm to execute a golden cicada shedding its shell ploy, inadvertently striking me. While I serenaded the mountaintop, possess wisdom, does it constitute a blessing or a curse for a magical wolf? This is a matter of great complexity. For instance, we were embroiled in a fierce battle against the two-horned brown cattle. Thousands of blue wolves surrounded over 1,000 towering two-horned brown cattle, and the clash between our clans reached a fever pitch. The roars of the cattle, the howls of the wolves, and the tremors of the earth melded into an extraordinary cacophony. At my feet lay a comrade, barely clinging to life, one of its legs crushed beneath a hoof, its abdomen gored by a razor-sharp horn, innards spilling onto the ground. Before me, comrades were tossed into the air by the immense strength of the two-horned brown cattle, while some of the beleaguered cattle, weary from battle, became isolated and were promptly torn to shreds by a pack of my brethren. Yet I did not advance to fight. Not every blue wolf is endowed with magical prowess, and those who possess such abilities are far more formidable. I could have played a significant role in the fray. However, I was consumed by anger. An irritable young wolf is hardly reasonable that I despised the mass casualties of this battlefield. The two-horned brown cattle had formed a circular formation, both offensive and defensive, while we surrounded them in an even larger circle. Their strength was beyond our capacity to counter, for they were indeed as powerful as their namesake. Moreover, the two-horned brown cattle possessed high magical resistance or magical prowess, particularly in the electric domain, often merely served to numb or slow down their assaults rather than inflict substantial harm. Simultaneously, among the two-horned brown cattle were numerous individuals endowed with earth magic, whose deep, resonant roars allowed them to command the earth elements in battle. That I longed to command all the wolves to cease this foolish assault and instead organize a concentrated strike to divide and conquer the herd, leveraging our numerical superiority for a decisive massacre. Yet these fools were accustomed to fighting in groups, and a wolf prince is not a wolf king. They respect me, yet do not heed my commands. In my simmering frustration, one particularly astute two-horned brown bull noticed my presence and recognized my significant status. In our wolf society, where hierarchy prevails, even in battle, lower-ranking wolves dared not approach within 10 paces of me, save for the dying wolf at my feet. Consequently, I became a living target, effectively advertising my high rank to the enemy. Come, I am a distinguished magical wolf. The towering, robust, two-horned brown bull evidently aimed to eliminate me, seeking to diminish our morale. It unleashed a thunderous roar and charged towards me with ferocity. At that moment, I remained sulking, pouting in indignation. A spoiled, capricious wolf prince, accustomed to indulgence, displaying a bit of temper is quite natural. However, this was a battlefield, a matter of life and death. The surrounding magical wolves were aware of my volatile temperament, but recognized that my combat prowess was scarcely inferior to that of my father, the Wolf King. Thus, when the two-horned brown bull charged at me, they did not leap into action but rather cleared a space, anticipating a fierce lesson from me. By the time they realized I stood there, frozen in response, it was too late for rescue. Chapter 2. A father's love. When it comes to my combat prowess, it is indeed a peculiar matter. Despite my tender age and my lackadaisical approach to training, most of my time is spent indulging in my own vanity beneath the moonlight. One would not expect such formidable strength to reside within me. Yet, here I am, displaying a prowess that defies logic. Surely, the moon cannot be held accountable for this? This situation serves once again to affirm my status as a prodigy. As I mentally berated my foolish wolf kin, the bull lowered its head, its sharp, meter-and-a-half-long horns aimed directly at my forehead as it charged. At that moment, a heart-wrenching howl erupted from the depths of the forest, sending a shock-wave through the air that made the treetops sway. Every creature present, be it the magical wolves or the dual-horned brown bulls, including myself, felt the hair on their bodies stand on end as if stirred by an invisible wind. Suddenly, a massive bolt of black-purple lightning materialized in the sky, striking the charging bull with the force of a whip. The enormous beast was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, akin to a tattered straw hat caught in a tempest. Once the bull ceased its tumultuous rolling and sprang back to its feet, it paused briefly, only to collapse with a resounding thud. Its spine had been shattered, and a long, charred mark marred its body, emitting wisps of smoke, while blood and entrails erupted from its form as if squeezed by an unseen force. Its limbs spasmed before falling silent, lifeless. The lightning chain that could vanquish such a robust creature belonged to none other than my father, the king of the Western Wolf tribe, Sacker. With an air of authority, he emerged from the pack. Anyone who dared to assault his genius son in his presence was making an unequivocal challenge to his authority, an affront that could not be tolerated. After all, he had nurtured me through the years, and I was his sole surviving offspring. Thus, his protective instincts were entirely understandable. At this juncture, I had regained my senses and noticed the grave injury he had sustained. Blood flowed from his lower abdomen, and one of his legs bore a deep gash, revealing grotesque muscle beneath. I was about to rush to his side when commotion erupted among the herd of dual-horned bulls. A particularly robust bull charged forth, bellowing a thunderous roar that prompted my father to pivot, baring his sharp fangs and issuing a defiant growl toward the approaching adversary. I yearned to assist, but the great wolf king Sacker commanded me with a threatening growl to retreat. The bull leader was challenging him, and as the alpha, He deemed it disgraceful to engage in a brawl involving the pack. He would face the foe alone. I could only remain still, my frustration simmering within me. Before me, a wolf and a bull stood in a tense standoff. Suddenly, the Wolf King released a protracted howl that resonated through the air. A cloud above swirled violently, transforming into a deep, leaden hue as a massive purple lightning bolt descended. The dual-horned bull bellowed in response, stamping its hooves into the ground, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that accompanied its advance. The earth trembled beneath it, the soil, grass, and stones all swept up in the tempest that surged toward my father. The violent friction of wind and lightning birthed a chaotic wave of energy as my father lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. With each agile leap, he deftly avoided the traps and spikes that littered the ground, closing the distance to the dual-horned bull. With a roar, the bull abandoned its magical attacks, opting instead for its overwhelming physical prowess. It lunged forward, its sharp horns slicing through the air like glistening blades. Just as it closed in on my father, he swiftly dodged to the side, unleashing a stream of milky white frost breath. The icy blast struck the bull's right horn, and as it swung its head, the left horn slashed across my father's abdomen, causing blue blood to spill forth, leaving a ghastly wound. My father staggered, falling to the ground, but he managed to push himself forward 3 times before regaining his footing. Meanwhile, the bull's previously pale yellow horn turned white from the frost, as ice rapidly spread downwards, encasing its injured eye in a solid block of ice. The once formidable horn cracked, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground as the bull let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its completely frozen eye burst, releasing a pale blue gas. A remnant of its vitality mingled with shards of its eye, followed by a spray of blood. In a frenzy of pain, the bull stood upright, its hooves pounding the earth with such force that the ground quaked. It leaped into the air, its roar echoing like a battle drum, sending nearby dual-horned bulls and blue wolves soaring into the air. The sheer force unleashed by its agony was astounding. Had it been me, I would have fled immediately. The bull's injuries were severe, and once its burst of energy subsided, it would be no match for me. Yet, my father remained resolute, unwilling to abandon the dignity of a wolf king. He too was catapulted into the air, but as the dual-horned bull charged at him, he rolled and unleashed another icy breath. A 3-meter-wide earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the icy blast, but with a tremendous crash, the bull barreled through the barrier. Wild with fury, the frost met the earthen wall, transforming it into frozen ground, which shattered like cannon fire upon the bull's impact. From within, a sharp bull horn emerged, the last remnant of the beast, resembling a 2-meter-long curved blade. I could hardly believe my eyes, yet I could not suppress the mournful cry that escaped my throat. The bull, now missing a horn and with its right eye obscured by blood, stood defiantly, its head raised high, the remaining horn piercing my father's body. The sharp horn protruded from my father's back, and I could see his body convulsing in agony. In that moment, my heart too felt as if it were being wrenched. My father, his gaze fading, cast one last look upon his proud and willful son before uttering a faint groan and exhaling his final breath. Countless wolves bowed their forelimbs, weeping in absolute submission to the passing of their king. But I had no time for sorrow. My mind felt as though it had been struck by my own lightning chain, my thoughts swirling chaotically. I howled in anguish and, like an arrow released from its bow, launched myself at the triumphant dual-horned bull. In an instant, I closed the distance of over 100 meters. The bull leader, basking in the accolades of its peers, widened its eyes in astonishment at my sudden appearance. I understood its confusion. This was against the rules of beastkind. It was a direct confrontation between kings, and having won, it was entitled to await the selection of a new wolf king before any challenges could be made. My actions amounted to an ambush, a breach of protocol. As an elder, the dual-horned bull leader deemed it necessary to teach me, this unruly magical wolf, a lesson. With a mighty roar, it cast aside the lifeless body still hanging from its horn, and countless stone spears erupted from the ground like mushrooms after rain. I did not instinctively evade like the other blue wolves. My abdomen could not withstand these earth-elemental spears, yet my claws were capable of shattering rock. The magical stone spears formed from these earth elements were no more resilient than genuine stone. With my forelimbs extended, my sharp wolf claws pressed against the ever-appearing bamboo-like stone spears, I deftly leaped upon their tips, rapidly closing in on the colossal bull. Another bellow resonated as a wall of earth materialized before me, leveraging my position atop the spear tips. I leaped over the wall just as a finger-width bolt of lightning struck towards the bull's head. The brown-horned bull dodged, splendidly revealing its massive body, the true target of my assault. A more fearsome bolt of black-purple lightning, as thick as a forearm, shot forth like a venomous serpent towards the bull's spine, where a wound had been inflicted by my father's grasp. No matter how formidable the brown-horned bull's sinews and magical resistance, it could not shield the exposed flesh. A piercing, anguished cry erupted as the bull collapsed heavily to the ground. It furiously sprang back to its feet and charged at me. Its strength lay in its immense power and thick hide, yet my advantage resided in my agility and sharp fangs. I did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, I danced around it. The bull's temper flared, and when its eyes blazed redder than mine, consumed by rage, I instinctively turned and fled. The bull leader, now devoid of rational thought, had never encountered a blue wolf that retreated before being defeated. With a furious roar, it chased after me. As the leader distanced itself from the herd, I leaped to intercept its escape route, howling to the heavens, commanding my pack to attack collectively. The magic wolves froze. For this was a violation of the beast duel codes, a breach of. Yet, with the wolf king gone, I had become the reigning sovereign. Obedience is an inherent instinct among lower-tier magic wolves. Moreover, my actions were so peculiar. Not only did I howl in wolf language, urging them to charge forth, but in my fervor, I stood upright on my hind legs, trembling a forepaw towards my foe. This singular act terrified them, unaware of my own furious transformation. It was evident that this was a manifestation of the memories I had fused with from that individual known as the retail investor. Thus, while other beasts succumbed to rage, I had become a madman in my wrath. As the brown-horned herd rushed in alarm to provide aid, the bull leader found itself cornered and overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, I sprang forth like lightning, sinking my sharp fangs into its throat. The sweet nectar of blood flowed into my chest, soothing my wounded heart. "Father, I vow to you, your son shall no longer be willful." In that moment, tears streamed down my face. Chapter 3. The first love of the Wolf King having ascended to the throne, the very first decree I enacted was a comprehensive reformation of my clan's military conduct. In truth, this was the sole responsibility of our clan's leader, as we were not engaged in agricultural pursuits. Why choose to learn anything else? Why emulate the underworld and its duels? Such aspirations are futile. Who taught you this? I thundered, perplexed by my own use of the term underworld, a concept whose meaning eluded me, likely influenced by some celestial being's whim. At a distance of over 10 paces, a dozen large blue wolves bowed their heads submissively, their tails tucked in, absorbing my reprimand. Even if they failed to comprehend my words, they would never dare to inquire further. In the ethos of wolves, the leader's word is law. Not far away, a herd of horned brown cattle, bereft of spirit after the death of their leader, was being relentlessly assailed by the pack of wolves. Defeat was inevitable. The tactics of the wolf pack are the most primal and sharpest instruments of attack. What need is there for duels? Wolves should embody both wisdom and valor. As wolves, we require no individual heroism. We must foster an unyielding team spirit, combining courage with strategy, and never concede defeat, your majesty. You are injured and require immediate treatment, murmured a high-ranking magical wolf, its voice humble, as it reported my condition. It was then that I emerged from the fervor of battle, noticing a gaping wound on my flank inflicted by a massive bull's kick. The pack parted, revealing a cluster of pure white wolves at its center. Among them, a limping white wolf approached. This creature was not injured. Rather, it was born with disproportionately short front limbs, causing it to stumble as it ran, resembling one on the verge of collapse. It was not a wolf, but a jackal. The prairie jackal is a subspecies of the magical wolf, lacking sharp fangs and claws, its form slender and frail, incapable of outrunning even a pig. If separated from the pack, these creatures would either perish from starvation or fall prey to other beasts. Yet, every being has its purpose. The jackals possess a unique innate ability in healing magic. Their combat prowess is nearly non-existent, but they excel in the art of healing. Thus we provide them protection and sustenance in return for their services as our healers. It is said that their intelligence often surpasses that of wolves. Hence they frequently serve as advisors to the Wolf King, though their counsel is seldom heeded, for the proud and arrogant wolves put their faith solely in brute strength, dismissing the notion that the seemingly inept jackal could possess greater wisdom than the valiant wolf. Of course, I would not admit it either. I believed my intellect surpassed that of all magical beasts. The pure white jackal approached me, its face adorned with a cautious smile, obsequiously exclaiming, "All hail, my king." At the same time, it gripped the ground with its diminutive forepaws, arching its back. To my astonishment, I witnessed its arms rapidly lengthening, while a layer of white fur began to swiftly vanish from its forelegs. First emerged a pair of wrinkled hands, entirely human, followed by a benevolent human face, complete with a flowing beard. Finally, as it stood upright, it transformed into an elderly man clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal presence. I stood dumbfounded, realizing this jackal had ascended to a ninth-tier magical beast, the only reason it could metamorphose into human form. In the annals of magical beast history, few combat-type magical wolves achieve the ninth tier. However, the jackal, being adept solely in healing, is an exception. Each large pack of wolves is safeguarded by a multitude of jackals, and at least one jackal from each generation inevitably evolves into a ninth-tier magical beast, thus gaining the ability to assume human form. Yet, in the merciless realm of magical beasts, strength is the ultimate symbol of prestige, rendering the jackal's status, even among its protectors, exceedingly lowly. I had been remiss in my care for the clan, unaware that a jackal had achieved human transformation. Upon witnessing its new form, an intense yearning surged within me, momentarily overshadowing the trauma of my father's recent demise. I wished to become a bipedal human. Surely this desire stemmed from the influence of the celestial being, I mused. My king, your physique is as robust as that of the late king, and your wisdom is unparalleled. Your strategy in vanquishing the horn-brown cattle is truly commendable, the ninth-tier jackal declared, its face a mask of flattery, bowing and scraping. The ethereal fade it once donned had vanished, yet its appearance remained strikingly unique, creating a stark contrast with its demeanor and tone of speech. Magical beasts harness their power from magical cores, thus incantations are unnecessary. It placed its hand upon my wound, emanating a faint white glow, and I instantly felt warmth radiating through the injury. The jackal slowly moved its hand, and I could see my wound healing at a visibly rapid pace for it. Such healing appeared effortless as it seized this rare opportunity to lavish me with praise. I understood the jackal's kind had always behaved thus, having lived in a state of dependency since birth. Why did you not use your healing magic on the Wolf King earlier? I inquired, a hint of irritation lacing my tone. The jackal chuckled nervously, replying, "My king, the late king's injury was inflicted by the horned brown bull's horns, which harbored potent magical destructive forces. I would require considerable time to heal it, but at that moment you were in peril, and the late king had to engage in battle immediately." A wave of melancholy washed over me as I recalled that moment, swiftly followed by a pressing question that made my heart race. I steadied my voice and asked, "Why did you choose to transform into human form?" The jackal, startled, stammered, "Do you not like it, my king? The healing is complete. I shall return to my original form. I do this to maximize my healing capabilities, for in this bodily state, I can fully harness my magical powers. This is why high-tier magical beasts ultimately transform into human form." "Is that so?" I fixed my keen gaze upon it. "Do you possess the ability to transform me into such a form?" The jackal gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Why would you wish for that? My king, look at how handsome you are now. Your blue fur, your magnificent physique, your regal demeanor. Every male wolf boasts to you, and every female wolf is captivated by your presence." As I listened, a chill ran down my spine. I could not fathom why I had once ventured alone in the dead of night to gaze at the moon, reveling in my independence, perhaps to attract the admiration of the clan's female wolves. Yet now, hearing the jackal proclaim that many female wolves were enamored with me filled me with an inexplicable dread. I abruptly interrupted its flattery, asserting, "Enough with your idle chatter. Can you do it or not? I wish to transform into human form, and I desire it to be permanent." "But why? You are our king. How would you run across the vast prairies in human form? How would you battle formidable magical beasts? You must understand that solidifying into human form would severely restrict your capabilities until you naturally ascend to the apex of magical beasts." The incessant prattle continued, much to my annoyance. "I shall only ask you this once. Can you, or can you not?" My anger flared. I am a powerful magical beast, the current Wolf King of the Western clan. In my fury, an aura of dominance enveloped me, overwhelming the jackal, who fell to its knees in fright, uttering, "Only through your own evolution can this be achieved." The lowly cannot possess such formidable abilities. And how may I evolve? I pressed, unwilling to relent on this matter. My reputation had soared across the magical beast prairie, and countless creatures trembled at the mere mention of my name, including fearsome scorpion lions, saber-toothed tigers, and forest magical bears, each possessing immense individual strength, even exceeding my own. Yet, they faced an insurmountable challenge, as their reproductive capabilities were woefully inadequate. Now, in the presence of a wolf king who had never accepted a challenge, they had no choice but to submit. However, as my power grew, so too did the monotony of this existence. My territory had expanded to such an extent that I could scarcely keep track of it, and my influence even encroached upon the domain of our distant kin, the orc clans. One day, we vanquished a tribe of fox folk, and when I beheld a maiden of the fox clan, her long hair flowing like silk, her crimson tail swaying gracefully, ethereal in her beauty, with curves that whispered of enchantment, my adolescent hormones erupted with the uncontrollable force of volcanic magma. In a moment of unexpected compassion, I commanded the battle-hardened wolves, who were poised to rend the lovely maiden and her kin asunder for their evening repast, to release them instead. Fragrance is meant to evoke tenderness. Jade is meant to be savored. Flowers are meant to be gathered, and beautiful maidens, it seems, are meant to be cherished. As one who has merged with beings from another realm, I arrived at such a disordered conclusion. How could I bear to mar the delicate skin of such a captivating girl? With the most ferocious tone, I threatened my subordinates. Should anyone dare to harm her, I would sever their heads and use them for my personal hygiene. Indeed, I am a wolf who values cleanliness. Then, with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, I assured her she could depart in safety, for no beast of magic would dare to harm her. Yet, my voice, so soft and delicate, went unheard by the trembling fox maiden, compelling me to declare my intentions with greater volume. I inscribed a magical sigil upon her tender arm, my personal mark. I assured her she could leave without fear, for even those brutish orcs would think twice, shielded as she was by my presence, the wolf of magic, an unabashed leader of brawlers. Chapter 4. When princes encounter each other, I am a wolf who has spent a decade in solitude, honing my skills in seclusion. In the stillness of the night, can anyone hear my cries? Amidst the dim lights, can anyone witness my dance? I am a wolf who has waited 10 years, enduring a decade of loneliness. In the tumult of the world, who has sown the seeds of love? In the vast sea of humanity, who has drunk the poison of love? When I loved you, you were destitute and forlorn. As I departed, you walked into the sunset, embarking on a distant journey. Can I dance with myself? You are the red fox I released not long ago. Howl, howl, howl. I sing an inexplicable song. From the day I encountered the celestial being, I discovered my gift for song, composing my own melodies and lyrics, even mastering all 7 musical scales, each resonating with deep bass notes. Traveling is a delightful pursuit. It proves that a genius, even without engaging in brawls, can still be a hero. Along the way, I have met many extraordinary beasts and forged profound friendships. The name of the ranger, Jedi Sackler, has spread throughout the world of beasts. Yet I have yet to uncover the path to adulthood. One day, a brother of mine, a beast with a human face and spider body, revealed to me that in the farthest east of the world, at the southernmost tip of the ocean, lies a human kingdom named Norman. There, a deity of the Dodgy faith can fulfill any wish. Thus, I journeyed southeast. One morning, as I emerged from the grass, intending to relieve myself and find sustenance, I was suddenly enchanted by a melodious voice. I must admit, that voice surpassed my own, which often strayed off key. I treaded softly towards the source of the song, leading me to encounter certain humans who would entwine with my life forever. The half-elf, Blaze, Princess Helen, and the little princess, Leah. Of course, they were not all women. There were men as well, but they could be categorized into the same realm. In the vibrant life of the Ranger Jedi Sackler, only women could add richness to the tapestry of existence. Surely, the god of fate, as the author of destiny, would not prefer his beloved protagonist to be surrounded by a band of foul men. Drawn by the enchanting melody, which floated ethereally through the morning mist, I approached silently. Her lips, like roses in June, were soft and pink. Her delicate feet moved lightly, her azure eyes glimmering like the sea meeting the sky. I beheld her as she sat gracefully upon a large leaf, her knees drawn to her chest, singing beautifully in that captivating pose. Nearby, some were just awakening, while others were preparing food, their disheveled appearances indicating this was no leisurely journey. Patience prevails, for heroes who roam the ends of the earth shall eventually return home. The lingering sound, ethereal and beautiful, touched my heart. I resolved to abandon my initial thought of making them breakfast, solely for the sake of that lovely maiden and her enchanting song. It appeared they were about to perform some sort of ritual. I observed the maiden rise, patting her firm yet adorable form. Her backside was surprisingly clean, at least by my standards. Upon seeing her slightly soiled light blue dress, I held this assumption. This maiden possessed a cascade of golden hair, porcelain-like skin, and a face adorned with enchanting cerulean eyes, deep and mesmerizing like the boundless ocean. Two individuals approached her, a tall, athletic man with wavy golden hair and a handsome visage, who stood lazily, yawning in boredom. The other woman, similarly golden-haired with azure eyes, bore a striking resemblance to the maiden, yet her mature allure surpassed that of the youthful girl. Clad in a soft yellow robe embroidered with golden threads, her figure was accentuated by the delicate fabric, while a crown adorned with rubies rested upon her brow. At first sight, I was captivated by her. My overly active salivary glands prompted a rush of desire. I glanced left and right, ultimately deciding I liked both maidens to avoid being put in a predicament. Soon, through their conversation, I discerned their identities. I had learned the human tongue from a vampire bat demon, a powerful beast I met on my journey eastward. It resembled a human, and only when its crumpled black wings were unfurled did anyone recognize its true nature. Having lived among humans, it had once accidentally consumed a drink called wine, leading to its exposure and near capture by the clergy of the Holy Light, who sought to burn it at the stake. It narrowly escaped and henceforth avoided human society. Whenever it drank, it would indignantly tell me, "I only consume the blood of one human a month, while those nobles feast on human blood daily. Yet, I am deemed a monster, and they are nobles. This world is so unjust. The Creator favors humans." Each time I heard this, my resolve to become a human strengthened, albeit as one who drinks blood rather than as prey. I learned that the pure and enchanting maiden, as ethereal as the morning dew on green leaves, was named Leah, the little princess of the kingdom of Croya. The alluring and captivating beauty beside her was her sister, Helen. The golden-haired youth was Helen's brother and Leah's sibling. Both of us princes. The distinction was that I had chosen self-exile, while he had been cast out. His kingdom had been annihilated by the Duchy of Botany, and even the king had been slain. At 14, he ascended from page to squire, learning the maintenance of weapons and armor, especially the 7 knightly skills: horsemanship, swimming, javelin throwing, swordsmanship, hunting, poetry, and chess. He then served 3 years as a squire until he earned the knighthood. However, due to the considerable expense involved in the knighting ceremony, many squires remained in that status, forever unable to achieve their final step. This fellow, who was hastily knighted, whether he met the knightly standards was debatable. Princess Leah approached him gracefully, her movements light and elegant. The knight, standing tall, saluted her with a refined gesture, his eyes revealing a fervent infatuation akin to my own. "Ike, you are a loyal knight of the kingdom. It is you who has protected us on our journey here. You are not only a warrior skilled in swordplay, but also worthy of a knight's honor. Will you be my guardian knight?" "I will." Ike adjusted his robe, nervously and excitedly removing his helmet, revealing a head of chestnut hair. Princess Leah took a cross-hilted sword from their hippo steward and approached Ike. He knelt before her, raising his face, filled with excitement and solemnity. Leah drew forth the sharp sword, her youthful face reflecting a serious and sacred expression, resting the blade upon Ike's shoulder and firmly declaring, "I, Princess Leah of the Kingdom of Croya, hereby announce that Ike possesses the 7 knightly skills. From this day forth, he shall be a knight of honor. Ike, remember the 8 virtues of knighthood: humility, integrity, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, and spirit. A lifetime of adherence, never to be forsaken. Wield the sword I bestow upon you. When it rests upon your gravestone, it should gleam with purity, unmarred by any blemish." Egil donned his helmet, grasping the long sword with reverence, solemnly declaring, "I vow to protect the weak, to stand against tyranny, to combat all injustice, to pledge my loyalty to Her Highness Leah, to follow and fight for her until I return to dust." The ceremony was indeed solemn, more so than the moment I ascended the throne, and even I was moved by it. I yearned to draw closer, yet this alerted a half-elf, compelling me to retreat. She was clad in masculine attire, and from the discourse among them, it was evident they believed her to be a man. Elves and half-elves are a strikingly beautiful race, regardless of gender, and thus deceiving them was not arduous. However, she could not conceal her femininity from me. The scent of her essence was unmistakable. She was not of the kingdom of Croya, but rather an encounter in the woods, willing to assist them in their escape from the enchanted forest. I held a fondness for these three exquisite ladies and longed for their companionship, yet this posed considerable difficulty, especially since I had yet to come of age. What was home to me? I was a prodigious wolf, a young aspirant who had forsaken the throne to seek my true path in life. How could I indulge in the softness of affection and squander my noble ambitions? With a sigh, I resolved to depart, but at that moment, I heard words that would alter my destiny. Spoken by the half-elf named Blaise Tricette. Let us set forth after breakfast. The mysterious Daji temple should not be far. Once I locate it and fulfill my wish, I shall escort you to the city of Baptiste. These words anchored me, compelling me to follow them from a distance, for it was the Daji temple I sought. Thus commenced the vibrant tapestry of my life, a day later designated as the Christmas of the Wolf Clan. My tale begins on this very day, chronicled by the minstrel of the Wolf Clan, Guan Yu Li, as the legendary saga of the Wolf God, Jedi Sarkle. Chapter 5. The Temple of Daji. Jedi Sakal quietly followed behind the half-elf, Chihua, as they settled in a secluded valley. The Dream Forest, devoid of large magical beasts, presented a labyrinthine terrain, with marshy patches that appeared as lush greenery on the surface, and deep gorges that plunged 100 fathoms below. The river within the valley flowed from a live volcano, exhibiting a highly corrosive quality. Apart from the crimson-capped flamingos, no creature dared to enter its waters. Once Chihua had established their camp, she donned her green war bow and set out in search of her objective. Her father was an elf of the forest who had fallen in love with a human woman. Shortly after giving birth to Chihua, the woman succumbed to a grave illness. Her husband, desperate to find a cure, sought the help of many healers, yet none could remedy her condition. Eventually, he learned of the tales surrounding the goddess Daji and, accompanied by his dwarven friend Ibeck, ventured into the Dream Forest. As Chihua matured, she inadvertently overheard her adoptive father and his wife discussing her parents' past. This prompted her to stealthily embark on a quest to discover the whereabouts of her biological parents. Here, she encountered Prince Martin and his entourage, who had escaped from the kingdom of Croya and vowed to assist them. Adorning her slender waist were two diminutive silver flasks, crafted in the shape of leaves from pure silver. However, she had never used them to drink. Rather, they served as cherished mementos, gifts from Ibeck to her parents on their wedding day. It was said that these flasks possessed a unique magical property, yet when Chihua inquired about their purpose, Ibeck merely smiled and warned her never to drink from both flasks simultaneously, refusing to divulge their true capabilities. With a twinkle in his eye, Ibeck had once cheerfully told her, "My dear Chihua, when you come of age and prepare for marriage, I shall reveal their secrets." Thus, she carried the relics of her parents with an insatiable curiosity. The stones in the valley were charred black, and the mountain was no exception. The dark, corrosive river flowed past, veering eastward. On the opposite bank lay an ominous entrance to a cave, shrouded in the vapors of the steaming river, resembling the gaping maw of an inverted bat. Jedi Sakal pondered whether a divine temple could possibly be constructed in such a foreboding location. Observing from a distance, he gained a clearer view of the mountain's silhouette and was struck by its peculiarities. At the upper edge of the bat-like cave entrance, a fissure extended to the mountain's peak, as though torn apart by an immense force. Though the crack was narrow, the jagged rocks within rendered passage impossible. However, it remained uncertain whether the dark cave held an alternate realm. Divided by this fissure, the smooth black face of the mountain was adorned with two grand images, each carved into the stone canvas. The left depiction, upon closer inspection, revealed a bizarre figure with the head of a wolf and the body of a man, brandishing a colossal scepter. The apex of the scepter melded seamlessly with a prominent rock formation, and the figure was draped in a majestic robe crafted from the very stone itself. In his other hand, a series of immense rocks stacked together resembled a pile of books from a distance. The right image portrayed a deity with the head of an eagle and the body of a serpent, wielding 5 clawed limbs that gripped the ground. Adorned with a crown, it displayed an impressive set of peculiar wings. In this desolate locale, the presence of such monumental stone carvings hinted at the existence of profound, undisclosed secrets. Overcome with excitement, Jedi crept closer, while the keenly perceptive half-elf Chihua remained engrossed in the rock carvings and failed to notice his approach. Most elves revere the nature goddess, and Chihua was no exception. Although she had grown up in Ironforge, she did not worship the dwarven deity of craftsmanship. The two gods depicted in the carvings were not part of her pantheon, yet she recognized their significance. Chihua Setsu furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring in confusion. The god of tombs, Anubis, one of the sovereigns of the underworld, holds the key to the passage between realms. How could his likeness appear here? She continued. And this eagle-headed figure, whose eyes symbolize the sun and moon, with serpents entwined in its form representing yin and yang, embodies the life deity Hoduros. What madness is this? To place deities of life and death side by side? Indeed, these two gods were subordinates to the supreme deity revered by the Holy Church of Light, and the goddess Daji held no rank within the High Temple. If this were truly her sanctuary, her followers would have no reason to display the statues of two superior deities at her entrance. What could it signify for the gods of life and death to coexist here? Was this cave a gateway between existence and oblivion? Chihua pondered, her resolve solidifying. Regardless, this was the most enigmatic place she had encountered in the dream forest, and she was determined to uncover the truth. Oblivious to the girl's intentions, Jedi Sackle felt an irritable hunger rise within him, his fiery gaze fixated on her curvaceous form, yearning to pounce and devour her, his stomach grumbling in protest. After observing for a while, he began to comprehend Chihua Setsu's strategy. The river's corrosive waters were impassable for swimming, with her delicate frame. She would surely be reduced to mere bones if she attempted to cross. The task of climbing the mountain alone to gather timber for a raft seemed daunting. And after dropping a few pieces of wood into the river to gauge the rate of corrosion, she realized that the raft could not be constructed too thinly. Furthermore, regardless of the raft's thickness, the ropes used to bind it would inevitably succumb to decay. Jedi Sackle began to concentrate, formulating a plan. While Chihua sat on a stone, troubled by the river's challenges, he stealthily made his way upstream, using the cover of the rocks to conceal himself before exhaling a gust of frost. The icy breath swiftly froze the river's surface, creating a massive flow that drifted downstream. Given the corrosive nature of the river, the ice would not be repelled, and the only means of melting it would be through the warmth of the river itself, allowing sufficient time to cross to the opposite bank. The sight of the floating ice captured Chihua's attention. She marveled at how ice could possibly form in such a tumultuous river. However, the complex landscape left her uncertain, and she did not suspect foul play. As she watched the ice float away, Jedi's frustration flared. Had he known for certain that this was indeed the temple of the goddess Daji, he would have crossed the ice himself without hesitation. Jedi conjured another block of ice, tossing a stone upon it, and watched as it continued downstream. Being a clever creature, Chihua's eyes sparkled with realization at the feasibility of this plan. She sprinted along the riverbank, chasing after the ice, then leaped gracefully onto its surface. Crafting a gentle breeze or subtly altering the river's flow was still an effortless task for her, and she glided across the ice toward the opposite shore. Having spent nearly 2 months in the dream forest searching for the temple of Daji, Chihua was well prepared. She retrieved a torch from her pack and ignited it as she ventured deeper into the cave. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of lantern-like eyes silently emerged from the darkness, glaring at her with an unsettling intensity, but she remained oblivious, focused solely on the path ahead. At last, she approached the cave's exit, a small opening bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Having lingered in the dimness for too long, she squinted upon emerging from the cave. Once her eyes adjusted to the brightness, she was left utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before her. Chapter 6. The God of Dreams. Part 2. Enter the dream? What do you mean? Jedi gazed around in confusion, the forest silent and devoid of any presence. Ah, how intriguing, the enchanting goddess chuckled. It appears you are a magical wolf endowed with human thoughts and a soul. From whence do you hail? You do not wish to experience the desires of a wolf, nor have you comprehended the yearnings of a human. No wonder you cannot heed my call and embark on the authentic journey of dreams. What is this authentic journey of dreams? Jedi inquired, bewildered. Suddenly, the ancient stone tower before him vanished, transforming into an endless desert, where a magnificent pyramid rose amidst the vast sea of golden sand. Dazzled by the spectacle, Jedi barely had time to gasp before the tower began a rapid descent, with sands cascading down to form an enormous quicksand pit. He staggered back in horror, only to find himself facing an infinite ocean. The azure sky, towering trees, and a blonde beauty in a bikini leisurely strolling along the beach greeted him. He could feel the sea breeze caressing his face, the rhythmic crashing of waves, and the cries of seagulls soaring above. The scene shifted again, revealing the great wall resembling a colossal dragon, teeming with throngs of people. The goddess spoke leisurely. All of this originates from your consciousness. It is no different from the real world. These landscapes are exquisite, brimming with an exotic allure unfamiliar to you. However, it seems these perceptions have been forcibly implanted into your soul, and you have yet to fully assimilate and become one with them. Thus, you cannot resonate and enter its illusion. You are the most peculiar wolf I have ever encountered. What wish do you seek to fulfill? The goddess fell silent, and before him appeared a majestic waterfall, roaring with a deafening sound, the mist rising, and a splendid rainbow arcing across the sky. This is an inescapable paradox. Only beings who profoundly understand and cherish their lives can resonate within my dreams, merging their consciousness within. Yet, you lack such experiences, hence you cannot enter the dream. You are the first soul in millennia I have encountered who cannot be drawn into the dream, unless you have understood and become accustomed to the life you desire. Yet therein lies the conundrum. Your dream is to be human, but only by having truly lived as a human and comprehended all human emotions can you enter the dream. However, if you have already realized this dream, why would you need to enter the dream? Do you grasp this, Jedi? Sacher King listened, utterly bewildered. In truth, he comprehended nothing. Was the divine speech truly so cryptic and profound? In another grove, Blaze stood beneath a lush, verdant tree, tears streaming down his face. Father, is this truly your choice? To transform into the soul tree, crafting a world of your desire within your consciousness, living happily with your wife and daughter? But ultimately, that is but a dream. Your daughter stands before you, heartbroken. Do you not see? Blaze gently struck the tree trunk, weeping profusely. Goddess Daji, you can grant any wish to your visitors. Yet the realization of such wishes exists solely within the realm of dreams. Indeed, is not a wish merely a dream? In dreams, one can escape all disappointments and sorrows, living in perpetual joy. In dreams, one can realize any aspiration. However, the facts remain unchanged. Blaze interrupted, filled with indignation. Mother is still dead. I remain here, and my father's dream is but a fleeting illusion, a self-deceiving mirage. The goddess smiled. Why consider it an illusion? In what manner should life exist to be deemed real? Dreams are labeled as illusions due to their transient nature. Yet if your dream exceeds reality in duration, with the real world existing merely to sustain life, where all your emotional exchanges occur within the dream, which persists throughout your life, then is the dream your life, or is reality your life? Blaze found himself in a state of confusion. Zhuangzi transformed into a butterfly within his dream, or was it the butterfly that became Zhuangzi within its dream? Those ensnared within the situation may never arrive at a convincing conclusion. Yet if the butterfly's dream endures longer, who, then, is the more authentic being? Zhuangzi or the butterfly? The goddess continued, I, Daji, am the god of dreams. My divine power can conjure a realm of dreams that feels utterly real. The tribulations and pursuits of the physical body in the real world, be it gourmet food, women, prestige, or power, are ultimately reflections of your inner joy and satisfaction. In the dream realm, you can achieve the same results. Different paths can lead to the same destination, so why not? How can you be certain that the world you currently inhabit is not the dream of a creator deity? This revelation reached Jedi as well. Moments ago, the goddess had extracted the consciousness of Wolf King Jedi, manifesting otherworldly scenes that swiftly integrated more human memories into him. With his increasingly human-like thoughts, he blurted out a seemingly nonsensical line of poetry. In dreams, I know not that I am but a guest. The goddess replied, Indeed, but what constitutes a dream? If this guest were to permanently reside and dominate all therein, would they not become the master instead? In reality, you struggle to find your place. I am the one who seeks to guide the lost in the dream to their rightful position. To reality, I am the god of dreams. To dreams, I am the creator god. Before Blaze stood the tall, majestic tree, its leaves lush and verdant. Occasionally, the branches swayed gently without wind, and she could sense that her father's transformed soul tree was joyous, its movements akin to laughter. The goddess addressed Blaze, Look to your left, there stands a Cyclops, a hero of the one-eyed giant clan. He was defeated and thereafter fell into despair, living a life filled with humiliation and sorrow. He found me, transforming into a tree, drawing sustenance from the real world, while his consciousness became immersed in his dreams. Jedi also turned to gaze around, where countless living or deceased trees stretched endlessly. How many souls had found their way here over millennia, willingly transforming into trees, into living dead? Were these peculiar trees manifestations of various races? A chill ran down his spine. The goddess continued. Within his ocean of consciousness, he replicated this world entirely. The only difference is that he has never failed there. He has resided here for 80 years, living happily. The last time I awakened, he had already ruled the entire world. I just had another encounter with him. He is currently busy challenging the Creator God. Do you find this amusing? Yet in his dreams, that is reality, an experience as tangible as the real world, persisting until the end of his life. Every tree here is an illustrious life transformed. Humans, giants, dwarves, elves. If you can objectively view the world of consciousness I have created for them, you would never define it as a mere dream. It is another form of existence. Would you like to experience this sensation? A world entirely real, where your parents and all those you wish to see manifest, following your desires to their conclusions. Though the journey remains unpredictable, ensuring a constant sense of novelty. If you desire, I can grant this to you, the goddess tempted. No. The mere thought of life as essence becoming a tree with roots buried in the earth sends shivers down my spine. Blaze murmured weakly against the tree. To accept a new form of existence in exchange for eternal happiness, what could be wrong with that? The goddess sighed in resignation. And you, dear goddess, do you dwell within your own dream, or do you exist in this reality? The goddess Daji fell into a prolonged silence, before finally whispering. I would rather succumb to slumber, yet I find myself unable to do so. I can only weave the garments of dreams for others, while I remain unable to don them myself. The flames mocked her coldly. So, you generously wield your divine power to transform individuals into silent, immobile trees, alleviating your solitude through their dreams? Indeed, the goddess candidly replied. In the eyes of mortals, deities are omnipotent. However, there are countless matters beyond our capability, such as sorrow or loneliness. I possess eternal life. Yet eternity signifies constraint and limitation. Is the infinite continuation of life not a form of helplessness? Chapter 7. The Wolf King of the Western Wolf Tribe of the Warcraft Prairie, Jedi Sokol, has now transformed into the divine messenger of the Daji sect. This new identity brings him a plethora of novel sensations, albeit accompanied by a tinge of confusion. One's place in the world is not merely defined by donning a human guise. In his former life as a wolf, he endeavored tirelessly to become human. And now that he has achieved this aspiration, he finds himself adrift, uncertain of his next steps and purpose. He bears no familial responsibilities, no ambitions for a career, nor entanglements of love. He exists in a state devoid of both sorrow and joy. He is unmoored by attachments, and in the realm of humanity, he is utterly solitary. Each living being harbors a mission. Martin dreams of restoring his homeland, while Helen and Princess Leia contemplate aiding their brother. The hippo-like Sean strives to fulfill his duties as a loyal steward, and Aegar adheres to the responsibilities of a knight. Even the seemingly carefree half-elf, Flame, has been preoccupied with her quest to discover her biological parents. Now that her wish has been fulfilled, she intends to travel the world after escorting Martin's family from the Enchanted Forest and aiding Jedi in reaching Beta City. Everyone possesses a predetermined goal, leading lives rich with purpose, yet he remains uncertain of his own path. Regardless, he perceives this existence as far more intriguing than that of a mere wolf. Even a wolf king. Human emotions are exceedingly complex. Simple gestures and dialogues carry profound implications, and not everything can be resolved through brute force. He relishes such challenges. The stagecoach, carrying Jedi, who is filled with exuberance at the prospect of adventuring in the human world, traverses the Dawn Canyon and the picturesque Emerald Plains, pausing for a day in Mont Cabney City before continuing onward, drawing ever closer to Beta City. Along the way, the most prevalent news they encounter is the report of the Kingdom of Croya's downfall at the hands of the Duchy of Botany. This event has stirred considerable turmoil within the Tygel Empire. On this continent, there exist three great empires: the Ross Empire, which borders the Warcraft Prairie to the west, the Soren Empire, which lies adjacent to the Orc King's domain to the north, and the Tygel Empire, which occupies the central and southern regions. With a legacy spanning a millennium, the Tygel Empire is the oldest of all, consisting of numerous kingdoms and duchies. Over the centuries, countless conflicts have erupted among these realms. Yet this is the first instance of a nation being brazenly obliterated. All kingdoms and duchies are sanctioned by the Tigel royal family, and such overt annexation directly challenges the authority of the crown. Upon hearing this news, nearly every common citizen exclaims that Botany has gone mad, proclaiming that the duke will be reduced to ashes in the wrath of the empress. However, the empress's fury has yet to materialize. Botany's audacity is undoubtedly backed by a myriad of intricate political forces. The overt act of invasion is far more complicated than it appears. The notion of unity leading to division rings true, as this empire is exceedingly ancient, and many ambitious lords have begun to grow restless. The newly ascended Empress Tracy, having ruled for merely 2 years, has implemented numerous reforms to curtail noble privileges in order to maintain her regime. Various latent powers are stirring, ready to act, and the empress will not issue commands lightly. In this context, the kingdoms and duchies begin to test the empire's response, forming political alliances, gathering resources, and procuring arms. Regardless of whether they harbor political ambitions, even those seeking merely to safeguard their interests are mobilizing. As ordinary citizens remain bewildered by the empire's reaction, the war machines of various factions are being armed with great urgency, and the scent of impending conflict has already unsettled the more perceptive individuals. After a comprehensive analysis of the gathered intelligence, the ambitious Martin is keen on establishing contact with Duke Norman, whose duchy borders both Botany and Croya. With Botany having conquered Croya, it now poses a considerable threat to Norman, effectively encircling it from both land and sea. At this juncture, the Duchy of Norman can be considered a staunch ally against their common foe. Yet Helen harbors reservations about Duke Norman. His reputation is arguably worse than that of the lion-hearted Botany, who has laid waste to Croya. However, given the Empire's reluctance to intervene, it appears that only Norman is poised to stand in defense of Croya for the foreseeable future, compelling her to reluctantly agree to engage with him. At last, they arrive in Badist. Unlike the isolated pocket kingdom of Croya, the ruler of the Duchy of Norman, though of a lower rank than Prihol, surpasses Croya in both territory and overall national strength. The enchanting Badist city resembles a castle from a fairy tale, serving as the political, cultural, and economic epicenter of the Duchy of Norman. Grand edifices rise in succession, with bell towers, bridges, markets, squares, and churches exuding an air of ancient elegance. Upon passing through the magnificent Arc de Triomphe, they enter the most bustling thoroughfare, which leads to the Golden District, Norman's economic hub, where more than 2/3 of the nation's wealth converges. This area is frequented by affluent merchants, esteemed goldsmiths, bankers, tycoons from the transport, manufacturing, and mining industries, as well as the securities exchange center of the Duchy of Norman. Here we are. Young masters and mistresses, the cheerful postman, Donald, exclaims as he leaps down from the carriage. This trip has allowed him to earn 4 gold coins, a considerable sum for him. The young travelers, although clad in modest attire, are keenly observed by the astute businessmen of the Golden District, who discern their noble demeanor and grace. "Be off, move along," he urges, as the old postman unceremoniously tosses the young man aside. "If the young sirs are interested in purchasing stocks or bonds from the various businesses in Norman, feel free to seek me out. I am Barto, and everyone here knows me." The boy persists, undeterred. Donald chuckles wryly and shakes his head, remarking, "The enthusiasm for wealth here is akin to madness. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. There are indeed some who have risen from nothing to become the wealthiest of the land, wielding immense power. This is a place where dreams come true." Martin expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Flame for her generous assistance, after which the family seeks a local inn to rest. As they watch their carriage disappear into the crowd, Jedi turns to Flame and politely says, "I can manage the directions myself, but I appreciate your help." Flame smiles and replies, "It's no trouble at all. I sought out that location specifically while searching for my father, and despite having friends in Badist, it took me a full fortnight to locate the Daji Temple. If you were to venture out alone, it would likely take you much longer." Upon hearing this, Jedi's expectations of the Daji Temple diminish significantly. The cold, hard allure of gold seems far more enticing than the ethereal powers of the Daji goddess, suggesting that the goddess has little market in the gold-obsessed Badist. The Daji Temple is situated on Hugo Lane in the eastern part of the city. Though modest in size, it is said that the goddess has long neglected her religious duties. In truth, the Daji goddess is an ancient deity with a considerable following, albeit predominantly in rural areas. In a bustling metropolis like Badist, The most influential religion remains the Holy Light sect of the West. The exclusivity of these religions is pronounced. Once a religion establishes its leadership, its followers tend to marginalize and suppress other sections. Many other faiths founded by devotees of various deities once thrived in this city, but following the ascendance of the Holy Light sect, they were all but eradicated. The Daji Goddess sect, being relatively minor and concentrated mainly in the countryside, has managed to evade such repercussions. In the city of Batiste, apart from the Church of Light, it stands as the sole remaining cult of the. The carriage departed from the bustling Golden Top district, turning onto a spacious avenue. Along the way, the grandeur of the varied architectural structures left one in awe. Featuring vaulted walkways, semicircular arches, and protruding edifices, alongside the central monument of the Church of Light, adorned with angelic pillars and sculptures. Gradually, the carriage entered the dilapidated and impoverished buildings of the lower quarters. In this era of great cities, the squalor of slums, when lacking effective management, is beyond imagination. The cleanliness-loving half-elf girl, Chien, despite having been here before, furrowed her delicate brows, attempting to hold her breath, while Jedi pinched his nose. The streets reeked of excrement. Corners emitted the pungent smell of urine, and the odor of decaying wood from ancient houses mingled with the foul scent of rotting rats, occasionally passing through narrow alleys. The open kitchen windows of the residence released a nauseating stench of spoiled vegetables and mutton fat. At this point, the carriage could no longer traverse the uneven road, compelling both to disembark and proceed on foot. The small-scale tannery exuded the odors of soaked hides and caustic soda, while the open-air slaughterhouse was soaked in blood, sending countless flies swirling into the air as they passed. A messenger of the divine? Jedi suddenly pondered that if this was the essence of humanity, he would rather live freely as a wolf. Gritting his teeth, he followed closely behind Chien, who halted, staring blankly at the crowd. The last time I visited, this market did not exist. The path has become even more arduous. Jedi offered a bitter smile. I truly admire you. Elves are known for their beauty and cleanliness. Yet you possess the courage to seek out this place. For the sake of finding my parents, I would traverse even the depths of hell, Chien replied, casting a glance at Jedi and adding coolly, do not look down upon them. They do not desire such a life. They merely endure to survive. Every noble believes they are superfluous, yet it is they who pay taxes to sustain these people. Jedi pondered her words, striving to digest their meaning. All right, let us push through, Chien urged. At the end of this alley lies the temple of the goddess. When I last visited, only one gentleman resided there, and occasionally some poor souls would come to pray. However, at this hour, they are likely preoccupied with their livelihoods. After much struggle, they finally emerged from the throng, arriving at the dead end of the alley. Here it is, Chien said with a sigh of relief, pointing to a dilapidated house ahead. This is the residence of the esteemed elder and also the sole location of the Daji temple in this city. Chapter 8. The goldsmith's apprentice Jedi gazed vacantly at the dilapidated house blocking the end of the narrow alleyway, its half-collapsed courtyard wall revealing a corner of the roof beam. The window lacked glass and frames, being obstructed by stones of various sizes. The doorframe leaned precariously, even when locked. A gap remained wide enough for a child to squeeze through. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure floated out, taking exaggerated steps, as if in zero gravity. This person appeared to be under 30, with deeply sunken eye sockets, a bulbous nose, and most of his teeth still intact. A sparse tuft of hair adorned his head, and his garments shimmered with a golden sheen, stained by some unknown meat, while a foul stench of alcohol wafted from him. This individual was Duvi, the sole elder of the Daji temple in the city of Batiste. Apart from syphilis, angina, alcoholism, and mild tuberculosis, he was remarkably healthy for a young man. The half-elf, Blaze, greeted the drunken man with a smile. Elder Duvi, it is a pleasure to see you again. Have you indulged in spirits once more today? Oh, it's you. Duvi slurred, his bleary eyes recognizing the person who had once generously offered 2 gold coins for information. He chuckled amiably. Indeed, alcohol is a fine companion. Jedi grimaced in distaste. You are the elder of the Daji temple? Do you always drink yourself into a stupor? Duvi waved his drunken fists and laughed foolishly. Of course. Burp. Being drunk is splendid. When intoxicated, I feel as if the entire world is beneath my feet. Ah, what bliss. He grasped Jedi's arm, his breath reeking of liquor. Now tell me, what news do you seek? Do not underestimate my knowledge. I am well acquainted with the rumors of all walks of life. leaning closer to Jedi's ear. His breath turned as foul as dragon's breath, prompting Jedi to seal his lips tightly, daring not to inhale even a whisper. True information exists only at the uppermost and lowermost echelons of society, like a spinning spindle, while the ordinary citizens in between remain the most foolish and ignorant lambs. So, what is it that you wish to inquire about? I am Jedi Sackler. Have you heard my name? Jedi whispered quickly. Duvi paused, staggering back a step, reaching up to grasp at his thinning hair as if to remove an imaginary hat, then bowed with exaggerated elegance. Greetings, Mr. Jedi. It is a pleasure to meet you. How may I be of service? He grinned widely. I can do anything except sell my backside, but I am a respectable man. Both Blaze and Randy furrowed their brows in unison, with Randy incredulously asking, You have never heard my name? Duvi froze, exclaiming, My goddess. Are you the newly appointed tax officer of Hugo Lane? I am but an idle wanderer, my lady. Jedi was momentarily taken aback, cautiously inquiring. As the elder who serves the goddess, have you not received any divine oracle? Duvi puffed out his chest indignantly. How is that possible? I remember as a child accompanying my father to witness the great goddess deliver her decrees. What about recently? Certainly not. You must understand, the goddess is quite busy. Moreover, decades in the realm of the divine are but a fleeting moment. If the gods frequently appeared among mortals, would they still be considered gods? A sly glimmer flickered in Jedi's eyes, and he exhaled deeply, smiling with relief. Very well. In truth, I have no pressing matters. I merely pass through this place. It is quite normal that you have not heard of me. Now farewell. As Elder Duvi gazed on in confusion, Jedi turned and walked out of the alley. Blaze shot him a glance, saying, Are you not going to take charge here and revitalize the Doggy Temple? You are a messenger of the divine. Jedi pondered for a moment, crafting a grandiloquent rationale for his evasion. You have seen how dire the circumstances are. Remaining here would merely add another drunkard to Hugo Lane. As a divine envoy, I naturally wish to save them, but to save others, one must first save oneself. I should not take root in such a place. Blaze considered his words and concurred. Then what are your intentions? I seek employment, to reside in Batiste and live as an ordinary citizen until I hear the goddess's call. I feel I am beginning to exhibit some prophetic tendencies, Jedi mused. It is worth noting that he had assimilated the wisdom of both humanity and a magical wolf, having interacted with a plethora of magical beasts, and this statement was quite astute, bearing the essence of a seasoned ascetic who had traversed the trials of life. The beautiful half-elf maiden regarded him earnestly, her emerald eyes fixed upon him for a moment, before suddenly suggesting, Mr. Jedi, if you do not mind, perhaps I could introduce you to a job opportunity. Once hailed as a figure who sold bonds from a basket and ultimately became a financial magnate, many such legendary individuals resided nearby. Blaze had located a goldsmith named Deval Valentino, who had once been an apprentice to a dwarf named Ibex. He mastered the dwarven art of exquisite forging and crafted gold jewelry, earning the admiration of the nobility, eventually becoming a renowned goldsmith in the Golden Dome district. In this locale, goldsmiths were highly esteemed, as they also performed the functions of bankers. This business had flourished for over a century, originating from the imperial capital. A successful goldsmith would receive substantial quantities of gold from clients for crafting jewelry, while also needing to procure gold for his own stock. Thus, he required a secure underground vault that even the most skilled thieves could not breach, prompting many merchants to entrust their large amounts of gold for safekeeping, paying a handsome fee for the service. The goldsmith would then issue exclusive receipts marked with his insignia, allowing clients to reclaim their gold with those receipts. Gradually, merchants, and even nobles, found it cumbersome to retrieve their gold from the goldsmith, instead opting to transfer receipts directly to one another. Due to the established reputation of these renowned goldsmiths, these receipts held the same purchasing power as gold itself, effectively allowing the goldsmith to issue currency in a roundabout manner. Astute goldsmiths recognized this trend and, after calculating a reasonable reserve, began issuing receipts without actual gold backing, allowing those in urgent need of funds to use them for transactions, with the promise of repayment with interest. Thus, they transformed into bankers. However, the influence of these gold banking establishments remained largely confined to local areas, circulating only within the community that acknowledged their reputation and credibility, yet this was sufficient to elevate their status above others. After introducing Jedi to Brother Deval, the half-elf maiden hastily departed, as Deval informed her that Master Ibex was exceedingly worried after her abrupt departure and was now searching for her everywhere. Jedi Sackler remained. becoming an apprentice at Duval's goldsmith shop, earning a monthly wage of 30 silver coins. Although 30 silver coins was not considered a high salary in the goldsmithing industry, Duval was a man of principles, and he would not compensate Jedi with an amount disproportionate to his contributions simply because Blaze had referred him. In Duval's creed, a man who lived without labor or relied on the pity of others was deemed shameful. After settling into the attic of the Duval residence, Jedi discovered that the Duval shop, though modest in size, was complemented by a spacious backyard. A narrow alleyway led to the left, where a heavily guarded accounting office, processing area, and vault were located, while the right side housed the Duval family quarters. At the rear lay a large courtyard, connected to a secluded back street through a side entrance. Within the courtyard stood an ancient and dilapidated wooden shed, filled with an assortment of discarded items on the ground floor, while the basement served as the dwelling for a half-beast tiger named Chris and his wife. It was common for jewelers to keep half-beasts as guards due to their loyalty and low-wage demands. Chris, a golden-furred tiger, was a hybrid of beast and humanoid, possessing a rudimentary intelligence and the ability to walk upright and smoke a pipe. His voice, when he spoke, was a deep and resonant baritone. His wife, on the other hand, was a true beast, a female tiger. Both tigers held a profound fear of Jedi, despite his forced transformation into human form by divine power. He remained a fierce magical beast, exuding an aura that instilled terror in ordinary creatures. Jedi's attic was quite small, further constricted by a partition that divided it into two halves, leaving just enough space for a bed and a table, with precariously stacked boxes lining the walls. However, once tidied up, it resembled a cozy little nook. The sunlight here was abundant, and when he pushed open the window and leaned out to gaze beyond, he could see the pointed and rounded rooftops adorned with resplendent architecture, the exotic charm of which captivated him. Having only just arrived in human society, Jedi had yet to experience a more opulent life. Everything he encountered now was a thousand-fold improvement over his previous grass hut, filling him with immense satisfaction. As he officially became an apprentice at the Duval blacksmith shop, Jedi remained blissfully unaware that the limited manpower of the dodgy sect in the city of Batiste had been mobilized to search for him. The reputed divine envoy said to be personally instructed by the goddess and capable of altering the sect's fate. The tasks assigned to apprentices were numerous, and no one could ascertain the particular talents of an apprentice. Thus, they were expected to perform all manner of duties, from bookkeeping to smelting and sculpting, including the less glamorous chore of cleaning toilets. Duval had once considered assigning him to a more respectable position as a security guard for the transportation of gold to important clients, a role that was simple and dignified. However, Jedi, infused with human intellect, understood that in any civilized society, those who stood at the pinnacle were always the intellectual laborers. He was unwilling to settle for a life of temporary comfort in such a seemingly futile profession. One must endure hardship to attain greatness, he expressed to Duval. Impressed by this philosophical assertion, Duval arranged for Jedi to engage in gold smelting, casting, and mold-making while also learning the accounting for gold certificates, a path that held promise. If he continued on this trajectory, he might one day become a skilled goldsmith or accountant, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even open his own shop decades later. Yet, it was on that fateful night, under the influence of alcohol, that he encountered the woman who would unlock the second door of his destiny. Chapter 9. The rescue of the princess. Those engaged in the trade of gold and loans possessed a certain economic foundation, often conversing about the stock exchange, shares, and bonds. Jedi, the magical wolf, listened attentively, as the world of securities was just beginning to take shape. The knowledge he absorbed from the soul of the otherworldly being he had fused with made it effortless for him to grasp such rudimentary trading methods. His aesthetic sensibilities and lifestyle gradually became more human-like. He also took to learning written language. Mastering the common tongue of the continent allowed him to easily acquire writing skills. After a little over a month, he was able to express himself with some frequently used characters and simple phrases. The tale of the handsome prince and the captivating princess, which had recently captured public attention, was a topic of lively discussion throughout the streets. Duke Norman had been exceedingly gracious to them, hosting continuous banquets as a blatant form of protection, evidently signaling his political stance towards the Duchy of Botany. Princess Helen and Princess Leia became the talk of high society, with patrons frequently discussing them. The duo, one tall and the other petite, outshone the noble women of the Norman duchy with their elegance, extraordinary poise, and breathtaking beauty. evoking deep jealousy amongst the ladies of the court. These two enchanting women, akin to celestial bodies, made the others seem like mere rubble in comparison. Noble youths eagerly adorned themselves with flowers and fine wines to flatter the sisters, particularly the sister Helen, whose beauty resembled that of a ripe peach. The noble women, consumed by envy and resentment, resorted to the most venomous speculation, crafting the most scandalous rumors about the beloved Princess Helen, asserting that her lovers included a half-orc and even a horse. Such gossip thrived among the clientele who relished discussing such romantic escapades. When the topic of sex arose, all the men were rather akin to dogs in heat. Although Jetty appreciated beauty, he was repulsed by their crude discussions about someone he held dear. Whenever these men gathered, animatedly debating the fabricated affairs of the two princesses, Jetty would frown and excuse himself, taking a cloth to wipe the ancient counter, all the while analyzing the psychology of these humans. Mr. Duval observed with a discerning eye, increasingly favoring this young man for his maturity and composure. One night, Jetty and Bartow conversed in his attic. Bartow was the young salesman of bonds he had encountered upon arriving in Bartiste, whose ambition was to become a significant financial magnate in the gold district one day. With successful precedents, Bartow optimistically believed that day was not far off. Perhaps a morning would dawn when fortune would smile upon him. Jetty admired this adventurous spirit, and thus they became close friends. Jetty had successfully transformed his life, influenced by the spirit of the otherworldly human, becoming discontent with the mere survival instincts of his previous existence as a magical beast. He yearned for the vibrant life of humanity, and as he absorbed news from the clients, he began to crave more than his current existence. Having once aspired to be human, now as a human, he sought to rise above. As long as one is dissatisfied with their circumstances, the mind is perpetually filled with desires and fantasies. Yearning is boundless, and pursuit is ceaseless. Jetty perceived this as the fundamental distinction between humans and beasts, as human ambition far surpasses that of beasts, thus propelling humanity forward. Though achieving all desires might be beyond even the Creator, the only feasible solution lay within dreams. Yet, Jetty believed such a life was one that a true strongman should embrace. He and Bartow exchanged tales until late, both inebriated, before Jetty escorted Bartow outside. Despite knowing the way well, Bartow still trembled at the thought of the tigers living below. During the day, it was manageable, but at night, without Jetty as company, he dared not venture out. He thought he had imagined it, engrossed in his new life as an apprentice. The ferocity and alertness of the magical wolf within him had significantly diminished. Upon closer inspection, the shadow he had glimpsed was gone, though his own form appeared somewhat bulkier. Suddenly, a smooth yet powerful arm tightened around his neck. "Don't make a sound. Take me to your place to hide." Taking a breath, he raised his hand and explosively thrust his shoulder upwards, seizing the assailant's wrist with lightning speed, throwing a slender figure forward, while his other hand swiftly grasped her throat. The necklace around his neck, the heart of Tay, seemed to resonate with the moonlight, intensifying his senses and abilities, particularly at night. Though it was not a full moon, as long as the moon shone, his magical beast form could achieve unparalleled strength and speed beyond human capability. In the dimness, the hairs on his hand bristled, and while his fingers did not extend into lethal claws, they were capable of crushing even the hardest stone. Yet, just as his hand grazed the delicate throat of the individual, it abruptly halted. In the moonlight, her face was as beautiful as that of a lunar deity, her bright eyes reflecting a mix of fear and allure. Jetty could not help but exclaim, "Princess Helen?" Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the intersection as a squad of soldiers turned the corner. "Stop! No running!" bellowed a soldier captain. Helen's delicate form lay in Jetty's powerful embrace, while his other hand held her throat with 5 outstretched fingers. She then recognized Jetty's visage and paled, urging, "Hurry! Duke Norman is treacherous. He intends to capture us." The pursuing soldiers approached swiftly, the captain calling out, "That woman is a notorious criminal of the duchy. Hand her over." A flash of realization struck Jetty. He knew he could not allow this to end peacefully. Duke Norman outwardly projected benevolence by sheltering the exiled prince of the Croya kingdom, yet secretly plotted to capture his entire family, a secret that must remain hidden from the populace. Since fate had placed him in this scenario, he was compelled to fight. Just as Helen felt a firm hand lift her waist, Jetty vanished like the wind. The sounds of heavy impacts reverberated as Helen gasped in shock. witnessing Jed's astonishing combat prowess amidst the soldiers. He moved like a phantom, striking with terrifying speed, leaving the soldiers unable to raise their weapons before they fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Helen was astounded that the usually smiling, reticent youth possessed such formidable fighting capabilities, as he dispatched an entire squad of 10 soldiers in mere moments. "Follow me." Jedi reappeared before Helen, taking her delicate hand as they fled. "Wait, my sister, you escaped too? How wonderful!" Jedi exclaimed, filled with joy, and without further ado, he pulled her along, urging, "Quickly, come with me." With one girl in each hand, they dashed past the motionless soldiers and into a warehouse, where Cress and its mother tiger sprang forth, alerted by the scent of humans. "What? We only have tiger claws. How can we move things?" Cress responded in a deep, masculine voice. "You can use your mouths. It's food I brought for you." Upon seeing the half-protruding eyeballs of the deceased, Leah gasped, prompting Helen to embrace her tightly. Jedi hastily broke 10 rifles, stuffing them into the abandoned chimney, while he discarded the gun barrels into the well. During this time, 2 tigers exuberantly dashed about, dragging the corpses into their foul-smelling lair. "Chris, you often lament about either not eating well or not being satiated. This time, I hope you leave nothing behind," Jedi shouted towards the pitch-dark basement. "Of course, Mr. Jedi, my wife is about to nurture several little lives and requires nourishment," a deep male voice echoed from the basement. "Splendid," Jedi replied, rushing out to secure the back door before leading the trembling princesses up to the attic. He opened a window to observe the surroundings and then settled onto his bed. In a hushed tone, Jedi inquired, "Princess Helen, what exactly transpired?" To avoid drawing attention, the attic remained unlit, the cool moonlight illuminating Helen's face, casting a delicate outline, with only her gleaming eyes betraying her thoughts as she tilted her head, contemplatively gazing at Jedi. In truth, Jedi was indifferent. He had witnessed far greater bloodshed while leading his troops in conquests across the Beastlands. Today's events merely stirred excitement and presented a challenge. Having toiled diligently to become human, he was not content to remain a mere apprentice or an accountant. Like many young individuals newly emerged into society, this young wolf king yearned to experience the unique legends and adventures that human life could offer. Little Princess Leia tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Helen, Jedi just killed 10 Norman soldiers." Helen smiled faintly, grasping her hand, and softly replied, "I know, which is why I am contemplating whether to inform him." Jedi was taken aback. He understood Leia's words, indicating that she had aided them in slaying 10 soldiers of the Norman Principality, standing alongside them as someone trustworthy. However, Helen's words held significant weight. Why should one question the certainty of being on their side? Chapter 10. Conspiracy. Helen smiled gratefully and called out, "Leah?" She continued, "Please take a seat. Let us discuss our situation with Jedi." After a moment's contemplation, a look of melancholy crossed her face as she whispered, "You know, our kingdom has been obliterated by the Duchy of Botany. Although the Duchy of Norman harbors ambitions towards us, since Botany has struck first, we find ourselves united by a common enmity. Martin, Leah, and I have come here with this in mind. Fighting the Botany under our banner on our own soil would be advantageous for them. In truth, the Duke of Norman has long harbored designs on our land. If leveraged wisely, it could aid us in restoring our kingdom, but if mismanaged, it would merely result in our territory being seized from Botany and handed over to the Normans." Jedi, perplexed, interjected, "Princess, if you are aware that the Duke of Norman also harbors ill intentions, why seek their cooperation? Is there truly no kingdom within the Empire that is genuinely friendly towards you?" Helen smiled faintly, replying, "Politics is a realm governed by the interplay of interests. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal foes. It is precisely because we recognize the Duke's ambitions that we have refrained from revealing our hand. They control the financial resources of the Duchy of Norman. Without their funding, the Duchy cannot muster an army. Although Martin is deeply anxious, he finds himself powerless in this situation." In truth, Helen cast a glance at Jedi and continued, "My father was well aware of Botany's intentions towards us. While he did not foresee their audacity to eradicate our nation, he nevertheless took precautions, concealing a vast fortune accumulated over millennia. However, the Duke of Norman is notoriously greedy. We cannot disclose everything to him without reserve, as that would be akin to a fox with fine for seeking shelter from a hunter. We propose that if the Duchy of Norman were to send troops, we would cover the military expenses, promising to repay with the kingdom's taxes over a 10-year period. Yet the Duke remained noncommittal. In desperation, Martin and I subtly suggested that we possess a sum of wealth that could be instantly liquidated, contingent upon the Duchy of Normandy signing a treaty with us. With a wistful sigh, the beautiful Helen remarked, "Compared to the old fox, our patience is still rather lacking." The Duke discerned our insinuation, repeatedly probing for the quantity and location of this wealth, but we managed to evade his inquiries. Gradually, the Duke lost his patience, replacing all our attendants with his spies, who relentlessly tracked our movements day and night. Noticing these anomalies, I advised Martin to swiftly leave the Duchy of Normandy for elsewhere, but he was determined to make one final effort. Helen smiled bitterly, and Leah chimed in, "Brother Jedi, we." The little princess, in the forest, had sweetly called Jedi brother Jedi. It had seemed innocent then, but as she listened to her sister discuss her future with him, their gazes met, and an awkwardness enveloped her. A blush crept onto her delicate cheeks, though the night concealed her shyness. The banquet was delightful, and as we exited the dining hall to commence the ball with the invited guests, the dreadful assassin made his appearance. At this point, Leah's slender form trembled involuntarily, her face revealing a look of terror, clearly haunted by an indelible memory. At that moment, the host entered the brightly lit hall just as the musicians began to play the first tune. Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open as if swept by a tempest, extinguishing all the lights within, leaving only the torches flanking the entrance to flicker ominously. The astonished crowd turned towards the entrance to witness a figure clad in a black cloak stepping forward, hands concealed within its sleeves, the wide hood obscuring his face, and his head bowed, rendering his features indistinguishable. Marquis Putif, seething with rage, bellowed, "Who dares to intrude so rudely upon my estate? Are you not aware that the esteemed Prince Martin is present?" "I have come for him," rasped the figure in black, slowly lifting his head to reveal a pallid, unremarkable visage. The only notable feature was a pair of disproportionately large eyes, bulging unnaturally, which seemed devoid of pupils, their sclera marred with crimson veins. The sight of those terrifying eyes sent some ladies into shrieks of terror. With a swift gesture, the cloaked figure conjured a tendril of the swirling black mist behind him, transforming it into a magical arrow that struck Marquis Putif in the chest. A gaping hole appeared in his evening attire, and a horrific gray hue rapidly spread from the wound. The Marquis, staggering as though intoxicated, turned away, the grayness enveloping his face, hair, and eyes, rendering them lifeless. As he opened his mouth to scream, the contorted features of his face began to melt away. Skin, clothing, and hair disintegrated into a fine white powder, cascading to the ground until he was reduced to a mere skeleton as the dreadful figure approached. At this juncture, Leah's youthful skin erupted in goosebumps, the ghastly scene having left an indelible mark upon her psyche. Having dabbled in rudimentary magic, she recognized it as a form of necromancy, an exceedingly vile art. Helen grasped her sister's hand and continued. The hall descended into chaos. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, not only did the women flee in panic, but many nobles also lost their composure and scattered. No one dared to identify him, yet the magician seemed to know precisely who Martin was, fixating his gaze upon him amidst the throngs of fleeing guests in the dim light. At that moment, Leah, frightened, screamed as a nobleman knocked her to the ground. I hurried to assist her, and as she regained her footing, the fearsome magician raised his other hand, gripping a wand. "Prince, you must flee," shouted the corpulent steward, resembling a heavy hippo, suddenly realizing the danger, as he lunged towards the magician with astonishing speed. "Foolish buffoon," the magician muttered, and the now skeletal Marquis turned swiftly, his ghastly white hands thrusting forward. The skeletal fingers plunged into the steward's chest, yet the steward's tremendous momentum knocked the skeletal figure down, crushing its ribs into its own body. With a chant, the magician's wand emitted a dark green beam of light. Helen attempted to rescue her brother, but there was no time. In that critical moment, a loud shout pierced the air as their knightly protector, IG, burst into the hall, snatching a round shield from the wall and hurling it with all his might. Just as the green light was about to strike Prince Martin, the shield intercepted it, creating ripples akin to stones cast upon a still lake, distorting Martin's form until he vanished entirely. Helen recounted, "I was filled with shock and fury, rushing to the wall to seize a bronze spear, intent on confronting that dreadful magician. Brave AIG had already surged forth, sword raised, urging me and my sister to flee. Are there not many soldiers surrounding you outside? Jedi, in his presumptuousness, pondered aloud. Helen smiled, a cold smile, and replied, "You are mistaken, there is no one outside." Duke Norman sought to create the illusion that Duke Batani had sent assassins after us, meticulously arranging for a scapegoat and enlisting numerous nobles as witnesses. How could he have anticipated that such a trap would raise suspicion? At that moment, consumed by grief over my brother's death, I was in tears. Yet my sister gently stroked my hair and whispered to me, "She is a little sorceress, and though her magic may not be particularly powerful, she possesses ample wisdom." She informed me that Martin was not dead, for she recognized the dreadful necromancer's spell as a form of spatial displacement magic. However, Age's throne shield struck his magical beam, causing the spatial displacement to prematurely detonate and veer from its intended destination. The necromancer had presumably intended to transport Martin elsewhere. Now, with the disruption of spatial order, my brother was cast into an unknown location, but it was certainly not a spell meant to kill. Jedi nodded, awaiting her continuation. Helen pondered for a moment before continuing. At that time, I harbored some doubts, but my urgency prevented me from contemplating them deeply. We rushed to the intersection and encountered a squad of soldiers that appeared to be patrolling, yet I remained insufficiently suspicious. It was only when I recounted the events that transpired at the Marquis of Putif's residence and urged them to dispatch someone to confront the sorcerer that I began to focus my suspicions on Duke Norman. That squad consisted of only 17 men, yet they allocated 12 to protect us, who had already escaped danger, while a mere 5 brave soldiers hastened toward the scene of the incident. Realizing the peril, I seized Leah's hand and, taking advantage of their unguarded moment, dashed into a narrow alley, revealing their true intentions as they pursued us relentlessly. When I hurled that bronze spear from 75 yards away, piercing 2 soldiers to the ground, they became somewhat subdued. At this point, Helen gazed at Jedi with an affectionate look, softly remarking, "Thank goodness for you. You dispatched them with such ease. Otherwise, we would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate ourselves in this unfamiliar territory." Jedi, feeling the weight of her gaze, felt a swell of heroic pride. Indeed, that must have been a gaze filled with affection, as described in books. Otherwise, how could it have made my heart tremble so? To be a hero in the eyes of a woman is truly a delightful experience. In my own kin, when I achieved great feats, the she-wolves would merely howl around me, yet Helen possesses eyes that speak volumes. Chapter 11. Wisdom. Leah spoke softly, expressing her concern for Age. "I wonder how Age is faring." When we departed, that fearsome sorcerer had animated the 2 copper eagles adorning the wall, and they were lunging toward him. Although Age has mastered the 3rd level of combat energy, in close quarters with those 2 copper eagles, his chances against that sorcerer seem grim. Should I confront him? Jedi stood up resolutely, filled with righteous indignation. I have encountered many formidable foes. Yet my only regret is the lack of subordinates at my disposal. Having just declined Helen's marriage proposal, his motives may not have been entirely pure, yet the outcome appeared quite favorable. After all, 2 exquisite young ladies were seated tenderly on his bed. "What do you mean by expected benefits?" Jedi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden emergence of such a term in his mind. "No, Jedi. There are many who fear not death, with sufficient incentives. Even a monarch like Duke Norman can find mercenaries unafraid of peril to do my bidding. Age risked his life to secure our escape, not for me to send another brave soul into the jaws of danger. If I am not mistaken, that sorcerer is no longer present. Duke Norman is busy spreading tales of Duke Butani's attack against us, and is scouring for our whereabouts. If we present ourselves willingly, we would have no chance to speak, and you would be slain as a murderer. I am not so easily dealt with," the Wolf King retorted, unconcerned. Helen smiled sweetly. "Courage is commendable. There are many remarkable sorcerers and warriors in this world. Their individual powers often rival that of a small army. Yet, no one has ever established a nation solely through personal prowess." With that thought, he tempered his bravado and inquired, "What are the princess's plans?" Helen furrowed her brows and replied, "We have much to accomplish, and it is rather complicated. We must seek Martin's whereabouts, but he has been transported to an unknown location, and we cannot search for him openly. He too cannot reveal himself, so this must be approached gradually. The second matter concerns the kingdom of Croya. While Duke Batani has yet to solidify his power, and we have not lost the people's support, it is the opportune moment to reclaim Croya. Our urgency to mobilize forces stems from this reason. However, with Duke Norman unreliable, we must rely on ourselves. The Tagore Empire is currently brewing a storm of internal strife. One of the causes being the unprecedented rise of a woman to power. The late emperor had no daughter, hence Princess Tracy was thrust into the role of empress. We cannot afford to repeat such a folly. We seek to restore our nation, to establish our own army, and we must have a leader that commands respect. Her eager gaze rested on Jedi. Some individuals possess an innate talent for leadership. Such people can gather talents around them to achieve great feats. Your personal strength and demeanor are highly suitable, and as the chosen envoy of the goddess Daji, your established base of followers would yield substantial benefits. I hope you will embrace this responsibility. As one of the conditions, if Kroya is restored, the Daji faith will become our state religion. Jedi Sacker remained unmoved. He had no fervent religious devotion towards the goddess Daji. Followers of faith often possess zealous beliefs, and waging wars for their faith is commonplace. As a high-ranking religious figure, particularly an envoy, one dedicates their soul to the deity they worship. Helen, adhering to this understanding, believed that enticing Jedi's spirit through religious interests and offering his body wealth and beauty would surely compel him to assist her wholeheartedly. Unaware that Jedi was indifferent to such conditions, his fervor was entirely due to a poorly written chivalric novel. To establish his own power and restore the nation, Jedi rummaged through his memories of chivalric tales, realizing that the male protagonists often relied on personal strength to conquer mountains and seas or exuded an aura of dominance that compelled the wealthy and powerful to bow before them, effortlessly reclaiming their kingdoms. And what of himself? With the dual mastery of beast and magic, he could certainly execute an assassination or engage in various exploits. Yet the notion of building a nation seemed rather far-fetched. If he were to rely on an aura of dominance, if he truly possessed such an aura, he would not be here as an apprentice goldsmith. If he were to venture into the streets exuding a regal presence, the outcome would likely be more dismal than that of the unfortunate vampiric bat demon. This pathway seemed blocked, so he turned to draw upon his experiences from his life as a magical wolf. He had ample experience in seizing territory and expanding domains. Although he had never built an empire from nothing, he could glean useful knowledge from his many failures. Leah expressed her disappointment. Then what shall we do? Shall we allow our lands and people to fall under Bhutanese rule? That sorrowful expression ignited Jedi's fighting spirit. Not at all. What I mean is, we must establish our own power. Neither Norman nor Bhutanese would welcome this. Princess Helen has stated that in politics, there are no eternal friends or foes, only shifting alliances based on interests. The moment news of our army's formation leaks, they will likely join forces against us. Helen's eyes lit up. She had not expected this sometimes astute, sometimes reckless warrior to perceive matters so clearly. Perhaps he was indeed the one sent by destiny to assist her. She prayed silently and said, I know this is exceedingly difficult. However, throughout history, every hero who has sought to create something has emerged from the harshest of conditions, often fighting for survival, even when they themselves could not foresee their future success. Moreover, we possess a considerable amount of wealth at our disposal, which may not be an unattainable miracle for us. At a loss for a feasible plan, Jedi replied, Rest assured, since I have given my word, I shall accompany you through every hardship. It is late now, you should rest. We can contemplate our strategy slowly. This place is quite secluded, and Mr. Duval seldom visits. The couple downstairs, the Chris, are a loyal half-beast and a tiger. You can feel secure staying here. He rubbed his hands together and added, This attic has another room. Would you be amenable to residing there temporarily? In the distance, the lights flickered dimly, and the soldiers' commotion gradually subsided. It seemed that Norman, wary of his reputation, dared not openly search for the two princesses. Moreover, they presumed the princesses would be unlikely to find assistance locally and deemed an immediate escape more probable. Thus, the focus of the knight's vigilance lay on the various exits from the city. Finding no answers to his dilemmas within the pages of the book, Jedi tossed it aside in frustration. He heard the soft rustling from the adjacent room, indicating that the Helen sisters were burdened with thoughts and had yet to fall asleep. Jedi eased his breathing, seated at the table, gazing out at the countless twinkling stars. As a child, he often looked up at the sky in a similar manner, atop a lofty hill, content with his current existence. The independent nature of the blue wolf howling at the moon was merely a clever wolf's attempt to showcase its uniqueness. However, on that fateful night, as he howled with joy, a star carrying the souls of beings from another realm struck him on the forehead. From that moment, he began to think with human reasoning, and his desire to embody humanity grew increasingly intense. Stimulated by the little fox girl who walked on two legs, he ultimately took action. The sensation of being human was truly delightful. Every endeavor became a challenge, including the pursuit of a mate. Human emotions are indeed peculiar. Their needs are vast, while for us wolves, all we do is strive for survival. Though the battles are brutal, they remain far simpler than the complexities of human existence. In the pursuit of a mate, one merely needs to possess strength, flaunt beautiful fur, and present a piece of beastly meat as a token to win the affection of a desired she-wolf. Yet, the human quest for love is an intricate and convoluted affair, ultimately driven by a singular objective: intimacy. Jetty let out a quiet sigh, a faint smile playing on his lips. Humans seem to revel in their own complications. However, this arduous journey, albeit tormenting, brims with challenges and intrigue. The bashful demeanor of Leah, the starry gaze of Helen, each smile and glance stirs his heart, oscillating between excitement and trepidation. This pursuit, rich with ambiguity, far exceeds the mere act of consummation. At this moment, it matters not whether he is steering the soul hidden deep within his consciousness or if that soul's knowledge is directing him. What is paramount is his desire to embrace a vibrant and multifaceted existence. With this realization, he began to consciously seek out the consciousness of the otherworldly human he had merged with, pondering if this individual might possess insights to alleviate his current dilemmas. Jetty gently closed his eyes, allowing threads of awareness to flow from his heart like a gentle stream. The emotions and life of that person became obscured, yet the reasons for their suicide and their most potent grievances remained vividly intact. A chilling revelation struck him. Money could render a person profoundly sorrowful, helpless, anxious, and desperate. The capricious nature of the stock market, with its enticing promises and perilous traps, poses dangers that rival those of genuine warfare. It has the power to shatter families or elevate individuals to immense wealth, even jeopardizing the vitality of entire nations. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Jetty. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze shining with an intensity akin to the stars above, illuminating the moment with newfound clarity. Chapter 12: The Gift for the Princess. Jetty's plan began with a somewhat hesitant tone. Despite having pondered over it all night, the concepts he was grappling with were entirely foreign to him. However, as he continued to articulate his thoughts, clarity emerged, and his discourse became increasingly coherent. Helen, after a prolonged contemplation, observed him with a hint of anxiety akin to that of a student facing an examination for the first time. This was his inaugural attempt to demonstrate his capabilities within human society, and his confidence was markedly lacking. She glanced at Leah, who was attentively listening, and suggested, "Leah, why don't you step into Jetty's room for a moment? I need to discuss a few things with him." Leah, feeling somewhat disheartened, trudged towards the door. Jetty promptly interjected, "Wait, Helen, I believe she should stay?" Helen shot him a disapproving look and lowered her voice. "Leah is only 16, innocent and kind. I do not wish for her to be tainted by the deceptions of this world." Jetty replied earnestly, "But one day she will grow up. You cannot shield her forever." What Jetty proposed was merely a rather novel idea. The process of his planning resembled the fanciful tales of chivalry, filled with naive, wishful thinking, as if every step could be executed flawlessly according to his design. At that moment, Helen showcased her remarkable intellect. Not only was she blessed with stunning beauty and the agility of a knight, but she also possessed an intellect that left most in awe. Her contributions and refinements made the entire plan intricate and meticulous, artfully weaving traps into a formidable strategy, which left Jetty speechless. For Leah, this was her first experience in discussing significant matters with adults, and she felt that from this moment on, she had truly entered adulthood, her youthful shoulders suddenly bearing a weighty responsibility. Throughout the planning process, she actively contributed ideas, displaying considerable enthusiasm. Taking heed of her sister's words, Leah gently tapped the bed with a slender finger and stated, "According to this plan, we will require at least 3 executors and an initial funding." Helen responded, "I will manage the funding. The challenge lies in finding 3 individuals who can adhere to our plan, at least one of whom must be a person of considerable influence in this city to achieve our objective." Leah frowned, "But we have no one to rely on. Martin is currently missing, and if Aggie is not dead, he has undoubtedly fallen into the hands of Duke Norman. The steward has passed away, leaving us unable to act." She glanced at Jetty and added, "Jetty could count as 1. Where shall we find the other 2? Jetty cleared his throat and said, "I have 2 friends. Do you think they could be of use? Helen's eyes brightened. Are they trustworthy? What do they do? Jedi replied. They are my friends. One is a fellow who specializes in trading bonds and stocks in the Golden Peak district, and the other is a half-beast named Chris who resides in the basement. The sisters fell silent for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, Helen chuckled wryly. Jedi. A half-beast cannot possibly undertake such a task. Jedi inquired, puzzled why not. It possesses intelligence, and once committed, its loyalty is unquestionable. Helen, feeling a bit of a headache, stroked her smooth forehead and explained, Jedi, having grown up in the mountains under divine protection, you may lack a sufficient understanding of human society. It is a beast. You see? A wild beast, and that is sufficient. No matter how exceptional it may be, it can never rise to prominence among humans. It simply cannot. Jedi's expression darkened, and he bitterly remarked, is that so? A beast, no matter how hard it strives, regardless of its intellect or noble character, can never succeed in human society? She observed the distant look in Jedi's eyes and called out, Jedi, are you listening? Oh, yes, I am listening, Jedi hastily replied, shaking off his worries momentarily. Helen pondered. I have thought of a solution, Jedi. The more people who know the truth of a matter, the more perilous it becomes. I propose we slightly revise our plan. You will be the sole individual privy to the true details, while the other two will serve merely as assistants. This way, your friend can participate in our scheme. Dewey, Bardis, and you. This gives us our selection. The next step is to elevate you three to the status of stars in Batiste City. You shall become the guiding lights of its economy, and the baton shall rest in your hands. This will be your stage, where you may perform at will. Utilize Mr. Duvall? Jedi exclaimed, taken aback by the plan. Do not be astonished, Jedi. You are an apprentice at Duvall's workshop, and should matters come to light, the irate Duke Norman will undoubtedly vent his anger upon him. We are merely borrowing his reputation and the name he has built. Once the plan succeeds, we shall reward him with wealth far exceeding that of his establishment, enabling him to depart safely. Is that not feasible? Jedi contemplated this carefully and nodded. At that moment, the distant sound of a bell chimed. Jedi rose and said, There are seldom visitors here. You may remain upstairs without worry. It is breakfast time, and I shall inform Mr. Duvall that I need to take leave. This morning, I will procure 2 sets of clothing for you, along with the items you require for your transformation. Prince Martin was indeed missing, and no one knew where a disrupted spatial magic might have transported him. The townspeople's gossip revolved around Martin and Helen, Leah, while the steward and Aggie were hardly mentioned, leaving their fates and whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Jedi pondered. A knight should frequently present flowers to the woman he admires, should he not? Although these fragile blooms, which sprouted from the earth, seemed insignificant to the wolf-like Jedi, he began to contemplate whether he should indulge in this genteel practice and procure a bouquet. Just as his resolve wavered, he caught a whiff of a more potent fragrance wafting from the side. His eyes lit up as he turned to look. Oh, Helen's beautiful eyes sparkled, a delightful glimmer dancing within them. She had encountered such scenes numerous times. Since she turned 15, she had received an abundance of flowers daily. The noblemen who presented them ranged from seasoned veterans of the social scene to bashful novices in matters of the heart. From Jedi's demeanor, it was evident that he had never gifted flowers to a woman. But upon reflection, given his upbringing beside the goddess, it was hardly surprising that no girl had ever prompted him to offer such a gesture. This adorable fool, how could he think to present a bouquet, claiming it was for both of us? Helen mused, smiling. I am delighted to receive your gift. May I see it now? Jedi, visibly relieved, responded, Certainly. It is for you. Helen extended one hand, momentarily frozen in astonishment, before exclaiming, What? What is this? Jedi, holding up the yellow object wrapped in oiled paper, replied earnestly, This is a ham. Do you not recognize it? Chapter 13. The rooster dressed as a phoenix. Jedi earnestly inquired, Do you like the gift I presented to you and Princess Leia? Helen forced a smile and replied, Indeed, I like it. Haha, of course I do. Sister, I truly adore this attire, she continued, as Leia burst through the door, clad in the simple garb of a rustic maiden, an unassuming, gray woolen gown, her head wrapped in a cloth, entirely devoid of the grace and elegance befitting a princess. Seizing the opportunity, Helen placed the greasy ham on the table, scrutinizing her sister, and remarked, Very well. If you dye your golden locks chestnut, trim them, and employ some cosmetics along with a touch of magic to alter the shape of your eyebrows and eyes, no one would recognize Princess Leia, who once dazzled at noble balls. Leia, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Sister, you should also try dressing up." Jetty smiled at the sisters and nodded. "You both change your garments and alter your appearances. Once everything is in order, I shall seek out our first partner, the inebriated Duvi." "Oh, Goddess Daji, where am I?" Duvi dismounted from the carriage, glancing around with wide eyes, his pallid, gaunt face and deeply sunken eyes revealing a man hollowed by indulgence. This was a mansion Jetty had purchased prior to bringing him out. When Helen was rescued by Jetty, she wore a tattered evening gown that exposed half of her bosom, and her robust thighs were entirely unadorned. She likely possessed not a single gold coin. Yet, when she implored Jetty to purchase a mansion at all costs, she mysteriously produced a hefty bag of gold coins. Jetty was curious but refrained from questioning. This composure instilled confidence in Helen. With this money, Jetty acquired the entire mansion from a bankrupt merchant, first bringing the sisters there before seeking out Duvi. In recent days, Duvi had exerted considerable effort to locate him, even reducing his intake of the inferior white wine he could not live without. Alcohol is a poison, yet faith can be an even more insidious toxin. The fervent beliefs of the inebriated Duvi enabled him to overcome his physical discomfort as he searched for the one who could illuminate the path to a brighter future for the followers of the Daji faith. He even delivered impassioned speeches, rallying all the forces of the Daji faith in Beta City to seek out Jetty. The believers of the Daji faith were the most impoverished laborers in society, toiling in the most menial jobs. Yet, even a doorman in the affluent district could earn a considerable sum in tips, and it was the only place devoid of their presence. Thus, they could never locate Jetty. Today, Jetty's sudden appearance before him sent Duvi into a frenzy of joy. This man was the embodiment of the divine miracles of Goddess Daji, personally revealed to him as the messenger of the divine. Naturally, Duvi would comply with his every word. Without hesitation, Duvi abandoned his drafty little abode, filled with confidence as he followed the great messenger of Daji to embark on the sacred mission of the faith. "This will be your new home. I will hire some maids, servants, a gardener, a steward, and a coachman," Jetty stated. Duvi, as if in a dream, stared wide-eyed and murmured, "What did you say? My goddess, has your humble servant Duvi had too much to drink again?" Jetty tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Come, follow me to meet your two etiquette instructors." Etiquette instructors? His instructors had already arrived. Two lovely women with chestnut hair, dressed in the simplest clothing, descended gracefully from the opulent circular staircase of the grand hall. What is this?" Duvi's eyes darted, nervously clutching his garment, feeling somewhat at a loss. The two beautiful women, one resembling a young matron and the other sporting a neat bob, akin to a charming youth, glided gracefully around him, circling twice before striking the most elegant pose. "What do you think, sister?" "I think it's quite good." The pale, sunless cheeks and slack muscles align with the aesthetic of an ancient noble family. He is nearly bald, but that can be remedied with a wig. His eyes lack vitality, and his facial muscles appear slack, yet a few tricks can transform him into a figure of depth, melancholy, and composure. His lanky frame, with proper grooming, should be presentable. However, his posture while walking and standing is indeed appalling, Liao remarked, furrowing her delicate brow. The thought of such a delightful maiden frowning for him made the inebriated Duvi lower his head in shame. Helen nodded. "Thus, we must train him rigorously in the strictest court etiquette, enabling him to swiftly transform from a drunken wretch languishing in the slums to a cultured, refined, and elegant nobleman." Duvi felt his heart race as he absorbed the words and piercing gazes of the two beautiful women, looking to Jetty for help, stammering, "A messenger. What are they?" "Speaking of," Jetty smiled, "I am the messenger appointed by the goddess to guide you toward happiness and enlightenment, am I not?" Duvi immediately affirmed, "Of course. This is the goddess's oracle, I harbor no doubts." "Very well, to save others, one must first save oneself. As an elder of our faith, how can you guide the impoverished followers to a blissful shore when you yourself are destitute? How can you attract sufficient souls to join the Daji faith? I brought you here to redeem you first, so you may fulfill your role in leading others to happiness." Helen interjected, "Therefore, you need not question too much. Simply follow the messenger's arrangements without hesitation. From this moment forth, you cease to be yourself. You are now a member of the ancient Ball von Oberstein family from the Northern Empire, Baron Alex." Duvi's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he dreamily repeated, "Me? Alex? Baron?" Jetty frowned with concern. "I know, but did you not mention he is a drunken lecher when analyzing his character? That is somewhat concerning." Helen laughed sweetly. "Haha. Are you worried for us?" Never has a lecher been able to take advantage of me. Does he possess such skills? I remain to be seen. Moreover, one cannot expect everyone to be a saint. Duvi may lead a life of excess, yet I have no doubts about his devotion to the Daji faith. With your status weighing upon him, he would dare not entertain any ill intentions. Jetty sighed. Very well, but I still believe a reliable person should guard your side. With such a vast mansion and only the three of you, should any thieves come, it would indeed be troublesome. Allow me to handle this matter. Jetty was startled, quickly saying, Enough. Just know this. Even if it is a criminal, if word gets out that you devoured them, you shall find yourself on the gallows. Chris was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend such complexity. He only understood that Jetty was his colleague and friend, and those people had been killed by Jetty. He merely dealt with some delightful corpses. How could it be serious enough to warrant execution? After frightening the simple-minded Chris, Jetty dashed upstairs, suddenly halting at the door. He pondered for a moment before descending again. Crouching at the basement door to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the half-beast, Chris, I hear your wife is expecting soon. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Jetty. You are the first human to extend your congratulations to me. Chris spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jedi felt a pang of empathy and inquired, how many cubs can a tiger have in a single litter? Chris furrowed the skin patterned with the character Wong on his head and replied, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's hard to say. Then you might have to accommodate a few more mouths to feed. 45 silver coins a month is no small sum, especially for your considerable appetite. Life could become quite challenging. Chris's furrowed skin resembling 3 overlapping Wong characters deepened. Who could argue otherwise? Suddenly adding a few more to the table has me quite worried. Yet, despite the hardships, at least here we can enjoy a steady meal. Life on the grasslands or in the forest would be far more arduous, particularly for a scarce race like ours, the half-beasts. Alas, Chris, as friends, I have an excellent job opportunity to share with you, one that offers a far superior salary than what you currently earn. Furthermore, you would not need to work night shifts at the vault. Would you be interested? Chris's front paws suddenly emerged from the basement, gripping the ground tightly. Such a splendid opportunity exists? Where is it, and what is the monthly salary? Chapter 14. The Charlatan Baron. Very well. What I just imparted to you was the etiquette of the nobility at a ball. Now, take a moment to review it yourself, from alighting the carriage, doffing your top hat, entering the hall, engaging in conversation, sipping wine, dancing, to taking your seat. Practice each step in succession. I shall rest for a while. Helen wiped the sweat from her brow and ascended the stairs. Du Wei sighed and began to meticulously repeat the seemingly graceful gestures. Before long, his hands began to tremble slightly, the symptoms of alcohol addiction rearing their head once more. Noticing that no one was paying attention, Du Wei hurriedly lifted his tailcoat and retrieved a flask from his back pocket. Just as he was about to unscrew the cap, a massive tiger paw rapped on the coffee table. Immediately, Du Wei's expression turned sour as he tucked away the flask, raising his hands as if to embrace a woman, and began to dance the most fashionable dance among the aristocracy in the garden. The tiger, Chris, seated in a lounge chair, nodded in satisfaction, reopening his newspaper and grasping his smoking pipe. Jedi leaned over the stone railing of the second-floor balcony, spotting Helen approaching, and quickly offered her a towel. Helen smiled as she accepted it and inquired, "Where's Leah?" Jedi replied, "She is drafting the script for the first performance of Baron Alex Ball, von Oberstein and Batiste." Helen shrugged. "I'll go see her." Jedi watched her enter Leah's room, shaking his head gently. This talented sister always wished to take charge of everything for her younger sibling, while her proud sister sought to break free from her influence and showcase her own talents. Many families played out similar dramas, including his own, where he felt like a genius yearning to escape the shadow of his illustrious father, striving to prove his independent existence, while his father, oblivious to his discontent, endeavored to keep him forever sheltered beneath his protective wings. "Soccer, my father." Jedi Soccer's eyes moistened, and he blinked before casting his gaze downstairs. Once, the elderly Du Wei, clad in a tattered robe stained with oil, lived in a drunken stupor. Yet now every word and deed of his reflected the essence of true nobility. He had once feared being recognized, but in truth, this man, who spent his days cloistered at home inebriated, had seldom been regarded seriously by others. The moment he donned the attire of genuine nobility, exhibiting the most noble and elegant mannerisms and speech, even Jedi and Helen failed to recognize him. Remarkably, Du Wei had fully embraced his role. The story he directed was on the verge of unfolding, a debt-ridden youth, a charlatan enslaved by alcohol, and a wandering wolf knight clutching a chivalric novel. Three individuals who had no place in high society were about to stage their grand performance in the fantastical city of Batiste. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Helen. Could a beast, no matter how hard it tried, regardless of its intelligence or noble character, ever rise above in human society? Yet now, he found himself questioning this notion. Was it truly so? If so, how could he influence the politics, economy, and military of the Duchy of Normandy, steering it toward prosperity or decline? Perhaps Helen's answer was not entirely correct. A poor youth, a charlatan, a magical wolf. These three insignificant figures, once they amassed sufficient wealth, could ascend to the upper echelons of society. Furthermore, they could dictate the fates and emotions of those above them. A realization dawned upon him. Perhaps one's status was indeed determined by wealth. By acquiring ample riches, he could establish his standing in the human realm and worthy of the company of exquisite women like Helen and Leah. While money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it rendered one powerless. Jedi Soccer lifted his head, thoughtfully articulating this conclusion. A luxurious four-wheeled carriage came to a halt before the Marquis of Putif's residence, drawn by four pure white stallions. On either side of the driver's seat were opulent glass rain covers, and the carriage door bore a depiction of two crossed silver swords supporting a triangular golden shield, adorned with a dazzling array of symbols representing the family's ancient lineage. The unfortunate Marquis of Putif was a fallen noble, his fortunes having dwindled. The last time he attempted to impress, hosting Prince Martin and two princesses, he was met with the wrath of the odious Duke of Botany, who sent a sorcerer to wreak havoc, leaving behind only a skeleton, which was subsequently crushed into fragments by Martin's steward. The Putif family had further declined, sustained only by a widow and a young daughter, akin to a lantern flickering in the storm, on the verge of extinguishment. Heaven took pity on them. Baron Alex Ball von Oberstein, hailing from the distant north of the empire, arrived, claiming to have a lucrative business proposition for the Putif family. If successful, it would yield considerable wealth for the increasingly impoverished Marchioness, akin to a timely boon. The household prepared grandly for the Baroness' arrival. For the Marchioness understood that the more ancient the noble lineage, the more they adhered to etiquette and grandeur. Though the Baroness' title was not higher than that of the Marquis, he belonged to a family of immense wealth, establishing a clear hierarchy. The steward, accompanied by newly attired male and female servants, stood at the entrance, while the Marchioness and her daughter awaited within with utmost respect. As soon as the carriage came to a stop, the steward hastened forward to grasp the golden handle, holding his breath as he opened the door. A tall top hat first emerged from within, followed by a pale hand gripping a ruby-topped cane, which rested on the carriage shaft as the statuesque baron leaned out. Clad in a sumptuous, yet somewhat antiquated formal attire, his pale, gaunt visage bore a hint of perpetual melancholy. The steward silently marveled at the baron's noble demeanor, a true testament to a lineage that had endured for nearly a millennium. A brass, fur-covered step was placed before the baron, who stood atop the carriage, solemnly surveying the appearance of the Marquis of Putif's residence before taking a deliberate step forward and descending. A throng of servants closely followed him. Upon entering, they were greeted by the charming Marchioness and Miss Linda, to whom the baron promptly removed his hat and, taking 2 rapid steps, bowed courteously, esteemed Marchioness of Putif. The beautiful Miss Linda, it is a pleasure to meet you. His voice, raspy from the ravages of inferior alcohol, exuded an air of restraint and magnetism. Gently grasping the Marchioness's gloved hand, he lightly kissed it, his deep-set eyes lingering on her, expressing both politeness and an unmistakable admiration, leaving the Marchioness feeling as if enveloped in a warm spring breeze. From a distance, under the shade of the trees, Jedi and Helen let out a long sigh of relief. Their greatest concern was the first hurdle, for a pretender's psyche was most tense at such a moment. If he could pass through this stage unscathed, the subsequent challenges would be trivial. The charlatan, drunkard, and lecherous Dewey, at that moment, regarded himself as a true nobleman. His facial muscles relaxed, his chimney-like top hat held high, strutting inside like a proud magpie, as the grand door swung shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 15. The Kiss of the Hand. Jedi gazed at the firmly shut doors of the Marquis's residence, his face alight with joy. Wonderful, Helen. Everything is proceeding smoothly. As long as Dewey manages to establish himself in high society, we can execute our subsequent plans one by one. Helen smiled, tilting her head back and exhaling deeply. Despite the successful initiation of their plans, her heart felt far from at ease. The situation was convoluted. Although a strategy had been devised, it necessitated constant adaptation and modification. One misstep could lead to failure, jeopardizing the immense wealth of the kingdom of Croya, which had been safeguarded for nearly a millennium. Yet, at present, she could conceive of no alternative to Jedi's audacious and innovative scheme, and thus she could only proceed with trepidation. These concerns remained unvoiced to Jedi, as she believed that his upbringing in the temple had rendered him blissfully unaware of the complexities of the world. She feared that over-explaining might extinguish his enthusiasm. Little did she know that while her assumption was somewhat misplaced, it was not entirely inaccurate. Jedi Sackler, though a seasoned warrior, found the brutal realities of actual combat incomparable to the rivalries of human society. His occasional displays of insight were merely moments when advanced civilization momentarily influenced his thought processes. He had yet to fully embody the essence of humanity. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "Jedi, what prompted you to gift me a ham?" The notion of presenting a ham to a young lady struck her as bizarre, and her expression reflected her bemusement. Jedi, pleased with himself, replied, "Ah, I almost forgot. Was it not delicious? It smelled delightful. I thought since you two had just arrived at my home, I should express my sentiments. So I chose my favorite item for you." Helen, with her azure eyes deep as the sea, regarded him intently, a flicker of tenderness surfacing within her. "Jedi, your days in the mountains must have been quite challenging, no?" Jedi paused, bemused. "Challenging? For sustenance and territory. I often had to engage in fierce battles with other beast packs. There were daily casualties. It has been somewhat arduous, but my own existence has been rather agreeable. Under the protection of Wolf King Sackler from a young age, and after assuming the role of Wolf King myself, I have not suffered much hardship, thanks to my vast pack and the formidable tactics of my wolves." His contemplations stirred a maternal softness in Helen's heart. No wonder he had chosen a ham as a gift. To him, that was the most precious offering. A goddess has no need for mortal sustenance and could hardly be concerned with daily meals. How impoverished his life in the mountains must have been, and astonishingly, he remained unaware of how to win a young lady's affection. Jedi, puzzled, queried why. "Flowers are merely delicate lives sprouting from the earth. They cannot be consumed or worn." After a moment's contemplation, Helen smiled and replied, "Because women are like flowers, and flowers are like women. Women exist for beauty, and flowers are beautiful." Jedi nodded earnestly, committing her words to memory. "Where are you going?" he asked. Helen made no attempt to call him back as Jedi flashed her a smile and turned into an alley. Leaning against a sycamore tree, Helen paused, reflecting on Jedi's sometimes capricious nature. It was hard to believe she had entrusted such significant responsibility to him. Yet, labeling him as merely an immature youth seemed unjust, given his capacity for such extraordinary ideas. While Helen pondered, Jedi emerged breathless from the alley, exclaiming, "Run! Quick! We must flee! Someone is in pursuit." Helen's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Jedi racing towards her, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Behind him, a cacophony of barking hounds echoed through the alley. Overwhelmed by the scene, she gasped in surprise. The hounds' barks were indeed alarming, yet Jedi abruptly halted, turning with a fierce roar that eclipsed the hounds' barks in terror. The four sleek, black hounds skidded to a stop, their ears perked up, eyes wide with fear as they stared at Jedi. Then, with tails tucked, they bolted away, their previous bravado extinguished. They dashed towards the alley's mouth, colliding with several servants from a nearby noble house. Jedi grasped Helen's small hand, urging, "Let us hurry." They escaped the alley and veered into a secluded thicket. Jedi lifted the vibrant bouquet before Helen, who was now catching her breath with delight. The flowers, resplendent in color, accentuated her beauty, making her appear as the most exquisite bloom within the bouquet. With a sweet smile, Helen accepted the flowers and glanced at him, extending a hand. "Thank you very much." "Knight Jedi." Jedi stared at her delicate, fair hand, momentarily taken aback. Recalling the etiquette he had observed when Du Wei met the Marchioness, he instinctively tucked one hand behind his back while taking her slender fingers with the other, bowing slightly as he brought his lips closer. From behind the bushes came a young girl's soft exclamation, "Oh, Jedi, please, not with your teeth." The Marchioness, both surprised and delighted, felt a blush rise to her youthful cheeks. "Baron, are you indeed saying you wish to purchase my family's gold mine in the Dawn Mountains?" "Yes," Du Wei replied. Having fully embraced the role he was to portray, shedding the lewd and dazed demeanor he had previously exhibited in Hugo Lane. He delicately extinguished a half-smoked cigar in the ashtray and continued, "Madam, you must understand how challenging it is to maintain the operations and vitality of a large family. My family resides in the northern part of the empire, adjacent to the savage Solon Empire. Given the current instability within the empire, one cannot predict whether those barbarians will stir. The Obestian family does not place all its eggs in one basket," he continued. "Thus, the family intends for me to establish a second base in the bountiful Duchy of Norman in the Southern Empire." He observed the Marchioness and the beautiful, tall Miss Linda, coughed gently into a pristine handkerchief, then proceeded, "I have heard of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Marquis Putif. It is indeed lamentable. You two ladies resemble two radiant roses and are evidently unfit for the arduous labor of mining. I would be willing to purchase your family's territory at a satisfactory price, granting you the right to its extraction. What are your thoughts, Marchioness?" The Marchioness, brimming with excitement, replied, "Of course. As a woman, I cannot frequently visit the mines to manage the family's interests. I would be more than willing to transfer it to the Baron." Miss Linda interjected, "But, mother, the gold mine in the Dawn Mountains is not." "Indeed." The Marchioness promptly interrupted her daughter with a voice an octave higher, then turned to the Northern Baron with an apologetic smile. "Yes, that mine has long been managed by my husband's distant cousin, Fay Fernando. However, he is merely my husband's appointed manager. The ownership rights are mine to decide." Seizing the moment while Du Wei was distracted, the Marchioness shot her daughter a fierce glare before turning back with graceful poise. "What price are you willing to offer? If it is fair, I can immediately sign a transfer document that takes effect at once. Alas, since my husband's passing, I have been most sorrowful and have had little inclination to manage these affairs." Du Wei sat there, embodying the essence of a shrewd and cold-hearted businessman. He meticulously analyzed and forecasted the prospects of the Putif family's gold mine in the Dawn Mountains, ultimately presenting a price that was, in reality, far from generous. It was uncertain whether the Marchioness was entirely oblivious to the market conditions, utterly beguiled by his gentlemanly demeanor, for she did not haggle, instead summoning the steward to draft a transfer document, which she promptly handed to Baron Alex. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "From this day forth, I shall reside here for an extended period, and I ardently hope to cultivate amicable relations with the nobility of Batiste City. It would indeed be an honor to serve the esteemed Obestin family." The Marchioness rose with a smile, watching his carriage depart. Immediately, Linda turned to her mother, questioning, "Mother, the gold mine in the Dawn Mountains has been confirmed as a defunct site, with scarcely any gold reserves. How could you sell it to the Baron?" The Marchioness shot her a stern glance and replied, "Linda, you must understand the dire straits our family finds itself in. We can no longer sustain even the fade of prosperity. We need this money." Linda, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "But the Baron will discover the truth upon visiting the mine. This refined nobleman will come charging at us like an enraged lion, demanding answers." A hint of shame flickered across the Marchioness's face, yet the family's predicament compelled her to betray her own conscience. With a heavy sigh, she said, "The document we signed only states that we are transferring ownership of the mine. It does not guarantee gold production. For the sake of our urgent need for coin, I must sacrifice my conscience. My dear daughter, let us speak no more of this. My heart is equally burdened." Chapter 16. The awakening of love. As the carriage arrived at the back door, dusk had settled in, painting the sky with vibrant hues of twilight. The last remnants of sunlight casting a warm glow upon the upper levels of the attic. Jetty unloaded the belongings from the carriage, paid the driver, and was about to move into his new home when Chris, the half-beast, dashed towards him, seemingly having waited at the door for quite some time. Jetty paused in surprise and asked, "Chris, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the Baroness estate right now?" Chris sighed deeply, nervously rubbing his tiger claws, and said with concern, "Jetty, you are my friend and have helped me secure a good job. I shouldn't be troubling you with these matters. However, you must understand, the funds you invested for me are all of my savings. My wife is about to give birth to several little ones, and there are many expenses to consider. I've heard that the stocks of Cerberus Trading Company are essentially worthless, and currently, I am fully invested. Yes, fully invested in Cerberus." Sigh. Upon hearing this news, I spent a sleepless night worrying. I hope I don't end up losing my meager salary. Jetty chuckled, "Don't worry, my friend. There are many things I cannot disclose, but I assure you that I will not gamble away your scant pension." He patted Chris on the shoulder, speaking with conviction. Brother, do you trust me? Chris straightened his shoulders and replied, Of course, Jetty. You are my first true friend in human society. I trust you as I trust that the sun will rise in the east every day. Good. Have faith and do not succumb to doubt. Just remember, it will rise. And you will prosper, do you understand? Now, keep your lips sealed. Only those who can guard secrets will find fortune. Jetty watched Chris's retreating figure and shook his head with a smile. Poor Tiger, having been oppressed by human civilization, has lost all semblance of his kind. It seems that being human is no easy task, and if one must be human, they should strive to be exceptional. I am a brilliant wolf, craftier than a fox, and more intelligent than humans. Soon, I shall have those nobles dancing to my tune. Dragging 2 large heaps of belongings, he walked and pondered, growing increasingly elated. Unable to resist humming his favorite tune, Laya stood at the doorway, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. Upon noticing her, Jetty snapped back to reality, awkwardly stammering. Laya. With a sweet smile, Laya responded, Brother, what has you so joyous that you're howling like a wolf? Jetty fumbled. Oh, it's nothing. What do you have in your hands? Laya raised her hand, saying this. I found a flower pot in the storage and asked Pharaoh for 2 fresh flowers to plant in it. This is a watering can I made from a discarded wooden spoon. What do you think? Very nice, quite exquisite. And Helen? Laya replied, Sister is upstairs. She said she was looking for something and told me not to disturb her. Come, see the flowers I planted. Jetty set his belongings at the door and followed her into the room. Although the room appeared to be Laya's, Princess Helen also resided there. To avoid suspicion, her bedding was usually kept in Jetty's room. The young men from the blacksmith shop, such as Pharaoh and Beta, often dropped by to chat with the charming Miss Laya. Inside the room stood a heavy, old-fashioned desk, darkened with age and marked with scratches, now adorned with a small flower pot. As Jetty entered joyfully with Laya, he leaned over the desk to examine it closely. Puzzled, he asked, Laya, are you certain these are 2 flowers? They look more like 2 blades of grass to me. Laya giggled, playfully reproaching him. Jetty, are you trying to make me laugh? Before flowers bloom, they naturally appear as green shoots. Setting down the watering can, her eyes twinkled with joy as she continued. In fact, I prefer starting from seeds. Sowing them in soil and watching them sprout, grow, bud, and bloom is such a fulfilling experience. Witnessing beauty emerge from nothingness brings an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Her face radiated with happiness, and Jetty, observing her, felt a deep resonance. If it were him, having his territory invaded, his father slain, and his brothers missing, he would likely be consumed with thoughts of how to bolster his power, seeking vengeance with the fiercest retribution, making his enemies pay a heavy toll. Yet humans are different. Even when harboring hatred, their desires and aspirations are manifold. Even in dire straits, they do not forsake hope, nor do they forget to seek joy and happiness around them. Perhaps this is the fundamental distinction between humans and beasts. Beasts act on instinct, while humans actively seek to discover and create. Jetty, brother, what are you thinking about? Her heart raced, and her breath quickened. Jetty noticed a peculiar change in her expression, her breath lightly caressing his face. Heat surged through his body. This stirring sensation was foreign to him in his youth, but since last year, he often experienced similar reactions. What had the cunning strategist Hakalamadada said? Ah, that's right. This is adulthood, with the need for mating. Jetty's gaze intensified, and Laya's cheeks flushed even more. Her head felt dizzy, and the girl's fragrance transformed into an alluring aroma, growing more potent. With his keen sense of smell, Jetty inhaled deeply, finding the stirring sensation increasingly uncontrollable. He began to contemplate whether he should ask Laya to turn around and kneel upon the bed, raising her delicate backside, as he had only encountered this position before. With a creak, the door swung open, and Helen entered, her cheeks rosy, as if she had just engaged in some exertive activity. Yet, Laya's face was even redder. Upon seeing her sister, Laya instinctively stepped back, calling out, Sister. Helen scrutinized them, questioning, What are you 2 up to? Oh, we were just... Instinctively reacting to an unexplainable danger, Jetty interjected, displaying the wit of a clever young wolf. In a moment of brilliance, he found a suitable response. I was just discussing with Laya whether we should explore the city of Baptiste tonight to celebrate the successful first step of our plan. Yes, sister, ever since we arrived in Baptiste, we've been attending various banquets, and we Haven Tea had the chance to stroll through the market like ordinary folks. Laya chimed in, casting a furtive glance at her sister. as if she were concealing a misdeed, yet internally, she felt a thrill of delight. What secret might Jetty be hiding? He hadn't revealed anything yet. Was it possible that he felt the same way about her? Leia experienced a sweet joy akin to sharing a secret with her beloved, unwittingly feeling that her bond with Jetty had grown much closer. As a thriving city in the south, Baptiste was far more prosperous than the capital of the overseas island of Croya. Walking through the streets as ordinary citizens, without the entourage of servants or companions, and shedding the need for noble decorum, the two princesses relaxed, feeling as carefree as any ordinary girl. Jetty, still unable to comprehend how merely walking through the streets, observing the bustling crowd and the array of goods, could evoke such a feeling of joy, continued to ponder. When he roamed the plains of the beastly realm, he never regarded his wanderings among the wolf pack as mere leisure. Instead, he preferred to stand alone upon a lofty hill, gazing at the moon, occasionally howling into the night. The sensation was novel. He always felt that the silvery orb above brimmed with enigma. Suddenly, it struck him that since his arrival in human society, it had been a long time since he had savored the solitude of moonlit contemplation. He resolved to seize an opportunity in the coming nights to indulge in this experience once more. As the full moon approached, heralding the first of its kind since his maturation, he harbored concerns of the aftermath foretold by the goddess Daji. He aimed to find a secluded spot to observe the moon's influence upon him, unwilling to reveal his true form and frighten Helen and Leah. He believed this discomfort stemmed from his incomplete adaptation to human life, striving to adjust his mindset. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that men in human society equally detested the tribulations of market wandering. This sentiment was not merely his own, but a universal stance shared by all males. This tale bore semblance to the experiences of the sisters Helen and Leah, who were utterly captivated. Each time the minstrel recounted the hero's victories, the two ladies applauded exuberantly, akin to the impoverished maidens on the streets. Leo, riding the swiftest steed, had slain 43 foes, his sharp sword drenched in their blood, which flowed down his forearm like a crystalline spring. Leo's triumphs were wrought from the sanguinary spoils of battle, and Jetty, without a doubt, was a valiant knight as well, evident from his decisive handling of a squad of pikemen that fateful night. Should the day arise when he must lead an army into combat, his ferocity would undoubtedly match that of the legendary Leo. However, his intellect surpassed that of the epic hero. In times when armed resistance was unattainable, he alone conceived the notion of employing wealth to accomplish what force could not. He embodied both wisdom and bravery, though at times he exhibited a certain naivete, a mere reflection of his insufficient trials. Like an uncut gem, he was destined to be polished into a treasured jewel. Having always projected an alluring exterior while maintaining a cool composure, Helen, following a discord with her father over a political marriage, had resolutely ceased to mention matters of matrimony. Yet, unexpectedly, the tightly sealed door to her heart cracked open just enough to allow Jetty's image to slip inside. As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of her joyous sister and felt a pang of realization. Her sister had quietly harbored affections for him. I had even spoken of this to him the other day. How could I? She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the flicker of tender emotion in her gaze was once more obscured by her steadfast resolve. Should the day come when I find myself in a mortal predicament, if he could ride forth on the swiftest steed, wielding a keen sword, to rescue me as Leo did for Princess Fiona, then it would be a sign from the fates and the gods of love that I am destined for him. Otherwise, he belongs to Leah, Helen pondered, a hint of dismay gracing her lips. As my eyes closed, I beheld a glimmer of light. It was a night cloaked in darkness, as I deceived myself. The wind scattered the leaves, revealing the fruit beneath. I secretly yearned, feigning nonchalance. The minstrel commenced his tale of the knight and the princess, a narrative that captivated every maiden's heart, and Helen, invigorated, cast aside her inexplicable troubles. Suddenly, she felt a hand roughly pinch her firm, delicate form, accompanied by a lascivious chuckle in her ear. Enraged, without a moment's hesitation, her right hand shot back with lightning speed, deftly seizing the assailant's wrist, lifting it with a swift motion, and with a cry, she hurled him forcefully to the ground before her. Chapter 17. Sudden wealth. With a muffled groan, the man fainted. The crowd had gathered around the minstrel, absorbed in his performance, when suddenly someone crashed into them, causing the onlookers to scatter in fright. Master William! Master William! A servant rushed forward, embracing the young man, who had been so brazen towards Helen. Leah hurried to Helen's side, her voice filled with concern. What has happened? Helen's cheeks flushed, and her starry eyes sparkled with lingering fury. This scoundrel, he took advantage of me. My lady, the one you have harmed is a nobleman. While he may be handsome and well-built, a commoner injuring a noble is not something your beauty can mitigate. A refined voice interjected, as a tall, fair-skinned young man approached with an elegant gait. Helen, along with Jetty, turned to see that he was accompanied by several other young men clad in opulent attire, slightly disheveled and reeking of alcohol, likely having just left a revelry to stroll the streets. He smiled at Helen, who, with her natural beauty, was draped in a simple yet alluring robe that accentuated her long, graceful figure. Her modest adornments only amplified her captivating presence, drawing the young man's attention, his dim eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. After a brief pause, he bypassed Helen and leaned down to inspect his unconscious friend, shaking his head in disapproval. Wallace, the tax collector, will not be pleased. He has only this one son. Rising, he smiled at Helen and nodded, saying, Fair maiden, you have landed yourself in trouble. What trouble? For knocking out a rogue? Came a cold voice, akin to icy spring water. Jetty Sackler stepped forward, his imposing physique radiating an aura that compelled the slender nobleman before him to retreat 2 steps involuntarily. Helen gazed at Jetty, astonished. His temperament was often capricious, sometimes mature and wise, other times youthful and naive. Yet, she had never witnessed him exhibit such an unyielding presence. Standing defiantly before this assembly of aristocrats, his demeanor asserting dominance despite his humble attire. Jetty was indeed enraged, his breath carrying an undercurrent of a growl. What fate awaited one who dared to infringe upon the maid of the Wolf King? He was uncertain, for within the Wolf clan, none had ever dared to covet the affection of the Wolf King's beloved. Was he merely unconscious? Had it been Jetty who had struck first, this scoundrel would now be reduced to mere refuse. Jetty, do not act this way, Helen implored, her bravery diminished in the face of Jetty's overwhelming assertiveness. Her fury evaporated like mist under the sun, as she recalled the significant mission awaiting her in Batis City, one that must not be jeopardized by such trivial matters. She transformed into a delicate, timid figure, embodying the innocence of a sheltered maiden, entirely forgetting her earlier display of fierce resolve. I apologize, sir. We are simple folk, accustomed to labor, and I was merely frightened. Please, could you speak a kind word on our behalf? He tipped his hat with his finger, ready to respond when he noticed her submission. Jetty, misconstruing her demeanor as concern for him, became even more resolute, fueled by a masculine pride. In the city, tales occasionally circulated of 2 roosters clashing in sword duels outside town over a shared mistress. If men reveled in showcasing their strength before women, how much more so would an unrefined wolf? Jetty advanced rather than retreat, prompting the nobleman opposite him to mock, indeed. A brutish farmer like you shall never learn true nobility or grace. Perhaps you have heard of me. My name is Daniel Gibson. I could easily have you imprisoned. Yet I choose to enlighten you on the ways of the elite. As he spoke, his fingers swiftly traced a spell within his sleeve, casting a minor enchantment, sufficient to deal with a simpleton. Yet, to his surprise, Jetty stood unfazed, regarding him with disdainful indifference. Taken aback, Daniel realized this farmer was not as simple as he appeared. He retreated a step and swiftly cast a spell, unleashing a brilliant burst of white light that transformed into 3 bolts of lightning aimed at Jetty. Helen felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Escalating this confrontation could severely impact their plans. Yet, remaining passive while Jetty faced such danger was unthinkable. At that moment, a gleaming sword appeared, enveloped in a golden aura, intercepting the 3 bolts of lightning. The collision erupted in a dazzling display of colors before vanishing entirely. Seeing the elegantly dressed young man wielding the sword, Daniel's realization dawned. He had assumed the seemingly dull farmer was adept in magic or combat. In truth, it was Warren, the eldest son of General Von Hell, whose mastery of golden combat energy could effortlessly dispel Daniel's minor spell. Daniel sneered, Warren, will you stand up for him? Warren stood tall, addressing Daniel with unwavering seriousness. No, I stand not for him, but for you, for your kind, for the honor of the nobility. He cast a cold glance at the slightly inebriated noblemen, who lowered their heads in shame under his piercing gaze. I witnessed the entire incident. For a nobleman to publicly harass a woman is disgraceful. The victim's desperate reaction, resulting in a fainting spell, bears no culpability. Should you choose to bully the weak, I will testify against you before the magistrate. With a sardonic glance at Jetty, he declared, lift up Fern, we shall depart. As long as they remain in Beta's city, we will have our day of reckoning. The nobles hastily hoisted the unconscious Fern and departed. Warren's smile faded, his expression marred by distaste as he muttered, what a disgrace to the aristocracy. Turning to Jetty, he scrutinized him closely, extending his hand with a smile. I am Warren von Hell. It is a pleasure to meet you. Helen quickly interjected, this is Jetty Sackler, my husband, and this is Yoli, my husband's sister. I am Julie, and we are truly grateful for your assistance, sir. Oh, thank you. We reside on 5th Avenue in the Golden District. Warren appeared surprised, quickly assessing them. You dwell in the Golden District? Ah, that is quite a prosperous area. The evening breeze lifted Helen's robe, accentuating her graceful figure. She tightened her scarf and remarked, indeed, my husband is an apprentice blacksmith at Mr. Duval's. Jetty, she called out, reminding him to maintain decorum. Warren then understood why the modestly dressed couple resided there, though he hailed from the upper echelons of society. With a father commanding the most elite battalion of the Norman Duchy, he bore no airs of superiority in the presence of Jetty and Helen. As they walked and conversed, he quickly grew quite familiar with Jetty. Turning into the Gold Dome district and reaching the intersection of 5th Avenue, Warren voluntarily halted, smiling. It seems there is nothing more to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Should any troubles arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at my home. I would be most pleased to assist you. Jetty was fond of this witty and genteel nobleman, who was entirely unlike those self-important individuals. With a sincere smile, Jetty replied, thank you sincerely for this evening. Although my home is humble, you would be most welcome to visit whenever convenient. Very well, Warren acknowledged with a nod, ready to turn away when he noticed a throng of people rushing towards them, shouting with wild enthusiasm. Passers-by and neighbors flocked to catch snippets of the commotion, joining the crowd as they shouted and danced forward. What has transpired? Warren inquired, astonished. While Jetty and Helen paused in their tracks, the exuberant crowd chanted incoherently, good luck, boy. Good luck, Bartus. Long live Cerberus. Hey, what is going on? Bellowed an elderly newcomer. My heavens. The old man lifted his robe and dashed home with frenzied steps, exclaiming, dear, gather all our savings. I must buy stocks and bonds from Cerberus Trading. Whatever is available, procure it. We are about to strike it rich. Jetty and Helen exchanged a glance filled with the delight of children who have successfully conspired to play a prank. Joyful Leah, witnessing this, suddenly felt a pang of envy. Noting, sister is being sly, she promised to arrange my marriage, yet now they appear as a love-struck couple. Warren von Hell then grasped the situation, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a wry smile. This world truly creates fortune every single day. So it is for Baron Alex. And for this impoverished lad, who is merely a broker of Cerberus Trading securities. He hoped that this chance encounter would also mark his own fortunate day. Turning his gaze over the captivating figure before him, murmuring, ecstasy, exquisite, an unforgettable stroke of luck. The crowd was deafening. Bartus, at the center of it all, reveled in the excitement as if intoxicated, engaging with others while remaining oblivious to Jetty's group at the corner. As he strode confidently past, Jetty caught his triumphant proclamation. Of course, although I do not know success personally, I have always had a good rapport with his mother. And today, I finally meet her son. A throng of eager buyers, their eyes gleaming with the sparkle of gold, surged forward, chanting, good luck, boy. Good luck, Bartus. Chapter 18. Gathering momentum as Jedi stepped into the hall, he found Bart reclining on the sofa, his feet propped up on the table, fervently puffing on a large cigar. Though he neither knew how to smoke nor enjoyed it, he persisted, coughing violently and reddening his face, simply to emulate the affluent tycoons residing upstairs. His shorter stature meant that when he sank fully into the sofa with his feet elevated, his face was nearly obscured unless one stood directly opposite him. Jedi wandered around the hall for a bit before Bart finally noticed him. He sprang up, waving his arms and calling out, Hey, I'm here, Jedi. Jedi, look at me. Max, the securities trader who had once advised him to tread carefully, felt a pang of envy upon recognizing Bart's presence and exclaimed, Bart, oh, no, Lord Bart, so you are here. Bart quickly interjected, Max, please, don't call me Lord. Just Bart will do, even if I am quite wealthy. I'm not some nouveau riche who has lost touch with reality. Yet, despite his words, Bart couldn't help but flaunt his 10 glistening golden rings, boasting, see this. Max, this is the allure of wealth. Money is the greatest magician of all. While rivalry can forge a knight, magic can create a wizard. Only money can truly transform a person, endowing them with capabilities far surpassing those of knights and wizards. Max managed a wry smile and nodded reluctantly, conceding, "Indeed. That is true, Bart, my lord." As Jedi approached, Bart abandoned Max and eagerly greeted him, playfully punching him on the shoulder. "Hey, Jedi, your information is spot on. Thanks to you, I am where I am today. I was just about to bring you some money tonight. I sold that share you bought for the highest price." Jedi chuckled lightly. "No rush on that. How are you faring now?" Bart shook his head. "Jedi, where has your ambition gone? Don't you aspire for greater heights?" "Greater heights? What do you mean?" Bart suddenly paused, his eyes brightening. "You mean up there?" He gazed dreamily at the spacious staircase leading to the second floor, adorned with gleaming brass inlays, radiant and blinding. The chaos below resembled a bustling marketplace, while the staircase above appeared pristine and serene. Bart shook his head in dismay. "Alas, it's easier said than done. You see, while I may be the most prominent figure in the entire Golden Dome area, my strength pales in comparison to those gentlemen above. Jedi, I have never allowed this stroke of fortune to cloud my judgment. A calm mind is an essential trait for a successful trader." A flicker of admiration crossed Jedi's eyes. "Bart, you truly are a person worthy of trust." He tugged at Bart's sleeve, pulling him aside to whisper, "After decades of struggle, if you have never stumbled, when you can no longer forge ahead, you might just have earned the right to ascend. However, if you still possess insider information from various businesses, the term lucky guy will continue to follow you. Perhaps within a year, you will find your office in a prominent location upstairs." The cigar fell from Bart's mouth with a thud, and he stood there, momentarily speechless. Then, he immediately pulled Jedi aside, glancing around furtively, and urgently asked, "My heavens. If I am the lucky guy, you must be my good fortune. Jedi, what confidential information have you received?" A sense of genius washed over Jedi, and he chuckled. "Oh, don't rush. A variety of information will gradually come your way." He added meaningfully, "Stay calm. We brothers will surely astonish Baptiste." Bart grinned mischievously. "Yes. Let us shock them, make them gasp with astonishment." Jedi was tempted to inquire what astonishment entailed, but he was currently playing the role of a profound genius. So he refrained, merely smiling enigmatically. "I've come to ask you to open an account at Duval's Goldsmith. Deposit the gold coins you've earned there. You can request a slightly higher interest rate, and he will agree. There is no need to rush for wealth. Fortune will soon arrive." Considering the inevitable need for political support in the future development of Baptiste, Helen and Jedi conferred and decided the next day to send a gift to the general's residence to express gratitude for Warren's assistance the previous night. The two had struck a rapport and were now good friends. Warren, despite his noble status, did not look down upon the impoverished, often visiting Jedi when he had matters to attend to in the Golden Dome area. Jedi updated him on the latest developments, and Helen expressed her delight. "Wonderful. I never expected our plan to progress so smoothly. I am increasingly confident in its efficacy. However, merely relying on the success of the three of you is insufficient. Your rise has been too swift, akin to sprouts emerging from the water, lacking a substantial foundation. Yet, establishing a vast network of connections and an intelligence system is not an overnight endeavor. Thus, we must not be hasty. I am impatient, but I do not dare to hope that you will possess the power to influence the political landscape within just a few months." Leah rested her chin on her hands at the table, the steam rising from her wooden cup of tea, creating a misty veil that lent her delicate beauty and enchanting quality. Listening to her sister and Jedi's analysis, she suddenly blinked and spoke softly. "Jedi, sister, I have an idea that may aid our plan." "You?" Helen often regarded her sister as a child needing care. Although she meant no harm, her tone inevitably conveyed a hint of condescension, causing Leah's face to flush. Jedi, however, encouraged her. "Our family's proverb states, 3 unassuming little wolves, when united, can defeat a saber-toothed tiger. Please share your thoughts. They might indeed provide inspiration." Leah's face brightened instantly, her gentle eyes meeting Jedi's as she said, "Recently, while assisting at the counter, Beta, Pharaoh, and the other shop workers have enjoyed chatting with me. I've discovered that these seemingly inconsequential individuals possess a wealth of undisclosed insider knowledge, such as the preferences, personalities, and even certain dealings of prominent figures, as well as their actions for the following day." Helen sighed. "That is not surprising. You could keep nothing from Father, myself, or Martin. Yet you would not conceal matters from your maid or stable hand. Who would pay them any mind? They walk upright and speak in human tongues, but to the nobles, they are hardly regarded as human. Leah clenched her small fist, excitedly exclaiming, "That is precisely the point. Because no one considers them significant figures to be wary of. There is no one to keep secrets from them. Moreover, the nobles rely on these humble servants for social engagements and connections. Thus, they possess the most detailed and accurate information about those prominent individuals. To them, this information may seem like mere curiosities, but we can leverage this intelligence. Jedi brother, your teachings of the Dodgy faith have followers among the most impoverished and downtrodden, who serve these high officials in nobility, privy to many secrets unknown to others. Therefore, upon her utterance of these words, Helen's enchanting eyes sparkled with astonishment. With a playful pinch on her younger sister's tender lips, she exclaimed joyfully, "I understand. We now possess influence and financial resources, enabling us to significantly bolster the power of the Dodgy sect and attract more adherents. These individuals will become our most loyal informants, providing us with the most accurate intelligence." At this juncture, she suddenly realized that Jedi, the designated emissary of the Dodgy sect, though seemingly indifferent to the growth of the church, was nonetheless appointed directly by the Dodgy goddess. She felt a flush of embarrassment, recognizing that her words might be perceived as an exploitation of the entire Dodgy sect, and quickly amended her statement. "Of course, our endeavors will not only benefit ourselves, but also empower us to assist the unfortunate impoverished. I have visited Hugo Alley, and their existence is truly hellish in its misery. We can offer them compensation and utilize the strengthened church to improve the economic and social conditions of our followers. Jedi, what are your thoughts?" Unlike a fervent zealot envisioning how to enhance the Dodgy sect's influence, Jedi Sokol, reminded by Leah, was instead contemplating his most adept skill from his time on the Beastlands, the Wolf Pack strategy, a tactic that could pose a formidable challenge even to the mightiest of factions. A peculiar new term, People's War, inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Chapter 19. The captive angel women are capricious. One must possess the cunning of a fox, the ferocity of a wolf, and the physique of a tiger, ultimately donning wings to masquerade as an angel to truly hold sway over them. The bed from the attic has been relocated downstairs, leaving the original space impeccably tidy. Jedi tossed the bedding onto the floor and reclined upon it. After lying quietly for a while, he arose and opened the window. The moon was but a half circle, yet the weather was splendid, with the silvery moonlight gently cascading into the room, enveloping it in a frost-like glow. It had been quite some time since he had savored such a feeling. With sleep eluding him, Jedi sprang up and leaned against the window, gazing up at the sky. Since entering the human realm, he had devoted himself more to the art of intellect, seldom employing the magical prowess and strength inherent to a magical wolf. Nor had he relished the solitary contemplation of the moon. The moonlight was exquisite, like water flowing gently over him, soothing the agitation stirred by Helen. Previously, when he gazed at the luminous moon, it was not the moon itself he admired, but rather, he wished to showcase his uniqueness before other magical wolves. Now, standing here alone, devoid of the multitude of wolves at the foot of the mountain, he was experiencing the solitary moon in a manner unlike any other. Suddenly, Jedi felt a shift in his emotions, diverging from his previous wolf-like instincts. A realization struck him. As a magical wolf, his innate power stemmed from a birthright magic core, rendering meditation unnecessary, unlike humans. However, among magical beasts possessing magic cores, there existed varying degrees of ability, influenced partially by their lineage. Higher-tier magical beasts or those from inherently powerful lineages exhibited greater strength. Among beasts of the same lineage, disparities often arose from their environments and experiences. Those who endured more battles emerged with stronger mental fortitude and willpower, thus enhancing the potency of their magic cores. Ultimately, the augmentation of magical power and rank hinged upon the magic core, which intensifies with enhanced mental prowess and will, akin to the meditation practiced by human sorcerers. Was it then a necessity for such mental strength to be forged in the crucible of brutal combat? From a young age, Jedi had instinctively understood that celestial bodies demanded reverence, each possessing distinct powers, albeit faintly sensed from a distance. Could this power truly be inaccessible? Was not the magic of the core derived from the elements of the universe? Jedi fixated on the moon, admiring the exquisite patterns formed by its shadows. He endeavored to capture its essence using his mental acuity, reaching out to sense its power. Though the moonlight blanketed the earth, the elements of the moon were exceedingly thin. After a prolonged period of silence, his mind became clear and tears welled in his weary eyes, yet he remained unable to perceive its existence. Disheartened, he shook his head and settled cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to continue his pursuit of that elusive, ethereal power. Was he indulging in fanciful dreams, akin to the knights of old who stumbled upon treasures by mere happenstance, or who realized their potential through fleeting thoughts? Jedi chuckled at the absurdity of such notions and resolved to abandon unrealistic fantasies in favor of a good night's sleep. He shifted slightly forward and bent to remove his socks. The neckline of his nightgown was quite revealing, and the moonlight streamed down, illuminating a teardrop-shaped necklace resting upon his chest. The necklace shimmered, casting rippling patterns of light akin to gentle waves. A subtle warmth emanated from the pendant, penetrating his skin and signaling a rapid consolidation of his inner strength. Jedi was taken aback. This sensation was reminiscent of encounters with equally formidable magical beasts, following fierce battles where, despite victory, he had exhausted all his magical energy. In moments of solitude within the forest, he had occasionally sensed the magic core's draw toward the elemental energies surrounding him, akin to the current experience. Could this be the key to harnessing the powers of the universe through the heart of Tai? Jedi promptly seated himself at the edge of the bedding, loosening the collar of his robe to allow the moonlight to flood over the necklace, then closed his eyes to attune himself to the magical elements. The surrounding magical energies began to pulsate with newfound vigor. Within the ocean of his consciousness, he perceived countless vibrant elemental sprites dancing in the air, slowly aligning to form a brilliant beam of light stretching toward the luminous moon. His awareness ascended along this elemental beam, soaring faster than light itself. It was intangible, yet distinctly felt within his consciousness. Jedi was overwhelmed with excitement, for he had never encountered such a fantastical experience. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him. His broad chest expanded as he inhaled deeply, his muscular frame rising like a hill. He sensed an immense power, vast and profound as the ocean, concealing an unfathomable reservoir of energy within. Translucent feet glided across the serene surface of the sea. These feet had traversed this vast land for millennia, intimately familiar with every ripple beneath them. Within this realm of void, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. All hues were shrouded in gray. There was no interplay of turmoil and tranquility, no cycle of day and night, no life to encounter, nor any sound to hear. In this desolate expanse, crafted by the Creator, only she remained, existing within a cold, pallid void. The Supreme Deity, in his mercy, had not obliterated her existence but confined her here, subjecting her to eternal torment, a price for betrayal. Once, she had wavered, contemplating the fate of a moth drawn to the flame, yearning to shatter the boundaries set by the Supreme Deity and obliterate herself, thereby ceasing to exist. Yet in that moment, she heard a sound, one that should never have resonated in the realm of void. The voice was self-indulgent, monotonous, and somewhat grating, reminiscent of a youth in the throes of vocal change. Yet she listened, enraptured, for it was the only sound she had heard in thousands of years. Her wings fluttered gently, hovering in the air as she greedily absorbed the sole auditory gift of her desolation, completely forgetting her intent to plunge into oblivion. That voice was the only whisper of spring within her solitary confinement, her sole lifeline. To her parched spirit, it was akin to the divine. Merely the plaintive howls of a young wolf, a few discordant cries. Having endured millennia without any sound or sight of life, the first-generation battle angel, once proud and tempestuous, known for her mischief, much to the chagrin of the celestial beings, was none other than Gajista. Lord Ningwa had fallen in love with that voice. She understood that the void was a barrier crafted by the Creator's divine power, and her imprisonment would persist unless she was liberated by him. There would be no respite, nor any information from the outside world. However, nothing is absolute, not even for the Creator. The voice of that young wolf, originating from an unknown source, had breached the barrier, reaching her ears. She was certain it was not a mere figment of her imagination. From the tone of that young wolf, she discerned a hint of the essence of the deity she revered most, the one forbidden in the celestial realm, Tai. Yet, such a notion was implausible. The gods were well aware that Tai had been annihilated by the Creator, obliterated entirely, never to be reborn. Moreover, if Tai were still alive, with his divine abilities, He would undoubtedly sense my call and come to my rescue, rather than howling like a small wolf. Oh no, a delightful howl. Yet recently, this little wolf's howls have diminished in frequency, and the battle angel Gigia's staff. Ningua feels a twinge of fear that this singular being, who has accompanied her through eternal confinement, may have encountered some misfortune, rendering him unable to transmit his voice to this void. At this moment, she is soaring gracefully over an endless sea of silence, yet suddenly perceives a ripple, a disturbance in the barrier. She halts immediately, her magnificent and pure white wings unfurling slowly, and her bare snow-like feet descend gently onto the tranquil surface of the ocean. Indeed, there exists a consciousness, a force interacting with this barrier, and Ningua, ensconced within its confines, can sense it clearly. Ningua harbors no hope. The barrier of the Creator God is insurmountable, as it originates from the primordial divine power of the Supreme Deity, the very essence of all divine forces. It possesses no offensive capability. It is the purest source of divinity, devoid of any violent elements. However, no matter what means one employs to dismantle it, the inevitable outcome is the absorption and fusion of one's energy into it, ultimately merging into one, thereby augmenting its strength. Gigia's staff, Ningua, with her slender figure and youthful visage, commands no doubt about her formidable combat prowess among the celestial beings who once fought alongside her. A mere strike from her holds the power to annihilate worlds. She is a masterwork of the Creator God, yet even she finds herself impotent against this barrier. Its sole characteristic is absorption and assimilation, claiming all as its own. Any attack simply results in this outcome. Should Ningua harbor thoughts of self-destruction, she need only charge headlong into the barrier. Upon breaching it, she would burn like a meteorite, consumed until reduced to ashes. Suddenly, an enraged roar reverberates through the sea of consciousness, a pure expression of fury manifested through mental force. It is him, Ningua gasps, her wings unfurling as her figure streaks through the void like a flash of snowlight, ascending to great heights. In her excitement, she flits aimlessly through the ethereal realm, but then steadies herself. Who is he? What are his intentions? The ancient first battle angel, Gigia's staff. Ningua, embodying a blend of whimsical charm, regal elegance, volatile temperament, and gentle grace, clasps her hands before her chest into fists, as if fervently praying to the Supreme Deity. Whoever you are, come forth, hasten to me. My handsome wolf knight, the pitiful yet endearing little Ningua awaits your arrival. Chapter 20. The Madness of Angels, Jedi's Mental Prowess. Empowered by the divine energy of the heart of Tai, reached into the void through the medium of moonlight elements, unexpectedly encountering boundless, magnificent power. A surge of ecstasy filled Jedi's heart. He realized that he had embarked upon a novel evolutionary path, a bizarre fusion of beastly form and human soul, a feat never attempted by ancient magical beasts. He had never encountered such colossal divine energy before. If he could successfully absorb even a fraction of it, what terrifying abilities might he possess? With a fierce roar in his heart, the proud spirit of the wolf surged forth, channeling all his mental strength to repel that force. Yet, no matter how much power he exerted, it was like a trivial brook pouring its waters into the ocean, merging and assimilating endlessly. Jedi felt a profound helplessness. He could no longer halt the encroachment of that power. Suddenly, a warmth surged in his chest, and the heart of Tai emitted a soft, pale blue glow. However, the pendant itself was unbearably hot, branding his chest with a teardrop-shaped mark. A force flowed from the pendant into his body, then transmitted to another realm. Initially, this energy too was being siphoned by the divine force, but in an instant, it seemed to dissect the composition of that power, altering its own attributes in the process. As it was being absorbed, it continuously adjusted, ultimately transforming into something that appeared to share the exact nature of the opposing force. As the energy coalesced in the ethereal azure sky, it marked the inception of Jedi's adaptation to the pure essence of divine nature, silently beginning to siphon its power. Trapped within a barrier, the battle angel Gadgetstaff had resided here for millennia, and she was perhaps more familiar with the surrounding barrier's energies than even the Creator God. Though the energy Jedi absorbed was but a mere speck compared to the vast ocean of divine power, she still sensed the subtle fluctuations. That power, that adorable little wolf, he is drawing from the barrier's divine energy. What does this signify? It means that one day, when he fully absorbs the energy of this barrier, her prison will cease to exist, and she shall regain her freedom. This is not a dream. It is truly not a dream. Hurry, faster. Gadgetstaff began to flit about like a headless fly, darting this way and that against the backdrop of the deep blue night sky, her snow-white wings painting trails of ephemeral white light. Yet, she dared not touch the edge of the barrier, for the sole effect of that dreadful confinement was dissolution, capable of merging her into a formless entity devoid of independent consciousness, floating in the cosmos. After thousands of years of confinement in this timeless void, Gadgetstaff had not cultivated the temperament of restraint and calm. Once the foremost battle angel, through countless years of tempering, her temperament may no longer have been so fiery and impulsive, but she was far from demure. Clenching her fists, her entire body quivered with tension. Little wolf. Oh, little wolf, do not disappoint me. Strive harder, grant me freedom, and I shall offer you whatever you desire. I, the great Gadgetstaff, swear to uphold my oath. Otherwise, I shall eternally fall into the void, unalive and undying, for all eternity. Leah stitched her garments while anxiously imagining the situation next door. Her sister had jumped over in her pajamas, and in Leah's heart, she never felt her still youthful body could compete with her sister. What if Jedi became infatuated with her sister? Leah was consumed with worry. Though her needlework skills were quite commendable, she made several mistakes in her haste, pricking her fingers repeatedly before finally completing Aunt Charlotte's evening gown. Leah stared blankly at the disheveled blankets on the bed, glancing around the room. But she found no sign of a mouse. Curiously, she stepped out of the room, softly calling, "Sister? Jedi? Shoo, don't shout. I'm here," Helen whispered as she hurried down the stairs on tiptoe, waving her hand in urgency. Leah's heart leaped with joy. "Sister, how did you come down from upstairs? What about Brother Jedi?" Helen raised her finger, signaling for silence, then quickly approached to whisper. "Sister chased him up to the attic to sleep. I thought it was too rude. When I heard that Mrs. Charlotte had left, I went upstairs to call him, but I stumbled upon something quite strange." "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb him." Leah's curiosity piqued. "Strange? What is so strange? What happened to Brother Jedi?" Helen tugged at her hand, whispering, "Don't make a sound. Follow me." The sisters quietly ascended the stairs, peeking through the door crack. The room was dark, but the window was open, and the moonlight illuminated Jedi, who sat cross-legged, the teardrop-shaped necklace on his chest shimmering with a resplendent blue aura. Leah leaned closer to the door crack, her eyes transforming into heart shapes. "Brother Jedi's chest muscles are so strong." Helen rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Why are you looking at his muscles? Look at what is happening on him." Leah straightened, nervously fiddling with her clothing. "Sister, this is already quite inappropriate. Do we really need to spy on his body?" Helen groaned, suppressing the urge to grab Leah by the neck, and fiercely whispered in her ear, "Leah, have you lost your mind tonight? I want you to look at the anomalies on his body, the extraordinary sights, understand?" "Huh?" Leah's round eyes turned suspiciously, and she leaned closer to the crack to observe. Upon seeing the peculiar phenomenon in the room, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The dim light in the room, combined with the necklace's captivating glow, had initially distracted Leah from the surrounding circumstances. Now, under Helen's prompting, she noticed Jedi's breath was remarkably prolonged, each inhale and exhale separated by a significant interval. With each breath, two faint blue streams of light, like dragons or serpents, emerged from his nostrils, gently swirling around his body before being drawn back in. The two light strands twisted and intertwined, occasionally crossing each other in a most peculiar manner. Leah turned in surprise, whispering, "How can this be? What is that?" Shaking her head, Leah replied, "It doesn't seem right. While mages do meditate in silence, they cultivate their own mental realm. Even at the peak of a grand mage's level, it is impossible for mental energy to manifest externally. Could it be a form of fighting spirit?" Helen responded, "Fighting spirit can indeed be projected externally, and at the highest realm, it can even be materialized. However, the process of cultivation still occurs within the body. The act of projection itself consumes energy. How could this phenomenon occur during cultivation?" Leah pondered for a moment, then smiled brightly. "Whatever it is, Brother Jedi is the designated envoy of the goddess Daji. Perhaps he has been imparted some divine skill by her. You saw it that day. He effortlessly dispatched an entire squad of gunmen, employing neither magic nor fighting spirit, but rather the most ordinary combat techniques, yet achieving such results. Brother Jedi must possess unique skills." Helen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is the most ordinary combat technique. Yet when he eliminated those 10 gunmen, his strength resembled a warrior's brutal charge, while his speed was akin to a thief's swift stealth. His method of striking the neck was both simple and effective, reminiscent of a leopard. Truly strange. After extinguishing the candle, the two sisters nestled into their blankets. Yet neither could find sleep. Helen recalled the earlier moment when she had leapt over the wall to evade Mrs. Charlotte. The memory of their intimate encounter and his audacious behavior made her cheeks flush and her heart flutter, leaving her in a state of lingering excitement. Meanwhile, Princess Leia lay awake in the night, her large eyes wide open, lost in thoughts of Jedi's robust physique and striking features, as well as his sometimes naive yet gallant demeanor. Her heart swelled with sweetness, and even the pain from her injured hand seemed to fade. A blissful smile lingered in her dimples, accompanying her into the realm of dreams. In stark contrast, Princess Helen tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. She quietly extended her hand to caress the part of her body he had touched, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes brimmed with unshed tears, resembling two hazy stars in the night sky. The magnificent, beautiful, noble, pitiable yet endearing first battle angel, Jyashtaf, struggled like someone in convulsions, rising and falling in the void. Her bare feet touched the tranquil surface of the sea, gliding over it like a gentle caress upon a polished mirror, with only the faint ripples hinting at the sapphire waters beneath. This agonizingly slow pace made her question when she might be liberated. "Do not give me hope if you intend to test my patience," Jyashtaf cried out to the heavens, arms spread wide as her magnificent white wings unfurled with a flourish. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping her exquisite form in a halo of milky light. The capricious and tempestuous deity, Jyashtaf, once again vowed, "O foolish, simple little wolf, if you rescue me within 10 full moons, I shall offer you everything. If you save me within 20 moons, I shall bestow upon you all that I can. But should you come to my aid only after my patience has waned, I shall obliterate you into nothingness." Chapter 21. The golden magic this night held profound significance for Jedi, as he could hardly fathom the monumental transformations the power he had encountered would bring to his life. He merely sensed an extraordinarily potent force continuously flowing into his being, inexhaustible and overwhelming. Only when his body could no longer endure the influx did he sever the connection, allowing the energy to stream freely within him like a spring, reshaping his organs and expanding his mental faculties. As he drifted into slumber with a smile, Princess Helen had just succeeded in banishing the loathsome visage of him from her mind, gently closing her beautiful eyes. With the dawn breaking and radiating vibrant energy, the day appeared unremarkable to most citizens of Batist. Municipal officials and tax collectors hurriedly made their way to their offices in carriages. The noble ministers, both civil and military, spiritedly rushed to the Duke's residence, passionately showcasing their eloquence on matters of conscription, military training, taxation, and budgeting. These upper-class individuals resembled exquisitely crafted pointers, moving in an orderly fashion and captivating attention. In contrast, the humble craftsmen and merchants served as the inconspicuous cogs that maintained and propelled the city's order. The fortunate discovery of a gold vein in the Dawn Mountains, expected to yield for at least 50 years, promised to provide Batist with a wealth of gold and substantial tax revenues for decades to come. Representatives from the business community and numerous goldsmith bankers had spontaneously gathered to welcome him, organizing a grand banquet in his honor. Early in the morning, a carriage halted at the rear of Deval's blacksmith shop. Two laborers, clad in oversized robes and wide-brimmed straw hats, with faded long towels draped around their necks, nimbly disembarked and quietly slipped into Jedi's residence through the side door. "Mr. Jedi, are you there?" "Jedi?" one called out from the entrance. With a creak, the door opened to reveal Leia's petite head peeking out. She wore a nightgown, her half-hidden form accentuating her disheveled hair, rendering her adorably charming. Sunlight streamed through the doorway, illuminating the towering figure standing outside, though his face remained obscured from the light. Leia's large eyes darted inquisitively. "Who are you? Are you looking for my brother Jedi?" Upon noticing the two enchanting beauties, the man couldn't resist a whistle, lewdly exclaiming, "No wonder he doesn't wake up. If I had two such alluring ladies in bed with me, I would gladly expend every last ounce of strength to savor the entire wonderful night." The two young women's eyes widened in shock, the one on the left glaring with evident fury. "You rude brute, what nonsense are you spouting? Helen's nose wrinkled in anger. Who are you, you idiot? Huh? Do you think I'm an idiot too? The man exclaimed, still astonished, when a larger figure pushed past him. Oh, Miss Julie, Miss Leah, good morning. Ignore this fool. To be honest, I've always thought he was a bit dim-witted, but he believes himself to be simple-hearted. Ha. Helen huffed, still failing to recognize the imposing figure blocking the sunlight. She pointed with irritation. Open your eyes and see clearly. That room is Jedi's. Of course I know. But growing a pair of discerning eyes is not easy for me, ladies. After all, I am a tiger, he chuckled as he approached. Leah, catching sight of his furry face with wide eyes and a broad nose, exclaimed, Ah, it's Mr. Chris. Good morning, Chris. Helen quickly slipped inside, grabbing a large robe to wrap around herself before hastily emerging, cautiously glancing toward the door. Chris, did Baron Alex send you? She inquired quietly, leaning closer to ask. Can we trust him? Rest assured, my dear, his muscles have filled his brain to the brim. He is widely regarded as the village idiot. Chris, the half-beast, intentionally lowered his voice, though his naturally deep tone was still quite audible. Did you call for me, Chris? The dimwit inquired. You see, I was not mistaken, Chris remarked, displaying his large paws. Helen shrugged, saying, You wait here, I will go call him. As Helen approached the adjacent room to knock, she suddenly recalled that Jedi had slept upstairs last night. She opened the door to find the room empty and called out to the staircase. Jedi, are you awake? Yes, coming down now, came the reply, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Jedi rushed down the stairs, fastening his shirt, his bare chest and muscular physique causing Helen's cheeks to flush. Stay with them. I will go up for a moment and call them to move things. Helen whispered to Jedi before gracefully ascending the stairs. Jedi smiled as he approached Chris. Ah, Chris, so it is you. The tiger's furry face beamed with genuine warmth. Yes, Jedi, I have been wanting to visit you. Chris carefully produced a large aluminum cigarette case from his clothing, placing it in Jedi's hands with heartfelt gratitude. This is a gift for you, an exquisite box of tobacco. I am truly thankful, Jedi. It was your investment that allowed me to earn a substantial profit, enabling my wife to remain worry-free at home during her confinement. Jedi cherished this beastly friend who also lived in the human world. In the savannah, their relationship might have been one of predator and prey, yet here, Jedi felt a deep sense of kinship, allowing their friendship to flourish. Though he did not smoke, Jedi graciously accepted the gift from Chris and patted his shoulder with a smile. I am delighted to help you. There is no need for gratitude. It is but a trifling effort on my part. All right, Jedi, please call them up to move the items, Helen shouted from the top of the stairs. Bales of gold, wrapped in oak bark paper, were carried down by two burly men, then loaded onto the carriage. Extracting gold from the mine and refining it into highly pure gold within such a short time frame was not feasible to produce in large quantities. Still, providing a sufficient amount would bolster Dewey's credibility before the merchants of Batist. Thus, the quantity of gold being transported was not substantial. And despite Chris and the dimwit being aware of its weight, they had never encountered such large pieces of gold before and could not fathom what they were carrying. As Jedi stepped outside, he noticed a sturdy man seated on the carriage, his demeanor amiable yet robust, seemingly a reliable worker selected from the mine. Jedi quietly advised, The cargo is important. You must handle it with care. Chris chuckled in response. Fear not. No one pays attention to us bumpkins. The Baron is entering the city, and we shall soon join his entourage. He added softly, The Baron requests your presence at his residence tonight to discuss something important. Jedi nodded as Chris prepared to board the carriage. Suddenly, he extended a heavy paw to pat Jedi on the shoulder, solemnly stating, Once again, thank you. You are a good man, Jedi. Jedi laughed. You are too, Chris. At the grand welcome banquet for Dewey, the attendees comprised various members of the upper echelon from the city of Batist, including the newly affluent dwarf, Bar-2. However, notable nobles and individuals wielding significant power, such as the president of the Goldsmith Bankers Guild, Alan J. Gibson, were conspicuously absent. Alan J. Gibson, the Minister of Finance for the Duchy of Normandy and nephew of the Speaker of the House of Lords, Mel Gibson, is also related to the notorious Daniel Gibson, who had once harassed Helen on the streets. Leveraging both his uncle's political influence and his own efforts, he possesses unilateral privileges within the Goldsmith Bankers Association. Had he attended, it would have been a simple matter to secure Baron Alex's financial account for his bank. Yet, his absence suggests that, Despite Helen's arrangements to present Du Wei as a figure of considerable stature and lineage, acceptance by the elite of Batist will require time. The goldsmiths surrounded Du Wei, eager to win the favor of this illustrious client and entice him to open an account with them, while the ladies mostly gathered in hushed laughter and conversation. The Marchioness of Putif and her enchanting daughter, Linda, stood by a buffet laden with fruits and delicacies, delicately lifting translucent red berries to their lips with silver forks while whispering softly, "Look at him, how splendid he appears," with those bankers circling him like a pack of eager puppies, hoping for a bone from the Baron, lamented the Marchioness. Had I not sold the mines of the Dawn Mountains to him, the glory Alex enjoys would have rightfully belonged to me. Chapter 22. The Saintess Lady Candace departed early with her daughter, as if to escape. However, upon reaching the carriage and realizing that Baron Alex had not personally come to bid her farewell, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She discreetly lifted the curtain, and her gaze unexpectedly met that of Duvy, who stood at the door. The heart of the Marchioness fluttered, and she hastily lowered the curtain, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Drive on, drive faster," she called out to the coachman, resembling a young girl in the throes of first love, flustered and agitated. As the wheels rolled away, the Marchioness sighed in relief. Yet, it seemed an invisible thread tethered her heart. The farther the carriage traveled, the tighter the thread pulled. And the poor Marchioness began to feel anxious. "Divine messenger," the fervent religious zealots exclaimed joyfully as soon as the servants departed. "I have fulfilled the task you assigned to me. The Dawn Mountains have been thoroughly ravaged. To be honest, there is indeed gold there. But the amount extracted is likely only sufficient to pay the farmers' wages. However, the goldsmith bankers have indeed been drawn to us. You should have seen the expressions on their faces. I swear they have never tried so hard to curry favor with their fathers. Your plan is simply brilliant. Are we to attract these dignified individuals to our faith?" Helen smiled sweetly. "My Lord Baron, they have no interest in your religion. They are drawn only to your gold. These merchants are adherents of the cult of wealth. The divine messenger has an even grander plan. You need only to execute it. When the dodgy faith flourishes, the goddess will recognize your contributions." Duvy's expression turned serious. "Of course, my father was a devout believer, and I am no exception. I am always at your service. Divine messenger." Jedi nodded and said, "Please, take a seat, Duvy. I am not very familiar with the affairs of the church and require your guidance. We need to devise ways to expand the influence of our faith. Given the strong standing of the radiant Holy Church in Baptiste, we must remain discreet to avoid conflict. We cannot recruit from the upper classes. Their foundations lie in nobility, while we pursue the path of the common folk. Now, your identity is that of Baron Alex, and this matter must remain hidden from the church's followers for the time being. Therefore, I need you to recommend a few pious, trustworthy, and capable individuals to take on the responsibilities of elders, overseeing the church's affairs and development. Do you have such candidates in mind?" Duvy hesitated, his face revealing concern. "Divine messenger, this may not be easy. The goddess has never shown enthusiasm for expanding influence. Our congregants come and go freely, and the organization within the church is very loose. In the countryside, there are some deacons, but even without the pressure from the radiant Holy Church, we hold little sway. There are devout believers, yet they can only follow orders. It is challenging to expect them to play significant roles. Jedi Duvy, in light of our aim to reach the middle to lower class citizens, we must devise more specific and appealing initiatives. For instance, we could establish a hierarchy within the church, appointing congregants to corresponding positions. This would motivate them to serve our faith with greater dedication. We could emulate the radiant Holy Church, providing monthly stipends to individuals of a certain rank, especially to dedicated clergy." Duvy interjected, "Miss, the dodgy faith has never accepted donations from followers, nor have we ever paid a single penny in wages to clergy." Jedi replied resolutely, "What she means is what I mean, and what I mean is the will of the goddess. If she says it can be done, then it will be done." Helen admired Jedi, noting that his decisive demeanor and tone conveyed the essence of a natural leader. Duvy's eyes brightened. "In that case, divine messenger, may I inquire whether my living expenses can be retroactively compensated? Since my father's passing, I have assumed his duties for 16 years now." "Oh, I was just a youth then." He clasped his hands over his heart, lost in reminiscence. The three paid him no heed as Helen continued. "Expanding our church's influence is no simple task. We must be adaptable and ready to adjust our strategies. For instance, since we are reaching out to the impoverished, We could organize gatherings for our followers to sing, dance, and offer small gifts, or arrange a dinner with simple fare like black bread or milk tea. This would be highly appealing to the common folk. Duvi added. However, this could lead to varying motivations among the followers, making it difficult to ensure that each one is truly devout. Jedi suddenly had an epiphany and remarked, faith can be nurtured over time. If we do not draw them into the doors of our church, they will remain devoid of faith. Moreover, are you certain that every follower of the radiant holy church is a devout believer? Duvi was rendered speechless, sighing, indeed, divine messenger. Your thoughts are far more practical and far-reaching than mine. Helen smiled. Jedi is correct. When an individual merges into the great tide, the splashes they create are negligible. What matters is their ability to act according to our will. Oh no, according to the will of the goddess. Her graceful figure, bathed in light, exuded charm reminiscent of a goddess. Now, we face our first challenge. We need a dynamic, experienced leader for the parish, someone with personal charisma, organizational skills, and leadership abilities. Otherwise, all our discussions are in vain. Duvi, can you not present a suitable candidate? Sister, I believe. I already have someone in mind. Leah suddenly spoke. Who? Helen's expression brightened as she turned to her. Jedi's eyes lit up, exclaiming, someone with personal charisma. Duvi nodded, energetic, experienced, capable of inspiring and leading. 3 pairs of sparkling eyes fixed on her, all nodding in agreement. As the congregants wept and worshipped him fervently, the divine messenger announced that to fulfill the goddess's mission and to expand the Daji faith, he would travel to many places to care for and lead the followers there. An elder Duvi would accompany him on this ascetic journey. They had already identified an outstanding believer, designated by the divine messenger as the saintess, who would lead the Baptiste parish and elevate the Daji faith. Then, the beautiful Helen emerged from the back room, clad in a pure white robe, embodying holiness, beauty, and allure. The moment she appeared, she captivated the hearts of all the congregants. The Daji faith began to gradually flourish at the grassroots level in the city of Baptiste, with frequent gatherings, singing, dancing, and an atmosphere of friendly camaraderie that provided warmth to those struggling at the bottom of society. Small gifts, such as a poorly made oil painting, a horn hairpin, or a plate of salted black bread and a cup of red tea, drew more and more ordinary citizens to the gatherings of the Daji faith. Subsequently, the new doctrine that Helen personally drafted was gradually transmitted to these individuals through her and the core followers she had trained. The previous doctrine of the Daji faith had been too loose, adopting a willing-to-participate attitude with little in the way of clear promises for the believers. Now, without violating the goddess Daji's consistent principles, the religious ideals were clearly defined. The new doctrine of the Daji faith asserts that every person has a soul, and after death, the soul will be bestowed with new life. In this life, those who are devoutly devoted to their faith and act in accordance with its doctrines shall, upon the reincarnation of their souls, be reborn into the ranks of the esteemed, nobility, high officials, and affluent magnates. These individuals exist in palpable reality, serving as the masters whom the lower classes attend to daily. With the presence of such aristocrats proclaiming their beliefs, it is only natural that those eager to embrace the faith flock towards them. An ancient religion begins to radiate with renewed vigor. Chapter 23. The bishop. The happiness witnessed firsthand is undeniably more desirable, which impoverished soul does not spend their days lost in reverie, dreaming of a time when they too might experience a life of privilege. For these destitute individuals, the prospect of such a future holds far greater allure than the fanciful notion of becoming an ethereal angel. Consequently, the rapid ascent of the Daji faith is astonishing, particularly as its initial followers hailed from the lowest strata of society, remaining under the radar of the upper echelons. This doctrine was conceived by Jedi and refined by Helen. Establishing a religious tenet is no trifling matter, and Jedi himself was perplexed as to how such knowledge manifested in his mind. It simply occurred to him during contemplation, which he subsequently shared with Helen. In a stroke of inspiration, Jedi even suggested that Helen create a confessional, allowing wayward believers to unburden their troubled hearts to clergy, thereby seeking divine forgiveness. It is believed that such catharsis would alleviate the psychological burdens they carry. This was a novel concept. In the realm of established religions, supplicants typically prayed silently to the divine, with no precedent for confessing their transgressions to clerics. This initiative evidently possesses a certain allure, particularly for those who believe themselves to have committed grave sins. Feeling forsaken by the divine and beyond the reach of salvation. Helen, upon careful reflection, decided to partially embrace this ingenious suggestion. The confessional would indeed be erected. Yet worshippers would retain the freedom to choose whether to share their prayers with the clergy or to confide directly in the goddess. Given the intimate nature of their confessions, such as theft or adultery, even with assurances that clergy would merely listen on behalf of the divine without divulging any secrets, many may still hesitate to fully trust this unprecedented practice. A series of innovative and vibrant measures swiftly expanded the influence of the Daji faith, drawing not only the impoverished citizens but also individuals from the middle class into its fold. The magnetic presence of the Daji saint captivated all adherents. As new parishes were established and existing Daji organizations connected and restructured across towns, rural areas, ports, military garrisons, and other cities. Within a span of 6 months, this dynamic new sect had woven an extensive network within the lower and middle strata of the Norman Duchy, beginning to extend its reach beyond its borders. A maid sweeping the floors of a noble house, a young servant tasked with cleaning the municipal hall's restroom, a gardener from an affluent family, or a clerk responsible for drafting documents in court. Each might inadvertently convey a significant secret through seemingly trivial matters or snippets of overheard conversation, whether a noble assembly was poised to make an eagerly awaited economic decision, a pivotal planning initiative from the town hall, or the unknown power struggles within a wealthy family. For these impoverished souls, such information merely constituted idle chatter over meals. The nobility, who regarded them as less than human, rarely felt compelled to conceal their discussions unless they pertained to treachery or illegal actions against peers of similar status. They had long grown accustomed to the presence of these lower classes, much like one becomes accustomed to inconspicuous furniture. What do these revelations signify for Jedi? They represent a potential transformation into immense wealth. This constitutes a vast intelligence network. As it continues to evolve, it could provide not only critical insights into the currents of power, but may also generate the very momentum that influences them. Akin to a luminous faith capable of swaying the political landscape of a nation, even if that day remains distant for the Daji faith. In the Norman Duchy, at the Temple of the Radiant Faith in Batiste, the magnificent hall, constructed entirely of colossal white stones, emanates an awe-inspiring grandeur. The entrance boasts 12 massive columns, each capable of being embraced by 3 individuals, upon which stand angels of divine stature. Some angels spread their wings as if poised to take flight, while others fold their wings and bring their hands to their chests, each striking a unique and lifelike pose. In the chamber behind the main sanctuary, Cardinal Warren von Herb stood reverently, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze following the movements of the portly and imposing Cardinal Abraham. The Daji faith? Oh, Daji, an ancient deity forsaken by the divine. Is it her yearning for significance, or the ambition of certain individuals utilizing her name to expand their power? This matter piques my interest, mused the cardinal with a hint of amusement. Warren respectfully replied, Your Eminence. Whether it is an ambitious individual seeking personal gain or the goddess Daji genuinely seeking to extend her influence, such actions cannot be tolerated by the Radiant Faith. As a devoted knight of the temple, I implore you to command me to eradicate these heretics. Suddenly, Cardinal Abraham halted, gesturing dismissively. No, that course of action is inadvisable. They are currently attracting the most impoverished citizens to their fold, a shrewd maneuver. Let them be, maintain appropriate vigilance, and report any developments to me in a timely manner. Warren expressed his astonishment. Your Eminence, are you suggesting that we permit them to cultivate their heretical influence under our very noses? The red-robed cardinal chuckled, stopping before Warren and patting him approvingly on the shoulder. Warren, your devotion to the faith is commendable, yet destruction is not the sole solution to every problem. One must also grasp the nuances of strategy. Warren appeared bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend the deeper implications of the cardinal's words. Nevertheless, he placed his faith in Abraham's wisdom. Nodding affirmatively, yes, I shall closely monitor the movements of this sect. Warren nodded, gradually retreating a few steps, offering a slight bow at the doorway before striding away. Once his figure vanished, the kindly smile upon Cardinal Abraham's face dissipated. He waved his hand, summoning a white aura from the air to seal the entrance, allowing him to observe everything occurring outside while ensuring that none could perceive or hear the happenings within. Any approach would produce a disturbance, alerting the cardinal at once. Spike, did you hear all of that? A misty cloud enveloped the crystal orb, slowly revealing an elderly man clad in cardinal's robes, his white hair contrasting with his vigorous demeanor. "Indeed, Abraham. What are your thoughts?" Abraham shrugged, replying, "We must ascertain who orchestrates these events. A million ignorant believers matter not. What is crucial is the identity of their leader. Until we uncover his true nature, we must tread carefully to avoid alarming the snake." Cardinal Spike smiled. "I concur. It is likely that an ambitious individual is leveraging the guise of divinity to achieve personal goals, perhaps. A certain discontented noble." A sly grin crept upon Abraham's face. "I share your suspicion. If that is the case, perhaps this individual and the religion he has established could be of assistance to our grand scheme, which is why I have resolved to grant them a reprieve for the time being. Therefore, your primary task is to maintain a semblance of equilibrium in the southern region, ensuring that our plans remain unimpeded. As for this minor dodgy faith, manage it as you see fit. If it can be of use, all the better. Should they begin to threaten our designs, they must be swiftly eliminated." Abraham smiled naturally as the tumult of waves subsided. The crystal orb continued to display the moving figure of Cardinal Spike before gradually submerging into the depths until it vanished entirely. "I'm sorry, but it seems that there is no content provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on." Chapter 24. Devouring Helen divided the teachings of the Dodgy sect in Batiste into 8 administrative districts, each headed by a principal elder and 2 vice-elders, supported by clergy fulfilling various roles. Orders cascaded downwards, while necessary information ascended through layers of scrutiny, resulting in notably high efficiency. Religion truly serves as the most effective means for the powerless and astute to govern the foolish, Helen mused within the confines of her carriage. Were it not for the influence of religion, she found it hard to fathom how a woman, stripped of her kingdom and forced into hiding, could command such an extensive network of manpower. Through this vast network, she had dispatched a command to locate Prince Martin, but regrettably, there had been no response thus far. The chances of Martin, displaced by that formidable sorcerer's spatial magic, landing fortuitously in a wolf's den or the ocean were exceedingly slim. The world is vast, and such occurrences are rare. He was far more likely to have found himself in the territory of another kingdom or a remote village, where, due to the necessity of concealing his identity, communication would be nearly impossible. Significant changes had transpired over the past 6 months. Not only had the church organization developed rapidly, but through the intelligence provided by the church, analysis was conducted, and the diminutive Bart was remotely directed by Jed to engage in investment speculation. The lucky boy had garnered considerable renown, and Bart's investments and acquisitions of bonds and stocks seemed almost divinely inspired. Wherever he ventured into speculation, favorable news and insider whispers inevitably followed. This string of continuous successes led the magnates on the second floor of the Golden Dome Securities building to no longer dismiss him as a mere fortunate pauper. Several prominent figures had begun to send aides for tentative engagements, intent on welcoming him as a partner, indicating that Bart was soon to ascend to the second floor, poised to become a significant player in the Batiste securities market. On another front, Duvey had also achieved success. Under the guise of Baron Alex, he had solidified his standing within Batiste's high society after 6 months of diligent effort. His ownership of a coveted gold mine was indispensable, coupled with the assistance of the Putif family. With substantial funds for socializing and networking at his disposal, and the Putif family's noble heritage and status, the combination facilitated the acceptance of Duvey by the entrenched and self-satisfied Southern aristocracy, who began to regard him as one of their own. Naturally, the Putif family's support likely stemmed from motives beyond mere financial assistance. Rumors had begun to circulate among the nobility regarding the intimate relationship between the young and wealthy Baron Alex and the alluring and mature Marchioness Putif. Such romantic entanglements were hardly scandalous among the aristocrats, who respected the privacy of such affairs. The only one likely to feel discomfort was perhaps Miss Linda. Now was the time for Jed to step onto the grand stage of Batiste. As he began to make his mark, the triumvirate of banker Jed, entrepreneur Duvey, and broker Bart, this formidable entity, akin to a 3-headed hellhound ignited by dark flames, was poised to methodically consume the economic framework sustaining the Duchy of Normandy. Duval possessed an extensive network and a commendable reputation in Batiste, yet he was merely a principled businessman, cautious and astute. Unlike Bart and Duvey, he could not be easily manipulated, nor could he, like Jed, resolutely stand by their side to assist in executing this colossal scheme. Thus, he would have to be dismissed. As early as 6 months prior, Duvey had, according to the plans laid out by Jed and Helen, opened an account at Duvall's Goldsmith Bank. Subsequently, his gold began to flow steadily into this establishment, the true source of which was, of course, Helen. As she pondered this, she shifted slightly, adopting a more comfortable posture. A smile lingering on her lips as she envisioned Jed clad in pristine white attire, elegantly adorned with a refined bow tie, draped in a meticulously pressed suit, topped with a tall hat, and wielding a diamond-studded cane. Duvall sat pallidly in his office, utterly blindsided by Baron Alex's sudden demand to withdraw all his gold. Despite his earlier estimates suggesting that gold production would remain stable for at least 5 to 10 years, he had issued notes many times the value of his current gold reserves, a gamble he had believed to be quite secure. Yet now, with the Baron presenting him with a thick stack of receipts not only for the gold, but also for loans he had extended to other establishments, he recognized this as a life-threatening ultimatum. Duvall did not plead with Baron Alex to reconsider or grant him a grace period. Upon seeing the pile of receipts and hearing the Baroness' uncompromising demand for immediate redemption, he realized he was ensnared in a meticulously devised trap. Duvall lifted his head, his face ashen, to meet the Baroness' gaze, which loomed over him. In a grave tone, he inquired, "My lord, what must I do to halt the immediate redemption of these notes?" Duvy, seated opposite him, smiled, having anticipated a lengthy dialogue of intimidation to sway Duvall. But now he saw that Duvall was a sufficiently astute individual, saving him considerable effort. "If I insist on redeeming these notes now, you are aware of the consequences, are you not?" Duvy inquired, tapping the stack of receipts with an air of superiority. However, Duvall slowly raised his gaze, his sharp eyes fixed on Duvy. "Upon receiving your notification, I promptly contacted several closely affiliated goldsmith banks, all of which declined to finance me, even at exorbitant interest rates." "It appears this is your doing?" Duvy chuckled with satisfaction, relishing the sight of these elite individuals cornered and desperate. He recognized it as an unwholesome tendency, yet having been molded by years of impoverished living, he still did not view himself as one of their kind, despite his current mingling in high society. "You are a clever man, Mr. Duvall. Let us speak plainly. If I were to demand the immediate redemption of all your receipts, you would face bankruptcy, left with nothing. The once reputable Duvall would be branded a fraud, exiting this room empty-handed and incarcerated for insurmountable debts." Duvall coldly interrupted, his anger causing his mustache to bristle. "My lord, I trust this outcome is not what you desire. Please, tell me your terms." Duvy fell silent, fixing his gaze on Duvall, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. "It is quite simple. I possess a gold mine and have acquired several workshops. I control the entire capital flow both upstream and downstream. The Obeston family seeks to maximize profits. I do not require a bank to siphon substantial amounts from my transactions. I have gold, and I am entirely capable of establishing my own lending bank. However, for the bank to establish itself, it is imperative to maintain a long-term and stable operation while cultivating a commendable reputation among the urban populace. I, however, lack the patience to start from the ground up. Coincidentally, what I do not possess, Mr. Duvall possesses, which is the very reason for my presence here." Chapter 25. The stable triangle relationship. Bartow may be short in stature, yet his movements are swift and forceful. However, even the newly transformed Jedi, with his instinctual speed and strength, far surpasses Bartow's capabilities. Moreover, since uncovering the secret of the moonlight, Jedi has diligently trained whenever the weather permits. He has yet to engage in combat with anyone, thus unaware of the progress he has made after absorbing that mysterious power. Nevertheless, he can distinctly feel that his physical condition remains at its peak, and his reflexes have become increasingly agile. Suddenly, Bartow launched a punch. Although taken aback, Jedi reacted promptly. Inhaling deeply and drawing his chest in, Jedi stood his ground, swiftly grasping Bartow's wrist and admonishing him. "Bartow, what madness has overtaken you?" With gritted teeth, Bartow retorted, "Am I mad? I would rather be truly insane than witness my good brother engage in disgraceful acts." As Bartow's right hand was restrained, his left hand swung fiercely towards Jedi. Frowning, Jedi dismissed him with a flick of his hand, sending him sprawling. "What nonsense are you spouting, Bartow?" Like a madman, Bartow kept charging at him. But against the physically formidable and intrinsically skilled fighter Jedi, he was utterly powerless, easily swatted away as if he were a mere fly. Jedi exerted minimal effort, yet it was sufficient to toss Bartow aside, even sending him crashing to the ground. Bartow's coachman, witnessing the altercation between his master and another, hurriedly drove the carriage closer, ingratiatingly offering, "Lord Barto, do you require my assistance?" Barto furiously shouted, "Get away. This is a matter between brothers." Jedi grew increasingly impatient with Barto's frenzied attacks, his own anger rising. However, upon hearing Barto's words, a warmth filled his heart, dissipating his rage. He glanced at the coachman, who was avoiding the fray while trying to placate him, and smiled at Barto, saying, "Since you still acknowledge us as friends and brothers, why must we resort to violence? If there is a misunderstanding, let us discuss it openly. I have nothing to conceal from you." "Isn't that so?" Barto, his eyes reddened, tore at his waistcoat and hurled it to the ground, glaring at Jedi as he demanded, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Yoli? Are you brave enough to answer me?" A heaviness settled in Jedi's heart, his smile gradually fading. "Barto, how did you find out? When did you learn of it?" Barto scoffed, closing his eyes, as if he could no longer bear to look at him. Sighing, Jedi replied, "Barto, I genuinely regard you as a brother and a friend. I have never intended to harm you. In this plan, you will not suffer any loss. If you believe my silence has hurt you, I can share the details, but once you learn everything, your fate will be irrevocably tied to ours, and escaping will be impossible. Think carefully. Do you truly wish to know?" Barto stood speechless, astonished that what he believed to be a scandalous revelation was, in fact, an even more extraordinary secret. "Now that you know, Barto, how will you decide?" Jedi clenched his hand discreetly. If Barto's eyes revealed even a hint of fear or betrayal, Jedi would have no choice but to end the life of his dear friend, despite his reluctance. After a long moment of contemplation, Barto took a step forward, resolutely standing before Jedi. Though his height barely reached Jedi's chest, his stance was as steadfast as rock. He extended a hand, slowly forming a fist. Initially taken aback, Jedi then smiled joyfully. He too formed a fist with his right hand, and they exchanged 3 firm, deliberate knocks, a pact of absolute trust and shared honor between 2 brothers. "Do you not resent me for using you, Barto?" "Of course not. I fear being exploited by the incompetent, not the capable. Your utilization has brought me fortune, has it not? As long as I know you never intended to harm me, that is sufficient." "Barto, you incorrigible Jedi." Their hands clasped tightly. They comprehended the entirety of the situation, understanding the nature of Princess Leia's feelings for Jedi, an overwhelming sense of loss, coupled with relief that his friend had not committed an unforgivable crime, and the exhilarating thrill of being involved in a grand conspiracy surged within Barto, regardless of the outcome. By participating in this affair, Barto was no longer a nameless individual in history. He comforted himself with this thought. The lamplight cast long shadows of the 2 friends. In the void, the petite and adorable first battle angel, Lady Ningguo, sat listlessly in midair, her chin resting on her hand, drowsy. Despite her height exceeding 15 meters, nearly rivaling that of a medium-sized dragon, she felt diminutive against the boundless emptiness. Looking out hundreds of feet away, she saw only a luminous halo. As her chin slipped from her palm, Lady Ningguo's head drooped, pulling her from her slumber. She glanced around, furrowing her beautifully elongated brows. She sensed that the moon had risen, for the void that imprisoned her was situated here. She could perceive the moon's waxing and waning. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, Lady Ningguo pondered with a sigh, "What a precious night it is. Why hasn't that insufferable little wolf made a move yet?" "You mean to say you revealed our true identities to Barto?" In Jedi's chamber, Helen and Leia appeared anxious. Jedi wore a troubled expression, and after a moment, he managed a wry smile. "I assumed he had already discovered your true identities. If he is still willing to assist us after learning the truth, our collaboration would undoubtedly improve. Besides, I figured I couldn't keep it hidden forever. So I opted for honesty." Helen looked at him in confusion. "You mistakenly thought he had uncovered our true identities? What led you to that conclusion?" "Well, having spent so long in the human world, the astute Wolf Jedi certainly understands the many taboos of humanity." He felt the topic was somewhat difficult to broach, hesitating for a moment before pulling Helen aside. Together, they stepped into a corner, quietly recounting the misunderstanding to Leia, who watched with curiosity. Helen was both amused and exasperated, and after a brief silence, she sighed. "What do we do now? Don't forget, he is now a millionaire. A poor boy who suddenly acquires such wealth. Will he risk it all for us?" "Helen, I am also a penniless wretch," Jedi replied earnestly. I'm sorry, Jedi. That wasn't my intention," Helen apologized. "Are you certain he won't betray us?" given the gravity of the situation? Helen sighed, murmuring, well, we must choose to trust him now. I am confident that clarifying his intentions will benefit our plan, Jedi asserted. Due is a given. The only uncertainty lay with Barto. Now it is clear he is willing to stand by us for the sake of friendship. At least we need not worry about internal cooperation. Jedi excitedly brought his fists together, exclaiming, the craftsman from the goldsmith shop told me that a triangle is stable. Thus, we are indeed the most solid iron triangle. The volume of his voice had risen slightly, catching Leah's attention as she sat in a chair, her chin resting on her hands. She perked up, eagerly asking Jedi, what triangle? Are you referring to me and my sister? Ah, indeed. Heh, you. Helen, we form the most steadfast and inseparable triangle. Jedi chuckled awkwardly. Leah, brimming with excitement, clenched her fists and nodded emphatically. Yes. However, Helen narrowed her eyes dangerously. Jedi, what do you mean? Upon meeting her gaze, Jedi instinctively sensed a hint of peril and swiftly backtracked, saying, well, it's nothing, I merely meant academic research. Devar gently patted his wife's hand, tapping his cane against the side of the carriage. The driver, upon receiving the command, loosened the reins, and the carriage began to move forward at a leisurely pace. Who is he? Devar. Mrs. Charlotte deeply understood her husband's fervent devotion to his work, which fueled her own indignation. Mr. Devar leaned against the carriage wall, weary, and closed his eyes. My dear, do not inquire further. Trust me, I will manage this. For now, let us make our way to Iron Furnace Fortress, where we shall stay with my mentor, Ibeck. I shall not relinquish my hard-earned efforts so easily. Success in life does not hinge on being dealt a good hand, but rather on how one plays the bad cards. Trust me, my dear, once the dust settles, I will return to you from afar. Chapter 26 President Gibson. The sign of Duval's goldsmith shop has officially been replaced with Jedi's goldsmith shop, causing quite a stir within the financial sector. Everyone is aware of Mr. Duval's esteemed reputation and his remarkable business acumen. His enterprise was flourishing. Yet, just as he was thriving, he suddenly transferred his assets to another at a high price. What could be the underlying reason for this? Unfortunately, most remain oblivious to the truth behind this transition. After transferring his business, Duval quietly departed from Bautiste, leaving the new proprietor, Jedi, a former apprentice of Duval's. Veteran insiders know that it is improbable for him to possess such substantial capital to acquire Duval's enterprise without the backing of a significant figure. However, few have speculated as to who this benefactor might be. This era witnesses the coexistence of emerging capitalists and the age-old aristocracy, especially within the ancient Tagore Empire, where the nobility still wields political power, holding societal status far above that of some rapidly accumulating business owners. Consequently, individuals of higher status, eager to engage in commerce, often resort to employing proxies to represent them due to the constraints of their own identities. Such occurrences are not uncommon. What intrigues people is the identity of this shadowy figure who has taken charge of a lending bank with numerous clients, and how they intend to expand operations. Amidst the speculations of industry peers, Jedi and his wife paid a visit to Mr. Gibson, the president of the Bankers Association, bringing significant gifts. Gibson, the nephew of the Chancellor and the head of the House of Lords, is responsible for formulating and supervising industry regulations that must be publicly adhered to, as well as managing internal industry affairs. Moreover, he presides over one of the most affluent goldsmith banks, bolstered by the support of the Chancellor, thus holding considerable sway in the field. As a newcomer, Jedi felt it was appropriate to pay his respects to his esteemed predecessor. Gibson's residence is not far from Jedi's goldsmith shop, situated within the luxurious residential area near the Golden Peak Trading District. In such a valuable locale, Gibson's home surprisingly boasts an extensive expanse, featuring a grand, imposing stone entrance adorned with iron gates embellished with golden palm leaves, allowing carriages to drive directly in. Upon entering, one is greeted by a smooth lawn, a babbling brook, and a forest of trees, where storks and wild beasts roam, many of which appear to be tamed. A free-roaming black bear ambles leisurely through the woods, seemingly indifferent to the passing carriages. Jedi and his wife were ushered into the opulent hall by a steward exuding an air of nobility. The steward courteously stated, "Please take a seat. The master is currently in discussion with Count Howard." He waved his hand, and servants promptly served delightful tea, the steward smiling as he added, "Please enjoy your tea while I inform the master of your presence, so he may see you shortly." Jedi politely inclined his body. Thank you for your assistance. Helen, a princess of the Croya kingdom, was not particularly impressed by the luxury of Gibson's abode. However, it was Jedi's first encounter with such affluence. A petite table, an inexplicable oil painting adorning the wall, and even the ancient flower stand were all exquisite treasures. The decor in the room, though not abundant in jewels, lent an air of extravagance, largely due to the decorative animal pelts and skulls scattered throughout. The hall was adorned not with ordinary beasts, but rather with the remains of rare and formidable creatures, including some mythical beasts. Jedi's gaze fell upon a towering redwood flower stand, on which rested a massive bull skull, its horns extending 3 to 4 meters, a natural artifact of the earth element, the dual-horned brown bull. In truth, most bulls possess 2 horns, but this particular species is noteworthy for its exceptionally large horns, seamlessly fused with the skull, gleaming white like exquisite weaponry poised to take flight. Jedi was acutely aware of the ferocity embodied in this skull, recognizing that the power of this magical bull was no less formidable than that of the giant bull he had previously outwitted. Being a magical beast himself, Jedi felt a twinge of discomfort amidst the numerous animal bones and pelts adorning the room. Contemplating the array of creatures he had observed in Gibson's home, he suddenly realized that Mr. Gibson appeared to possess a profound affection for animals. Drawing from his readings on human social etiquette, he understood the importance of appealing to others' interests. To expand his influence in Bautiste, he would need the support or tacit approval of this president. Thus, today's visit aimed to forge a closer relationship with Mr. Gibson, for which Helen had selected several ancient treasures from the royal treasury as gifts. However, as a princess, Helen had only experienced others vying for her favor and was not particularly adept at pleasing others. In her mind, presenting a few valuable jewels constituted an impressive offering. Yet, given the wealth observed in Gibson's household, these gifts may not sway him. Ah, dear Howard, rest assured. A round object, sharp at both ends and plump in the middle, rolled into the hall amidst laughter, its owner not yet in sight, yet his rotund belly had already made its entrance. Jedi and Helen promptly stood, adopting a posture of utmost respect. Gibson smacked his forehead in realization. Ah, I nearly forgot. I have 2 esteemed guests here. Beside Gibson stood a tall, thin, and stern-looking middle-aged man, who glanced dismissively at Jedi and his wife before addressing Gibson. Very well, I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off. By the way, Gibson, you truly ought to lose some weight. The Count pointed at Gibson's belly. Look at you. You can't even see your own legs. You vowed to shed pounds a decade ago, yet you still lack the resolve. Gibson shrugged. My old friend, I spend every moment not dedicated to meals attempting to lose weight. Is that not sufficient resolve? Count Howard chuckled, and, as he approached Jedi and Helen, politely nodded to the enchanting young lady before departing. Gibson then turned to Jedi and his wife, laboriously retrieving a diamond-studded pocket watch from his coat pocket to check the time. Ah, I have a meeting with some noble friends in 20 minutes. We still have some time. Please, follow me. The meeting with Gibson was exceedingly pleasant. This successful banker was quite conversational and utterly devoid of the evasiveness and superficiality often exhibited by government officials. He graciously accepted the gifts Jedi presented, though he did not display excessive astonishment. Helen's unparalleled beauty and grace also failed to leave an impression on this rotund gentleman. After a few exchanges of polite niceties, it was only when Jedi broached the purpose of their visit that Gibson leaned forward slightly, straining against his ample girth to listen intently. His short, thick fingers tapped lightly on the armrest as he absorbed Jedi's words, smiling as he replied, "This is quite intriguing. Indeed, an innovative concept. Mr. Jedi, you are aware that our banking industry derives its profits entirely from gold reserves, subsequently issuing notes backed by these reserves to securely earn interest. This is the foundation of our unassailable position. No one knows precisely how much gold we possess. They only trust that our issued notes will be honored. This credibility is hard-won. For those who borrow from us, whether their ventures succeed or fail, we remain in an advantageous position. If they succeed, we collect interest. If they fail, we assume their assets. Yet you now wish to expand into remote exchanges, agency financing, and guarantee services? Ah, those terms are quite novel. Indeed, I have just heard you elucidate their specific meanings and operational methods, and I must say, they are quite innovative. However, the risks inherent in our industry may also be exacerbated by this approach. Should other bankers emulate your practices, any misstep could precipitate a collapse of our entire sector. Wouldn't you agree? Jedi instinctively licked his lips, and Gibson, observing this gesture, felt as though he were gazing upon a ferocious beast poised to strike. In truth, Jedi was strikingly handsome, his movements imbued with grace, and his demeanor consistently exuded humility and amiability. Gibson could not fathom the reason behind his unsettling sensation. Gibson also unconsciously licked his lips. If the banking industry were to assume a more significant role in society, it would elevate all vessels, including his own standing as the president of the association, granting him greater power and influence within the principality. Moreover, as the head of the largest goldsmith bank, should Jedi's audacious venture succeed, he too could follow suit, potentially reaping 2 to 3 times his current profits and wielding considerable political clout. A warmth surged within Gibson's heart as he pondered deeply for a moment before remarking, "Very well. I hope you can usher our banking sector into a new realm. I personally concur with your perspective and shall convene a meeting of the Banking Association forthwith to publicly deliberate upon your proposal and decide whether to endorse it." "Thank you, Mr. Gibson." Jedi rose respectfully, saying, "Your time is invaluable, and I shall not impose further. The goldsmith banking industry has its origins in our Tajer Empire's imperial capital. Yet I believe that from this moment forward, a novel financial philosophy shall emerge from the southern reaches of the empire, and you, Mr. Gibson, shall be immortalized as the proponent of this burgeoning industry." Chapter 27. Joyful Rivals. Jedi's compliments brought a broad smile to Gibson's face, prompting him to make an exception and see the young couple off at the door. Jedi cast a glance at the various animals leisurely lounging beneath the floral canopy, and suddenly inquired, "Mr. Gibson, do you have an affinity for animals?" Gibson chuckled, "Indeed, Jedi. If one day you find yourself in my position, you too will relish this feeling. Engaging with animals is far more relaxed and comfortable than interacting with people." Jedi smiled. "That's splendid. Coincidentally, I have a tiger at home. Initially, it was merely for novelty, but sadly, there's insufficient space to care for it properly. If you like, Mr. Gibson." Gibson's eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "A tiger? How wonderful. I have long desired a majestic creature like that among my adopted animals. I once arranged for a tiger to be brought down from the mountains, but alas, where is that tiger now? If you don't mind, I could dispatch someone to retrieve it immediately." Gibson responded with enthusiasm, "Excellent. I shall instruct my butler to arrange for its accommodations and sustenance. I am most grateful for your generous gift, Mr. Jedi." As Jedi and his companion departed through the door, Gibson stroked his plump chin with a smile, pondering to himself, "Alex is an emissary sent from the northern Oberstein family to the south, where the economic center of the empire lies. The innovations he proposed are quite insightful. If executed well, our entire industry could ascend to a new level, and my influence would undoubtedly surpass my uncle's standing in the principality's political arena. Ah, how delightful it is to reap the rewards without labor." Inside the carriage, Helen inquired with curiosity, "Jedi, do we truly have a tiger to present to him?" Jedi replied with a mysterious smile, "As long as Chris walks on 4 legs and keeps his mouth shut, who would suspect him to be a half-beast? Moreover, he has always guarded Mr. Duvall's treasury, so someone of Gibson's stature would likely never have encountered him." Helen pondered, "Having Chris masquerade as an ordinary tiger, your intentions are not solely to please Gibson, are they? He was not part of our original plan." "Indeed." Jedi nodded. "However, neither was Chris. It simply occurred to me that Gibson, as the president of the Banking Association and the nephew of the finance minister, possesses valuable information that could greatly assist our endeavors, since he has a penchant for animals. Having Chris by his side might enable us to glean much-needed intelligence. Just consider, dear Helen, even if there are secrets, would he conceal them in front of a pet tiger?" Helen's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully. "What did you just call me?" "Helen, of course. And what lies ahead?" "Champs, Lissy, yes." "You scoundrel, was that intentional?" "I meant my name. Why are you pinching me?" "Oh dear, why address me so? Strange, are you not human? What is inappropriate about this address? It carries no special meaning. Why pinch me again? What significance could it possibly hold? Do you have feelings for me?" "Indeed." "And for Leah?" "Certainly. You cannot like them all." "Oh dear, another pinch." The coachman, overhearing the playful banter from within the carriage, couldn't help but smile and shake his head. The couple has been married for several years, yet their bond remains as affectionate as that of Mr. Duvall and Mrs. Charlotte. Ah, the Duvall couple are good people, and the Jedi couple are kind to their servants as well. If only they were to have a few children, their happiness would be complete. Surely they will, with such a robust husband and such a lovely wife. Their offspring must be adorable little treasures. The old coachman chuckled to himself as he flicked the reins, sending the horses clattering down the street. After receiving a handsome reward, Chris eagerly entered the beast cage, preparing to enact the unprecedented scene of a half-beast's infiltration. The mother tiger, with tears in her eyes, nodded earnestly, unable to communicate in human language, merely scratching the ground with her claws. Chris then looked up solemnly at Jedi and said, "Sir, should any situation arise, I will inform you promptly. Be cautious, after all. The Gibson family has many eyes and ears. Do not let any flaws be discovered. Also, refrain from smoking your pipe for a while." "Not a problem, Mr. Jedi. From now on, I shall not smoke, walk upright, or utter a single word in human tongue." Jedi paused momentarily before chuckling. "Of course, I wholeheartedly trust Chris's vow." Watching the carriage depart, Helen couldn't suppress a smile. "Come, Jedi, let us discuss our next steps. We must pay a visit to General Von Hell, for he is the true ally we need." Helen beamed. While Gibson wields immense wealth and enjoys the privileges of a traditional aristocrat, even if we amass great riches and gain influence with Baptiste, he will never regard a parvenu from humble beginnings with favor. To create the greatest impact here, we require a steadfast political supporter, someone with substantial influence who will back us in critical moments. Currently, there is but one such individual, General Von Hell. He commands the military authority of the Norman Principality and shares our humble origins, facing oppression from the traditional forces represented by the nobility. He advocates for proactive military action against the Bhutanese Principality to curb their continuous troop movements toward the Norman border and establish military bases. His political stance aligns with ours. However, Finance Minister Mel Gibson is a conservative traditionalist. He neither believes the Bhutanese would dare engage the Norman Principality nor wishes to see General Von Hell's power swell. Thus, he continually obstructs military budget allocations. I suspect he is the official most in need of funds and would likely take an interest in our plans." Helen replied with a charming smile. "However, we must approach him with utmost secrecy. Revealing our relationship could incite the Gibson family's retaliation. We are navigating between two great powers. Akin to a small horse traversing two active volcanoes, we must exercise extreme caution. Sister, I have awaited you for so long. Come to my room for a discussion. I have devised a detailed plan for Jedi's next course of action that we should review together," Leia called joyfully from the top of the staircase. Jedi glanced at the radiant Leia above and then at the alluring Helen beside him, muttering, "There is truth in that. I increasingly feel as though I am traversing between two volcanoes ready to erupt. I believe I should learn fire magic for immunity." "My dear Jedi, what are you saying? You wish to learn magic?" Helen seemed to have missed his musings, gracefully ascending the stairs while playfully lifting her skirt, turning to smile sweetly at him. Jedi's hair stood on end as he sensed a small hand stealthily wander to his lower back. Though he was a wolf, a creature of strength, the hunter's assessment of him remained unchanged. Despite being a magical beast, his physiological vulnerabilities persisted. Helen's increasingly affectionate caresses often left him on edge. "Ah, Leia, do you have any good ideas? Let me see." As two slender fingers began to converge, Jedi suddenly had a stroke of brilliance and exclaimed loudly as he hurried up the stairs. "Humph, clever you." Helen let out a soft snort through her nose. Yet upon reflecting on the future dynamics among the three of them, she couldn't help but sigh quietly, a veil of subtle melancholy settling upon her brow. Chapter 28. Training Bartos emerged from the doorway, clad in full armor and wielding a spear that was 4 times his own height. He craned his neck desperately, searching for Helen through the narrow slit before his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of cold light caught his attention, and sparks erupted from his armor as Helen, donned in half-leather armor and a battle skirt, burst forth like a beautiful leopard, brandishing a round shield in one hand and a sharp sword in the other. Her long, athletic legs propelled her gracefully, maintaining her agility while delivering swift strikes from various angles with her sword. Bartos, encumbered by his heavy armor and spear, was utterly defenseless. He could scarcely discern Helen's figure, and in a floundering attempt, he raised his spear and swung it wildly, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Helen leapt forward, reversing her grip on the sword, its sharp tip poised at the gaps in his armor. "Hey, this is outrageous. I'm as weighed down as a stone. I could withstand a galloping horse, but I can't fight like this. I'm merely a moving target," Bartos protested loudly. In a tower of the ancient castle, Duvary cautiously ascended the decaying stairs, muttering that cursed Bartos should at least have mentioned the need for repairs here. He looked up to see Princess Leia, draped in white and seeming ethereal, and said anxiously, "Please wait, I shall be right up. If I rush, I might end up in hell practicing magic." Breathless, Duvi reached the top of the tower and gasped in horror. "Good heavens, even the wooden planks are rotting. Oh, Goddess Daji, the supports are trembling. We must descend, dear princess, or we shall be reduced to a heap of flesh. It's at least 45 feet high. I know, truth be told, I am somewhat terrified as well." Princess Leia forced a smile, her golden hair dancing in the wind. "However, there is a significant benefit to meditating in such a place. Your will shall be tempered. If you can remain undisturbed here, nothing will shake your resolve, and your magical abilities will flourish. You must understand, you are not young anymore. Without taking bold actions, greatness cannot be achieved." Duvary trembled as he clutched the railing, akin to a prisoner about to be led to the gallows. He wore a mournful expression and said, "Very well, let us begin. This is the arrangement of the divine envoy, and I trust that Goddess Daji will protect her most devout followers. To be honest, I have only practiced the most fundamental magic, so I can impart basic magical knowledge to you. But the more profound spells can only be grasped through your own understanding of these texts. First, familiarize yourself with the principles and incantations, and then begin your meditation and practice. The magical tomes housed in the treasury of the Kingdom of Kroya contain exceedingly powerful spells. Is that so? Then why did you not study them before, princess?" Duvi asked, half in disbelief. Princess Leia replied with conviction, "Because I am a girl. Advanced magic demands relentless meditation day and night. The stronger the magical prowess, the frilier the body becomes, leading to pallor, hollow cheeks, and gaunt features. That simply cannot be acceptable." She glanced at Duvary's expression and patted his shoulder, kindly reassuring him, "Do not worry, Duvary. You are already in this condition. It cannot worsen." Duvary forced a smile, one that was more painful than a frown. Jedi sat alone in a small, vaulted chamber, his expression grave. He realized that the unexpected weakening of his magical power during his encounter with that monster in the Marquis Puthiv's residence was not a fleeting phenomenon, nor was it due to a reduction in his shape-shifting abilities. While Helen and Liao were occupied instructing Bartos and Duvary, he discreetly removed his necklace in a secluded spot. Putting it back on meant enduring the excruciating pain of his skeletal and muscular structure mutating from within again. He truly did not wish to do so unless absolutely necessary. Why is this happening? Could it be because I have not used my powers for a long time? That cannot be. The vampire bat demon has lurked in human society for years, and his magical abilities remain unaffected. Could it be the heart of Tai necklace? As it transforms me into a human, does it gradually diminish my magic? That makes no sense. Why would Goddess Daji conspire against a mere wolf demon in her eyes? Moreover, I draw upon that potent energy from another realm during the full moon. I can feel my powers multiplying then, and that is certainly not an illusion. The more Jedi pondered, the more agitated he became. He suddenly sprang up and kicked fiercely, shattering the stone railing before him, sending large fragments flying like they had been struck by a magical cannon. Jedi was taken aback. Such force should not have been achievable by a mere wolf's limbs. What had happened to his body? His sharp teeth and claws were the weapons of a wolf, while his magical abilities were the traits of a wolf demon. However, even at his most powerful, his lightning chains would not yield such destructive force. Of course, stones are immune to electric magic. He was merely estimating the effects from the impact. What would happen if such strength were unleashed against an enemy? For instance, if he had faced the Brown Bull chief whom he had outsmarted previously, with such incredible power, he wouldn't have needed strategy to triumph over his adversary. After standing in silence for a long while, Jedi experienced a moment of clarity. What was lost is lost. At least what I have gained far surpasses what I have lost. My current strength exceeds my previous capabilities. If I were to confront that Brown Bull chief now with my present physical prowess, my chances of victory would be even greater. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, it suddenly froze. But what should I practice now? Combat skills. I am a wolf demon. That is utterly impossible. Magic? I rely on my core to accumulate power. What use is meditation? Jedi turned in frustration and happened to glimpse Princess Helen in the open space at the center of the distant castle, wielding a short spear as she drove Bartos back step by step. Then, with a graceful thrust, reminiscent of flowing water, the sharp spear pressed against Barthos's neck once more. He had lost yet again. Jedi's eyes lit up. Yes, I possess both strength and agility to enhance further. There is but one path ahead, continuing to draw upon the formidable power from another realm. For now, I can learn the techniques of human combat. Chapter 29. Collaboration. Though these treasures lacked the extraordinary materials capable of transforming one into a supreme master overnight, the combination of numerous valuable potions and magical artifacts allowed the trio to advance at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, their plans continued to unfold in an orderly manner. On this particular evening, at a count's banquet, the inseparable three-headed dog made yet another appearance. The walls, adorned with fragrant garlands, were punctuated by exquisite statues, each depicting a maiden, some gracefully dancing, others smiling as they held water jugs, from which crystalline streams flowed, echoing a melodious tune. The floor was intricately inlaid with precious woods, showcasing an artistic depiction of forest goddesses, half-goat shepherds, and sprites engaged in revelry. Beside the walls stood 3 finely crafted bronze cabinets, embellished with floral motifs, filled with pure silver tableware. Within the banquet hall, nobles reclined on couches, some indulging in drink, while others nestled with beautiful maidens in slumber. The air was thick with laughter, jesting, and the clinking of goblets, creating an atmosphere of merriment. Servants clad in light blue tunics stood by, ever ready to attend to the esteemed guests' commands. In a corner, a group of musicians played enchanting melodies, while dancers, clad in abbreviated attire that revealed their alabaster midriffs, swayed to a lascivious rhythm, amplifying the celebratory ambience. Mr. Sean Usbetha, draped in a loose white linen robe, raised his goblet and smiled at Jetty, saying, "I hear that Mr. Jetty has acquired 6% of our jewelry store shares. We are immensely grateful for your trust in our establishment. Your investment will surely yield returns." Jetty, dabbing his lips with a pristine napkin, retorted bluntly, "Indeed, what I stand to gain is likely the news of your jewelry store's imminent bankruptcy." Sean Usbetha's face flushed crimson, his voice sharpened with anger. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Jetty?" With a hint of amusement, Jetty replied, "Your jewelry store is mismanaged. On the verge of collapse due to the pressures from Crimson Love Jewelry Store, is it not?" Sean Usbetha huffed indignantly. "So, Mr. Jetty, your vision is rather myopic? Admittedly, we are currently at a disadvantage. However, I am preparing to adjust our business strategy, reduce costs, and hire exceptional jewelers at high prices from the imperial capital. My store shall rise again." Jetty, with a playful glint in his eye, inquired directly, "Perhaps, but how long will that take? Destruction is far easier than construction. I believe even if you alter your strategy, there will be no improvement within 2 years. Over these past years, your father has been forced to sell off stocks to keep your establishment afloat. The shares you hold now amount to less than 35%, correct?" A flicker of rage and shock crossed Sean Usbetha's features as he exclaimed, "What do you mean, Mr. Jetty? Are you plotting against my jewelry store? I assure you, I still hold the largest share at 35%. The diminutive Bardo shook his crystal goblet, the deep red wine resembling blood, as he leisurely remarked, "Mr. Sean Usbetha, I too have acquired 5% of your jewelry store's shares. Due to your mismanagement, I could easily rally several major shareholders to my side. Other major shareholders have their own industries, many of whom are financed by Mr. Jetty. I am confident that if Jetty seeks to take control of your store, they would certainly vote in favor. Wouldn't you agree?" Sean's face twitched, realizing that the value of his jewelry store's stocks had already begun to plummet, and Jetty's public acquisitions had garnered external optimism regarding his management capabilities. Despite his gratitude towards Jetty, he had not anticipated that the true intention behind Jetty's stock purchases was to undermine him. "You cannot do this. This is my father's legacy," he implored. "Believe me, Mr. Jetty, Mr. Bardo, you may be formidable, but you lack experience in managing a jewelry store. There is a vast chasm between industries. If you were to take over, you may not fare any better than I have. Why not support me through this adversity? Your investments aim to yield profit, do they not?" Jetty and Bardo burst into laughter simultaneously. While Jetty could often be clumsy in matters of romance and social intricacies, he exuded wisdom when discussing such topics, perhaps due to the lingering resentment of a deceased individual from a distant blue planet, whose knowledge had been imparted to him. "You are right," Jetty replied with a smile. "Our investments are indeed for profit, and we wish to expedite our gains. We would like to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. Are you interested?" Sean Usbetha regarded them with confusion, licking his lips as he asked, "What sort of arrangement?" Bardo glanced around, noting that the nobles were engrossed in their own conversations and had paid no heed to the trio's discussion. He set down his goblet, leaned slightly, and continued, Your esteemed father founded this jewelry store, but since you began offloading large amounts of stock, those investors have been meddling in the management. Your father's subsequent missteps were not without their influence, correct? At the mention of this, Sean Usbeathus seethed. Indeed, those gentlemen are nothing but amateurs, meddling where they ought not. If it weren't for them, he abruptly halted, suddenly alert. What exactly do you intend to do? Jetty replied. This performance necessitates collaboration between you and me. First, you must leak rumors that the store's operations are precarious, on the brink of collapse. I understand your accounting department is under your control. Those supervisors are loyal to your father, and fabricating false accounts will be trivial. Thus, the stock of your jewelry store will plummet. And I will dispose of the shares I have acquired. The more aggressively, the better. Your major shareholders will surely panic and follow suit, resulting in a value that is worth little more than scraps. Bardo chuckled. My reputation precedes me. My good fortune is well known. If I were to acquire those worthless shares, others would rush in for the bargain. However, as you know, our line of work is never limited to a single account. I will discreetly utilize alternate accounts to acquire as many shares from your major shareholders as possible. Sean Usbeathus' face flushed with indignation as he murmured, This is deception. Bardo shrugged and dangled a sweetly enticing bait. If you refuse, we shall simply reverse our approach and purchase your company outright. Consider it. A complete company versus a collection of bothersome shareholders. Which would you choose? Sean Usbeathus' gaze wandered for a moment before he slowly inquired. But how can I be assured that when your plan is complete, you will transfer those stocks to me at 30% below current market value? Furthermore, even at such a low price, I cannot produce that much cash now. Jetty smiled benignly. Should you lack funds, you may take out a loan. The doors of Jetty's Goldsmith are always open to you. As for guarantees, Baron Alex will sign an agreement with your establishment that will put your mind at ease. The specifics will be structured in such a way that they will appear entirely unrelated to this stock transaction while safeguarding your interests. Sean Usbeathus groaned. You are truly devils. Bardo grinned with pride. To be precise, we are demigods. Very well, I consent. Devils. Jedi and Bardo sauntered away, their glasses raised in a toast. Dewey appeared from an unknown corner, his face radiant and cheeks flushed, evidently having just finished an escapade with a woman. Bardo produced a large cigar and placed it between his lips, jesting, My friend, ever since you began practicing meditation, you bear an increasing resemblance to a mere skeleton. As for women, one should not be insatiable, lest one ultimately meets their demise upon the alabaster belly of a woman. Dewey, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, And so what? Do you not perceive that as the paradise for men? He seized Bardo's glass and took a sip, casting a glance at Sean, who sat in the distance. Lost in thought, with a furtive glance, he inquired, Did it succeed? Bardo chuckled. Naturally, the hellhound has been unleashed, devouring without a trace. Dewey laughed heartily. Those aristocrats who have suffered great losses will curse Sean until their voices wither away. You see, we are the ones who profit effortlessly, yet it is Sean who bears the brunt of their hatred. The devil may wreak havoc, but in their disdain for him, people conveniently forget that the supreme deity they worship is merely the architect of that very devil. Humanity is easily deceived. Ha ha ha. Dewey, do not forget that you are indeed a devout believer. Bardo reminded him softly. Dewey shrugged dismissively. I only venerate Daji. It is said that my goddess has never had a cordial relationship with the supreme deity, and I have no need to flatter that old man. Not everyone regards that ancient figure as a treasure. Chapter 30. Pursuit Sean, come have a drink. What do those scoundrels Bardo and Jedi want with you? A somewhat inebriated gentleman staggered over and inquired. Yaakov, I find myself rather perplexed. What precisely is morality, and what is self-interest? Is it self-interest that manipulates morality, or does morality govern self-interest? Is it power that dictates the economy, or does the economy steer power? Is it desire that prompts choice, or is it choice that gives rise to desire? Yaakov belched, plopping down beside him, exhaling the scent of alcohol as he pondered. When I wish to indulge in desire, it is desire that directs my choices. Yet, when I must masquerade as a gentleman, then I am the one who dictates desire. In truth, a balance exists between the two, contingent upon the self-interest at hand. Sean Usbeathus remarked with a wry smile. So, it is self-interest that ultimately decides everything? Precisely. Yaakov snapped his fingers. Poor Sean, I know you've been financially strained of late. Are you losing sleep as you watch Jedi and Bardo amass wealth like a rolling snowball? Yaakov adjusted his perfumed curls and whispered, That wealth is utterly repugnant. You know? The owner of the goldsmith shop often invites Baron Alex and the fortunate Bardo to that abandoned castle outside the city. All the servants are left outside, and only the three of them, along with Jedi's wife and sister, enter the castle, often lingering there for an entire day. Sean Uzbestat asked curiously, "What on earth do they do there?" Yaakov chuckled lewdly. "Dear Sean, you are so innocent. What else could they be doing?" To curry favor with those two insatiable greedmongers, Jedi offers his wife and sister as gifts. Sean Uzbestat gasped, "That is truly shameless. Who could argue otherwise? What is fraud compared to such vile behavior? In comparison, I remain a noble gentleman." Sean inhaled sharply and, in a hoarse voice, called out, "Pour me a glass of Rindal wine." He seized a silver cup, urging the servant to fill it to the brim, declaring loudly, "Come, Yaakov. Let that detestable miser and all his wealth be cast into the abyss. Let us drink." Despite residing in separate quarters, they took care to avoid arousing suspicion, particularly since Jedi had become the proprietor of the goldsmith shop, where the employees frequently came and went. Thus, they prepared Helen's bedding and vanity in Jedi's room, where she often lingered when idle. Having just ascended the stairs, he had visited Leia, who was engrossed in practicing Du-Wei's magic. Helen was not with her. Jedi approached the window and peered outside, noticing two figures beneath the trellis in the backyard, where the roses bloomed vibrantly. Standing under the floral arch was Helen, conversing with a handsome blonde man, Sir Warren. Jedi greeted them. "Warren." Hearing his voice, Warren looked up, waved, and beamed a radiant smile. Jedi laughed heartily. "You simply disdain mingling in such social affairs. Otherwise, Sir Warren would be the most sought-after guest among the highborn." "Business requires its share of social obligations," Warren replied. "Let us share a drink this evening." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Oblivious to any underlying tensions, Jedi focused his cunning only on the battlegrounds he had defined. Friends were genuine to him, and he considered them as such. The animal kingdom, though harsh, operates on a simple enemy-friend dynamic, and he had much yet to learn in the realm of humanity. Watching the two depart, Helen gently shook her head. Ever since Jedi took over the goldsmith shop, Warren's demeanor toward her had seemed somewhat inappropriate. This knight, renowned for his sense of justice, appeared excessively familiar in his conduct with her, a married woman. Although he frequented the shop ostensibly to see Jedi, his visits often coincided with Jedi's absence, leading to more interactions with her. Recently, Warren's flirtations had become increasingly blatant. Helen, possessing keen intelligence, could not overlook this. While it was commonplace for the upper crust to pursue affairs, Warren's behavior, despite its flaws, was not entirely shocking. Bardo and Du-Wei exhibited similar tendencies. However, unlike Bardo and Du-Wei, who, despite their humble origins, never entertained notions of pursuing a friend's wife, Warren's intentions bordered on brazen. Confident in her beauty, Helen had made slight magical adjustments to her appearance. In her youth in the kingdom of Croya, she had been a target of admiration from noble youths, and she understood men well. While Du-Wei and Bardo may have feared Jedi, their eyes betrayed no lewd or greedy thoughts about her. In contrast, Warren's advances were approaching the point of overt aggression. Helen had contemplated revealing this to Jedi, but she recognized his straightforward nature, which rendered him unsuspecting of friends he trusted. Otherwise, he would not have readily disclosed their identities to Bardo. Thankfully, Warren maintained a semblance of decorum and had not crossed any truly egregious lines. For the time being, she could navigate the situation with guile and wisdom, keeping this secret buried within, allowing Jedi to focus on his grand designs. "Excuse me?" Helen opened her eyes, perplexed. "What do you know?" "Helen, do you understand why the omnipotent creator chose to fashion women?" Jedi inquired, his voice deep and refined. To her astonishment, the brilliant sorcerer Jedi possessed a remarkable talent for mimicry. His tone, cadence, and even his voice mirrored Bardo's perfectly. By the goddess Daji. Chapter 31. The unfettered Fenhel observed as Gibson boldly exited, and, filled with indignation, addressed the Duke. "Your Grace, I am unwaveringly loyal, wholly concerned for the safety of our principality. Duke Butani harbors treacherous ambitions, continually mustering forces and expanding his reach. It is likely that we, the Norman Principality, are his primary target. We cannot afford to be idle." With a resigned gesture, the Duke replied, "Fawn, I fully comprehend your loyalty. However, we currently lack any evidence to substantiate that Butani intends to wage war against us. Thus, the proposal for emergency war funding will not be approved by the House of Nobles. You are aware that the finances of the Norman Principality are firmly in the hands of the House of Nobles. Even my request to construct a more opulent ducal residence was denied. At times, I find myself utterly powerless. Suddenly, Finhel recalled a suggestion made repeatedly by Jed, the master craftsman. Given the current circumstances, it might be prudent to bring it forth. If the Duke of Norman could be persuaded to agree, they might very well circumvent the House of Nobles and secure sufficient financial support through alternative channels. The tempestuous Duke had always been constrained by the nobles, and deep down, he too yearned to liberate himself from such control, to wield supreme authority over the principality himself. Perhaps this could sway him. With this thought in mind, the Duke stated, "Your Grace, I have devised a strategy that could address our immediate preparations for war. In the long run, it may even allow you, the illustrious Duke of Norman, to extricate yourself from the influence of the House of Nobles. At that point, no one shall dare to dictate terms to you. The government and the Duke's personal expenditures are entirely derived from the Principality's taxation, which is legislated, collected, and administered by the House of Nobles. While the Duke has comprehensive control over matters such as national defense, diplomacy, and administration, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that every endeavor requires funding. Thus, the Duke's authority is significantly curtailed. Whenever he seeks to access funds, he must heed the whims of the nobles. General Finhel proposed that the Duke consider the burgeoning role of the goldsmith banking industry within the economy of the Norman Principality. Presently, several major banks, led by Jed's goldsmith shop, had commenced agency financing operations. This entailed certain enterprises unable to issue public bonds due to poor financial standing or other constraints, seeking assistance from the goldsmith banks. These enterprises would provide collateral, allowing the banks to issue financing bonds in their own name, thus alleviating their financial needs. Finhel's proposal was indeed cunning. The taxation, nominally under the Duke's purview, was merely managed by the House of Nobles as a subordinate entity. This system, steeped in history, had become a customary practice, regardless of its rationality. Altering it in a short time frame was beyond even the most powerful monarchs, and the Duke lacked the authority to dissolve the House of Nobles or revoke their management rights altogether. The advantage of this plan was that the House of Nobles, which had long restrained the Duke, would no longer be able to impede his power. The Duke could bypass the nobles and directly procure substantial funds from the banks, while the House of Nobles, having relinquished control over the treasury to the banks, would become a mere figurehead. Having elaborated on the scheme, Finhel smiled and remarked, "In pursuing this course of action, we face no risks. In truth, you would merely be reclaiming control over the treasury, which the House of Nobles has held sway over, placing it in the hands of a banker who is entirely subservient to you." The Duke's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment of contemplation, he struck the armrest and exclaimed, "Marvelous! A perfect plan. With this, I shall no longer be beholden to those old fogies in the House of Nobles." However, his brow furrowed in hesitation as he queried, "But can a single goldsmith shop truly manage the issuance of bonds for the entire principality?" Finhel replied, "A single goldsmith bank may lack such capability, yet a consortium of banks certainly possesses that strength." The Duke's expression darkened as he cautioned, "Hell, do not forget that the president of the Goldsmith Banking Association is the nephew of Mel Gibson. In this scenario, I would merely be transferring my finances from one group of greedy old foxes to another." Finhel replied coolly, "Initially, you need not be involved directly. Your eldest son could use his personal assets as collateral to have a bank issue the debt on his behalf, thereby gradually enhancing the bank's influence. He could be elevated to the position of vice president of the banking association, and once he has the capacity to stand against that corpulent pig allied with Mel Gibson." Upon hearing this, the Duke smiled broadly and said, "Indeed, this method warrants consideration. Hell, do we have a trustworthy banker?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Finhel's eyes as he quickly responded, "Your Grace, to my knowledge, Jed, the master craftsman, is a steadfast supporter of yours." In a striking turn of events, the people of Batiste witnessed Jed's rapid ascension once more. Adjacent to the sign of Jed's goldsmith shop now hung a new gilded sign, emblazoned with the coat of arms of the Duke of Norman, alongside the inscription, "Authorized Representative of Heir Adrian." Gibson's backing stemmed from the House of Nobles, led by Mel Gibson. Before Jed ascended to this position, he had merely been a vanguard in the eyes of Gibson, a figure of strength aimed at enhancing the influence of the banking sector. However, as Jed's status steadily rose, he could no longer conceal his political inclinations. Jed's current stature and influence rendered him unable to remain ambiguous in situations that required a clear stance. Allegiances were expressed through actions and advocacy. A newly emergent figure attempting to navigate between two formidable factions would inevitably find themselves extinguished by one or both sides. The nascent forces within the principality, possessing substantial wealth yet low political standing, frequently faced oppression from traditional nobility. As their wealth amassed to a significant level, they found themselves in urgent need of political support and collaboration. Now, with Jed rallying behind General Finhel as a leading figure and backed by the Duke, they confidently began to vie for dominance across various domains against the traditional nobility. The personal relationship between Jed and President Gibson had shifted from a collaborative honeymoon phase aimed at bolstering the banking industry to one of pronounced antagonism. Chapter 32. The Devil's Training. That afternoon, within the ancient castle purchased by Bart, Helen and Jedi walked side by side. Helen, he began, our plan is progressing smoothly. The military seeks to expand its influence and power, and the only means to achieve this is through the instigation of war. I have rallied the emerging factions, those capitalists, to stand by his side. Thus, Von Hell has the material foundation to incite war. I believe it will not be long before he persuades Duke Norman to dismiss Gibson from his position as chairman, allowing me to take his place and reorganize the banking sector, openly raising funds for the Duke and the military without the interference of the nobility. Helen gently flicked her riding crop, replying, I chose the Obeston family as our facade because this ancient northern aristocracy has historically had little interaction with the South. Their business is rooted in the North, even extending its influence into the savage kingdom of Soren, profiting from war. And they hold significant potential power within the Northern Frontier Army. They have always regarded the distant South with indifference. And several key figures within their elder council often issue independent plans for development, executed under their command, without communication between their factions. Thus, even if peripheral members of this family hear of Baron Alex from the Duchy of Norman, they would not dare to inquire with the elders. This is the gamble I took, leading to Du Wei impersonating this family's lineage. However, despite Du Wei's efforts to remain in the shadows while you and Bart take the lead, his reputation continues to rise. Who knows if the upper echelons of the Obeston family might become aware of this through some channel. If they send someone to verify from afar, our efforts will be in vain. Now that everything is in place, we must expedite our plan. Jedi replied, I understand. I believe it is not too late for us to fully realize our ambitions. Our interests are now intertwined with General Von Hell and even Duke Norman. As long as they perceive us as harmless, even if members of the Obeston family do appear, they will likely assist us in concealing our true intentions. Helen cast him a sidelong glance, a playful smile gracing her lips as she twirled a strand of golden hair. That is indeed correct, but caution is paramount. It has been over 3 months since the creature that attempted to assassinate Du Wei has shown itself. There must be a hidden hand behind that monster. The assassination could not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. To the Duchy of Norman, we are the concealed assassins, yet beneath our own shadows, someone is plotting against us. We cannot afford to be careless. When I had you all practice magic and martial skills here, it was indeed to enhance your self-defense capabilities. However, to be honest, I did not hold high hopes at that time. I did not expect that Du Wei and Bart, despite being past the prime age for training, would achieve such significant progress. They have surpassed me and Leah considerably. Indeed, diligence breeds genius. Just as she was speaking, a loud shout interrupted. What? You want me to charge up that castle on horseback? No, no. My dear Leah, I simply refuse to do it. Helen frowned, quickening her pace. This Bart. He certainly has the most questions. What now? As they rounded a building, they saw a magnificent warhorse standing beneath a circular ancient tower, with Princess Leah and Bart beside it. Bart clung desperately to a stone pillar, refusing to let go, while Leah smiled sweetly, coaxing him. Bart, do not forget. You are a warrior. What challenge could possibly daunt you? She gently encouraged. Isn't practicing dueling difficult? Yet you have mastered it remarkably quickly. Your swordsmanship and marksmanship are now such that even my sister would struggle against you. However, you cannot solely focus on foot combat techniques. Your horsemanship is woefully inadequate, especially in navigating treacherous terrains. Leah pointed to the circular tower, her sweet voice exclaiming, Look at the sky. How blue it is. Overcome your fear. Come on, Bart. Mount your steed. No, no, no. Bart shook his head vigorously, his face contorted. Princess Leah, I beg you spare me. I am truly terrified. If the horse stumbles, it would be such a waste to die like this. Ah, princess. Before he could finish, Leah's expression changed dramatically. The sweet little rabbit turned into a fierce lioness. With one hand on her hip and the other gripping Bart's ear, she forcibly dragged him away from the pillar, roaring, "Come here, you coward! How many times have I and my sister had to push you before you would even try? You refuse to budge until prodded. You insist on ignoring the invitation until it turns into a punishment. Today, you must ride, whether you like it or not. Get on that horse." Bart received a sharp kick from the little princess, and before he could utter a word, he was thrust onto the warhorse. Leah smacked the horse's rear, casting a small fireball spell, igniting the steed, which let out a painful whinny and bolted towards the tower, carrying the screaming Bart along. The tower was the tallest structure within the castle, encircled by a spiraling stone staircase. The staircase was not particularly wide. From the horse's back, one could see the ground with a mere lean. The spiral's angle was daunting, and the outer wooden railing had long rotted away, leaving no protection. Riding up such a path to the tower indeed required both skill and immense courage. Bart's greatest flaw was his timidity. Once startled, he would become hysterical and uncontrollable. In truth, he possessed considerable talent. Otherwise, no amount of pressure from Helen and Leah would have enabled him to progress in martial skills so swiftly. However, his fear significantly hindered his performance, especially in perilous situations. A fighter 3 times weaker than him could easily defeat him. Helen and Leah had racked their brains to devise a series of strategies to bolster Bart's courage, and riding up the tower was one of them. Jedi had always perceived Princess Leia as a pure, adorable, and delicate figure. It was the first time he had witnessed her unleash such a fierce roar, leaving him utterly astonished. Leah clapped her hands triumphantly and turned around, only to see Jedi and her sister standing nearby. She gleefully ran over, calling sweetly, "Jedi, dear brother, you have come." Jedi observed the tower, where Bart was shrieking atop his horse, howling like a wretched spirit from the depths of hell, flailing about in a panic. Then he glanced at Princess Leia's angelic visage and shivered involuntarily, stammering, yes, haraha. I wanted to see how Du Wei's magic training is progressing." Leah watched as Jedi hurriedly retreated, a puzzled expression crossing her face. "It seems my brother Jedi is quite afraid of me. What could have happened?" Helen chuckled softly, playfully brushing Leah's nose, and affectionately said, "Oh, Leah, you are so charming. How could Jedi be afraid of you? Hee, keep a close eye on Bart. We must not let him injure himself. I shall also go check on Du Wei and see how his magic training is faring." "All right," Leah replied cheerily, tilting her head in thought before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, how could Jedi be afraid of me? Hee, I was just being overly concerned." She pulled a light blue magical stone from her pocket, its crystalline surface shimmering in the sunlight, with wisps of mist swirling within, imparting an air of mystery. Leah smiled with satisfaction and looked up at the tower, where Bart, now atop the horse, had managed to reach the top while calling out in a cacophony, his voice nearly breaking. Leah furrowed her delicate brows slightly and remarked with a hint of playful reproach, "This fellow acts as if he has been subjected to cruelty," oblivious to the immense effort invested in shaping him into a competent knight. She tightened her grip on the magical stone, her alabaster fingers glowing with a crystalline blue light between the gaps. If this coward were not so timid, he would not squander more of the treasury than it takes to train Du Wei as a mage. Continue running around the ancient tower. Once you become numb to it, I have even more terrifying trials of torment awaiting you. Hee. Chapter 33. The Mammoth Jedi applauded. "Well done, Du Wei. The power of this firewall spell is immense, capable of obstructing or annihilating an entire squad of foes." Of course, Du Wei twirled his staff playfully on his finger. "I relish area of effect spells. They grant me a sensation of commanding the battlefield." Helen shook her head. "Though I may lack an understanding of magic, I am aware that area of effect spells do not discriminate between friend and foe. Unless surrounded entirely by enemies, such spells can sometimes pose a risk to our own side. The higher the tier of magic, the longer the incantation takes. Without warriors to safeguard you, it is implausible to ensure adequate time for spellcasting. Barto practices his warrior skills precisely to harmonize with you. He needs to protect you, and you, in turn, must protect him. Mutual protection constitutes half of victory. Do not be selective in your magical training. You must also enhance your single-target attack spells. Typically, single-target magic boasts greater potency than its area counterparts of the same tier, and the preparation time is significantly shorter. This is a crucial assurance for overcoming adversaries and preserving your life. Dewey smiled. Who says Princess Helen lacks knowledge of magic? Your theories are entirely accurate, worthy of being my mentor. Helen flushed, retorting, am I mistaken? Humph. What about the beast summoning stone that Leah entrusted to you? Retrieve it and summon a beast. While Jetty is here, let him assist you in practicing single-target magical attacks. As you wish, Your Highness. Dewey shrugged helplessly, producing a blue gemstone from his robes and beginning to chant the summoning incantation. This gemstone, sourced from the treasury of the Kingdom of Croya, could summon a beast and would remain effective for approximately half an hour. However, due to its heavy reliance on the precious blue gemstone, if the summoned creature possesses a gentle disposition, its combat prowess is limited. Conversely, if its temperament is ferocious, it often indiscriminately attacks friend and foe alike, rendering this magic rather impractical. As a result, few were willing to squander expensive blue gemstones on such a spell. These gemstones had been infused with summoning magic long ago and were stored in Croya's treasury. After Helen's escape, she had thoroughly cleared the treasury to procure gold for Jetty's plans, inadvertently discovering these magical gemstones, initially intending to reserve them for self-defense. Her whimsical friend Leah repurposed them for Dewey and Bardo's training. The fierce beasts summoned for combat would undoubtedly enhance their experience and fortitude, akin to real battle. The extraordinary beauty of the summoned creature was fleeting, vanishing as suddenly as it appeared. The trio, still captivated by the enchanting sight, found themselves confronted by a mammoth, which had inexplicably materialized in the plaza before them. By the goddess Daji, Jetty, Helen, and Dewey gasped in unison. This colossal creature bore a trunk as thick as a giant serpent from the Tumen Marsh Basin, with sharp tusks, curved yet resembling the lances of knights, extending 5 meters in length. Its thighs, as sturdy as columns, supported a body resembling a small mountain. Its head alone was more massive than that of a bull. The mammoth surveyed its surroundings in confusion, subsequently enraged at being transported to such an unfamiliar locale. It trumpeted an angry roar, sending a gust of wind that whisked Dewey's magical hat away. The force of the blast tousled Dewey's hair, rendering it akin to a tangle of seaweed. My heavens! How did this summoning stone conjure such a terrifying beast? It could demolish an entire castle. Dewey, we must flee, Jetty exclaimed, bending low as he prepared to escape at full speed alongside Helen. To their astonishment, Dewey remained motionless. The two exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed. How could they, as warriors, abandon a fellow mage who stood resolute in the face of peril? They nodded to each other, stepping beside Dewey to shield him, determined to confront the mammoth together. However, just as they steadied themselves, Dewey let out a desperate cry. Oh, Goddess Daji, either make me taller than this mountain or use your divine power to whisk me away. A mere ant, armed only with courage and faith, stood no chance against a mammoth. He nervously rummaged through his belongings, recalling that among the many treasures gifted by Helen was a teleportation spell scroll. It seemed his only hope for survival lay in this artifact. Jetty and Helen's spirits plummeted upon realizing that Dewey's apparent calmness was merely a result of his shock at the mammoth's arrival. The beast, now aware of the trio, lowered its massive head, letting out a low growl, its enormous eyes fixed upon them. They felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Run! They shrieked in unison, turning to flee. Jetty instinctively grasped Helen's hand, seeking to instill a modicum of comfort amid the terror. Despite the mammoth's vast size and immense strength, it was an herbivore and typically posed no threat to humans. However, having been uprooted from its familiar grazing grounds, this mammoth was equally filled with trepidation. Its unstable emotions and volatile temperament rendered it unpredictable, and its tusks, trunk, and massive feet were formidable weapons against which mere flesh and bone would stand little chance. As they sprinted a few paces, a griffin with golden wings swooped down from the sky toward them. A griffin? The trio exclaimed in unison, their voices rising in alarm. Suddenly, they heard the distinct sound of Bardo's voice amid their frantic cries. The griffin, resembling a wayward kite, careened through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, tumbling several times until it lay unconscious, though it had served as a shield. The rider atop the griffin's back, resembling a rolling ball, tumbled off, yet surprisingly emerged unscathed. Barto, run! Helen cried, recognizing him as the rider. Barto, dazed from his fall, found himself perilously close to the mammoth's foot. Should the beast raise its foot to tread upon him, he would surely be crushed. Bardo stood oblivious, his hair standing on end like a porcupine's quills, completely unaware of the colossal creature looming before him. He flailed about, jumping in fright as if he had stepped on a corpse. His erratic movements seemed to bewilder the mammoth, which lowered its trunk, momentarily ceasing its aggression. As it watched Bardo's bizarre antics, Bardo, timid and acrophobic, succumbs to a state of hysteria upon being startled. If left unchecked, he frightens himself further. And upon escaping a perilous situation, rather than regaining composure, he becomes increasingly frenzied. He leaps and yells in a wild frenzy before suddenly propelling himself forward. Both Jedi and Helen gasped in unison as the diminutive Bardo sprang forth like a nimble monkey. Months of rigorous training bore fruit at that moment. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the lengthy trunk of the colossal elephant, treating its wrinkled surface as a staircase. With a cacophony of cries, he ascended, swiftly reaching the summit of the mammoth's head. Good heavens! Dewey exclaimed, what does he intend to do up there? Chapter 34. The frenzy of fear. There stood Bard atop the colossal head of the mammoth, his figure resembling that of a diminutive being. As he steadied himself, he began to leap and howl once more. The great beast, startled by his commotion, let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, shaking the very earth beneath it. As the mammoth moved, its body trembled like an earthquake, and Bart, who had been singing out in fright, immediately dropped to the ground. Clutching tightly to the sparse tufts of hair and the loose, pliable skin atop the mammoth's head, and cried out in despair, "Oh no, help me." In a moment of selflessness, Jedi disregarded his own safety and leaped toward the mammoth. Compared to the mammoth, Jedi appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet this tiny creature possessed astonishing agility and speed, darting like a bolt of lightning to leap onto the mammoth's flank. Helen gasped as she witnessed Jedi slide down slightly. But with a powerful grip, he secured himself on the wrinkled hide of the mammoth, swiftly climbing towards its back. The mammoth bellowed furiously and suddenly halted, its trunk sweeping across its body like a giant serpent. In a moment of panic, Helen shouted for Duvy. Quick, help them. Use magic to distract the mammoth. One could hardly grasp the immense power generated by the mammoth's seemingly clumsy movements. Jedi, with his superhuman agility, managed to hold on, but surprisingly, Bart clung tenaciously to the mammoth's back, as if he were a parasite, refusing to be dislodged. In moments of extreme fear, Bart's physical abilities surged, akin to a berserker's frenzy, though his was rooted in terror rather than rage. Stricken with acrophobia, he had mustered the courage to run circles around the tower, still shaken. While Princess Leia summoned a griffin with her magical stone and compelled him to ride it, hoping to experience the thrill of flight. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, Bart had transformed into a frenzied warrior in a peculiar sense. As the two figures wavered precariously atop the mammoth, Helen anxiously stated, "Do not use those large spells. They are a waste of time. I merely need you to attract the mammoth's attention so they can descend safely." "Oh," Duvy hastily agreed, unleashing a barrage of low-level spells he had learned. Colorful rings of light fell indiscriminately upon the mammoth, Jedi, and Bart. Bloodthirsty curses, evil auras, agility spells, confusion, frenzy, mind control, weakness, and blindness. Various incompatible spells erupted in chaotic succession. He had forgotten the perilous situation and was wholly absorbed in the application of magic. When he exhausted his final ounce of magical energy, Duvy excitedly exclaimed to Helen, "Your Highness, I comprehend the essence of magic." With that declaration, he tossed aside his staff and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Helen stared in disbelief at the fallen Duvy, gritting her teeth, ready to rush in to join Jedi in his struggle. Princess Leia hurried over, forcing Bart to mount the griffin in a bid to bolster his courage. However, Bart, overwhelmed with fear, inadvertently choked the griffin, rendering it unable to fly smoothly, leading to a chaotic approach. Leia, having just arrived, witnessed Bart's erratic flight pattern. As she rounded the corner, she beheld the immense creature before her. With her mouth agape, she pointed at the mammoth, stammering, "Sister, what is that?" At that moment, the mammoth crashed to the ground, sending a massive wave of dust and debris flying outward. Leia recoiled in fear and innocently looked at Helen, saying, "Helen, this isn't my fault." Though the fearsome mammoth possessed almost unparalleled destructive power, its brain remained as simple as that of any wild beast. Duvy, in a fit of desperation, unleashed every spell he could recall, yielding unexpected results. The mammoth, unable to withstand the bizarre and contradictory magical onslaught, became disoriented and collapsed. In a state of fear-induced frenzy, Bart was entirely insulated from the external influences, rendering him immune to the mental effects of the spells. Oddly, Jetty also seemed unaffected. As the mammoth fell, he nimbly leapt aside, narrowly avoiding a grim fate beneath the beast. With her heart finally settling, Helen noticed Bart still clinging to the mammoth's head, howling in desperation. Channeling her inner Iron Maiden, she rushed forward, delivering several resounding slaps until Bart awoke, and then she pulled him down. This incident made them acutely aware of the dangers present even in training, and they vowed never to recklessly employ unknown magical artifacts again. The most significant beneficiary of this ordeal was Duvy, akin to a novice cyclist venturing onto the streets for the first time. Despite practicing diligently in the yard, the initial venture into the open world was fraught with trepidation. Yet, having overcome this psychological barrier, he wielded his magic with newfound confidence. A leap in capability equating to an enhancement of his magical prowess, an invaluable development for any mage. Jetty, too, recognized his advantage and strength. Had he not been eager to climb atop the mammoth to assist Bart, he believed he could have stood against the terrifying creature. From this moment onward, he resolved to set aside his concerns over waning magical power and focus on becoming a valiant knight. His strength was drawn from the divine power absorbed on the night of the full moon, and he was nearing the first 10 full moons since swearing allegiance to the celestial being, Lord Ningwa. The sole individual who seemed to stagnate was Bart, for he harbored a first love-like affection for Leah. Helen perceived this, and thus had Leah instruct him in combat skills, believing he would display greater courage in the presence of the girl he secretly admired. However, Leah's impatience only exacerbated matters. Now, upon seeing the petite and charming Leah, Bart reacted like a mouse confronted with a cat, trembling uncontrollably, utterly stripped of his fighting spirit. Thus, Helen resumed training him and became his sparring partner. At this juncture, Duvy's understanding of magic had significantly surpassed Leah's, rendering her guidance unnecessary. With nothing to occupy her time, Leah devoted herself to Jetty, fussing over him and attending to his needs, thereby deepening their bond. Helen, observing this, felt a pang of jealousy. Had Jetty consistently pursued her sister, it might have been bearable, but he had just confessed his feelings to her. Helen had long forgotten her impulsive decision to entrust her sister to him, and in a fit of jealousy, she vented her ire upon Bart. Just as Bart believed he had narrowly escaped Leah's clutches, he found himself ensnared in yet another tumultuous predicament. Chapter 35. Northern merchants. The 3 individuals, benefiting from exceptional training conditions, diligently honed their skills to swiftly enhance their prowess. Simultaneously, they did not relent in executing their economic sabotage plan. Du Wei and Helen focused on the expansion of the Daji sect, which, supported by substantial financial backing, proliferated rapidly. Many citizens from the lower and middle classes of the Duchy of Norman joined the Daji sect. Consequently, the sect's intelligence network extended throughout the duchy and, through itinerant merchants, mercenaries, sailors, and porters, reached foreign lands. The extent of the Daji sect's expansion had indeed become impossible to conceal from various powerful factions. The Duke of Norman received reports and was already aware of the sect's religious beliefs and missionary activities. Surprisingly, as a political figure, the Duke exhibited no reaction. This was understandable, as he was not a follower of the Holy Church of Light and was unwilling to allow it to monopolize power, which posed a threat to his administrative authority. The presence of a rival religious organization was, in fact, something he welcomed. Furthermore, the Daji sect's doctrine, which espoused the principle of good deeds being rewarded and the promise of retribution in the afterlife, was beneficial for the government's governance, as it aimed to stabilize the increasingly oppressed lower strata of society. Curiously, the Holy Church of Light adopted a similarly tacit stance regarding the Daji sect's expansion. The influence of the Holy Church was immense. The Western Rose Empire recognized it as the state religion, with cardinals wielding more authority than local governors. In the central and southern regions of the continent, the Tagore Empire also recognized the Holy Church as the most influential sect, albeit not to the extent that the Pope could stand on equal footing with the Emperor, and bishops enjoyed greater prestige than governors, given their political, economic, and military clout. Launching a holy war to annihilate the Daji sect would have been an easy task, yet they remained unresponsive. Reactions from high-ranking members within the Holy Church of Light in the Duchy of Norman were forcibly suppressed by the bishops, who forbade any hostile actions against the Daji sect. This particular bishop, who had arrived in the duchy 12 years prior, was once a fervent zealot, having vanquished numerous heretics under his advocacy, leading many followers to the pyre. However, 12 years later, he had transformed into the most conservative figure, prompting much speculation among the church's hierarchy, yet no one arrived at a reasonable conclusion. In this favorable climate, the dodgy sect spread like a plague, expanding its influence at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Jedi and Barto collaborated, wielding significant power in the financial market, where fortunes were made and lost daily. Yet, as Dewey ironically observed, while the direct perpetrators were seen as devils, people conveniently forgot that their creator was the divine. Thus, they simultaneously loathed and feared the devil while adoring the deity, imploring for divine favor. No one attributed the responsibility to Jedi or Barto. Instead, they became increasingly enamored with the wealth games they devised, with countless gamblers and adventurers joining this bubble of affluence, amplifying its power and influence. On this particular day, Jedi received word from Ryan, a minor clerk at the Paul auction house, recently converted to the dodgy sect and fervently devoted. The information initially seemed inconsequential, as he casually mentioned during a prayer at the church that a prominent northern merchant would soon arrive in the Duchy of Norman with a substantial cargo for auction. This news appeared to lack value, yet loyal clergymen meticulously compiled it and delivered it to St. Helen. Helen immediately heightened her vigilance, noting that the merchant hailed from the Northern Empire, where tensions were high. Typically, larger transactions were conducted through a series of intermediaries, resulting in skyrocketing transaction costs, making it rare for anyone to personally transport significant cargo to such distant lands. Thus, the merchant's willingness to come indicated considerable influence, enabling him to traverse various duchies, kingdoms, and principalities without excessive exploitation. Additionally, he would need enough capability to safeguard himself against robbers, thieves, and bandits along the way. Consequently, while the merchant Samuel Beckett was still en route, Baron Alex vanished from the watchful eyes of the elite in Batiste. By the time Samuel Beckett arrived in Batiste, a fortnight had passed, and amidst the daily churn of news, the remarkable Baron had slipped from public discourse, with the only trending figures being Jedi and Barto, along with a recent stock market millionaire. Samuel, a merchant willing to invest significantly, arrived with a caravan escorted by a mercenary group. Upon his arrival in Batiste, all prominent figures received a gilded invitation he had sent out, inviting nobles, officials, and entrepreneurs to his soiree. These invitations were distributed publicly, addressed to the leading figures across all societal strata, without specifying individual names, symbolizing the social standing and economic prowess of those invited. This was a clever psychological maneuver. Since all recipients were distinguished individuals, even those who might have looked down upon Samuel Beckett would feel compelled to attend upon seeing the list of other successful invitees. The cunning merchant Samuel's initial strategy succeeded, as despite his recent arrival and lack of reputation, a single invitation effectively drew the entire elite of Batiste into his fold. Barto and Dewey, both indulgent in pleasures, found numerous well-wishers, while Jedi, already a figure of renown and admired by women in Batiste's high society, maintained a reputation for propriety, raising Helen's confidence in him. The auction house resembled a grand estate, with a vast fountain sculpture at its center, featuring a scale balanced by weights on one side and gold on the other, from which water cascaded, creating a mesmerizing display. As dusk fell, the colorful light from the crystal chandeliers cast an enchanting glow over the fountain. The square buzzed with activity as invited guests arrived. Samuel had invested heavily, ensuring that each guest, upon confirming their identity, was escorted by a well-trained maid to their prearranged seat in the hall. These maids were not only beautiful, but also exuded grace, showcasing Samuel's prowess. Jedi, now a notable figure in Batiste, found many of the aristocrats among his friends, while the banking community had split into factions, with one group siding with President Gibson and another aligning with Jedi. Upon encountering Jedi, they were eager to exchange pleasantries. Barto similarly attracted many admirers, primarily those seeking insider information on stocks or bonds, including several wealthy ladies who risked their fortunes in speculation. Barto, ever the opportunist, engaged the most attractive among them with flirtatious banter while offering vague and ambiguous hints of supposed insider knowledge. Jedi raised his glass, greeting close friends while observing the hall's ambience. The hall can accommodate between 300 to 500 individuals, typically adorned with neatly arranged chairs. Currently, it stands entirely vacant, with elongated tables set in 6 rows, laden with exquisite wines and fruits, creating a lavish buffet for the guests to indulge at their leisure. At the front, the semicircular stage is devoid of any auction platform. It is meant to be the brightest spot, yet it remains shrouded in darkness, almost devoid of illumination. With a curtain drawn across the front, Jedi couldn't help but smile, as it was common knowledge that Samuel had invited these distinguished figures today with the intent of auctioning rare treasures. Such a transparent ploy only served to pique everyone's interest further. "Mr. Jedi, you've arrived quite early," a voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, Jedi beheld a rotund figure beside him, crowned with a smaller sphere atop, a rather jovial president of the Jewelers Banking Association, Mr. Gibson. Chapter 36. Ingenious Tactics. A wave of commotion erupted from the audience. Regardless of the veracity of her claims, the men began to cheer with fervent imaginations, while the women, with indignation, reprimanded their male companions about the shamelessness of the woman on stage, asserting that her intentions were merely a pretext to profess their own fidelity to love. Bart exclaimed in surprise, "The enchanting lady on stage, you actually know me?" He wisely refrained from engaging in her banter, as she had subtly indicated her unavailability. No matter how beautiful a non-available item may be, it remains merely a display in a shop window, and Bart felt no inclination towards something he could never possess. "I recognize every gentleman and lovely lady present," the beauty smiled and declared. "Now, let us get to the main event. The first item we shall auction is..." She gracefully extended her jade-like arm and gestured behind her, causing a staff to descend slowly from above. As her fingers moved delicately downward, it appeared as though she were wielding some magical power, though the keen-eyed Jedi noticed two thin strings subtly guiding the staff. The strings were not tied, but rather hooked, for the beauty merely reached out and grasped the staff effortlessly. A beam of light illuminated the staff, revealing a purple, slightly twisted vine crafted from a material that was hardly a rare treasure. It seemed the true value lay in the gemstone atop it. The gem, a deep black, resembled a lump of coal, reflecting little light even under the intense illumination. The beauty smiled and said, "This is a piece of dark crystal. For a magician, it significantly enhances magical power and absorbs magical damage. It is a gemstone of considerable quality. Perhaps you gentlemen have heard of a certain magician in the annals of the Empire's history who, wielding merely 5th-level magic, managed to send an 8th-level sorcerer fleeing in disgrace. The secret lay in his noble heritage and vast wealth, adorned with an array of auxiliary magical stones and scrolls, while his opponent possessed nothing. Our empire has a saying, 'Gold can indeed crush a man's spirit,' which originates from this tale. The starting bid is a mere 500 gold coins. May I inquire which gentleman might be interested?" He pondered, and the audience fell into silence, for indeed, few nobles seemed intrigued by such an item. After a moment, President Gibson called out, 550 gold coins. Bart promptly raised his hand, declaring 600 gold coins. Jedi was momentarily taken aback and whispered, "What do you intend to do with it?" Bart replied with a grin, "I have no need for it, but Dewey could certainly benefit. Having one more protective item is better than having one less." Jedi smiled faintly as President Gibson continued to raise the bid, with Bart following suit. When the bidding reached 2,000 gold coins, Bart murmured to Jedi, "Upon reflection, Dewey already possesses sufficient treasures. Given his frail constitution, adding more might hinder his mobility." Jedi chuckled softly, and ultimately the dark gemstone was acquired by President Gibson for the sum of 2,000 gold coins. Jedi cast a glance at him, a flicker of curiosity arising in his mind. What purpose did this portly gentleman have for a magical gemstone? He hardly appeared to be a sorcerer. Could it be that aside from animal bones and furs, he harbored a penchant for collecting magical stones? 2,000 gold coins constituted a substantial transaction, albeit more so for the average merchant. In the South, wars were seldom waged. Life here was tranquil and prosperous, leaving little room for interest in magical stones or weaponry. Surely, Mr. Samuel was aware of this, as evidenced by his decision to auction off a magical stone as the first item, clearly an attempt to set a foundation with less desirable offerings, thus manipulating expectations through reverse psychology. The crowd eagerly anticipated the next auction item, scarcely concerned with President Gibson's motivations for purchasing a magical stone. On stage, the performance unfolded like a theatrical play, as a warrior and a gentleman quarreled over the affections of the beautiful lady. Eventually, the warrior drew his gleaming sword, demanding a duel with the gentleman to determine the lady's fate. While all were aware this was mere theatrics, the trio's portrayal was so lifelike, the lady's helplessness, the men's fury, that it captivated the audience. As the warrior called for the duel, the crowd erupted in disapproval. The gentleman appeared far too frail for such a contest. This duel seemed less a fair fight than a one-sided slaughter, yet the gentleman accepted the challenge with unwavering resolve, shedding his outer garment to reveal a white shirt adorned with a bow tie amidst the lady's sorrowful tears. The two men presented themselves with sincerity, and the audience held its breath. They drew their swords, and gasps filled the air. The gentleman's slender sword appeared no different from a common blade, yet it was a vivid crimson, glowing fiercely under the soft light, reminiscent of blazing flames. As their duel commenced, the warrior wielded a great sword with brute strength, yet astonishingly. The gentleman, despite his frail physique lacking any visible muscle from rigorous training, unleashed strikes with lightning speed, the fiery arcs of his blade countering the warrior's assault. The clang of clashing swords resonated, and gradually, the warrior began to falter, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Ultimately, amidst a collective gasp from the spectators, the gentleman thrust his sword into the warrior's chest, a wisp of smoke rising as blood erupted forth. The warrior was slain in an instant. Panic ensued in the audience as they cried out. The beauty hurriedly reassured them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not panic. Both the gentleman and the warrior are slaves. To demonstrate the true power of this sword for you noble friends, Mr. Samuel insisted upon using lowly slaves for the exhibition, and whether in victory or defeat, they must give their all." The tumult gradually subsided, though a few remained shaken. However, the majority did not regard slaves as their equals. The beauty gracefully accepted the fiery sword from the hand of the gentleman slave, raising it high and proclaiming in the most melodious tones, "I know that the southern nobility is genteel and well-versed in the arts, with no fondness for barbaric combat. Yet, the southern nobility harbors a passionate heart and the courage to sacrifice everything for their beloved women. A duel among nobles for their lovers is a noble and civilized act, and such moments demand a fitting weapon. This slender sword bears enhancements of wind and fire magic, making it a formidable weapon. It can transform a gentleman with no combat training into a master swordsman. The wind magic imbues the sword with lightning speed, rendering it impossible for enemies to defend against, while the fire magic elevates the ambient temperature during battle, particularly suited for the eternally spring-like south, suffocating opponents in its wake. Gentlemen, would you be willing to become an invincible lion for your beloved? The Sword of Flames and Wind is available for a mere 5,000 gold coins. 6,000 gold coins. 7,000. The gentleman's blood surged with excitement. Yet, a voice rang out, questioning, "I say, does the fire magic recognize its master? When the enemy is scorched and breathless, will not the wielder suffer as well?" This inquiry resonated loudly amidst the fervent crowd, clear enough for nearly all to hear. Bart leaned close to Jedi's ear and asked, "Do you know this fellow? Is he also a noble?" Jedi glanced over, shaking his head. "I do not recognize him." Bart chuckled. "Ah, I see now. He is merely a plant." "A plant?" Jedi inquired. Bart replied with a grin, "You wouldn't understand. I often employ people to do just that when I engage in stock trading." Chapter 37. Encounter with Little Lolita. Jedi pondered for a moment and suddenly grasped the situation. The crowd fell silent. As the significance of the question became apparent, all eyes eagerly awaiting the beautiful woman's response. With a charming smile, she remarked, "Sir, have you noticed my forehead glistening with sweat?" She exaggeratedly wiped her brow with a delicate finger, as if shaking off droplets of perspiration, prompting a knowing chuckle from the audience. However, under the bright lights, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, clearly indicating she was in an exceedingly warm environment. The enchanting lady continued, "Resolving this conundrum is quite simple, gentlemen. Have you noticed how he trembles like leaves in the wind the moment the blade of flame and wind is in my grasp? It is because he bears a magic core from the polar ice bear, the purest of ice magic adornments." She pointed towards the slave, who promptly unbuckled his broad leather belt, revealing a deep green gemstone at its center. The beauty raised her voice, exclaiming, "The magic core of the polar ice bear. Few dare to use it as an accessory, despite its ability to enhance one's physical prowess 2 to 3-fold, for it is exceedingly cold. If it were not for this kind gentleman raising the issue, this poor slave would have to endure wearing it until he turned into a popsicle. But with the blade of flame and wind in hand, the polar ice bear's magic core counteracts the sword's thermal damage while providing extraordinary physical capabilities. I assert that it can transform a feeble gentleman into a formidable warrior. Besides this sword, the belt of the polar ice bear contributes significantly to this enhancement. While the belt cannot be wielded as a weapon, it grants immense energy for your offensive endeavors. She playfully added with a wink, of course, during the sweltering summer. You could place it by your pillow, ensuring you won't be drenched in sweat while enjoying the company of your beloved. Laughter erupted from the audience, and amidst the mirth, the lady's voice rang out. This belt is quite a bargain at merely 5,000 gold coins. The merchant was astute. Had he offered the blade of flame and wind alongside the polar ice bear's belt for a price of 10,000 gold coins, the nobles would have hesitated. Instead, he separated the offerings, first igniting their desire with the enchanted sword, before extolling the virtues of the belt. Now, even at 11,000 gold coins, it seemed a modest price for two priceless treasures. You are quite clever, Bardo. These splendid items are tempting indeed, though I have a penchant for barehanded combat. Do you wish to acquire them? Jedi chuckled lightly. Bardo shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing. Fine goods should be showcased like a bride's delicate charm. I often employ similar tactics in my stock trading, creating something from nothing, presenting it with flair, haha. However, I have no interest in that sword. Its blade is too slender, lacking a sense of security. You know my strength is considerable. I prefer heavy weaponry. Holding a massive axe, even if it were mere scrap, instills a sense of strength and safety within me. The polar ice bear's belt may augment strength, but nothing compares to the courage derived from wielding a mighty axe." As their conversation unfolded, shouts erupted from the front of the stage. 20,000 gold coins. 21,000. 22,000. The nobles began flaunting their wealth before one another, like proud peacocks. 30,000 gold coins. Warren observed coolly, suddenly announcing, 30,000 gold coins. Sir Warren of the Holy Knights bids 30,000 gold coins. A master of martial skills, he truly understands the immense value of this sword and power-enhancing belt. The beauty's eyes sparkled with greed, undeterred by Warren's handsome visage and remarkable presence. As soon as he placed his bid, she deemed him a worthy patron, further enticing the audience to believe that spending lavishly on these treasures was indeed worthwhile. Thus, the price soared even higher, driven by the nobles' competitive spirits. Warren chuckled wryly. While Anna inquired with concern, "Warren, do you truly intend to purchase them? Should you find it inconvenient, I possess some savings in jewelry." "No, it's nothing," Warren replied calmly. The remarkable synergy between these two items would indeed grant significant strength, yet power cannot be infinitely amplified. For instance, if you can exert 1,000 pounds of force, using an amplifier of 10% would yield 1,100 pounds. But if you were to don another amplifier of 30%, it would merely increase to 1,300 pounds. The enhancement is contingent upon your inherent strength, and will not stack upon already augmented power. Therefore, one's intrinsic ability remains paramount. A 5th-level mage adorned with magical artifacts can easily vanquish an unarmed 8th-level mage. But he would stand no chance against an unarmed archmage. The pinnacle of mastery cannot be attained solely through equipment, be it a mage or a domain-level warrior. Thus, if the price is reasonable, I may indulge, but if it becomes outrageous, let these fools contend among themselves. Despite his words, Warren secretly yearned for the sword and belt. Yet 30,000 gold coins was his limit, constrained by a strict upbringing that left little room for extravagance. Miss Anna, even if she were to liquidate all her jewelry and tirelessly barter, could scarcely gather 20,000 gold coins in a short span. And Warren was loath to reveal his financial constraints. The proud Helen nodded obediently, for love is indeed blind. She fully believed Warren's words. She had faith that with his talent, he would undoubtedly rise to become a master of martial arts. Anna disdainfully glanced at the nobles, who, having reached 5,000 gold coins, reveled in their own arrogance. Let these fools compete. Even if their strength is magnified tenfold, they remain no match for my Warren. He is truly handsome. 30,000 gold coins merely reflects his curiosity to play with a magical weapon. Samuel, through ingenious planning, successfully executed a lucrative deal in the waning market of the Norman Duchy, selling a set of combined weaponry. After thoroughly piquing the audience's interest, the subsequent auction featured items favored by the southern nobility, showcasing various luxuries and instruments of indulgence. Warren generously purchased a 500 gold coin crystal brooch and presented it to the lovely knightess Anna, who immediately adorned it upon her chest, her face radiant with happiness. Lord Francisco, a member of the noble council, acquired a lascivious wolf whip, crafted from the hide of a rare blue magic wolf, known for its potent mating abilities. It was said that infusing wine with this wolf's essence yielded remarkable aphrodisiac effects. As Jedi witnessed the beautiful woman raise the wolf whip, severed during the creature's mating frenzy and magically preserved, he felt a chill run through him. Viewing the severed appendage of what he considered kin being sold as mere commodities was unsettling, despite having long regarded himself as human. Gazing at Lord Francisco's smug expression, Jedi felt an overwhelming urge to strike it into oblivion. The auction prices continued to surge, and while many items in the later stages, though unique, were mostly perishable goods incapable of surging exponentially in value, the timing of the event had stirred the crowd's emotions, igniting a fervent desire to purchase. This clever merchant, Samuel, reaped substantial profits as a result. The hall was abuzz with excitement, now entering the grand finale, the auction of living beings. In the eyes of the nobles, of course, it was the sale of livestock. The beautiful hostess, with a charming smile, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction of several creatures, orcs. They are equally favored creatures among the aristocrats of the imperial capital. Due to the high demand for these beast men, we showcase only 4 at each location since our departure from the imperial capital. We assure you that the offerings we present are of the highest quality. Thus, we refrain from bringing all 4 beast men onto the stage at once. Should you take a liking to any of them, you may purchase your preferred beast man. If not, you may wait for the next selection. However, if you find the first one to be more to your taste, you will have to negotiate with the individual who has acquired her." She straightened her posture, and under the gentle illumination, her delicate, alabaster figure, akin to exquisite jade, captivated the audience. "Esteemed guests, we still have 8 extraordinary beings at our disposal: elves, cat girls, fox women, snake women, and so forth, among which 4 are reserved for our journey to the Duchy of Botany. Tonight, you are fortunate to witness the debut of the beastly beauty, the foxwoman Lolita." The name Lolita struck a familiar chord within Jedi, stirring his thoughts into a tempest. The stage unfolded a spectacle reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, featuring 4 robust figures, their sinewy muscles resembling ancient trees, who pushed a young girl onto the stage, her wrists bound by ropes. Jedi's mind exploded with realization as his eyes widened. He recognized her, the enchanting, tender little foxwoman, the very one he had let go, the object of his nascent affection for the opposite sex, the embodiment of the strength he longed to harness in order to walk upright as a person. She was none other than the little foxwoman, Lolita. Chapter 38. National interest. As night deepened, Jedi sat cross-legged on the couch, opening the window to reveal his robust and well-toned chest, drawing abundant energy from the distant realms through the heart of Tai. He had always believed that this mysterious energy emanated from the luminous moon in the far-off starry sky. As he absorbed more lunar energy, he found he no longer needed to wait for the full moon to communicate with this otherworldly force. Although the pace of his absorption was considerably slower during ordinary nights, nevertheless, his diligence remained unwavering. The thirst for power was deeply ingrained in his very being. Upon realizing that his innate magical ability was gradually waning for reasons unknown, drawing upon lunar energy to augment his strength became his sole recourse. In the other world, Lady Ningua reclined in the void, casually crossing her legs, her hands resting behind her head, her flowing ribbons dancing gracefully around her. Dressed in snow white, she appeared as serene as a princess resting in her garden. Her once fiery temperament had been tempered by the languid little wolf, and despite her daily frustrations, they bore no fruit. As for the wolf's lifespan, she no longer fretted. The thought that even after drawing upon the primordial power of the Creator God, longevity might elude her was simply unfathomable. Gently shaking her delicate feet, Lady Ningua mused, 500 or 600 years, that would far exceed my vow. By then, the creature before me should be an ancient wolf with a beard dragging on the ground. Punishing it then would indeed be rather cruel. I am such a kind and gentle angel. Perhaps I could devise another way to chastise him. The angel turned over, resting her fragrant cheek and closing her beautiful eyes. As for her thoughts on punishment, there was no hurry. A slumber beckoned. In this desolate place, she had all the time in the world to waste. With endless life and time at her disposal, she intended to reserve some problems for herself to ponder leisurely. Helen lay on her bed, arms cradled behind her head. her legs crossed in a position as charming as that of the battle angel Ningua. Leah curled beside her, already fast asleep, her breath long and delicate, reminiscent of a sweet little cat. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft, silvery frost that brought a refreshing coolness to the heart. The moonlight illuminated her dainty feet, rendering them as exquisite as jade. Hidden within the climbing wisteria on the grand, arched window, insects chirped, causing Helen, lost in thought, to feel slightly vexed. The arrival of the little fox girl had shaken her unwavering trust and sense of control over Jedi. After all, as a princess born into royalty, she could not afford to rely solely on emotions to navigate her dilemmas. Jedi, the divine envoy of the Daji sect, had become a friend through a chance encounter in the jungle, and thus began their entangled fate. He had devised a plan to aid her, and it was through the hidden wealth of the Kroya kingdom that he achieved fame and power, becoming a formidable figure in the city of Batist. Young and wealthy, possessing a fortune that would take others a lifetime to amass, he was no longer destitute. Would he still have the courage to risk losing everything, even his life, for a deposed princess with whom he had no ties? The history of the empire was rife with bloody examples. Even generals nurtured by the emperor might not yield to loyalty simply because of their patronage. What guarantee did she have of Jedi's fidelity? The more Helen pondered, the more troubled she became. As she opened her eyes slightly, she saw the moon shining through the window, a wisp of cloud drifting in to obscure its light, dimming the brilliance of her star-like eyes. Reflecting on her thoughts, she mused, women desire men who provide them with a sense of security. Yet men are often drawn to women who evoke uncertainty. That little fox girl, her allure was dangerously captivating. If I do not resolve my feelings soon, Jedi will inevitably succumb to her charms. Men may bleed and sweat for women, yet they lack the patience to wait for a woman indefinitely. He had already expressed his affections for me, but have I kept him waiting for far too long? Perhaps I could attempt to bind his heart with my love. As the cloud veiled the moon, a shaft of light pierced through, prompting Helen to instinctively shrink beneath the covers, fearing that the moonlight would reveal her flushed cheeks. After a moment, she cautiously emerged from the blanket, exposing only her sparkling eyes. For Kroya, for my father's vengeance, for the national interest. Thus, it is decided, I shall surrender myself to him. In Jedi's goldsmith shop, a charming young maid had appeared. Since Jedi became the proprietor, Leah no longer needed to assist at the counter. The suitors vying for her affections, aware of the widening chasm in their social standings, gradually lost their desire to pursue her. Yet now, the goldsmith shop had welcomed another young maid, equally pure and lovely as Leah, but unlike her lively and cheerful demeanor, this enchanting maid was particularly shy, often blushing like a delightful apple at the teasing of her colleagues. Within days, rumors spread throughout Batist that Jedi had spent a staggering sum to acquire a stunning fox woman at an auction, leading everyone to speculate about the identity of the beautiful young maid. Although humans tended to look down upon beast folk, it did not diminish the affection the workers felt for the little fox girl. Beauty was an irresistible force. The little fox girl was indeed exceptionally clever. Rather than refuting the various speculations about her identity, she adopted an ambiguous attitude, allowing people's imaginations to wander in the direction she desired. With a charming expression, a sweet smile, and a bashful gesture, she facilitated the transition from mere speculation to firm conviction among the townsfolk. Without uttering a single word, she successfully achieved her objectives, establishing a unique standing for herself in Jedi's goldsmith shop, creating highly favorable circumstances for her existence. Helen observed coldly, increasingly aware that this little vixen should not be underestimated. If this cunning enchantress were determined to seduce Jedi, even his iron will might be melted away. Helen's resolve to take a significant step toward solidifying her relationship with Jedi grew stronger. Indeed, everything for the sake of national interest. In the goldsmith shop, a merchant had just deposited 3,000 gold coins and received a receipt when he suddenly noticed the door to Jedi's office swing open. Bartis emerged, a large cigar clenched between his teeth, followed closely by Jedi. The merchant, beaming, approached eagerly. "Mr. Bartis, good day." Bartis paused, removing the cigar from his mouth and lowering his chin slightly to scrutinize him, asking, "Who might you be? I don't seem to recognize you." The merchant smiled obsequiously. Of course. I am merely a fur trader, so it is understandable you do not know me. However, I have long admired the name of the fortunate lad Bartis. You have made your way in the world with nothing but your keen insight and immense courage. becoming one of the most successful figures in Batist. I hold you in high esteem. Bardas laughed heartily, responding joyfully, whether it be courage or sheer luck. The result remains the same. I suppose I can accept your praise. Bardas threw back his head and laughed, saying, wise men do not dwell on the present. The current trends are evident to all. One must focus on the future. Are you lamenting the high prices of securities? Know this, there is only higher to reach. What is the highest? The merchant's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pressed on. Are you suggesting, Mr. Bardas, that there is still room for future growth? Bardo took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a smoke ring with a smile, and remarked, well, I never claimed that open-minded individuals are preoccupied with the future. Such wealth is not amassed by the timid and cautious, ha ha ha. The merchant, as if receiving divine enlightenment, appeared to have gleaned some profound insight from this stream of nonsense, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude before departing in high spirits. Bardo removed his cigar, smirking, another naive lamb awaiting slaughter. The demure little fox girl, Lolita, noticing that Lord Barto was about to leave, hastily dropped her mop, washed her hands, and wiped them on her apron. She then retrieved Bardo's coat from the hanger and approached him. Barto made no move to assist. He merely shrugged his shoulders, prompting the little fox girl to drape the coat over him. Bardo complimented her, saying, what a considerate beauty you are. Jedi, do you really make such a lovely creature toil day and night? The little fox girl blushed deeply, softly explaining, Mr. Bardo, it is not as you think. I simply wish to find something to occupy my time. Jedi chimed in with a huff. Am I so heartless? She has no chores to attend to at night. Barto chuckled mischievously. Indeed, she has nothing to do at night. Except for you. The maid's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Her cheeks and neck flushed like a shrimp just pulled from a boiling pot. She was certainly aware of the double entendre in his jest. Jedi rolled her eyes and pulled him toward the door, impatiently saying, all right, do hurry along. Every time you visit, you ramble on endlessly. Barto composed himself, his grin fading as he confidently declared, rest assured. For the next few days, I shall remain right here at the Golden Pinnacle Tower. He patted Jedi's shoulder reassuringly, adding, you need not worry excessively. Political machinations pale in comparison to the intrigues of the stock exchange. Regardless of the schemes devised, only strength will ultimately prevail. The Grand Duke stands with us. No matter how arduous the journey, the outcome is already determined. Jedi nodded, suddenly catching sight of a garbage truck stopping at the entrance. An old man, dressed in rags, clambered off the donkey cart and, stumbling over, approached to collect the garbage bin. He reached into his pocket and produced a coin, which he offered to him. Barto, ever observant, noticed that the coin he pressed into the old man's hand was a gold piece, and exclaimed in astonishment, hey, Jedi, you mustn't be so generous. Ah, what a pitiable old fellow. Jedi, you are a person of noble character. Barto suddenly clapped his hands together, praising her loudly. He had just witnessed the garbage collector handing Jedi a crumpled piece of paper, and being in the business of turning waste into gold, he understood that sometimes paper could hold more value than gold itself. Chapter 39. Night Assault. Upon hearing the news, Bardas glanced around nervously and inquired, what about your men? Any updates? After speaking, Bardas lifted his short leg and kicked the carriage with a thud. The coachman promptly cracked the whip, urging the horses forward, while more than a dozen attendants immediately dispersed around the carriage, escorting him away. Jedi, brave and skilled, had become increasingly adept at utilizing the formidable strength bestowed upon him by the mysterious energy of moonlight. He believed that even if ambushed, escaping would be effortless. Thus he had not brought any guards. General Von Hell received a warning and immediately bolstered the defenses at his residence. However, for 2 consecutive days, there was no sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Gibson also heightened his security, making communication with the formidable Tiger Chris rather challenging. Jedi remained cautious and vigilant. On the 3rd day, as General Von Hell was en route to visit the Duke, he was suddenly ambushed by several assassins. There were 6 in total, 2 warriors, 2 sorcerers, an illusionist, and a thief. Their attack was executed with precision, strategically chosen just before entering the Duke's estate, where defenses were most lax. The illusionist initiated a feigned assault to divert the guards' attention, while the warriors and sorcerers coordinated a fierce offensive against the general. Fortunately, General Von Hell had received Jedi's warning in advance. He wore hidden armor and had doubled his guard. With his exceptional combat skills, he successfully evaded the initial onslaught from the sorcerers and warriors. Upon interrogation, it was discovered that the two warriors were actually palace guards, their minds clouded by enchantment, manipulated into becoming assassins. The realization that enemies could turn those around him into puppets of chaos left General von Hell startled. And the news incited a deep sense of dread in Duke Norman as well. If those nearby could be transformed into assassins at any moment, what safety could there be? While both prominent figures were engulfed in anxiety, the court's sorcerer, Astomos, arrived. After a thorough examination, he determined that it was merely a form of mental enchantment, capable of temporarily ensnaring the weak-willed. Those under its influence exhibited peculiar behavior, unable to communicate normally, heeding only the commands given by the sorcerer. With this knowledge, the Duke and the General felt reassured. Such bewitched individuals could not infiltrate the heavily guarded areas. It was no wonder that the conspirators had not fully utilized their identities to strike, but instead resorted to unreliable ambush tactics. The thief who had been slain had not been traced back to his origins, but a thorough search was conducted in Batiste City. Following this confrontation, it was believed that the adversaries would be hesitant to act again, allowing Jedi and his companions to breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, the family gathered for dinner. Jedi observed the little fox girl, as she habitually filled her plate with food, obediently retreating to sit on the decorative steps of the wall. Placing her plate on her lap, he shook his head and called out, "Lori, I've told you before, you are not a servant here. Come to the table and eat with us. Must I remind you every day?" Leah chimed in, "Indeed, Lori, come and sit beside me." The little fox girl shot a quick glance at Helen, smiling gently, and shook her head, cheerfully responding, "I'm quite fine here. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness." Helen cast her a sidelong glance, silently mocking, "Cunning little sprite. She merely wishes for me to acknowledge her status in this household. Humph. I shan't say a word. If she enjoys playing the pitiful one, let her remain there and eat." She took a freshly baked, fragrant slice of soft white bread, wrapping it around a piece of delectable roasted venison, savoring the flavor with a sly smile. The little Lori, seated in the corner, delicately tore a piece of ham, her face radiating satisfaction, innocence, and charm. The atmosphere in the household had felt peculiar in recent days. Jedi, unaware, glanced around, stuffing a piece of succulent pork into his mouth, contemplating, perhaps it's the heightened security that has everyone on edge. The subtle dynamics among women are often enigmatic, even to a seasoned heartthrob, let alone a novice like Jedi. Having dined on raw food in his past life as a magical wolf, he was indifferent to the little Lori's insistence on dining alone in the corner, viewing it as no form of mistreatment. The failure of the primary instigator behind the assassination attempt would surely lead to another cunning scheme in direct confrontation. After dinner, Jedi, Helen, and Leah retreated to his chamber to meticulously ponder the possible objections their adversaries might raise and devise countermeasures. As night fell, Leah stretched languidly, stifling a delicate yawn, and said, "Let us pause here for now. We can continue strategizing tomorrow. There's ample time before General von Hell regains his strength. Sister, let us get some rest." Helen stood as well, just as she was about to speak to Jedi, when a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room. "Lori?" Jedi sprang to his feet, and before he could finish his thought, he dashed from the table to the door, leaping outside. Helen and Leah exchanged glances, quickly following suit. Jedi burst into the hallway, abruptly halting as he sensed an inexplicable danger. The corridor appeared empty, with the lights flickering as usual, yet an ominous feeling loomed. With a loud crash, a massive python burst through the ceiling, its enormous body half protruding, hissing with blood-red tongue flickering menacingly. From the shattered ceiling, a cascade of colorful venomous snakes tumbled down, thick, thin, long, short, some adorned with vibrant spots, others featuring dark purple bodies and triangular heads, an alarming sight. "Ah!" Leah screamed in terror. Another shriek escaped her lips, as girls often harbor an innate fear of serpents. However, Helen was an exception. She swiftly grabbed a chair and hurled it towards the window, then drew her sword from the wall, leaping toward the opening. As the massive serpent poked its head through, Helen shouted fiercely, delivering a precise strike that severed its enormous head. Anyone witnessing such a writhing mass of serpents would likely be paralyzed with fear, yet Jedi was different. As a creature of both feline and canine lineage, he was their natural predator, particularly as a magical wolf. The colossal python lunged at him, and with a flash of crimson in his eyes, Jedi charged forward. Lowering his body, he extended his right hand, transforming it into a clawed wolf's paw, ready to slash through the serpent's flesh. Strangely, although his right arm rapidly morphed into a furry wolf leg, the claws that emerged were no longer the pale, bony talons he expected. They shimmered with a faint golden glow. Jedi dismissed the thought, assuming it was merely the reflection of candlelight from the walls. As his fingertips grazed the python's skin, it sliced through like a blade. Jedi surged ahead, reaching Laurie's door, cleaving the serpent in two, its halves falling limply to the ground as countless snakes lunged at him. Jedi's hands grasped and crushed. These ordinary serpents stood no chance against him. With his transformed arms adorned with shimmering blue fur resembling steel needles, they shielded his skin, rendering the venomous snakes powerless. Jedi kicked open Laurie's door, just in time to see a lithe figure gracefully leap from the bed to the table across the room. The room was filled with serpents, slithering along the fireplace and lunging through the windows. The young fox girl seemed to transform into a genuine snow fox, clad only in a delicate floral nightgown, her pale, tender arms and thighs exposed. Perched atop the table, her chest revealed a tantalizing glimpse of soft skin. A striking white tail arched behind her, occasionally swaying gently. Due to the size of her tail, her pajama pants were designed with a rear opening, while her floral-patterned undergarments snugly enveloped her rounded form. As she crouched, the torn seam of her pants subtly revealed the delicate skin of her backside. Jed exhaled in relief. Little Laurie was of his kind, belonging to the canine family. Despite her species having evolved into beast folk over millennia, her instincts evidently remained intact, or she would have been harmed by now. More snakes lunged toward the table, prompting a shrill scream from little Laurie as she leapt back to the bed. Her long tail swayed in the air, balancing her as she adjusted her trajectory to leap toward the mattress. In midair, she saw the snakes coiled upon the bed, hissing and flicking their tongues, awaiting her descent. With a soft cry, little Laurie felt Jed's swift embrace as he seized her waist, switching their positions mid-leap. A venomous snake lunging at her was swiftly crushed in Jed's grasp. The young fox girl's form was fragrant and supple, light enough to dance upon the palm. Jed held her effortlessly beneath his arm, dispatching several fierce serpents in his path. Just as he intended to escape the room with her, he heard Leah's piercing scream. After Helen secured the door, she brandished her sword, guarding the window. Any snake that dared to enter was swiftly severed by her blade, leaving a grisly scene of serpent carcasses. Yet, more snakes emerged from the fireplace, prompting Helen to urge Leah to unleash a magical fireball. However, Leah's fear of such vibrant, slimy creatures rendered her paralyzed. Upon encountering the snakes, her limbs turned to jelly, and she barely managed to remain conscious, let alone attack. Helen thrust her sword, piercing the creature's thick arm as it sidestepped. The beast emitted a muffled roar, wrenching its arm violently, twisting the sword as if it were nothing. Helen staggered back, now wielding a broken blade, and caught sight of the creature's form, sending a chill down her spine. The creature appeared humanoid, possessing human-like limbs and features. Yet its form was grotesquely misshapen, as if constructed from an assortment of mismatched muscles. Its excessively bulky physique and distorted face were both bizarre and terrifying. Beneath an unusually large nose, its lips curled outward, revealing rows of sharp teeth, while its egg-sized eyes appeared devoid of pupils. The creature's thick neck was marred by grotesque growths, its skin glistening like that of a python. Despite the sword embedded in its arm, it seemed utterly unfazed, as if pain were a foreign concept. The dark, viscous blood that oozed from the wound reeked of decay. Helen gasped in horror. What manner of beast is this? Even she, with her considerable courage, felt a shiver of fear at its appearance. As the creature scanned the room, its gaze fell upon Leah, prompting a piercing scream from the princess. The beast was instantly captivated, advancing towards her with heavy strides. Helen launched a fierce kick aimed at its knee, causing it to stagger slightly, but it lunged forward, seizing Leah by the throat just as Jed crashed through the wall, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Its massive hand encircled Leah's swan-like neck, and with a mere exertion of force, it could easily snap her delicate throat. Helen and Jed were momentarily frozen in shock at the sight. Jed gently lowered the young fox girl, his voice low and serious. "Is it you?" The creature emitted a deep, rumbling growl, akin to laughter. As it chuckled, its thick neck expanded and contracted grotesquely, a sight most horrifying. "It is you." The creature recognized Jed, roughly dragging Leah backward. At that moment, the candles on the wall extinguished, leaving the room illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight, which danced through the dust like mist. "Indeed, it is I. Release her." and let us engage in a proper duel, my vanquished foe. Jed retorted dismissively, aiming to provoke the creature and divert its attention from Leah. As he beheld its monstrous form, he pondered the strange fact that, during their last encounter, the creature had lost an eye to a branch, yet now its eyes gleamed vividly in the moonlight. Could its damaged body possess the ability to regenerate? The creature, unfazed by Jed's taunts, emitted a series of strange cackles as it tightened its grip. The sword embedded in its injured arm was bent at an unnatural angle, yet it showed no sign of discomfort. Leah's slender body was hoisted into the air, her toes barely grazing the ground as she gasped for breath. The fragile neck appeared on the verge of being crushed. "Do not harm her," Jed exclaimed, his heart racing with dread. Chapter 40. The Knight's Honor Don't. Helen cried out in despair, while the little fox girl fearfully covered her mouth, her wide eyes filled with terror. Jed's palms were slick with cold sweat. He believed he could vanquish this peculiar creature with his own strength. However, with Leah in his grasp, he could not outpace the monster's swift fingers. Should those fingers close, Leah's neck would be severed. Leah was immobilized, her slender neck ensnared by the creature's coarse hand, her delicate face resembling a flower poised to be plucked. As the malevolence gleamed in the creature's eyes, she despaired and shut her eyes, two streams of tears glistening like dewdrops upon her cheeks. The cool moonlight caressed her face, imbuing it with an ethereal beauty. Upon glimpsing Leah's pure visage, the creature suddenly emitted a series of guttural sounds, lowering its bizarre head, exhaling in a manner akin to wheezing, tilting its head side to side as it scrutinized Leah, as if recalling something. Jedi and Helen, filled with trepidation, contemplated seizing the moment to launch a surprise attack, yet were paralyzed by fear. The monster scrutinized Leah's innocent face, suddenly tilting its head back, muttering incoherently to itself. The moonlight illuminated its peculiar countenance, devoid of brows and eyelids, which now bore an expression of profound contemplation. "Justice, sacrifice, ah?" The creature abruptly raised its other hand, painfully pressing it against its grotesque forehead. "No, no, it hurts, no?" In an instant, the creature relinquished Leah, its robust frame impervious to Helen's sword. Yet now it clutched its head in torment, staggering backward in agony. Allegiance. Fragmented memories exploded within its mind like shattered glass, jabbing at its brain with excruciating intensity, causing its skull to throb in a most peculiar manner. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Jedi charged forward as soon as Leah was released, aware that if the creature regained its composure, it could swiftly reclaim Leah. In a bid for advantage, Jedi did not engage in combat, but instead executed a swift kick towards Leah, his foot connecting squarely with the creature's chest. The monster, still howling in agony, offered no resistance, and Jedi's kick sent its massive body hurtling backward, crashing through the shattered window. Helen, a mere step behind Jedi, rushed to steady the shaken Leah. Upon regaining her senses, Leah flung herself into her sister's embrace. Jedi approached the window just in time to witness the monster crash to the ground, only to spring back up once more. Allegiance to Princess Leah, to follow and fight for her until returning to dust. This unfamiliar phrase echoed in the creature's mind, hauntingly familiar, yet perpetually incomplete. It recognized the source of its anguish, the recollection that tormented it, compelling it to flee. With a piercing roar, the creature bolted into the night, its leaping prowess seemingly enhanced since their last encounter, bounding through walls with the agility of a ball, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Jedi, realizing he could not pursue, especially with the multitude of venomous snakes still lurking, turned away only to find that with the creature's departure, the serpents had also vanished, leaving only the grotesque remains of the deceased serpents sprawled upon the ground. Jedi contemplated reporting the attack to the authorities, but was met with Helen's staunch opposition. The creature's assault undoubtedly related to their appeal for the Duke to authorize the banking sector to procure funds, following General Von Hell's assassination. If word spread of Jedi's workshop being attacked, even if the proposal passed smoothly, no one would dare participate in the initiative. After much deliberation, Helen and Jedi agreed to keep the incident a secret among their staff, compensating the families of the two slain guards handsomely to ensure their silence. Exhaustion washed over Jedi. Even with his robust constitution, yet Leah refused to sleep. Her profound fear of snakes lingered, the memory of their emergence from every shadowy corner haunting her. She regarded any darkened space with dread, fearing that snakes might again slither forth. Despite Helen's reassurances and the little fox girl's gentle encouragement, Leah remained reluctant to retire to bed. In a moment of exasperation, Jedi climbed onto the princess's embroidered bed, shaking out the covers to demonstrate, prompting Leah to timidly join him. As he tenderly comforted her, patting her shoulder and swearing to remain vigilant by her side, the frightened Leah finally drifted off, clutching his garment. Were it not for Helen and little Laurie's presence, such a tender scene might have presented Jedi with an extraordinary opportunity. However, with the two young ladies standing at the foot of the bed, Jedi felt it inappropriate to linger. He gently extricated Leah's hand, lighting countless candles around the room, casting a warm glow, and then quietly instructed the little fox girl to stay and keep Leah company. We seem to have underestimated the resolve of these conservative nobles. Helen paced anxiously around the room. We only considered the feasibility of the plan and how to implement it step by step once approved. Yet we underestimated the strength of the opposition. Today, they sent only a monster and a horde of snakes. Had they deployed forces akin to those that attacked General Von Hell, we could have faced significant casualties. I genuinely worry about Barto and Dove. I wonder if they are in danger. Don't fret. Helen, you're making me dizzy. Jedi grasped her hand, urging her to calm down before retreating a couple of steps to sit beside the bed. With her hand still in his, Helen stood before him, her gaze meeting his warm smile, gradually finding her composure. Speaking of combat, perhaps I possess slightly more experience than you, Helen, Jedi continued. Consider this. The two warriors who assaulted General Von Hell were bewitched court soldiers, their combat capabilities diminished under enchantment. Why would they go to such lengths to involve two half-dazed individuals in such a crucial scheme? Helen's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting? Jedi smiled. And this time, that creature was the assassin who attempted to kill Dove. I defeated him then. How could he not relay the situation to his master? Yet, they still dispatched this defeated foe to confront me, even adding some snakes, merely to create confusion. They know those snakes pose no threat to me. Do you understand? I understand. Helen's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling two crescent moons. Our rise in power has similarly caught the conservative nobles off guard. They have long dominated this principality and never anticipated needing to resort to such dark forces, hence their unpreparedness. They enchanted two court warriors to assassinate General Von Hell and sent your defeated foe to confront you because they possess no other resources? Very astute. Jedi affectionately ruffled her nose, his gesture entirely natural. Thus, Barto and Dove should be safe. They lack any manpower. Do not worry excessively, as long as I remain. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. With a resolute lift of his brow, Jedi's tone was unwavering. Helen felt a warm sensation envelop her heart. She, with her exquisite beauty and extraordinary grace, had always been regarded as a fairy-like figure admired and revered by the nobility. Apart from her father, no man had ever dared to engage in such intimate gestures with her, treating her as if she were a mere child. When Jedi's fingers glided across the tip of her nose, it ignited an unfamiliar sensation within her. It was as if a current of electricity coursed through her body, causing her heart to flutter delicately, and her eyes became misty. In her heart, her younger sister would always remain tender and adorable, embodying the role of a fierce warrior in times of adversity. Yet, she too was a woman, yearning to stand behind her own hero, longing for his affection and care, desiring to relish the feeling of being cherished like a precious gem. Jedi, you are truly wise, possessing a profound intelligence that belies your simplicity, Helen murmured softly, suddenly overwhelmed by impulse. She leaned down, cradling Jedi's face in her hands, and pressed her lips deeply against his. Soft, fragrant, with the scent of blossoms, and a hint of sweetness that was utterly intoxicating. Was this the essence of a woman's lips, a woman's kiss? Jedi was momentarily stunned, unable to fully comprehend the moment before Helen lifted her head, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky ablaze with color. That fleeting beauty was breathtaking, stirring the very soul. Chapter 41. The beastly human heart. The news of the attack on Jedi's blacksmith shop was concealed. However, Jedi had no intention of hiding it from his friends or General Von Hell. He dispatched messengers to inform Du Wei and Bardo, urging them to bolster their defenses, and personally visited the general's residence to inquire about General Von Hell's injuries, as well as to report his own encounter with the assailants. Both men understood that the actions of Mel Gibson and his cohorts were a desperate measure, stemming from their realization that Duke Norman was aligned with them. The ramifications of the proposal to diminish the power of the Noble Council, if passed, compelled them to take drastic steps. After deliberating, General Von Hell chuckled, saying, "This indicates that our method has struck at their vital points. The more they fear and resist, the more we must expedite the implementation of this plan. You must prioritize your safety. I shall rest for 2 more days before paying my respects to the Duke." With a radiant complexion and an imposing demeanor, General Von Hell appeared completely unscathed, leaving Jedi puzzled by his insistence on feigning severe injury at such a critical juncture. Not wishing to press him, Jedi merely complied and took his leave. As General Von Hell escorted him to the door, he summoned his son Warren to accompany him. Once the two had distanced themselves, General Von Hell stroked his beard and inquired of a nearby subordinate, "What is the situation?" With a satisfied smile, he nodded, "Well done. Those old foxes, as long as they are afforded a breath, remain a significant threat. This time, we cannot merely content ourselves with undermining them. We must leverage the assassination incident to make the Duke more reliant on our military, enhancing our influence and stature, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads." With a hearty laugh, General Von Hell strolled up the steps, casually declaring, "Let the storms arise. We shall remain steadfast at our fishing post. Onward, continue to recuperate." "Are you suggesting that the creature that attacked you possesses formidable strength and regenerative abilities?" Warren queried, walking alongside Jedi. Jedi, leading his majestic black steed, donned an all-black outfit, exuding an air of elegance. Warren, in contrast, wore a pristine white knight's robe, embodying grace and charm. Both were strikingly handsome men, one with golden locks, the other with azure hair, drawing envious glances from passers-by. "Indeed," Jedi replied candidly, "an exceptionally powerful force and remarkably swift, akin to a terrifying beast. He should belong to humanity. However, curiously, when I last encountered him, I had kicked him into the thicket, shattering branches that pierced his eye. Yet, when I saw him last night, his eyes were unscathed." Warren pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Impossible. The eye is a highly intricate organ, even if other parts of the body can regenerate. An injured eye cannot restore its function unless someone has employed some bizarre magic to replace his bodily tissues. From your description, he appears to be a patchwork of various animal limbs, a living corpse." Warren halted, tilting his head in contemplation, slowly articulating, "Such magic must belong to the dark arts, an insidious form of sorcery. Is there such a malicious and powerful entity in Batist?" His gaze sharpened, and he remarked alertly, "Jedi, your martial prowess is impressive enough to confront such a nefarious being. From whom did you learn your skills?" Jedi chuckled, "It's nothing much. Aside from his immense strength and extraordinary agility, he doesn't display any unique traits. As for me, I possess a bit of martial skill, merely inherited techniques from my family. Nothing extraordinary." He then shifted the topic. "Oh, by the way, I encountered numerous snakes recently, which must be related to that creature. Had he unleashed countless venomous serpents during his last assault at Marquis Putif's estate, he might have succeeded. I believe this is a new skill he has recently acquired. If you are correct, then perhaps this creature is merely an experiment of some dark sorcerer." As he spoke, he suddenly paused, and Warren nearly simultaneously halted, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. As they exited the general's residence, dusk had descended, and the sky grew darker. Turning onto a sparsely populated path, they approached a wooden bridge. Through the sparse railings, the river flowed beneath, shimmering with a dim silver glow, exuding an atmosphere of nocturnal desolation. As both men heightened their vigilance, the river's silvery sheen was obscured by a thick fog, swiftly enveloping the bridge in a shroud of confusion. Gazing towards either end, they could scarcely discern the path, as if the bridge had been infinitely extended, transforming into an isolated entity infused with a chilling aura from the underworld. Jedi's steed grew restless, pawing at the ground, while the fog before them swirled ominously, as if concealing something sinister, gradually drawing nearer. The mist was so dense that they could not discern what lay within, yet both understood that a dangerous object was approaching. "Who goes there?" Warren bellowed, drawing his sword in response. With a sudden roar, the warhorse broke free from Jedi's grasp and bolted away. However, it did not flee far. Upon plunging into the fog, it emitted a mournful cry, writhing as if engulfed in immense agony. Regret washed over Warren as he thought, "Why did I call to him? If I had let him charge ahead, would Juliet, that beautiful Juliet, still be within my grasp?" The horse's limbs, where the muscle was scant, had been corroded away, exposing stark white bones, soon covered by oozing blood. The black steed let out a final cry before collapsing, lifeless. What a terrifying corrosive mist! Jedi's heart raced. Such sorcery was utterly insurmountable. Surrounded by poisonous fog, how could they possibly escape? The corrosive substance was not an ordinary spell. Maintaining such a vast effect was no simple feat, and its destructive power and range were formidable. Yet, its effective duration was likely brief, perhaps after a moment. The fog would dissipate into mere white mist. But by then, who would dare to approach it? The essence of the magic lay in its deceptive nature, particularly effective against those ignorant of its characteristics. Incorrect responses only multiplied the casualties. Warren had already erred. He would not repeat the mistake by alerting Jedi. As the oppressive fog closed in, Jedi felt a cold sweat bead on his brow. He was not one to engage in a battle of wills. How could he confront such a dire situation? With the thick mist encroaching, Jedi steeled himself, leapt toward the fallen steed, and with a powerful kick, sent the massive horse soaring back toward their path. The hefty carcass of the horse disrupted the fog, momentarily revealing a passageway. "Warren, hurry!" Jedi shouted, urging him to seize the fleeting opportunity to escape. From the approaching fog came an eerie, chilling laughter, accompanied by a rapid barrage of fiery projectiles. Warren barely had time to react, raising his sword, but as he stepped, he seemed to tread upon the horse's blood, stumbling aside just in time to dodge the flaming missiles. He was a wolf. The tactics of his pack could dominate the beastly plains, relying on unwavering trust and cooperation among comrades, advancing or retreating as one, never fleeing selfishly. Such discipline and virtue had become instinctual to them. One may deem such behavior foolish. Nevertheless, in the vast expanse of the Warcraft plains, even the most unremarkable wolf packs have managed to instill fear in far mightier beasts through this very folly. Many intelligent and self-preserving magical creatures find themselves reigning over mere mountains and valleys, yet they lack the grandeur to sweep across the entire prairie. The solitary opportunity for escape has vanished, shrouded in mist and despair. Warren, consumed by sudden guilt and remorse, becomes increasingly callous. With no chance of retreat, he is enveloped by thick fog that rises from the water's surface, leaving him hesitant to move in any direction. Jedi inhales deeply, suddenly regaining his composure. He understands that this is the final moment. Hope for survival has dwindled to nothing, and thus he resolves to perish alongside his adversary. A wave of astonishment washes over Jedi as he prepares himself psychologically for the corrosion of his flesh. However, upon thrusting his hand into the mist, it unexpectedly morphs into a wolf's claw, and he feels no harm from the dense fog. A voice from within the haze exclaims in surprise before bellowing, "Haste!" The fog whirls around the figure as it swiftly retreats. For a mage engaging in close combat with a warrior is a grave miscalculation, despite confidence in his exceptional prowess. He must establish a safe distance for spellcasting. As he withdraws, another spell, long prepared, unfolds simultaneously. Magical Mirage. His form glides backward with astonishing speed, akin to the wind, leaving a series of identical misty apparitions in his wake, each capable of withstanding a piercing blade. Yet, Jedi's claws are sharper than any sword, and his strength is formidable. With each assault, the mirages tremble like spider webs before shattering, allowing Jedi to close the distance once more. After breaching 3 illusions, the mage concealed in the fog finally finds a moment to breathe. Devouring Shield. With a mighty shout, a mass of black mist rises before him, forming an energy shield that pulsates with peculiar patterns, absorbing the full force of Jedi's relentless attacks, preventing him from breaching the protective barrier. Warren, observing Jedi's consecutive assaults on the black mist, feels a wave of disappointment wash over him. Jedi appears unscathed, as if the corrosive effects have ceased. In truth, while the surrounding corrosive fog has indeed started to lose its potency, the mist enveloping the hidden mage retains its destructive properties, a fact well understood by the dark sorcerer. Thus, when Jedi's hand reaches into the fog without suffering harm, the mage's astonishment is genuine. The singular mission of dark magic is to obliterate life, rendering it incapable of existing in its natural state. Through disease, suffering, death, toxicity, and corrosion, it ravages existence in myriad ways. Moreover, dark elements can even influence the soul. Among all schools of magic, dark magic wields the most lethal power, its malevolence beyond comprehension. Consequently, within the realm of combative sorcery, it is the most feared. The mage's arsenal consists of more than just this. Spells such as Weakening Aura, Curse, Fireball, and ice arrow abound as he simultaneously absorbs Jedi's onslaught with the devouring shield while attacking and sapping Jedi's strength. Warren clenches his sword tightly, poised to assist. Yet constrained by the honor of a knight, he refrains from joining the fray against Jedi, anxiously monitoring the unfolding conflict. Great Dark King, sovereign of death from distant realms, I humbly beseech you to bestow your formidable dark power upon me. Dark Bone Spear, a spear of white bone, entwined with black flames, materializes instantly, gripped by a pallid hand, thrusting menacingly towards Jedi's chest. This spear, composed entirely of energy, possesses the ability to pierce flesh, and the black flames that envelop it are hellfire, capable of searing the very soul. The agony of having one's soul scorched is unbearable, even for the most resolute of warriors. The mage, perceiving Jedi unarmed, seizes the moment to wield this weapon, knowing that Jedi cannot defend himself and must endure the assault. Simultaneously, he summons two skeletons armed with rusted swords and tattered shields, flanking Jedi in a concerted attack. Although the combat prowess of the skeletons is limited, their mere presence is sufficient to entangle Jedi. A glint of cold resolve flashes in Warren's eyes. The moment he has awaited has finally arrived. Unless Jedi lacks a soul, he cannot withstand such an assault with mere flesh and blood, and thus he must evade. The only direction left is to retreat. Jedi, be cautious. That is the Hellfire Spear. Allow me. Warren bellows, charging forward with reckless abandon, aiming directly at Jedi's only possible avenue of escape. Chapter 42. Evil Jedi was about to turn and retreat when, unexpectedly, Warren collided into him head-on. The force of the impact, infused with golden fighting spirit, was overwhelming even for Jedi's robust physique, catching him off guard. He staggered forward, directly into the path of the Dark Mage's bone spear, attempting to swat it away. He was met with an indescribable agony upon contact with the soul fire entwined around the spear. With a piercing scream, the spear pierced his chest, and with a flick of the weapon, Jedi was sent tumbling over the railing, plunging into the river with a resounding splash. Was this merely an accident? Jedi barely had time to glimpse Warren's face before the frigid water enveloped him, the swirling waves resembling grotesque grinning faces, and his consciousness swiftly descended into darkness. Warren, satisfied, bore a sinister smile. Gripping his sword tightly, infused with fighting spirit, the steel blade glimmered with a golden hue. One strike, two strikes, three strikes, with a sharp sound. The bone spear shattered, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With a sweeping motion, he dispatched two skeletal warriors, leaving nothing but shattered bones in their wake. However, the mage seized the opportunity to retreat to a safer distance. The Dark Mage remained shrouded in mist, extending his hand as for ghostly apparitions, pale as milk, materialized before him. With two swift movements, Warren's sword emitted two beams of golden light, slicing through the intangible spirits, yet they remained unharmed. The apparitions cackled eerily, extending their twisted claws toward Warren. While Warren's sword could not directly harm them, they also posed no physical threat to him. However, they could directly impact his soul, weakening his strength and will. Those with fragile resistance would experience overwhelming fear, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Warren stood resolute, a cold smile gracing his lips as the four translucent spirits drew ever closer. Unfazed, he gazed through their ethereal forms, declaring in a chilling tone, "Dark Mage, before the knights of the holy sanctuary, you have no ground to stand on." With a forceful tug, he ripped away his white knight's robe, revealing a close-fitting silver shirt that emitted a faint glow. As the spirits approached, the shirt suddenly radiated a brilliant light, more luminous than the moon above. The brilliance struck the four spirits, shattering them as they shielded their eyes, their anguished cries echoing as they struggled to escape the light's reach, ultimately fading into nothingness. Amidst the mist, a pair of eyes flickered, armor imbued with the blessing of holy light. This is the purifying effect of divine light. Warren corrected himself, gripping his sword tightly. The figure in the mist fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Young man, you likely have never encountered a true knight of the sanctuary. Beyond their unparalleled martial skills, they are also masters of exorcism and purification spells. Even so, they could not contend with me as I journeyed from the Ross Empire to this place. Now, do you truly believe this ragged garment can suffice against me?" Warren was undeterred, the golden light of his sword intensifying. Taking a deep breath, he coldly responded, "Let us see if my sword can vanquish you, evil mage." "Evil? Is that so? The figure in the mist revealed a hint of derision. I am curious, why do you wish to kill Jedi? Is he not your friend and your father's ally? Warren, pointing his sword, replied coolly, I mourn his death deeply. Yet, the one responsible is not I. He perished beneath your bone spear. The gods above and the moon can attest to my innocence. I shall avenge him, Dark Mage. The figure in the mist shook his head repeatedly. Do you know, Knight Warren, how much I detest you so-called paragons of virtue, especially the filth of the holy light? As a dark mage, I do not disguise my sins, while you do the opposite. Evil exists, and you shall face the judgment of light. Warren interjected, stepping forward with confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the mage's display of power. The holy vestments indeed mitigated some of the dark magic's curse, yet they were not all-powerful. Warren clearly had other means at his disposal. As the dark mage retreated, he remarked, the only advantage you possess over me is that I commit dark deeds under the banner of darkness, while you do so under the guise of light. As an evil mage, I concede defeat. With his last words lingering in the air, the mage vanished into the thick mist, conjuring a spell that released waves of dark clouds. Warren, unfamiliar with the art of dark vision, refrained from entering the fog that could serve as a trap. Moments later, the dark mage had vanished without a trace. The mist on the bridge lost its magical support and soon dissipated under the night breeze, revealing a clear moonlit landscape. Warren hurriedly sheathed his sword and rushed to the riverbank, where the swift current obscured any sign of life. He stood in silence for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The hellfire entwined around the bone spear could directly scorch the soul as it pierced flesh. The fire would consume the victim's essence upon contact with blood. He had witnessed Jedi fall to the river, and in that moment, he knew Jedi was doomed. He understood that his father had long been marginalized by the aristocratic council, and even he was often ridiculed by Daniel, a frivolous youth who could easily dispatch him. In his father's ambition to undermine the council and strengthen his own power, Jedi was a crucial pawn. Warren tilted his face toward the moon above, a captivating smile illuminating his handsome features. He arrived at the entrance of Jedi's blacksmith shop, standing silently for a moment, allowing the evening breeze to cool his flushed excitement. His heart raced, reminiscent of his first date at 16, with a charming maid from his household. The memory of that evening, when he transformed from a boy into a young man, lingered vividly in his mind. And tonight, what awaited him? Warren gazed upward. The moon was only slightly diminished, its brightness accentuated like a beautiful gem. The night was serene, promising a romantic ambience. He smiled softly, gesturing for the soldiers to wait at the door as he approached alone, grasping the brass knocker and rapping firmly on the door. Mr. Warren. Helen greeted him with a polite smile, her demeanor graceful and poised. Warren stood, captivated by her elegance, feeling a stir of emotions. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he sorrowfully addressed her. Madam, Miss Yoli, I bear urgent news. Helen's demeanor grew tense as she inquired, Mr. Warren, what has happened? Warren hesitated, but Helen understood, signaling the maid pouring tea to withdraw before pressing further. Mr. Warren, what is the matter? With a heavy heart, Warren replied, Jedi, he has been assassinated. What? Helen froze, her complexion paling to that of snow, while Leah, who was about to hand Warren a cup, dropped it to the floor with a clatter upon hearing the news. How can this be? How could this happen? Helen muttered to herself, suddenly rushing forward to grasp Warren's hand, her voice laced with urgency. Warren, you must tell me what has happened. Where is Jedi? How is he now? Warren, noticing the pallor of Helen's face and the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, felt a surge of jealousy. He feigned a sorrowful expression and replied softly, Juliet, do not panic. Allow me to explain slowly. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Today, Jedi came to my residence to discuss the establishment of a financing bank for the principality with my father. He left only at nightfall. As we crossed a small bridge, we were suddenly ambushed by a powerful dark sorcerer. Jedi was unarmed and was struck in the chest by his dark-boned spear, plunging into the river. At this point, Leah's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her heart shattered. As a unique apprentice of magic and a princess, her ability to cultivate her powers was limited, yet her knowledge of magic rivaled that of a low-tier mage. She understood the terror of the dark-boned spear, and upon hearing that Jedi had been pierced by a spear imbued with hellfire capable of devouring souls, she realized that her beloved Jedi brother was lost to her forever. Leah let out a mournful cry, covering her face with her hands as tears streamed through her fingers. Helen trembled and asked, "What happened next? Who was that assassin? What of Jedi?" Warren replied somberly, "Juliet, you know I am a paladin. Though I lack magical prowess, most paladins are equipped with gear imbued with holy light or blessings, rendering that sorcerer unable to harm me. However, his skills were formidable. I defeated him, but could not capture him." He sighed heavily and added, "Jedi acted too impulsively. Had he entrusted that fiend to me, this tragedy could have been averted. But his movements were too swift, and I was ensnared by corrosive mist, unable to save him. The sorcerer concealed himself within the fog, and I could not discern his eyes. After I vanquished him, and he fled in disgrace. I hurried to the riverbank to search for Jedi." Warren continued sorrowfully, but the river was raging, and his body had already been swept away. "You see, my father's estate is located in Area XC for the sake of managing the troops, and beyond the river lies the outskirts of the city. I informed my father, and he dispatched soldiers to search along the river, but we may have to wait until dawn for any news." Helen's body swayed, and she fell backward. Warren rushed to catch her, exclaiming, "Juliet, wake up! Juliet, please awaken." His voice was filled with urgency, yet his gaze lingered on Helen's ample bosom, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 43. Mutation. Jedi's body floated and sank in the water, carried far away by the river's current, eventually drifting out of the city and into a tributary until it became ensnared by a fallen tree, gradually pushed towards the shore by the flowing water. The night was deep and the moonlight faint. The flesh around Jedi's chest wound was turned outward, bleached by the river, and he had ceased to breathe. The pallid light of the moon illuminated his lifeless face, devoid of any vitality. A lizard, measuring over half a foot, mistook his corpse for a dead branch and climbed onto Jedi's body, shaking off the water, glancing around, then burrowing its head into Jedi's chest, abruptly tearing away a strip of flesh from his wound and voraciously chewing it. The corpse remained unresponsive as fresh blood surged forth from the injury. After satiating its hunger, the lizard extended its long, forked tongue, licked its lips, and boldly crawled away, having pulled a necklace from around Jedi's neck as it departed. With a splash, the lizard plunged into the water, leaving behind a pool of blood that gradually formed around Jedi's mangled chest. The blood deeply submerged the necklace, revealing the pale blue teardrop pendant, which flickered with a mesmerizing light against the crimson backdrop. That light, a reflection of the moon, appeared to intensify in the stillness of the night, eventually emanating a strand of blood-red light from the pendant, merging with the moonlight above. As the blood from Jedi's chest diminished, the originally pale blue teardrop pendant transformed into a rich crimson hue. Although the moonlight was not particularly bright, the red light it cast remained striking and vivid, as if all the blood had been absorbed by the necklace. The pendant, having absorbed Jedi's lifeblood, now resembled a small, pulsating heart, its enchanting red glow shimmering and expanding, giving the illusion that the pendant had morphed into a living heart, rhythmically beating in the place where Jedi's chest once lay. As the lizard leaped into the water, the ripples on the surface had yet to dissipate. When ripples resembling those on the water began to manifest in the air, radiating a vibrant red from Jedi's chest and the pendant, expanding outward in waves of energy. A golden beam of light surged into Jedi's body, infusing him with boundless, potent energy, ceaseless and revitalizing. In a distant realm, the sealed battle angel, Lord Ningwa, suddenly sat upright, bewildered as she sensed the unusual changes emanating from the barrier. Her excitement surged as she leaped up. The little one had finally grown. Drawing upon divine power was akin to a child suckling, evoking concern from onlookers. Yet now, the pace was akin to a whale drawing in water. Perhaps her liberation was imminent. Unrestrained, Lord Ningwa laughed joyously. The golden beam relentlessly poured infinite energy into Jedi's body, causing the muscles in his chest to contract rapidly, healing at a terrifying pace. As his chest became whole again, the purest primal divine power, reserved for the highest deities, began to transform his body. Veins, bones, and flesh underwent monumental changes within that quietly floating form. In the cathedral of the light god in Beta's city, Cardinal Abraham hurriedly donned his robes and rushed to the courtyard, gazing skyward, his expression shifting repeatedly. The attending cleric, Mishra, approached hastily, bowing respectfully. "Cardinal, you have not yet rested? What is it that you are observing?" Mishra looked up, following Abraham's gaze to the starry, azure night sky, where the bright moon shone. But nothing else was visible. Confused, Mishra inquired, "Cardinal." Silence. Cardinal Abraham impatiently interrupted, tightening his robe as he ascended the stone platform, stretching his neck to peer into the heavens. This divine power, this unparalleled pure divine energy, is even more pristine and potent than that of His Holiness. Could it be? Could it be that a walker of the mortal realm has descended? There exists an insurmountable chasm between the celestial and mortal realms. Deities cannot freely traverse into the mortal world. This stipulation was established by the Creator during the formation of the divine, mortal, and demonic realms. Celestial gods can only propagate their ideologies through proxies, which accounts for the existence of various religions. However, it is not impossible for celestial gods to directly descend into the mortal realm. Those supreme deities, endowed with unparalleled power, can breach the void and arrive. Though such an endeavor demands immense divine energy, it is highly improbable that they would squander such might for the sake of a mere mortal. Another means of descent is through divine embodiment, wherein a portion of their essence attaches to a specific location in the mortal realm. Yet this method similarly reduces their power by at least half. Furthermore, due to their status, the more exalted the deity, the less likely they are to employ this method. The third method involves angels descending or reincarnating. When circumstances necessitate immediate action and finding a mortal proxy is impractical, they dispatch their attendants to descend into the mortal realm, either through reincarnation or by attaching themselves to a mortal being. These beings are known as walkers of the mortal realm. The scriptures of the Light Church recount the deeds of several walkers, and since their missions vary, some do not require mortal proxies to be aware of their actions. In truth, the number of walkers far exceeds what is documented in the scriptures, a fact well understood by the prominent figures of the Light Church. Cardinal Abraham sensed a formidable force, akin to the divine power he wielded, even purer and mightier than his own. He had experienced the divine power held by the Pope, the highest representative of the divine among mortals, yet even the Pope's power did not possess such purity unless a supreme deity had dispatched an angel to the mortal realm. Was there any other explanation? He could ascertain the general direction of this divine energy, yet its distance eluded him, as this sensation stemmed from the similarity in their divine natures. The proximity was indeterminate. Should the sensation intensify, it might not necessarily indicate that the descending angel was near, but rather that the angel's rank was higher, and its power more formidable, and vice versa. Regardless, the joy of a devout follower of the supreme deity, discovering a divine miracle displayed by the God he revered, filled him with elation. He must inform His Holiness. It was crucial to relay this momentous news to the Pope. If they could establish contact with the walker, the prestige of the Light Church would undoubtedly multiply, and even in the Tagore Empire, where the light god was not worshipped, they could swiftly expand their influence. Only when the divine energy gradually waned, beyond his perception, did Cardinal Abraham dash into the sanctuary, eager to communicate with the Pope about this critically important matter for the Light Church. Jedi's body had absorbed sufficient energy. The golden energy could no longer fully enter, enveloping him like a golden cocoon, appearing from a distance as a massive golden spindle radiating beams of golden light. However, this spectacle went unnoticed in the desolate wilderness. Surrounded by grass taller than a person, the golden spindle gradually rose upright in the river, quietly floating on the surface. As the dense golden light that enveloped it began to peel away in layers, resembling sheets of solid gold, the golden energy, akin to delicate leaves, gracefully descends upon the water's surface, only to transform into countless shimmering points of golden starlight, gently soaring into the vast night sky. A beautiful and wondrous scene unfolds, as slender, willow-like golden leaves seem to be swept by the wind, swirling downward. Those that have already landed on the water scatter into starry specks of energy, rising anew towards the heavens, creating a breathtaking and ineffable spectacle. As the golden leaf-shaped energy dissipates, Jay's head, neck, and chest gradually become visible, while his lower body remains enveloped in a golden chrysalis of energy. He embraces his chest with both hands, eyes closed, suspended in the air, his long blue hair billowing skyward like aquatic flora. At his brow, a faint golden luminescence flickers, reminiscent of an eye standing erect, though it currently appears as a mere whisper of light, gradually fading with the energy's retreat. Behind him, a pair of ethereal golden wings emerge, woven with resplendent golden threads, gently fluttering and leaving ephemeral trails of light in the air. His consciousness has yet to awaken, yet through this powerful pillar of energy, he senses another life existing within the void of an alternate realm, establishing a connection with her. Who are you? Jay's soul inquires into the seemingly endless energy barrier. Are you asking me? The Lady Ningguo, resembling a startled sparrow, flutters about the void, overwhelmed with excitement. For millennia, she had been a solitary voice in this realm. And now, astonishingly, a being can communicate with her consciousness, dispelling her loneliness. You do not know me, yet I am well acquainted with you, dear little wolf. I grew up listening to your howls. No, no. I howled while listening to you grow. No, no. It was your howls that nurtured my growth. Wait. From the time you were very small, I have heard your long cries. With each full moon, you grew a little, and through your howls, I followed your development. Oh, what an adorable little wolf you are. Jay feels a warmth in his heart, knowing that someone has been watching over his growth since childhood, bringing him a sense of familiarity. He responds, indeed, I was once a wolf. I had no idea my voice could travel so far, and now, I have transformed into a human form. By the way, who are you? Are you a deity from the heavenly realm? The battle angel Ningguo blinks playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her face. A deity from the heavenly realm? Well, one could say that. Is all this energy bestowed upon me by you? Did you bring me back to life? Jay inquires with gratitude. Energy? Rebirth? One could say so. Is there such a delightful turn of events? Awakening to become this little foolish wolf savior is almost too amusing. Thank you very much. I never knew a deity was watching over me. Could you tell me who you are? Jay asks eagerly. No, not yet, the battle angel Ningguo slyly replies. She has yet to comprehend what has transpired with this little wolf and hopes that this energy-consuming creature will assist in her escape. She must not reveal that she is a prisoner. If he learns that this energy barrier was set by the Creator God, he might flee in fear. With the sweetest tone, Ningguo remarks, you do not yet need to know my name, for your power is still too weak. From today onward, your rate of energy absorption will increase exponentially compared to before. Keep striving, and as long as you possess the capability, I shall generously bestow divine power upon you. When your strength reaches a formidable level, perhaps my greatness, well, perhaps I shall grant you an audience. With a proud demeanor, Ningguo declares, I am the most elegant, noble, and graceful goddess. She pondered, biting her finger. He has already transformed into a human? Men are notoriously driven by desire. Let me give him a little more motivation to work harder to break me free. Thus, the battle angel candidly entices. Furthermore, I am the most beautiful maiden in the heavenly realm. If you wish to see me, you must earn it. Indeed, Lady Ningguo is a stunning beauty. Her proportions perfectly aligned with the golden ratio, with a harmonious skeletal structure, coordinated musculature, and a delicate complexion that glows with a velvety sheen, appearing a soft rose hue. However, she stands 15 meters tall, with a wingspan of 30 meters, a true embodiment of grandeur. Chapter 44. An eye for an eye. Upon hearing the anguished cries from within the room, Bartis swiftly rushed over and flung open the door, only for Warren's head to collide with the doorframe, shattering it. The Knight Templar, with a roll of his eyes, succumbed to unconsciousness. What transpired? Bartis exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Oh, heavens, is that Sir Warren? Helen, having tightened her garments, descended from the bed, her demeanor now composed. It is nothing, Bartis. Please assist in carrying him out. Princess. This marked the second occasion Bartis referred to her as such since learning of Helen's true identity. She collapsed into Bartis's embrace, unable to contain her sorrow, and wept bitterly. The diminutive Bartis stood resolutely, embodying the role of a steadfast elder brother. He gently clasped Helen's shoulders and murmured, I understand, Helen. Death is a part of life. Do not weep. Jedi watches over us from above. And he would not wish for our tears. As he spoke, tears brimmed in his own eyes. Above them, Jedi too was misty-eyed. Master, young Master Warren. The soldiers gently roused Warren, their movements tender, for their pockets were filled with coins that would clink if handled too roughly. Warren, clutching his throbbing head, sat up, a significant lump forming that sent sharp pains coursing through him. Despite his mastery of martial arts, he was still a mere mortal, vulnerable to such a blow. Was it that arrogant little man who did this? Let us teach him a lesson. The soldiers were eager, their loyalty evident, secretly hoping that this wealthy fool might provide them with additional riches if they punished him. Little man? Warren was perplexed. He had been knocked out by Helen's blow and had not even seen Bartis enter. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, help me up. Regardless of the potential disruption to his father's plans, he vowed that the Jedi's blacksmith shop would inevitably fall, and that Bartis would be treated like a hound. You love Jedi, do you? I shall drag you to his grave, and you will wail upon his tombstone. Just wait, you ungrateful wretch. Consequently, the nights in this place were hauntingly desolate, devoid of street lamps. Yet now, 2 bright lanterns flickered in the distance. Recently, there had been a spate of assassinations, and the soldiers had grown exceedingly vigilant. They slowed their pace and raised their weapons. Fear not, press onward. Warren's temper flared. If that accursed sorcerer dared to appear again, he would not hesitate to slay him himself. A sorcerer openly awaiting a duel with a Knight Templar was akin to a virgin lying exposed. Inviting humiliation, did he have any right to resist? As they drew nearer, unease swept through the soldiers. Those were not mere lanterns, but 2 remarkably bright eyes belonging to a beast. They halted, clearly discerning the creature's outline. Its color deeper than the surrounding night due to the moonlight. It appeared to be a wolf, far larger and stronger than any ordinary specimen, nearly the size of a calf. A wolf? Warren gripped the hilt of his sword, frowning at the soldier's cowardice. If not for the pain in his head, he would have already hurled a spear to pin the beast to the ground. The thought of being intimidated by a mere wolf was absurd. He waved his hand, about to command them to advance when suddenly, the wolf sprang into action, darting forward like a breeze, its luminous eyes flickering like lanterns. The soldiers stirred, and Warren shouted, "Stay calm, it is but a wolf." Dismounting, he strode confidently ahead, drawing his sword with a flourish, holding it aloft. The wolf halted abruptly, standing a dozen paces before him, its piercing eyes coldly fixed on Warren. Initially poised and confident, Warren felt a sense of unease wash over him as the wolf remained still, its gaze unyielding. He was not afraid. A wolf should not instill fear in him, even one endowed with the wind's swiftness or the dual elemental prowess of ice and electricity. Yet, under its scrutiny, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. The wolf's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue, intricate brownish patterns resembling tightly arranged blades within its pupils, and the longer he gazed, the more he felt as if his very soul could be drawn in. What emotions flickered within those eyes? Hatred? Disdain? He could not articulate it. Yet the mockery and scorn reflected there pierced him deeply. Unable to contain himself, Warren let out a roar, raising his sword and charging forward. With a howl that echoed through the woods, startled birds took flight, and the glimmer of his blade descended upon the wolf. In an instant, the wolf leaped gracefully, soaring above Warren's head with astonishing speed, landing effortlessly and turning to lick its blood-red tongue across its paw. Warren, startled by his missed strike, realized the wolf's speed was beyond comprehension, having anticipated its possible reactions with utmost precision. Yet, it had not evaded him. Rather, it had approached his sword with an audacity that left him powerless to harm it. The wolf's velocity surpassed even that of the Windblade wolf, appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. He could see it, yet he could not react in time. With a swift motion, he shed his cloak, revealing a vest that radiated a softer, brighter light than the moon, illuminating his handsome visage as if he stood beneath a celestial halo. Clenching his sword tightly, he channeled a golden aura enveloping both his weapon and his form, exuding an almost divine presence. Amidst the interplay of golden and silver luminescence, Warren appeared extraordinarily sacred. Previous encounters had only seen him reveal his golden martial prowess against the dark sorcerer's corrosive fog. This was the second time he unleashed his ultimate technique at the onset of battle. The wolf, however, seemed utterly unfazed by Warren's weapon or his striking appearance. It merely shook itself and approached with elegant strides, its crimson eyes glinting with a mocking demeanor, an eerie presence that sent shivers down the spine. Most alarming was the palpable aura of lethal intent that emanated from the creature, cold, proud, and disdainful of all. This was a presence that even a knight of the temple wielding a sharp sword could scarcely rival. Destroy it. The soldiers rallied, realizing that allowing their master to be harmed would be catastrophic. They brandished their weapons, rushing towards the wolf with fervor. A magnificent leap ensued, the wolf's forepaws casting trails of delicate golden light, reminiscent of dawn breaking through darkness. Even as the golden aura lingered in the air, soldiers were already being hurled aside with anguished cries. 1, 2, 3. Warren had never witnessed such artistry in carnage, a clarity that was almost aesthetically pleasing. Before the golden light could fully fade, 6 soldiers lay defeated, some with their abdomens ripped open, others with their throats torn asunder. The air thick with the stench of blood and the anguished wails of the dying. A soldier clutched his arm, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. How could he possibly conceal such a wound? The 3 deep gashes, each over half a foot long, exposed the very bone beneath. A sight that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. This gruesome wound had nearly stripped his flesh from the arm, leaving it a bloody mess. As the fearsome wolf approached with a calm and graceful gait, the soldier suddenly cried out in terror, turning to flee blindly. Flesh and blood lay scattered across the ground, and the wolf's primal, bloodthirsty instincts surged forth from deep within. Its eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Drawing a deep breath, the golden gleam of his sword's tip surged an additional half-foot, humming ominously as it was brandished. The wolf halted, tilting its head slightly, as if pondering a query. He was Jedi, a man who adhered to a philosophy of an eye for an eye, and blood for blood. He would never allow this hypocritical friend, who betrayed him from behind, to live another day. Yet, Warren's words had saved his life, prompting Jedi to reconsider. The corners of the wolf's mouth curled upward, forming what resembled a shallow smile. Warren instinctively took a step back, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 45. The return. As Warren was engulfed in confusion and astonishment, the mirth in the wolf's eyes vanished, replaced by the cold indifference of a beast. The true battle had commenced, under the cloak of night. The 2 figures, a man and a wolf, whirled like a tempest, darting and twisting with electric speed. Warren wielded a sharp blade, infused with potent fighting spirit, rendering it nearly indestructible. Yet, the wolf proved to be twice as agile, its sharp fangs and claws whistling perilously close to Warren, posing a significant threat. Before long, Warren's courage waned. He realized that his once proud swordsmanship and formidable spirit were utterly ineffective against this magical wolf. His continued survival was merely a product of the wolf's amusement. It had numerous opportunities to effortlessly sever his throat with its razor-like claws, yet it had chosen to spare him. In sheer terror, Warren ceased his reckless assaults and adopted a purely defensive stance, hoping the fleeing soldiers would promptly inform his father and send a regiment to rescue him. Jedi, sensing his intentions, was equally disinterested in prolonging the skirmish. In a sudden twist, he let out a fierce howl and leaped into the air, while the sweat drenched Warren. Accustomed to the wolf's lethal maneuvers, slashed upward with his sword. The golden blade gleamed like a comet across the sky. Had Jedi reacted even slightly slower, he would have been eviscerated by Warren's strike. However, Warren had lost hope of injuring the wolf. His only desire was to force it to leap high, avoiding any grievous injury from its savage claws. Yet, this time, the wolf feigned an attack, letting out a howl as if to leap. But as Warren anticipated its swift descent, it instead lightly landed on the ground and lunged forward. With both hands gripping his sword, Warren's blade ascended, a golden brilliance piercing the heavens as he exposed his vulnerable abdomen. In that moment, the magical wolf leaped forward, its claw striking Warren's lower abdomen with brutal force, rending him asunder. A thunderous cry escaped Warren's lips as he felt the momentum shift downwards. Instinctively, his sword whirled to stab at Jedi's back. With a thud, the blade embedded itself in the earth, the golden spirit erupting and scattering dirt into the air, while Jedi had already darted away like a flash of lightning. Warren's anguished screams echoed, his sword flailing wildly, creating arcs of golden light in the air. No longer was he targeting an enemy. He was merely venting the unbearable agony coursing through him. Warren, a soldier rushed to his aid, only to be cleaved in 2 by Warren's frenzy. Blood raining down as silver coins scattered into the air. In the distance, a long howl resounded. It was General Von Hell. Yet, regardless of his arrival, he was too late. The magical wolf slowly approached Warren, who knelt before it, sword in hand, eyes bulging with fury, utterly unable to rise. Trembling, he glared at the wolf. Another howl echoed from afar, closer than before. Beyond, a multitude of torches advanced like a fiery dragon. It seemed General Von Hell, concerned for his son, had rushed ahead alone. The wolf raised its head and let out a defiant howl, glancing at the figure leaping in the starlit sky, before vanishing into the night. Nearby, 3 soldiers stood frozen, lacking the courage to impede its escape. Barto observed Helen's expression and solemnly declared, "Jedi is gone, but our plan must proceed. Du Wei and I remain steadfast. Do not worry." Helen sat there, lost in thought, and gently nodded. This plan was conceived by Jedi. It was his first significant endeavor upon emerging from the mountains, and it shall also be his last. I will not allow his efforts to be in vain. Though he is gone, we shall persist. We must first arrange Jetty's funeral, Helen said after a moment of reflection. Let us transform that ancient castle outside the city into a mausoleum. As a woman, I cannot take the lead in these matters. I entrust them to you. I will see to it, Barto affirmed with a nod. Our plans cannot be delayed due to this assassination attempt. Thus, the funeral must not be prolonged. These arrangements can be made gradually, Helen stated, suppressing her sorrow with a calm demeanor. She instructed Bardo, please have the finest craftsman create a coffin. The outer coffin must be of pure steel, while the inner one should be made of sandalwood. She then took a pair of scissors and snipped a lock of her golden hair, saying to Barto, in accordance with the ancient customs of the kingdom of Croya, please inter my hair with his, and reserve a place for me in his tomb. Bardo's eyes widened in shock. He hesitated to take Helen's hair, stammering, Judy, you must think carefully. You truly need not do this. We will remember Jetty in our hearts. The sorrowful little fox girl, Lolita, teared up, but could not suppress her curiosity. Her round eyes darted around, pondering the implications but unsure of their significance. The rituals of the beastmen were far simpler than those of human society, after her parents perished at the hands of hunters. Her grief was merely expressed by hastily piling stones over their remains. Helen shook her head resolutely, murmuring, No, let us proceed as I have said. There is a regret in my heart that shall remain forever. Please allow me to fulfill this wish. Seeing the determination in Helen's eyes, Barto sighed and solemnly accepted her hair. In the ancient traditions of the kingdom of Croya, interring one's hair alongside a man was a privilege bestowed only upon his wife. Though Helen and Jetty were not truly wed, her commitment to his memory was profound. Reserving a place for herself in his mausoleum was an even greater declaration. In this world, no one looked down upon widows remarrying. Helen, of noble lineage and breathtaking beauty, could easily attract countless suitors, regardless of her marital history. Yet, by choosing to be buried alongside Jetty, it implied a vow of lifelong solitude. Hence, Bardo hesitated at this significant decision. Clutching Helen's hair, he felt its weighty significance. Just as he was about to put it away, Leah suddenly leaped up, snatching the scissors from her sister's hand. With a decisive snip, she cut off a lock of her own hair and thrust it into Bardo's hands, saying, Here is mine. Bardo, please. Helen gazed at Leah in astonishment, exclaiming, Sister. With teary eyes, Leah replied, Sister, do not think I am unaware of everything. But Jetty is gone. Helen's heart ached. Foolish girl, I am not competing for him. You are so young. Must you also surrender your youth and life? The little fox girl stared with wide eyes, contemplating whether this was a custom in the kingdom of Croya for male friends during funerals. Should she also cut a lock of hair to express her feelings? The Wolf King had treated her so kindly. Surely, she ought to show her appreciation. Before the little fox could act on her thoughts, Jetty burst through the door, smiling. Why would you cut such beautiful hair? It will take so long to grow back. Jetty. The room erupted in astonished voices. You're not dead? Jetty blinked and chuckled. Who said I was dead? Leah stammered, Brother Jetty, you. Were you not pierced by the dark-bone spear? Do not. Fully aware of the fabrication, Leah could not restrain herself, letting out a loud cry as she leapt into Jetty's embrace, overwhelmed with joy, alternating between tears and laughter. At that moment, Helen also came to her senses. Abandoning her decorum, the resurrection of her beloved prompted her to throw herself into Jetty's arms, her cheeks glistening with tears of happiness. When Bardas, grinning foolishly and arms wide open, discovered Jetty enveloped in warmth and affection, he found himself at a loss, as both hands were occupied. With a forced chuckle, he turned around only to see the little fox girl extending her arms towards him. A flicker of joy ignited within Bardas as he intended to engage in a pure, friendly embrace with the fox girl. However, she ducked low, darting beneath his outstretched arms. The smile on Bardas's face faltered, and as he slowly turned back, he observed the little fox girl joyfully circling around Jetty, while Helen and Leah dashed about, her splendid tail swaying with enthusiasm, clearly exuberant. He could only shrug, resigning himself to the moment as he lowered his arms. After a bout of exuberance, Helen and Leah soon realized they were tightly held against Jetty's chest, and like a sudden shock, they pulled away, their faces flushing in unison. Just moments ago, they had clung to him as if wishing to crush him into fragments. Yet now they felt a wave of shyness wash over them. Jetty refrained from recounting the entirety of his resurrection, not out of disbelief in those before him, but rather due to the hazy nature of his own experience, making it difficult to articulate. He merely explained that when the sorcerer's bone spear came at him, he had instinctively grasped the spearhead, preventing it from piercing his chest. It was merely the hellfire that scorched the soul, rendering him unconscious, until he eventually floated away, awakening far from the scene. His account was delivered with conviction, and the absence of any wounds on his chest assured Helen and the others of its truth. As dawn approached, noticing the weariness etched on Helen and her sisters' faces, Jedi bid farewell to Bartis. "Hey, Bartis, why did they cut their hair to accompany me in death?" The moment he stepped into the corridor, Jedi posed this perplexing question. Inside the room, Helen and her sister listened intently, exchanging a glance that bore an odd expression. Both wore a slightly embarrassed countenance, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. The room fell into a profound silence, their hearts racing in a syncopated rhythm, akin to the persistent ticking of a clock. Chapter 46. The poisonous heart. General Feng Hel straightened his attire and strode into the main hall with a commanding presence, his shoulders squared, exuding an aura of majesty that belied his recent injuries. He would not expose any sign of weakness before his adversaries, nor would he succumb to rage that might lead him to recklessly draw his sword and invite disaster upon himself. The wrath of a lion is never one of blind fury. Warren's chamber was filled with the scent of medicine, his body ensconced in thick bandages, particularly around his lower limbs, which were tightly wrapped, making it difficult to ascertain the extent of his injuries. However, the pallor of his slightly sunken cheeks indicated the severity of his wounds. Upon entering the room, Jedi noticed a sorrowful young woman weeping by the bedside. Her profile seemed familiar, and after a moment's pause, he recognized her as Miss Anna, the Holy Knight. She frequently accompanied Warren, and her presence here was hardly surprising. Anna paid no heed to Jedi's entrance, instead holding Warren's cold hand and gazing at his pale, haggard face with tear-filled eyes, softly sobbing. Jedi quietly paused behind her, peering over her shoulder at the golden strands of hair that fell messily across Warren's forehead. His handsome features, sharply defined, appeared largely unaffected by his grievous torment. At this moment, he exuded no trace of malice. Since their acquaintance, Jedi had never witnessed any wickedness in him. Barto was an unremarkable little man, while Dewey was a gaunt drunkard. Standing beside Warren, who radiated brilliance, they resembled a common fowl next to a phoenix. Yet, in terms of the purity of their souls, they far surpassed the man before them. The longing for another man's wife, coupled with the treachery that led to the demise of his own friend, revealed a sordid soul concealed beneath such noble and regal countenance. A stark contrast and bitter irony. "Miss Anna, do not be afraid. I am not dead," Jedi reassured her. Suddenly, he noticed Warren's hands clenching tightly, and a thought struck him. He was not unconscious. In that fleeting moment, Jedi grasped Warren's intent. After all, they were both men. He could discern the emotions at play. If he had suffered such devastating injuries, rendering his lower limbs useless and vital organs destroyed, he would likely resort to unconsciousness as a means of evasion in the presence of his beloved. "Who is it? Who could be so cruel?" Anna exclaimed in fury. "You do not know? I. Jedi feigned surprise, and Anna immediately sensed something amiss. Rising abruptly, she grasped his hand urgently, imploring, "Jedi, please tell me who did this? They have harmed Warren so grievously, and you too have barely escaped with your life. What are you afraid of?" "They." Jedi hesitated. "Alas, their power is immense. General Feng Hel has speculated on the culprit, yet even he, with all his might, cannot confront them without concrete evidence." Anna gasped, instinctively releasing his hand, her complexion turning ashen. She harbored a deep hatred for the demon who had harmed her beloved. Yet she understood that her father's title and status could not rival General Feng Hel's power. If even he could not avenge his son, how formidable must their adversaries be? Lowering her gaze momentarily, she then resolutely lifted her head, fixing her eyes on Jedi. "Tell me, who are they?" Jedi felt a flicker of admiration for this noble knight. She was truly remarkable. Yet, she was unyielding in her passion for love, sincere but lacking in discerning wisdom. He too was guilty of naivety. Had he not narrowly escaped death, he would have remained oblivious to Warren's treacherous nature. He deliberately hesitated, finally saying, "Miss Anna, you are aware that the Duchy of Britannia is amassing troops, likely to soon declare war. Yet, the noble council of the Duchy of Norman, which controls the finances, remains indifferent and refuses to allocate funds for military provisions. General Feng Hel, deeply concerned, intends to organize the banking sector to establish a unified alliance bank as a financing channel for the duchy, addressing the military expenditure issue. This very matter has led to repeated assassination attempts against General Feng Hel, Sir Warren, and myself. The opposing force, Jedi side heavily, is backed by the entire Noble Council, particularly Chancellor Mel Gibson and his associates. The one who harmed Sir Warren is a direwolf. You know that such beasts do not thrive in the southernmost lands of this continent. Yet, to my knowledge, Mr. Gibson, president of the Banking Association, harbors many strange creatures in his household. Jedi caught a glimpse of Warren's hands tightening once more. Anna, biting her lip, stood still for a moment before suddenly turning, kissing Warren gently on the forehead. Then, she straightened, retrieving her holy helm and slowly donning it. Miss Anna, Jedi said anxiously. The knight then took her long sword and secured it, turning calmly to Jedi. Rest assured, Jedi, I shall not act recklessly. Political strife does not concern me, nor do I possess the standing to engage in it. However, a dark sorcerer, a monstrous abomination, and a dire wolf that should not be present here. These evils are precisely what the Holy Church should seek to purify. I will report this to the Cardinal and implore him to take action. What a wise woman, Jedi thought, silently praising her. By invoking the power of religion, she deftly sidestepped the contentious political rivalry, focusing solely on the eradication of evil. Once the truth was uncovered, how could their adversaries possibly withstand the fallout? Anna cast a lingering glance at Warren before departing his chamber. Two maidservants stood quietly by the door, and Jedi gently sat in the chair Anna had just occupied, silently observing Warren. Warren remained with his eyes closed, the room enveloped in tranquility. Time passed imperceptibly, and soon, Warren's eyelashes began to flutter, beads of sweat appearing on his brow. He had set Jedi up yesterday in such a manner, anticipating that should he fail, Jedi would have no proof of his malice. A risk he did not fear. Yet, he was impatiently forcing Helen to comply with his desires, and should Jedi learn of this, what more could be said? Would Helen not speak to Jedi about it? Despite his depravity, he cherished the reputation he had painstakingly cultivated under Jedi's watchful gaze. He felt an unsettling anxiety, not from a newfound conscience, but from the fear of exposure. Alas, Warren, had I not been struck down by that sorcerer, you would not have gone to my home to deliver the message, nor would you have fallen into their trap. I bear some responsibility for this, Warren. Rest assured, both your father and I shall ensure they pay dearly for their misdeeds. Indeed. As Jedi concluded this statement, Warren's countenance abruptly turned ashen. A smirk of derision crept across Jedi's lips. The seeds of malice had been sown. He rose quietly, dusting off his sleeves, and stealthily exited the room. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is the eternal philosophy of wolves. Jedi's footsteps resonated like the beating of a heavy drum against Warren's soul. By the time Jedi left the room, Warren was ensnared in a web of endless regret. Jedi had not died. He had survived. The depths of remorse coiled around him like a venomous serpent, gnawing at his heart. Warren's soul, burdened by this realization, found no moment of peace. As if plummeting into an abyss of torment, devoid of respite. Benson, Boris, and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The municipal chief, Benson, hesitated before speaking. Without the Lord's command, how could we act on our own accord? Could it be that the sorcerer Astimos, dissatisfied with his own arrogance, therefore? Mel Gibson shook his head and remarked, at that time, Astimos was in my residence. How could he possibly confront Warren? Moreover, although Astimos's dark magic is immensely powerful, it is precisely restrained by the Holy Light Church. Unless absolutely necessary, he would be reluctant to offend the church. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and pondered, could it be that he truly is not one of us? Boris laughed heartily. Von Hel, instead of performing his duties as a general, foolishly attempts to overshadow the noble council. He has offended many with his actions. Perhaps it is a noble who harbors a fierce beast at home, seeking to teach him a lesson. If we dare to assassinate that old fellow Von Hel, what is his son in comparison? Mel Gibson snorted heavily and replied, foolishness. Von Hel can be killed. And the repercussions, whether successful or not, are not dire. However, his son is a different matter. Striking the younger will inevitably provoke the elder. Warren, now half dead, will bear a grudge that will compel Von Hel to regard us as thorns in his side, a constant source of irritation. Do not be deceived by his smiling visage when he came to meet us today. That is truly terrifying, for we cannot foresee his reaction. Yet we know he will respond, leaving us no moment of peace. Mel Gibson sighed deeply. Warren is a knight of the Holy Light Church. If Astomos performs dark magic in his presence, once this reaches the ears of the church, it is hard to say whether they will not bring trouble upon us. Old Von Hell, seeing his son so grievously injured, will not simply let this go. At your command, my lord. Benson and the others responded with utmost respect, rising to take their leave. Once they exited the hall, Mel furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who could be meddling, complicating matters further? A magical wolf. Who would keep such a formidable beast capable of incapacitating a temple knight? Von Hell had suddenly heightened his security before the assassination attempt. Jedi and Bardus have become increasingly cautious in their comings and goings. Clearly, there has been a leak. As Mel pondered, a chill suddenly gripped his heart, and he recalled a figure that was both improbable and yet strikingly plausible, devoid of reason yet possessing ample motive. A rotund silhouette appeared vividly in his mind, his dear nephew. Mr. Gibson, the president of the Banking Association. An immediate cloud of foreboding enveloped his heart. Chapter 47. The appointment. Although Astomos was a formidable dark mage, renowned for experimenting on a defiant captive to create a dreadful monster, he would never nurture a pure magical wolf. However, his nephew had a penchant for collecting and raising various magical beasts. If anyone were to possess a peculiar magical wolf, it would most likely be him. Yet, this did not imply that he would be aligned with Astomos. What if he sought to exploit the rivalry between two powerful factions for his own gain? It is essential to recognize that the proposal from Von Hell effectively transferred a significant portion of power from the nobility to the soon-to-be established financing bank. The new president of this alliance bank could potentially usurp Astomos' position, gaining control over the principality's finances. Should his nephew harbor such ambition, he might eliminate Jedi, a possible rival, and incite direct conflict between Astomos and Von Hell, allowing him to emerge unscathed once both parties had exhausted themselves. As the leaders of two major political factions, Astomos and Von Hell could easily become scapegoats for Duke Norman, who favored compromise. Meanwhile, the nephew could establish the financing bank under Norman's auspices, becoming a new Mel Gibson. Such machinations in the political arena are far from improbable. History is rife with instances where great figures have fallen victim to treachery, supplanted by those once considered their subordinates. A sinister glint flickered in Mel Gibson's eyes. He needed to ascertain the truth behind his charming, rotund nephew. With countless foes outside, he felt little fear. However, a treacherous ambition lurking within his family could render him a sacrificial pawn. Thus, he must determine whether his beloved nephew could be trusted. The other generals, as if in unison, expressed their trepidation regarding the formidable military strength of the Butani Principality. Yet, when it came to defensive measures, they were as silent as the grave, offering no constructive suggestions. The neglect of the military had long led to dissatisfaction among the generals, who had suffered from reduced salaries. This was the underlying cause of their unrest. Recently, the assassination of General Von Hell, followed by his son's incapacitation, exacerbated the turmoil within the military. Now, these grievances had reached a boiling point. To appease the generals, the Duke engaged in extensive discussions and personally visited General Von Hell's family, preoccupied with the mounting crisis. Meanwhile, the tax authority delivered alarming news. Rumors were rampant that the Butani Principality intended to attack, while the Norman military remained powerless to respond. The populace was in a state of panic, prompting many emerging capitalists to withdraw their investments from the Norman realm, leading to increasing desolation and deteriorating tax revenues. This compounded the Duke's woes, as the military morale remained unstable and public sentiment grew increasingly chaotic. Daily negotiations, reconciliations, and efforts to reassure were yielding no results. To further complicate matters, the Grand Cardinal Abraham of the Radiant Holy Temple, accompanied by 40 knights and 20 clergy, arrived to pay his respects to the Duke. The Radiant Church not only held numerous followers within the upper echelons of the Norman Principality, but also wielded significant influence throughout the Tajer Empire. Faced with such a grandiose rationale, the Duke was reluctant to refuse. However, acquiescing would grant the Radiant Church a degree of administrative power, a perilous proposition amid shifting public sentiment and unstable military morale. At this juncture, the Duke could no longer contain his mounting frustration and erupted in fury. He summoned Chancellor Mel Gibson with unprecedented severity, exerting pressure with an unwavering demeanor. Though Mel Gibson bore no treasonous intentions, he dared not confront the Duke directly, opting instead for a strategy of retreat to buy time. Simultaneously, Mel Gibson appointed a seasoned banker from his camp, Reslin, as the vice president of the Banking Association, harboring a faint hope of countering Jetty's influence. Yet, such measures could not hinder General von Hell's impending actions. In urgent military updates from the border, General von Hell, despite his illness, penned an extensive proposal analyzing the current situation in the Norman Principality, highlighting its weakened military infrastructure and low morale. He ultimately advocated for the establishment of a national financing bank, pledging future tax revenues as collateral to issue state financing bonds to citizens. This proposal naturally received the Duke's endorsement and the nobility's approval, as von Hell's military and Jetty's economic control had instigated considerable unrest, resulting in alarming rumors. The situation presented to the nobility, disseminated through the followers of the Dodgy sect and the military and business sectors, depicted a dire scenario akin to a crumbling edifice. They were no longer preoccupied with power. Instead, their focus shifted to whether their wealth and status could be preserved. Under these circumstances, Jetty assumed office and commenced the establishment of the Principality's first financing bank, implementing sweeping reforms. Indeed, upon the plan's execution, General von Hell was able to govern effectively, and the turmoil in the border regions subsided. The business sector, buoyed by Jetty's strategic initiatives and substantial loans, began to flourish, resulting in a vibrant securities market and a revitalized Norman Principality. Today marked the official inauguration of the first financing bank, with numerous dignitaries from military and political spheres in attendance to offer their congratulations. These attendees were individuals of high status and considerable influence, even during Gibson's tenure as president. Such a display of support was unnecessary. However, times had changed. The financing bank effectively seized fiscal authority from the nobility, and Jetty had become the Principality's minting machine. Behind him stood General von Hell, and to attend this event was to acknowledge the latter's stature. Who would dare offend General von Hell at this juncture? To solidify his newly acquired power and status, General von Hell began orchestrating minor provocations with the Botany Principality along the borders, ensuring the military's prominence in daily affairs, thus diminishing the nobility's influence. Now, aside from the Duke's presence, only one voice resonated throughout the Principality, that of General von Hell. "Jetty, dear brother, do try this outfit," Leah exclaimed joyfully, presenting another ensemble. Jetty, exasperated, wiped the sweat from his brow and accepted it with a resigned smile. The little fox girl, Lolita, patiently indulged in the task of dressing Jetty. In her eyes, he remained the imposing king of the Western magical wolves, commanding over 100,000 magical wolves, striking fear into the hearts of countless fierce beasts and the leaders of the Orc Kingdom. The ability to dictate his attire filled her with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Helen spoke tenderly to Jetty before abruptly turning her head, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation as she scolded, "Keep your distance." How annoying. Bardus, engrossed in blowing smoke rings nearby, immediately retreated upon hearing the princess's reprimand, muttering, "I swear, if Jetty were smoking, she would surely commend him for his handsomeness and charm. Yet here I am, and I am the one being scolded." The princess's face flushed crimson as she pouted, "Don't you know it's impolite to smoke in front of a lady?" She cast a furtive glance at Jetty, who was preoccupied with Leah and the little fox girl as they assisted him in trying on clothes, and felt a wave of relief. Upon witnessing the princess's ire, Bardus quickly made his escape from the room. The goldsmith's workshop was bustling today. The first floor had been transformed into a venue for a banquet. Early guests gathered in small clusters, engaged in lively conversation, laughter ringing out frequently. Servants and maids scurried about, serving fine wines and fruits to the guests. Barto, with a large cigar firmly in his mouth, sauntered downstairs, exchanging jovial remarks with familiar friends. Upon spotting a vividly dressed, alluring lady, he approached her for a brief conversation, occasionally interjecting with harmless innuendos, reveling in his merriment. Just then, a figure stumbled in, startling him. Recognizing the newcomer, he grinned and rushed over, grabbing the person's sleeve with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, Baron de Vivier, what brings you here? Is it the allure of the Dawn Mountains, with its gold mines and lovely ladies, that has captivated you so?" However, as he spoke, he noticed de Vivier's pallid complexion, hollow eyes, and disheveled appearance, prompting him to ask, "What troubles you?" By now, others had caught sight of de Vivier, who had been absent from high society gatherings for some time. They approached, wine glasses in hand, eager to greet the affluent baron. Yet, de Vivier appeared as a frightened creature, managing a strained smile and waving to the crowd before dragging Barto toward a small room adjacent to the hall. Once inside, he plopped down, scanning the surroundings nervously, inquiring, "Is it safe here?" "Of course," Barto replied, bemused. "You seem as if you're being pursued by ghosts. What on earth has transpired?" At the mention of ghosts, de Vivier shuddered, his face growing even paler. "Do not jest, Barto. I believe I am in serious trouble." Seeing his friend in such distress, Barto's concern deepened. "What has happened?" de Vivier lamented. "To escape the grasp of that merchant Samuel Beckett from the capital, I retreated to the desolate Dawn Mountains, surrounded only by a bunch of foolish farmers. But you know me. As long as there is wine, I could easily remain holed up in a room for a year. I had brought ample fine wine with me, and for a while, I lived quite comfortably. However, one night, while I was deep in slumber after a few drinks, I was suddenly jolted awake. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld a woman of extraordinary beauty, as radiant as an angel." Barto chuckled. "Oh, my dear de Vivier, you may have had enough wine, but it seems you lacked a companion. Wine and beauty should not be separated. Haha. This dream must have been quite exquisite." De Vivier's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed on Barto until the laughter faded from his friend's lips. He continued, "At that moment, I was overjoyed, thinking I had merely dreamt due to intoxication." Unable to suppress another laugh, Barto quickly covered his mouth, clearing his throat and saying, "Pray, do continue, Mr. de Vivier." With a huff, de Vivier resumed, "Indeed, I was thrilled. Dreams allow for limitless possibilities." I leapt up, eager to disrobe her. The little enchantress smiled coyly, seemingly unfazed by my actions, and I tore at her garments. Barto's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly inquired, "And was her figure as exquisite as her angelic visage?" De Vivier's expression grew peculiar, anxiously biting his lip as he scanned the room until he found a bottle of wine, taking a hearty swig that finally eased his tension. Barto, impatient, pressed, "What of the woman? A beauty akin to an angel surely must possess a captivating figure." Clutching the bottle, de Vivier sank into the sofa, his voice strained as he replied, "Yes, an angelic face and a devilish figure. Truly, a devilish figure." Chapter 48. The ceremony. Barto swallowed hard, exclaiming with excitement, "Alcohol is truly a marvelous thing. I have never experienced such a splendid dream. In my dream, countless riches rained down from the heavens." "Please continue, Douay, feeling parched, replied dryly, "There is nothing more to tell." I tore open her garments and beheld a devilish figure, a true embodiment of temptation. Her body was nothing but a skeleton, which sent me screaming in terror, prompting my guards to rush in immediately. He paused before adding, "Jedi had warned me that President Gibson and his associates intended to act against us, urging me to heighten my defenses. Thus, I fortified my residence with protective spells and stationed numerous guards outside my bedroom. Yet, before they could burst in, that woman vanished into thin air like a wisp of smoke. When they entered, there was nothing to be found." Barto frowned, glaring at him. "And then what happened?" Douay took a hearty swig of his drink, saying, "Nothing happened. The woman was gone, and despite searching every nook and cranny, there was no trace of her. The magical barriers outside my residence remained untouched, as if nothing had occurred at all." Barto rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Douay, when did your courage become so feeble? Just a dream, and you are left in such a state, as if your soul has departed?" Douay offered a bitter smile and replied slowly, "The following night, she returned." Barto gasped, "What? She reappeared?" Douay sighed, "Indeed. The events of the previous night felt too real for me to dismiss as mere drunkenness or a nightmare. Thus, I slept with heightened vigilance that night. Upon awakening, I found her sitting at my window. That night, she donned a sheer white garment. The moonlight illuminated her form, accentuating her exquisite curves. No skeletal frame could possibly support such a physique. Her bosom and voluptuous thighs were undeniably alluring." Douay's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. "She smiled at me. That skeleton smiled at me with its ghastly teeth and hollow eye sockets, truly terrifying. My guards rushed into my chamber once again, and just like the previous night, she vanished." Barto swallowed nervously, struggling to articulate, "Douay, did you engage in some reckless folly in your youth that might have wronged a maiden?" Douay chuckled awkwardly. "If a beauty like that had ever taken a liking to me, how could I have been a heartless scoundrel? You know the circumstances of my upbringing. I had no right to be choosy. Barto pondered this and found it improbable, then inquired, "Did she mention why she sought you?" Dewey covered his face, moaning. "She is not seeking me. She is after Baron Alex, the scoundrel who seduced her and left her with child, only to ruin her in the name of his own reputation. She is consumed by revenge against this heartless Baron." Barto stared in disbelief. "But you are Alex." Suddenly, he leapt up. "By the goddess Daji, she is truly seeking the real Baron Alex? Does such a person exist in the Obeston family?" At this revelation, he scanned the room warily, as if expecting the woman to emerge from the shadows. Barto frowned and said, "You possess the abilities of a novice mage, and with your arsenal of magical artifacts, your strength rivals that of a mid-level mage. How could you possibly be threatened by a ghost?" Dewey lamented, "Yes, her movements are incredibly swift. You know how difficult it is to cast a spell instantaneously, and my guards seem like mere decorations before her. She could appear before me at any moment, her terrifying visage recounting how much she loved me and how wretchedly I have wronged her. This scene plays out every night." Bardo felt a stir of realization and suddenly asked, "You did not explain to her that you are not the true Baron Alex, did you?" Dewey froze, replying, "Of course I did, but would she believe me? She has only regained partial memories. She remembers the name Alex and the deeds he committed against her, yet she cannot recall his appearance. Everyone refers to me as Baron Alex of the Obeston family." Bardo sneered. "Perhaps she is indeed a specter, who can say? But I wager you were simply taken aback by her dazzling entrance. You foolishly drank yourself into a stupor, forgetting you are a mage. I have yet to hear of a ghost that changes its face. Her appearance likely has little to do with seeking a heartless lover. Rather, she may be trying to discern your identity and intentions." Dewey was struck by this insight, exclaiming, "Yes, how could I have overlooked that? Good heavens, this could spell disaster. I told her I am not Baron Alex. We must inform Jedi immediately." "Not so fast," Bardo interjected slyly. "Calm down, Dewey. She is likely already convinced you are not the true Baron. What does it matter? She possesses no evidence against you. Fortunately, you did not reveal our true plans, so she has gained nothing. Today is a significant day. You must rest well and play your part as a distinguished guest. Once the ceremony concludes, we can join you in welcoming this female specter." General Von Hell arrived, and upon hearing the news, Jedi hurriedly descended from the upper floors. He was attired in formal wear, his handsome and athletic figure harmoniously complemented by an elegant suit, exuding a captivating charm. Truly one of the two most handsome men of Batist. Currently, General Von Hell stood at the pinnacle of power, while the cunning Mel Gibson had underestimated the strength of burgeoning capitalists, failing to anticipate that the military, which had once exploited him, had grown so formidable. Unbeknownst to him, circumstances had shifted. The Empire had seen little conflict for centuries, rendering the army a mere formality, thus disregarded. However, a brewing upheaval among the various lords of the Empire hinted at impending chaos, where might often dictated right. This old aristocrat had placed too much emphasis on the influence of traditional noble status, leading to his downfall at the hands of General Von Hell, who had deftly maneuvered him into surrendering his power. At this moment, General Von Hell was riding high. Had it not been for his son's disability, he would have felt no regrets in life. Given this, the usually indifferent general was contemplating the pursuit of a woman of both beauty and intellect to serve as his secret lover and bear him an heir. Believing he was still in the prime of life, capable of supporting his son until he came of age. As General Von Hell dismounted his carriage amidst the accolades and welcomes from officials and merchants, Jedi hurried down the stairs, beaming, "Your Excellency, forgive my late reception. It is an honor for you to attend the inauguration of the Principality's financing bank. Of course, Chairman Jedi, since you have taken the helm of the Principality's first financing bank, we look forward to your guidance and support in overcoming challenges." General Von Hell, recalling his own son Warren, who was equally handsome, felt a pang of sadness and forced a smile, exchanging a few words before falling silent. "Please, everyone awaits your esteemed presence," Bardo interjected, skillfully diverting the conversation. Dewey stood beside him, having yet to greet Jedi, nervously scanning the surroundings, fearful of an apparition suddenly appearing. Helen and Leah donned resplendent gowns, while the little fox girl Lolita wore a pure white dress. Her snow-white hair and fluffy tail, along with her porcelain-like visage, complemented her attire adorned with delicate crimson trim. Though not as opulent as the gowns of the Helen sisters, her ensemble equally commanded attention. The three enchanting ladies gracefully descended the staircase, exchanging pleasantries with the aristocratic women. At that moment, a maid approached Helen, whispering a few words in her ear. Helen's gaze flickered, and she nodded slightly, her lips parting to murmur a few sentences. The maid then discreetly departed. Helen, appearing unfazed, continued to greet the noblewomen until she had acknowledged all the notable figures present. She then instructed her sister to attend to the guests, excusing herself with a semblance of urgency, as if she merely needed to attend to a personal matter, drawing no one's scrutiny. Helen hastily made her way to the backyard, where the former warehouse, once a shared dwelling for her, Leah, and Jetty, had been transformed into a clandestine outpost for the dodgy sect, known only to the most devout and trusted members of the hierarchy. 2 servants stood by the well in the corner, drawing water, while 2 others busily scrubbed the carriage and horses at the warehouse entrance. The horses gleamed after their wash, and the ground, paved with a diamond-patterned stone surface, allowed water to flow into the drainage without soaking one's shoes despite its dampness. A burly male servant raised his head, scanning the surroundings cautiously before nodding slightly. Satisfied, Helen slipped into the warehouse. These servants were also the most loyal adherents of the dodgy sect, although the sect lacked a substantial following among the upper echelons of society. Its network of middle and lower-tier believers was woven throughout the duchy, integral to the flow of information across every corner. Since Jetty became a public figure, Helen found it increasingly inconvenient to preach openly, thus establishing her command center here. This warehouse now served as the heart of the entire intelligence network, where individuals posing as accountants from Jetty's smithy were, in fact, analysts, organizers, and synthesizers of intelligence. To swiftly obtain information from distant regions, the dodgy sect had set up relay stations in the homes of certain adherents, utilizing swift horses, postal messengers, boatmen, and even carrier pigeons to convey urgent news. With Duvey's assistance, she had also established a spatial transfer magic array in the basement where the beastman Chris once resided, allowing for rapid transportation up to 10 kilometers away, an essential contingency for evading capture should their identities be compromised. Such a pivotal location was naturally safeguarded with utmost diligence, boasting protective measures that surpassed even those of Jetty's underground vault. Saintess, Elder Duncan rose respectfully upon her entrance. To encourage the faithful in their earnest pursuit of spreading the teachings, the dodgy sect had instituted various ranks, categorizing elders into temple elders, grand elders, regular elders, and provisional elders, thus stimulating the enthusiasm of the followers through the prospect of advancement. The warehouse was divided into 3 sections. The outermost was quite ordinary, filled with accounting ledgers and documents, while the central area dealt with classified information transmitted through various channels, where it was simply organized. The innermost section was dedicated to sensitive matters, responsible for archiving, destroying, and issuing commands. As Helen entered the second room, a modestly dressed man quickly stood, doffing his hat and bowing deeply before her. The man appeared to be in his 60s, with a ruddy complexion, graying hair, and a tall frame that stooped slightly. His clothing faded and patched, exuding a faint odor of sweat. Helen refrained from expressing any disdain. She had previously interacted with individuals far more destitute and disheveled. As a saintess, it was essential not to look down upon her followers. One of her tenets proclaimed that regardless of wealth or poverty, possessing a sincere heart renders one noble. Unfamiliar with this elder, Helen noted that the dodgy sect's adherents now numbered in the thousands, making it impossible to recognize them all. The elder hurriedly spoke. Yes, esteemed saintess, my role is that of a refuse collector, the leader in the Golden Peak district. Following Mr. Jetty's instructions, I am responsible for liaising with the internal contacts at President Gibson's residence, directly reporting intelligence to Mr. Jetty. A pressing matter has arisen, and I attempted to meet Mr. Jetty earlier, but there were too many people surrounding him, making it impossible for me to reach him. The divine messenger has stated that if urgent matters arise and I cannot contact him, I may report to you. All right, Mr. Bigby, I understand, Helen interjected, offering a gentle smile. Please tell me, what has transpired? As you command, esteemed saintess, it concerns Chris. Chapter 49. Conflict ceremonies have long been regarded as endeavors that squander time, money, and energy, devoid of any substantial meaning. Yet, throughout history, those in power have shown a penchant for such trivial spectacles. As the protagonist of the day, Jedi found himself reluctantly participating in a series of tedious activities. Ribbon cutting, speeches, and the reading of Duke Norman's congratulatory letter were followed by enthusiastic blessings and gifts from the esteemed guests. The atmosphere reached a crescendo as the time for the banquet approached, when a servant hurried into the hall, announcing loudly, "Mr. Jedi, Mr. Gibson has sent a gift." Gibson? Not only did General Von Hell and Jedi appear taken aback, but the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. The feud between General Von Hell and Chancellor Mel Gibson was well known. Von Hell had usurped Gibson's influence, becoming the most powerful figure beneath the Duke of Norman. Jedi, under Von Hell's support, had toppled President Gibson, taking his place as the inaugural president of the Duchy's first financing bank. Why would the now diminished Gibson send a gift at this juncture? After a brief lull in the hall, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. General Von Hell suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "Excellent. If Mr. Gibson has a gift, let it be presented for all to see. Otherwise, our curious nobles may find it difficult to enjoy their libations." The servants looked to Jedi, who nodded calmly, stating, "Please bring forth Mr. Gibson's representative and his gift." The arrival was none other than the old steward Jedi had encountered before, clad in immaculate formal attire, immaculately clean, as if he were the host of the soiree. Behind him, four burly men carried a rosewood platform, upon which lay an unknown object concealed beneath red silk. General Von Hell stroked his beard, observing with a wary eye. He harbored little belief that Gibson's cast-off nephew would dare attempt any antics at this moment. Presently, Von Hell's word was law in the duchy. Even the cunning and politically astute Chancellor Mel Gibson, with the support of the entire noble court, dared not challenge him, let alone the fallen President Gibson. The steward bowed respectfully to General Von Hell, Jedi, and the assembled nobles, his smile thinly veiling his intentions. "Esteemed General Von Hell, President Jedi, and honored guests, greetings. Today marks the day President Jedi is honored as the head of the Duchy's first financing bank. As the former president of the Banking Association and a member of the banking fraternity, Mr. Gibson is delighted. However, due to his ill health, he could not attend in person to convey his congratulations. Thus, I stand in his stead to present his gift." With a smile, the steward turned, gesturing for the four men to place the platform down gently. Then, they slowly unveiled the red cloth, unleashing a cacophony of astonished gasps throughout the hall. "So beautiful! So majestic!" Voices chimed in admiration, and even General Von Hell smiled and nodded in approval. Yet, only Jedi felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his complexion draining to a pallid hue. "Jedi, are you all right?" Helen inquired with concern. Jedi sat in silence, staring vacantly ahead. "Brother Jedi, please don't frighten me. Say something," Princess Leia urged timidly. Jedi's gaze remained fixated upon the gift sent by President Gibson, and suddenly he erupted into an unsettling laughter, causing Leia to recoil in fear. Slowly, Jedi rose and approached the wooden platform, kneeling beside it to gently caress the golden fur. Before him stood a magnificent tiger, posed in a fierce stance, glaring menacingly and exuding an aura of dominion. It was the half-man beast, Chris, immortalized as a lifelike taxidermy specimen, forever frozen in time. He could no longer lounge in his chair, puffing on a pipe while perusing the newspaper. He would never again share his melancholic tales of hardship with Jedi. He had not even met his newborn son, that bright little cub. Jedi gradually stood and walked to the mantel, retrieving a white bronze box, brushing the dust from its surface before opening it to reveal finely cut high-quality tobacco, a gift from Chris, now slightly damp from neglect. "I wish to smoke a pipe," Jedi uttered hoarsely. Barto, who had been holding his breath, quickly offered a cigar, but Jedi shook his head, insisting, "I desire a pipe." The obedient little fox girl darted out, well acquainted with the goldsmith's workshop and knowing precisely who smoked pipes. Helen sighed softly, gently encouraging, "Jedi, we understand your sorrow. Chris's misfortune weighs heavily on our hearts, but you must find the strength to rise above this." A cold glint flickered in Jedi's eyes as he replied, "I have not been vanquished. The more brutal the blow, the more resolute I become, never to fall." With the pipe lit, Jedi inhaled deeply, the pungent tobacco mingling with a faint hint of vanilla filling his lungs before being exhaled slowly. His eyes glistened with moisture. The flickering light from the pipe cast a deep crimson hue into his gaze, as the smoke entwined around Chris' commanding figure, reminiscent of a mournful elegy. As the smoke slowly dispersed through the room, it enveloped everyone in a somber atmosphere. Barto, unable to bear the weight of this oppressive mood, discreetly pulled out a cigar to indulge himself. The messenger, Old Bigby glanced anxiously around the room, nervously swallowing. What did Chris say? Jedi asked quietly, his voice muffled by the smoke as he continued to inhale, occasionally coughing lightly. Divine Master, as usual, I rode my donkey cart to Mr. Gibson's residence to collect refuse. At this hour, Chris would typically send word to me. The animals at Mr. Gibson's are free range, so this has never raised suspicion. However, today he did not appear. I was about to leave when I suddenly saw several men carrying an iron cage, inside which was Chris. I was taken aback, deliberately lingering to observe. After they set him down, they departed. Chris informed me that he had been discovered. Mr. Gibson was furious and blamed Chris for his fall from grace, thus resolving to kill him. He remarked that since Chris enjoyed playing the beast, he might as well continue until death. Chris was uncertain of how Mr. Gibson intended to deal with him. Bigby paused before continuing. Chris asked me to tell you that he kept his word. He never spoke a word before Mr. Gibson, even after being captured. Then how could he? How could he have been exposed? He became overly excited upon hearing of his son and inadvertently spoke in his sleep. He expressed remorse for this and hoped it would not cause you any trouble. Jedi listened intently, slowly stating, this matter should not be disclosed to Chris's family. I forgot. She is a true tiger. Unless Chris's body is presented, our words may not reach her. He managed a bitter smile before rising abruptly, clenching his hand, shattering the pipe into shards that cascaded through his fingers. Helen gasped in shock, aware as a warrior that breaking such a sturdy oak pipe required immense strength. And to reduce it to dust in his palm would necessitate tenfold that power. It is akin to a half-grown child effortlessly snapping a long spear, while a seasoned warrior, despite his mastery, struggles to break a mere half-inch shaft. When did Jedi's strength become so formidable? President Gibson must pay a price. He may eliminate a spy, but he cannot so easily demean Chris, transforming him into a mere specimen to torment his soul. Every word of praise from the guests regarding the tiger's grandeur and vitality feels like claws scratching at my heart. I must exact retribution. Of course, he will undoubtedly face consequences, we assure you. Dewey interjected, once our plan succeeds. No, he must pay immediately. Jedi's voice was resolute, choking Dewey into silence. Helen furrowed her brow gently and remarked, Jedi, though he has stepped down, his power remains undiminished. We cannot act recklessly at this juncture. Moreover, you have recently assumed control over the Principality's finances, and there is much for you to attend to. A small lack of patience may disrupt our grand designs. Jedi, every action bears a cost. Only those who can maintain their composure until the end are the true victors. Pursuing Gibson now may provide the temporarily subdued nobles with a pretext for retaliation. Enough. He is not your soldier. He is my friend. Jedi roared, causing Helen to tremble. Jedi had never spoken to her in such a harsh manner before, and now, before so many, his reprimand rendered her eyes misty. She bit her lip, choosing silence. Leia, witnessing his outburst, curiously remarked, Brother Jedi, I understand your pain over Chris's death. But all our efforts, including Chris's sacrifice, were aimed at ensuring our plans could be realized. How can you let emotions cloud your judgment? Chris was merely a talking tiger. Why are you so enraged? What? Jedi's expression froze, staring at Leia, her unfamiliar gaze instilling fear within her. After a long pause, Jedi's eyes slowly surveyed the room, filled with profound anguish and sorrow, compelling those who met his gaze to turn away. Finally, his eyes rested upon Bartu and Dewey, his two closest friends, one a human mage, the other a warrior. Tell me, my friends, do you also believe I should not seek vengeance for Chris? Dewey pondered, adopting a merchant's tone. Well, dear Jedi, some matters demand priority. Gibson will not perish immediately. We can settle accounts with him easily later, while our plan's execution is pressing. Although you are stepping into the limelight, my title as Baron Alex is gaining prominence. As he spoke, he contemplated bringing up the matter of the Spectre, yet sensing Jedi's agitation, he withheld himself, continuing. Despite the current turmoil within the Empire and the sluggish pace of news from the capital, the Oberstein family has surely received word of a baron developing affairs in the southernmost part of the Empire. Consider this. Should we draw the attention of the Oberstein family, our plans could unravel. We must contend not only with our enemies but also with time itself, striving to outpace the invisible foes who seek to unveil our true identities. From this perspective, I believe that vengeance need not be pursued immediately. Bartu, unable to endure Dewey's lengthy discourse, plopped onto the sofa and grumbled, Dewey, we are not just friends with Jedi, We are brothers, intimately bonded. There is no need for circumlocution. To be candid, Jedi, I do not support seeking revenge against Gibson at this moment, whether overtly or covertly. I know you sent him, which is why you feel guilty. But there is no need. Leah is not wrong. He was merely a talking tiger. Mourning for a pet is a pastime for the idle and frivolous. Is it worth stirring up chaos over someone lower than an orc? They had not anticipated that these words would wound Jedi even more. If the sacrifice made by a creature deemed inferior to an orc was unworthy of concern, then what of a beast even less civilized? Jedi felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. His face turned pale as he stood in stunned silence, murmuring, I understand now. He was merely a beast we exploited. Even if he could speak our language and defend his oaths like a noble human, he remains lowly, no matter his efforts. Helen sensed his emotional turmoil, but could not fathom how one could feel such depth of sentiment for a beast. If it were Lolita, it would be different. She glanced at the little fox girl, reflecting, at least, aside from her large tail and pointed ears, she bore no distinction from an ordinary human girl, whereas Chris. Was I mistaken? Should we not treat a tiger with the same regard we afford our human companions? Why was Jedi so heartbroken? She said, with a hint of grievance, Jedi, listen to me. It is not that we are unwilling to avenge Chris, but we currently lack the strength. This could jeopardize our plans, I know. Jedi suddenly turned, speaking in a solemn tone. However, I have my principles, even if they are flawed. His fists clenched tightly. His resolve was no longer merely about avenging a comrade, but about upholding the dignity of life itself. He sought to bridge the chasm between different bloodlines with the blood of his enemies. This was an acknowledgement of a noble soul. Chapter 50. The demon's servant. The swirling vortex of energy surrounding Jedi expanded increasingly, transforming the hall into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a tornado's wrath. Crashing and shattering sounds echoed as exquisite wooden tables were hurled against the walls, towering antique shelves toppled to the ground, and the delicate vessels they held lay in ruins. Animal pelts danced through the air like kites, while bone decorations from great beasts clattered to the floor amidst the chaos. Jedi surveyed the hall with a deliberate calmness. At its center lay a triangular arrangement of sofas, beyond which a grand staircase ascended to the second floor. He approached slowly, and as he stood amidst the trio of seating, his vibrant blue fur bristled, as if the very magical elements in the air recoiled in fear. Darkness enveloped him momentarily before a flash of blue light erupted, sending the three groups of sofas crashing against the walls like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Thud, thud, thud. A formidable array of swordsmen descended from the upper level, their imposing frames towering at nearly 2 meters each. Clad in impenetrable armor, they wielded massive two-handed swords. Their armored boots striking the floor in unison, causing the entire staircase to tremble. A bizarre transformation overtook Jedi. His short, coarse blue fur burgeoned, rising like arrows, while his sharp fangs protruded menacingly. His limbs thickened, claws extending like the daggers of a thief, and his body swelled to an astonishing 3 meters in length. This terrifying wolf, in its overwhelming might, would send even a lion fleeing in fear. A torrent of energy surged through his veins, his muscles bulging with immense power. Evoking terror, his blood-red eyes glinted with a ravenous hunger, and a deep growl reverberated from him, causing the very walls of the building to tremble. In that moment, Jedi appeared as the embodiment of death itself. Yet, the 10 swordsmen remained unfazed, advancing steadily toward him. Clad in their formidable armor, they were not knights wielding slender blades, but rather elite soldiers of Gibson, the owner of the largest goldsmith bank and a longtime president of the banking association. His wealth allowed him to maintain such formidable guards, each not only skilled in combat, but also equipped with armor forged from rare materials, inscribed with magical runes to resist and diminish magical attacks. They believed that under the full force of their heavy swords, this audacious wolf would be reduced to mere fragments. As the 10 towering swordsmen planted their feet upon the floor, Jedi stood motionless, coldly regarding his adversaries. The swordsmen formed 2 lines, and the front row of 5 raised their swords, beginning their advance. Draped in dark, heavy armor, they resembled moving fortresses, their 2-meter-wide blades gleaming ominously in the air. A sharp howl erupted from Jedi as he lunged forward, a blue streak of energy surging toward the 2 knights before him. They, sturdy and armored, did not flinch, for their attire was intended to forego defense in favor of unleashing their devastating attacks. The weight of their swords cut through the air like the wails of phantoms. Aimed directly at Jedi, he swiftly altered his trajectory, targeting a knight to his right instead of the two in front. One of his claws struck a swordsman's wrist, while the other raked against the blade of another. He sensed the changes within himself, but hesitated, uncertain if he could withstand their onslaught. In a flash, his hind legs powered into the shoulder of the charging swordsman. A resounding clang echoed as the knight was sent sprawling, colliding with two others, sending them tumbling like marbles. The knight whose wrist he had struck felt his guard shatter, a cacophony of metal clashing and sparks flying, before being violently hurled into the fray. The knight's armor, though resilient against blades, could not withstand the sheer force of Jedi's assault. If their armor were to be stripped away, they would appear unscathed, yet internally, they would bear the marks of being pummeled by a dwarf steel hammer. Curiously, here was a creature of ice and electricity, yet it engaged in brutal melee combat. A figure cloaked in shadow appeared, wielding a wand. Behind him stood a ghastly being, whom Jedi recognized from their previous encounters. This creature seemed altered in some way, though the specifics eluded him. The tall, gaunt sorcerer, with eyes devoid of pupils, was a visage Jedi had not seen before, yet instinctively, he recognized him as the one who had previously attacked him on the bridge. Lowering his body, Jedi emitted a threatening growl. Astimos chuckled. "I have been anticipating your magical assault. It seems you prefer close combat? Such a massive blue wolf forsaking its strengths seems rather unnatural." He stroked his smooth chin, his pale eyes glinting with intrigue. Could it be that another, like me, is experimenting with the transformation of beings? With a fierce growl, Jedi lunged once more, his claws aimed at the sorcerer, who stood there unmoving, seemingly lost in thought. A flicker of doubt crossed Jedi's mind, but it was too late to reconsider. He struck with ferocity. The sorcerer disintegrated like a bubble beneath Jedi's claws. However, he landed to find 6 or 7 identical figures of Astimos materializing around him, each chanting incantations in unison. Jedi's fiery gaze flickered as he lunged at one, his claws slashing through the illusion, only for another to ripple into existence, wavering like water before solidifying once more. The incantation continued, and Jedi's lightning-fast assaults found no true adversary. The sorcerer seemed to mock him, unaware that this dark magic was the shadow clone technique, where none of the illusions were false, each was genuine. Yet, whenever Jedi struck one, its essence would promptly shift to another specter. To counter such dark sorcery, only a widespread collective attack could prove effective. Otherwise, any strike would be futile. Jedi had contemplated unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows, but he realized that his magical abilities had entirely vanished. It seemed he had been reduced to a mere hand-to-hand combatant. Astimos completed his spell after extensive preparation, wielding a dark magic of formidable strength. Countless wretched green lights intertwined to form a net, enveloping Jedi, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams reverberating in the void. The soul chain, exuding a frigid aura akin to a blade piercing the bone, ensnared Jedi. Its potent corrosive and cursed effects could not only inflict acidic damage upon his flesh, but could also imprison his very soul, rendering escape impossible. Astimos found himself intrigued by the transformation of this magic wolf. He cared little for its corporeal destruction, but sought to capture its soul, to unravel the mystery of its mutation. The ghastly green light began to twist more violently, and the soul chain trembled as if the spirits composing it yearned to break free from the sorcerer's grasp, scattering in terror. Astimos was taken aback and intensified his magical energy, only to realize he could no longer maintain control. The net of souls shattered. Countless spirits transformed into specks of wretched green starlight, flickering in the air like moths drawn to a flame, heedlessly charging toward the golden halo. The mournful wails were unbearable even for Astimos. Jedi's blue hair danced without a breeze as the golden halo began to voraciously absorb those souls. Hundreds of thousands of tormented spirits shrieked in terror, like green arrows reluctantly propelling themselves toward Jedi, only to transform into pure blue motes of light, slowly ascending into the air, resembling brilliant starlight until they vanished upon the ceiling. Divine purification? A grand-scale sanctification requiring no chant? Astimos gasped, realizing that while an ordinary priest could guide a single spirit to peace, to purify such an immense multitude would necessitate at least 2 red-robed archbishops leading an entire choir in sacred prayer to unleash such potent divine power. Moreover, the spirits summoned by Astimos were vengeful souls who had met tragic ends in their previous lives, inherently burdened with boundless rage and malice, making them exceedingly difficult to purify. Yet, this wolf wielded overwhelming divine power, forcibly sanctifying these unwilling souls. Although the lethality of dark magic may not be the strongest, its tenacity is remarkable, especially against light magic, its natural adversary. Even a non-lethal divine blessing upon a dark mage could inflict significant damage. Astomos, filled with fear and astonishment, retreated. A magic wolf bearing the light of divinity. Could it be a harbinger from the Holy Church? Upon witnessing the devastating might of the wolf, Astomos recognized it as the same beast that had grievously injured the Night Warren. Though he remained cautious of its combat prowess, he had not yet succumbed to overwhelming dread. However, the stakes were different now. Even if he felt no fear of the wolf itself, he feared the immense power it represented. If the Holy Church had set its sights on him, it would mean endless pursuit and relentless hunting. Having only recently established himself in the Duchy of Norman, he was loath to return to a life of chaos and flight. The mere thought that the Holy Church might have unearthed his identity sent shivers down Astomos' spine. His entanglement with the Holy Church dated back 20 years, to a time when he was a young man in his 20s, studying magic under a dark sorcerer. Dark mages were scorned in many lands, particularly in the Rose Empire, the very foundation of the Holy Church, where the persecution of such practitioners was brutal. Thus, he and his mentor had to remain exceedingly cautious. Back then, he was known as Richie, a young man infatuated with a noble lady beyond his reach. Despite his lowly status, he used magic to achieve his desires, exposing his true identity. The noblewoman's brother was a high-ranking official in the Holy Church's Inquisition, and under his pursuit, Richie's mentor was captured and condemned to the stake. Richie fled the Rose Empire, but a red-robed archbishop's divine light seared his eyes, leaving him blind. Astomos dared not dwell further on these memories and roared, "Kill it!" The figure that had stood motionless, its eyes dull and lifeless, sprang to life as if infused with vitality at Astomos' command. Its eyes, reminiscent of Astomos' own, suddenly glimmered with a purple hue. With a roar, the creature exhaled wisps of sulphurous mist from its flared nostrils. Its hands, now more than twice their original size, descended upon Jedi's head with devastating force. Jedi leaped into action, his feet raised as his sharp claws aimed for the monstrous fists. The impact was thunderous. The creature's full force smashed down with terrifying might, shaking the ground beneath them. Jedi's lower half sank through the floor from the sheer force of the collision, his arms tingling as the claws, capable of slicing through steel, failed to pierce the creature's tough hide. The monster's fists were not only resilient, but also enveloped in a protective energy akin to battle aura, allowing its heavy blows to gain the upper hand. Though Jedi managed to block the attack, the ground beneath him could not withstand the weight, and he found himself sinking deeper. With a sinister chuckle, the creature struck again, causing another collision that created a massive crater in the ground, sending Jedi plummeting among the debris. Yet, this time, he grasped the monster's tough skin, pulling it down with him. As the creature crashed heavily to the ground, it sprang back up, swinging its fists in a furious assault. The sulphurous odor intensified, and it was evident that the sinister mage had transformed its body in unimaginable ways, granting it strength nearly equal to Jedi's, capable of enduring immense blows. Two immensely powerful entities clashed with ferocity, unleashing chaos within the hall as a gale of energy swept through, filling the area with a palpable force. Ultimately, the two soared into the air, their fists and feet colliding with tremendous impact, both crashing to the ground, carving deep furrows into the earth. They slid to the walls on either side, causing a thunderous noise as the walls fractured extensively, the monster's head embedding itself within the structure. The collision reverberated through the ceiling, causing it to tremble and collapse, burying them beneath a cloud of dust and debris, rendering the once vibrant hall eerily silent amidst the tempest outside. After what felt like an eternity, Astomos finally emerged, wand in hand, at the edge of the still-standing remnants. He gazed downward, only to behold the rubble that had deeply entombed Jedi beneath its weight. The monstrous creation he had forged had its head fully embedded in the wall, while its exposed body was struck by the fallen ceiling. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sign of life. A hint of a sinister smile crept across Astomos' lips. Gibson, Benson, Boris, and others stealthily emerged from the shadows, their voices trembling as they inquired, "Astomos, what has become of that fearsome wolf?" With a triumphant air, Astomos replied, "What else could have happened? It was vanquished by my magic servant. The enhancements have bestowed it with powers beyond my wildest imagination. It is truly remarkable. He had every reason to feel elated. In truth, whether through magic or martial prowess, the ultimate pursuit was the attainment of supreme power, albeit through different methodologies. The creation of a biological entity, as formidable as a beast through human transformation, belonged to a lesser-known branch of dark magic, one that had garnered little attention. However, during his 3 years of blindness, Astamos had relied on external forces and dedicated immense effort to the study of this arcane and forbidden magic. Upon his arrival in the Duchy of Norman, having seduced the Duke and ingratiated himself as the court magician, he had devoted considerable energy to his research. And he was now on the cusp of success. Whether through magic or martial arts, becoming the possessor of ultimate power could take countless years of effort, often without guarantee of success. Thus, why not carve a different path? Using the original form of Knight Ager as a model, he had gradually transformed this creature, which now boasted a physique and shape-shifting abilities rivaling those of magical beasts, along with formidable resistance to magic. With further modifications, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable. If he could create several such monsters, would that not yield greater rewards than toiling over the arduous study of magic and martial techniques? Gibson let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "That is splendid. The previous scenario was utterly terrifying. I was worried you might not be able to subdue that magical wolf. I even activated the communication magic stone to alert others." Astamos frowned, stating, "The town hall and police station have been infiltrated by numerous spies sent by Von Hall. Should they discover our presence here, suspicion will surely arise. We must depart swiftly." Gibson shrugged, saying, "In such torrential rain, do you really believe they would arrive so quickly? Times have changed. Those individuals no longer seek to curry my favor. They might even—" Just as he uttered these words, he abruptly fell silent. His gaze fixated on the floor below. A heavy section of the ceiling, roughly the size of a pool's surface, trembled once more, arching slightly upward before crashing down with a thunderous boom, only to rise again. Gibson's voice quavered as he exclaimed, "Good heavens, that wolf is still alive." Chapter 51. The transformation of the demon wolf. Upon witnessing the scene, Banson and the others exclaimed in alarm, "Quick, we must retreat. Guards, guards." Astamos, with a grave expression, raised one hand and began to swiftly trace symbols in the air, chanting an incantation in a rapid succession. A purple hexagram magic circle began to illuminate before him, line by line. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded as a massive stone slab was propelled into the air, only to crash down heavily, shattering into countless fragments. Yet, the towering demon wolf stood majestically in the center of the hall, unfazed by the debris that fell upon it. A long howl erupted from its throat, sending shockwaves that scattered stones and dust in all directions. Golden halos reappeared around its body, swirling with increasing velocity, resembling a deep vortex. Then, an explosion of radiant light surged upwards, piercing through the rain and ascending to the heavens. The beam of light spun continuously, its golden hue fluctuating in tandem with the wolf's golden aura, eventually transforming into a pure, sacred milky white. This luminescence cast a snow-white sheen over the wolf's azure fur, as ethereal hymns began to resonate in the ears of those present. This extraordinary spectacle left the noblemen who were about to flee and the approaching guards utterly astounded, transfixed by this rare sight. Only Astamos, aware of the impending danger, shielded his eyes and let out a pained wail. Meanwhile, outside, the scene was different. Fully armed, Barto, Du-Wei, Helen, Lia, and the little fox girl braved the torrential rain as they hastened towards the Giblin estate. Just as they were about to burst onto Wudong Avenue, they suddenly heard a commanding and resonant wolf howl. They halted in astonishment, wiping the rain from their faces, and looked up to see a beam of milky white light ascending into the sky from the estate, piercing through the downpour with remarkable clarity. The beam spun continuously, and amidst it, glimpses of falling flowers and soaring angels appeared, each image emanating an unparalleled sanctity. Despite their anxiety for GD's safety, they stood frozen in awe. The beam of light remained cohesive, not expanding infinitely, but rather shooting upwards as if it possessed substance. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap shook the ground, and a brighter flash of light erupted in the sky. The beam responded, reflecting downwards as two strands of light converged, rapidly spreading across the heavens and the earth. bathing everything in a milky white radiance. Amidst the solemn hymns, the rain began to lessen, the wind subsided, and the ominous clouds gathered at an astonishing speed. In a brief moment, the entire sky transformed into a brilliant blue, clear and bright, with the sun hanging high. Had it not been for the rainwater still clinging to the leaves and the deep puddles at their feet, which continued to ripple, they might have believed that everything, including the storm, had merely been a strange dream. Astamos, shielding his eyes with one hand, quickened his incantation as the magical elements flowed through his wand, the gem at its tip shimmering with brilliance. The hexagram magic circle in the air was on the verge of completion. At that moment, the demon wolf, bathed in pure sacred light, began to transform, its fur turning into a genuine holy white. This transformation did not stem from the power of the heart of Tai, but rather from the primal divine energy accumulated within it, resonating with the corresponding divine power in the void. Without the heart of Tai as an intermediary, it was directly absorbing the primal divine power, an astonishing surge of sacred strength. Primal divine energy is the purest form of power. It can absorb and meld with all elements, impervious to any force that attempts to consume or resist it. This was the reason the ancient war angel, Jingua, was utterly powerless while trapped within the confines of a barrier. However, in the realm of deities, there are no absolutes. Among the ancient gods, while the creator god is unique, possessing the divine power to create worlds and life, a being named Tai emerged. Tai, second only to the supreme god in divine power, grasped the ability to alter the essence of created beings, making him the only one capable of transforming the creations of the creator god. This knowledge shook the very foundation of the supreme goddess authority, posing a potential threat to the existence of the world itself, which led to the great war of the ancient celestial gods. Tai and his allies were ultimately defeated, yet not all life can be obliterated. Life is the product of the union of soul and body. As long as either remains unscathed, existence can continue. The souls of powerful deities and demons are nearly indestructible. Although all things in the world were creations of the creator god, Tai's power acted like a mutated virus, beyond even the control of the supreme god. The seven archangels attempted to annihilate Tai's divine form and essence using their divine powers. However, due to his capacity for transformation, akin to a form of creation, the creator god was equally unable to assimilate his essence, resulting in Tai's eternal imprisonment. Thus, eternal life became his greatest punishment, an endless solitude that proved more torturous than death itself. In light of this, the gods who followed Tai were not destroyed but sealed away as a permanent warning to the remaining deities. Yet, even the omnipotent creator god could not foresee that Tai, upon realizing his transformative divine power, had sealed a fragment of it within a necklace, which he gifted to his beloved dream goddess, Daji. This was, in essence, a normal sentiment. Whether divine or mortal, one wishes to share their proudest possessions with their beloved, allowing them to partake in their accomplishments. However, the dream goddess was unaware that the necklace harbored transformative divine power, perceiving it merely as a token of affection. Tai intended to surprise her, but shortly thereafter, the war of the gods erupted. Consequently, within him resided divine power that combined the luminous sanctity of the celestial god and Tai's transformative abilities. At this moment, these two forces interacted, with the divine energy absorbed within him altering the properties of the primal divine power while simultaneously drawing it in. GD's form began to rapidly mutate, shrinking from nearly 4 meters in length to around 2 meters, his azure fur transforming into pure white, and his fiery red eyes gradually shifting to a clear blue. Under the embrace of divine light, the bones and muscles of his right hind leg, broken by the weight of the demon's servant, began to heal swiftly, and his strength surged dramatically, the fur standing on end and the invisible force expanding and contracting around him could even be felt by the mortal Gibson. Standing on the second floor, Astamos completed his spell, a brilliant sorcerer, having dedicated his focus to the study of transforming monsters, had not prioritized enhancing his own power. Nevertheless, his dark magic remained formidable. A swirling mass of black smoke quickly coalesced in the air, forming a skull with a gaping maw. The skull exhaled black flames, screeching as it lunged towards the demon wolf. The curse of the underworld. This was the most powerful single-target attack spell that Astamos could wield. GD leapt forward to meet the flaming skull. The skull's mouth opened wide, unleashing a chilling eerie laugh as a swarm of black bats erupted from its jaws, hurtling towards GD. These were self-destructing bats. Upon reaching GD, they detonated with a pop, spraying corrosive black ichor that could erode even steel. GD possessed formidable resilience. Yet this corrosive blood was a potent weapon, difficult to withstand. However, not a drop of the foul ichor splattered onto GD. The vast and surging divine power continued to surge within and around him, repelling the exploding bats. The thick smoke expelled by the skull formed a massive cloud, surging towards GD. The hellish black mist inflicts intense malevolent damage upon all non-undead and non-mechanical targets, capable of siphoning away their life and energy, causing irreversible harm. The ignorant are fearless. Jedi, unaware of the peril, boldly approached. As the vexing black mist made contact with his body, a radiant halo of milky white light erupted from him, purifying the encroaching darkness. Jedi leaped to the second floor, pausing momentarily before soaring upwards once more. His claws aiming for the throat of Astimos, his movements fluid and unimpeded. With a series of thunderous impacts, he shattered the 3 protective barriers set by Astimos. Seizing his throat, a pale azure orb of light surged forth, dismantling Astimos' stone-skin spell. "O great dark god, heed my plea. Grant me the infernal flames that incinerate all life." Endless purgatory. Astimos retreated in haste, urgently reciting incantations. As he raised his hands high, 2 orbs of black infernal flames materialized above them. No warrior or sorcerer, no matter how powerful, could withstand them directly. If one was not a denizen of the infernal realms, one could only circumvent or extinguish them. There was no other recourse. Astimos, clutching his wand, attempted to flee when suddenly 2 terrifying eyes, resembling eggs, widened in shock. A foot appeared, the forepaw of a demonic wolf, piercing through the wall of black flames, shimmering with a halo of sacred light as it landed. Then came the fierce wolf's head and powerful body. The snow-white, demonic wolf brazenly traversed the fiery barrier of endless purgatory, reappearing before him. Astimos staggered back in horror. The wolf's sudden appearance at such proximity left him no time to cast a spell. A sorcerer caught unprepared would perish more swiftly than an ordinary man, and he found himself utterly defenseless. "You are doomed, fool. There is no second vile knight Warren to aid you now. Remember my name, wicked sorcerer. It is the demonic wolf, Jedi Sackle, who will send you to hell." The demonic wolf taunted, now aware that this malevolent sorcerer was the one who had attacked him on the night bridge. A demonic wolf capable of human speech? Was it a 9th-tier beast? The thought flashed through Astimos' mind, prompting him to turn and flee. Jedi transformed into a streak of white lightning, dashing towards him, claws extended. With a swift slash, the claws unleashed a myriad of golden rays, piercing through Astimos' form. With a piercing scream, blood rained down as a pale light flickered past, penetrating Astimos' body. As his form lightly landed several paces away, it erupted in a catastrophic explosion, scattering flesh and gore in all directions. The demonic wolf licked its lips, akin to a god of death reaping lives, stepping forward. At the end of the corridor stood several nobles, trembling under the protection of sword-wielding guards, their faces drained of color. A dim, ancient tower loomed in a corner of the Duke's manor, typically vibrant with lush foliage and melodious birdsong, indistinguishable from other places. Yet, no servant dared approach, and even patrolling soldiers quickened their pace to pass by, as if the very air was tainted with plague. For this was the abode of the sorcerer Astimos, whose omnipresent aura of death and darkness made any living being feel uneasy in proximity. Only the Duke, who occasionally flattered him by suppressing the oppressive aura, seemed to appreciate the sorcerer's company. Suddenly, a faint green orb of light appeared in the dim air of the ancient tower, flickering as it drifted inside, ascending the aged staircase towards the basement. The space was dark and damp, reeking of blood and decay, with dimly lit lamps casting feeble glimmers. The door was unlocked, having resided here for over a decade. Astimos no longer felt the need to secure it, as none dared intrude upon his domain. The green orb floated into the deepest corner of the basement, where several implements of torture hung ominously. Massive hooks suspended in the air bore dark, congealed blood, and a set of filthy bedding suggested recent occupancy. At the innermost wall stood a small chamber separated by iron bars, within which sat a tiny black jar. The green orb hovered above the jar for a moment before descending through the lid and into its depths. The air trembled as an enraged voice bellowed, I underestimated its power. What are the Holy Light Church up to? They've conjured a sacred demonic wolf. Damn it. The voice gradually subsided, leaving only the dripping of water from the damp walls to amplify the eerie atmosphere. The estate of Chairman Gibson housed numerous retainers and warriors. However, during the torrential rain, they remained indoors, huddled in their quarters. The expansive grounds were soon shaken by Jedi's thunderous assault, and by the time they arrived, he had already torn Astomos's flesh to shreds, advancing menacingly towards Gibson and the others. The first warriors burst into the hall, confronted by the grotesque scene, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the ground trembled anew, prompting them to raise their swords, alertly watching as the earth bulged ominously. With a thunderous crash, a large stone slab flew into the air, only to be shattered by two enormous iron fists like a hammer. The warriors stared in astonishment. It was a man, a remarkably robust individual, yet his head was embedded in the wall, which bore deep cracks from the impact, clearly indicating he had been forcefully smashed into it. What manner of being possesses such a hard head? And how could he be alive with his entire head lodged within the wall? The warriors recoiled in terror as the man pushed against the ground, extracting his head from the wall, swaying unsteadily as he stood upright. "Who are you?" demanded a warrior, brandishing his sword with a display of false bravado. Astomos was known for his clandestine dealings, and his associations with Chairman Gibson were little known. He had arrived in Banza's carriage, and few within the estate were aware of his presence. Those who had encountered this sorcerer's servant were almost non-existent. And in that moment, the creature's head was shattered, smeared with filthy black blood and dirt. Its skull cracked to reveal glimpses of white brain matter. Recognition would be impossible even for those who had seen him before. The creature clutched its head in anguish. The severe blow conjured a barrage of fragmented memories. AIG? Who is AIG? Who is AIG? The creature roared in fury. Chapter 52. Do you love me? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Since their acquaintance, they had never experienced a significant conflict. But is there truly a relationship devoid of friction? Their last fierce disagreement was over whether to exact immediate revenge for Chris, and now it seemed the storm was brewing again. Bart and Duvet, lacking loyalty, discreetly stepped aside to avoid the impending turmoil, while the little fox girl and Leah stood anxiously beside Helen, attempting to soothe her anger, yet hesitant to speak. Helen, in an agitated tone, exclaimed, "Jedi, this is merely the beginning. We have grander endeavors ahead, and more sacrifices will be made. Do you intend to forsake your responsibilities to the living for the sake of personal vendettas with every life lost?" Yet, the usually gentle and submissive Jedi wore a haughty expression, his gaze as cold as unmelting ice. He retorted sharply, "I can wait for a better opportunity and a more suitable method to avenge Chris's death." "Then why?" She pressed. "My actions stem from your indifference, your apathetic attitude towards his devotion and sacrifice. Though he may appear as a half-beast, he possesses a heart of gold. And this unjust treatment brings tears even from the heavens. I cannot be as rational as you, weighing every consequence before acting. I am not so cold-hearted." Leah, filled with unease, interjected, "Jedi, please do not say such things. If it weren't for my concern for your safety, would I have risked exposing my identity to lead everyone to rescue you?" Helen's eyes glistened with unshed tears at Jedi's words, and she inhaled sharply, striving to suppress her emotions. Her voice trembled as she said, "Duvet, could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with Jedi alone." Duvet silently observed the quarreling couple, slightly nodding his head toward the door before leading everyone out. Upon seeing the tears in Helen's eyes, Jedi felt a pang of pain within him. Not wanting to reveal his vulnerability, he turned away, resting his hands on the windowsill and gazing skyward, adopting an aloof posture to distance himself from her. Helen approached gently, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her face against his sturdy back. Jedi's body stiffened. He contemplated breaking free from her embrace, but the warmth and dampness of her tears on his shoulder made him relent. "Jedi, do you know how fearful and anxious I felt when you went off to avenge Chris alone? You can think so deeply for the deceased. Why can you not empathize with the living kin?" Helen choked back her sobs and continued, "I know saying this displeases you, but I must. To achieve greatness, one must be prepared for sacrifice and the reality of loss. In the face of sudden blows, one cannot lose composure. During tumultuous times, one must not act on emotion. Those who accomplish great feats in history possess not only extraordinary talents but also unwavering perseverance. Jedi, while our path may lack swords and blades, It is fraught with peril far greater. A single defeat could render us powerless to recover. My concern for Chris's sacrifice is genuine. However, sacrifices must hold significance. Reckless actions benefit neither the deceased nor the living, bringing only despair to loved ones and joy to foes. Jedi's body trembled slightly, yet he remained silent. Helen pressed on. Nothing in this world is as perilous as war. A commander must endure countless blows, the plight of defeat, the challenges of discerning truth from falsehood, the loss of comrades, and immense pressures from within and without, alongside unforeseen events. He is surrounded by myriad emotions, any of which could shatter an ordinary person's will. Yet, as a leader, he is responsible for all, belonging not to himself. Helen's hands slowly slid from Jedi's waist, her palms gliding over his solid back until she grasped his shoulders, resolutely turning him to face her. Jedi, personal emotions must never cloud your decisions. Your every action impacts the fate of many lives. Jedi shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Helen, I am not a commander, and we do not possess an army. Your analogy does not hold. Helen raised an eyebrow. It is the same. The countless followers of the Daji sect are your soldiers, and the entire treasure of the Kroya kingdom is your arsenal. We are engaged in a war without gunpowder, a war of currency. It too can cause families to fracture and lives to be lost. What else could it be called if not war? Jedi, while a passionate individual can be a good adventurer, he cannot be a responsible leader. A person who acts impulsively may be endearing, but such individuals are rarely those who achieve greatness. Do you understand? Such words are easy to utter, yet difficult to enact. If it were so simple, you would not be standing at Gibson's doorstep today. Jedi fixed her with an intense gaze. Helen lowered her eyes, softly admitting, yes. Had I maintained even a semblance of rationality, I would have crafted an elegant excuse for your recklessness and sought to minimize the impact and losses using General Fingal's influence, rather than arming myself to find you. At the very least, I should not have brought Duvet and Bart to prevent our entire plan from losing its executors. She sighed gently, her voice tinged with melancholy. However, concern breeds chaos. All I could think of was whether you would come to harm. I understand these principles, yet I cannot always apply them. But what I cannot achieve, you should, for I am a woman, and you are different. She gazed at Jedi with hopeful eyes, tenderly caressing his cheek and whispering, you are a man. The term pierced Jedi's heart, hardening his already vulnerable emotions. Gently yet firmly, he pushed Helen away, searching for justifications for his impending departure in her astonished gaze. Helen, I acknowledge the validity of your words, yet I am who I am. I do not wish to become that kind of person. I cannot remain indifferent to the deaths of my family and friends. I refuse to be a hollow hero. Helen, in this cruel game, I am ill-suited to participate. He inhaled deeply, resolutely continuing. I wonder if it would have been better if I had simply vanished when I fell into the river last time. Now, let me disappear once more. I wish to leave this place, to depart forever. No, Helen cried out, her eyes filled with fear. Jedi, I merely hope you can grow, not leave me. Jedi, equally tormented, began to confront the reality of his identity, the insurmountable barriers between humans and beasts. His human exterior could not alter the fact that he was a monster, unworthy of pursuing a human girl, let alone a princess. The girl before him was not enamored with his true self. Much like a crow could never transform into a phoenix, nor could a prince ever wed a true Cinderella. Helen's sorrowful expression wounded him further, solidifying his resolve to depart. He steeled himself and, with hurtful words, declared loudly, do you not yet comprehend? I intend to leave you. I initially chose to assist you solely because I was fond of you, but now I realize that what I admired was merely an illusion, a woman fabricated by my own imagination. Therefore, I must depart. Do you understand? The cold-hearted prince. Helen staggered back, tears streaming down her face as her heart shattered from the pain inflicted by the man she cherished. With a trembling voice, she made one last desperate plea. Jedi, please don't do this. You misunderstand me. Do you think I do not yearn to live freely and joyfully? Do you believe I willingly bear such a heavy burden? Family feuds, national grievances, the vengeance of the dead, the future of the living. These are the trials I must confront alone. No man stands by my side to share this weight, to be my shelter against the storm. I must learn to be strong and harden my heart to play this cold-blooded role. Until you came into my life, you are my hope, my love, Jedi. Jedi, resolute and unyielding, replied softly, I need some time alone. Rest assured, I will not abandon this place. I will ensure everything is taken care of, and I will not disrupt the continuation of our plans." His fingers, cold and devoid of warmth, turned away to reveal her eyes filled with despair, brimming with endless sorrow and pain, alongside a profound attachment. "Jedi, I cannot fathom why there exists such a deep chasm of misunderstanding between us. Please, try to change for me, and grant me the opportunity to change for you. Will you?" A pang of anguish pierced Jedi's heart. The more fervently Helen expressed her feelings, the heavier the burden in his soul became, compelling him to retreat further into the distance. He fell silent, turning away to avoid gazing at her pallid face, then abruptly brushed aside her hand and strode toward the door. "Jedi, you have killed me," Helen uttered in despair, her voice barely above a whisper. Helen's form remained captivating, every inch of her embodying perfection, the delicate waist, the alluring curves concealed beneath her skirt, and the long, enchanting legs. Yet her countenance was a sight too painful to behold. Her tightly shut eyes, long lashes still adorned with tears, and pale cheeks with bloodied lips made Jedi's heart ache as if pierced by needles. He embraced her tightly, wishing to release a howl of anguish, yet found himself voiceless. As Helen stirred from her stupor, discovering Jedi's arms around her, joy illuminated her face. She hastily encircled his neck, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish, crying out uncontrollably, "No, do not leave me. I cannot permit you to go. Jedi, I love you. Do not abandon me, I implore you. You cannot love me." Jedi shook his head, expressing his pain. Helen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why would you think that? Jedi, do you doubt my feelings for you? I swear on the heavens, my love for you is undeniable." With a bittersweet smile, Jedi held Helen tightly for a moment before softly saying, "Helen, do not jump to conclusions so swiftly. May I share a story with you?" "A story?" Helen was momentarily taken aback. King Sacker had a son, a little magic wolf, who was exceptionally intelligent from a young age. This wolf often stood atop a peak said to seal ancient gods and demons, howling at the moon in solitary joy. His legendary tale began from that moment. Jedi's story was captivating, and Helen listened intently. When he spoke of the enchanted forest and the temple of Daji, she suddenly realized something, her body tensing. Jedi continued, recounting how the magic wolf, with the aid of the goddess Daji, fulfilled its wish to transform into human form and departed the temple alongside a half-elf goddess named Blaze, seeking out its companions who had fled the country. Jedi paused, allowing silence to fill the air, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he lowered his gaze, softly stating, "Now do you understand? Why I was so agitated when I saw your indifference to Chris's death, and why I said you would never love me. Because I am not of your kind. My journey through this world is merely a dream within my heart. Do you still love me now?" Chapter 53. Only one condition. Helen's complexion was ashen as she fixed her gaze intently on Jedi. When he attempted to draw closer, she instinctively shifted back, acutely aware of the profound emotional impact this would have on Jedi's sensitive heart, though she halted her movement. A look of desolation had already taken residence in his eyes. With a wry smile, he uttered, "Perhaps my appeal to the goddess of dreams was destined to lead to this outcome. Whether I remained a lifeless tree in the temple of Daji or sought her assistance to navigate this vibrant world, what I could attain was but an illusion. The goddess can only offer me a fleeting dream, an ephemeral mirage." Jedi rose slowly, unable to muster the courage to glance at Helen again. He ambled toward the door, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Forgive my selfishness. I never intended to reveal the truth. I would rather you harbor resentment towards me, hoping to leave an imprint of my presence in your heart, a shadow of a man. Yet witnessing your tear-streaked face and despairing eyes, I find myself utterly overwhelmed. Farewell, Helen." As he reached for the door, his hand trembled. "Stop." Suddenly, Helen's voice cut through the silence. Jedi froze and turned slowly, observing Helen curled on the carpet, her legs drawn close, cradling her knees with tear-streaked cheeks. Yet her eyes held a curious glint as she gently nodded her chin and beckoned, "Come here, sit down." Jedi was taken aback. Her reaction was entirely unexpected. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and seated himself opposite her. Helen's eyes, as clear as the sea, bore into him. After a prolonged silence, a faint smile graced her lips as she spoke softly, "Jedi, tell me, do you have a beloved woman outside? Or have you genuinely fallen for Lolita, wishing to unite with her, thus fabricating this clumsy excuse? Now you know where that monstrous wolf that severely injured Warren came from? The one that appeared at the Gibson household. That was also me. I am truly a wolf, the king of the western prairie wolves, Jedi Sacker." in Jedi's eyes. Helen saw only sincerity, devoid of any pretense, causing her smile to vanish. A pang struck Jedi's heart as he rasped, "Indeed, I am a wolf. Will you still love me, princess?" He laughed bitterly. "I must leave." He sprang to his feet. "Wait!" Helen cried out, her breath quickening, shoulders trembling, knees pressed tightly together. Her eyes shut as if she were a frightened child. Jedi stood quietly, awaiting her final words. After what felt like an eternity, Helen finally steadied her trembling body and spoke slowly. "The Jedi Sakurai know is a simple young man raised in the remote mountains. He saved me in my most perilous moments, stood by my side, and fought for my responsibilities. For nearly 2 years, we have shared our days and nights. Over this time, my love for him has deepened, and in my heart, he is the man I wish to entrust my life to. I have often sweetly envisioned our time together, yearning for it. I love him. I love him enough to die for him, to use my body as a weapon of vengeance for him, to abandon my reason and resolve for him, to forsake my responsibilities and become a selfish woman." Tears streamed down Helen's cheeks as she continued with her eyes closed. "You have stolen my heart, and now you wish to leave me, to shatter my beautiful dreams. How cruel of you. I am a wolf," Jedi began, but Helen interrupted, clenching her fists and declaring, "If a god can allow a wolf to walk on 2 legs, to communicate with human language, and to exist in human society, if nobles can treat a cat girl or a fox girl as their concubines, then why can't I accept a former wolf king, now a brave warrior, Jedi, as my husband? What?" Jedi could scarcely believe his ears, his mind reeling until he noticed Helen's anxious closed eyes and flushed cheeks, prompting him to comprehend her words. With a joyful exclamation, he rushed over, kneeling before her, grasping her hands tightly, exclaiming with excitement, "Helen, my Helen, I am overjoyed. I don't know how to express this. I love you. I have but one request, and I hope you will grant it." Helen, her cheeks ablaze, replied shyly, "That rare childlike demeanor is so adorably captivating." Jedi nodded fervently. "Yes, I will grant you anything. What is your request? I will fulfill it." Helen cautiously opened her eyes, but quickly shut them again upon meeting Jedi's gaze, her ears reddening. After a moment of hesitation, she ventured, "Actually, you are not so different from an ordinary person. I merely wish to know, even though the goddess Daji transformed your appearance into that of a human, do you still retain some wolfish traits?" Jedi scratched his ear, puzzled. "Well, there are a few, I suppose. For instance, as you know, I prefer my grilled beef rare, and I enjoy cool spots, avoiding the scorching sun." Jedi stumbled over his words, astonished that in such a moment, Helen would pose such an unusual question, causing an involuntary smirk to appear on his face. Embarrassed, Helen playfully pounded her fists against his chest, exclaiming, "How rude. You pig. I am discussing something of great importance. Why are you laughing?" Jedi stifled his laughter, grasping her small fists, raising an eyebrow, and earnestly replied, "Of course. In truth, the act of mating for wolves is rather monotonous. I much prefer the myriad of human expressions." Helen let out a soft gasp, unable to contain her embarrassment, and leaped into his embrace. Jedi wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his heart brimming with joy. With the knot of his heart untied, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh aloud. Gently lifting Helen's chin, he noticed her face still radiating warmth. Their gazes locked, and he impulsively kissed her, though Helen had already made her decision. The moment his lips met hers, her body stiffened. Yet whether it was Jedi's passionate kiss she could never resist, or her swift adjustment of mindset, she ultimately surrendered herself wholeheartedly to their fervent kiss. She was a clever girl, understanding that in Jedi's presence, he was merely a sensitive young man, a child at heart. His former identity had long been a source of turmoil within him. If she displayed any hesitation or disdain, he might take offense and leave. In truth, while Helen felt somewhat peculiar about his identity, it was not as severe as Jedi imagined. He now bore a human visage. Having lived among humans for 2 years, indistinguishable from others, was his past as a wolf truly so significant? At least in Helen's heart, even knowing his true identity, she regarded him as a man. What she cherished was the present Jedi. The past wolf was merely a tale he shared. The verbal impact held little weight. The difference between having feelings and lacking them was profound. Even a noble woman feels familial affection for her pet. How much more so for Helen, who genuinely loved Jedi. Her calm demeanor regarding Chris's death stemmed from the fact that lineage was secondary, Her lack of feelings for Chris was the primary reason. Even if Chris were a human, she would still make such a decision. However, Jedi, born of wolves, was overly sensitive and placed undue emphasis on Chris's identity, resulting in their coldness towards one another and the ensuing misunderstandings. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Helen felt a rush of warmth as her heart raced. Her starry eyes turned away from her slightly swollen lips as she gasped for breath, gazing at her beloved, her heart fluttering. Who said he was a wolf? His kissing technique was utterly intoxicating. Who once claimed that men are inherently primal beings? The king of the demon wolves. How imposing he must be, with his striking handsomeness. When he transforms into a wolf, he must certainly exude an undeniable grandeur. Lost in her thoughts, Helen suddenly blurted out, "Jedi, let me see your true form, will you?" "What? No. Perhaps it's better not to. I fear I might frighten you." Jedi immediately rejected. Helen, too, felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet her curiosity was insatiable. Having learned the truth, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the idea of witnessing it, even if just once. "No, I must see. It's merely a part of your past. I truly want to think less of you. Do you look down upon yourself? You are the king of the demon wolves. What does it matter if you are not human? Elves and dragons are not human either, yet when the noble elven king or dragon king arrives, even human monarchs treat them with utmost reverence. Jedi, please, just once I beg you." Helen's tender pleas were difficult to resist, and Jedi found himself wavering. He hesitated before finally nodding, uneasily saying, "Well, just don't be too scared." Jedi cast a nervous glance at Helen, stepping back a couple of paces and cautiously reaching for his necklace. Helen widened her eyes, transfixed, her hands quietly clenching. Jedi tightened his grip on the necklace, his breath quickening, while Helen offered him an encouraging smile, though her own heart raced with trepidation. With a steely resolve, Jedi removed the heart of Tahi from around his neck. This time, Jedi is truly being unreasonable. Leah fumed from outside the door. Bart shrugged and remarked, "Men are men. What they do is often incomprehensible to women." Leah shot him a glare and retorted, "You understand? Then explain why he is so furious." Clearly, his impulsiveness disregards the bigger picture. "My sister is only looking out for him." Bart shrugged again, exhaling a smoke ring. "Men are men. Even they often do not understand their own actions." Dewey interjected, "All right, enough. While Jedi's actions may be somewhat rash, thankfully, he hasn't caused any real trouble yet. Personally, I admire his loyalty and passion. However, I believe we can gradually persuade him." The little fox girl, seeing the group's dismissive attitude towards Jedi, could not help but defend him. "It's not like that. You all don't understand what Mr. Jedi is thinking. His intense reaction is because. Seeing everyone staring at her, Lolita realized she had let something slip and felt her face flush, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Princess Leia questioned suspiciously, "Because of what?" "Lolita, it seems you know something." No. The little fox girl hastily waved her hands, unsure how to retract her statement, when suddenly a furious roar erupted from within the room. "Jedi Sacker, you wretched scoundrel. Are you toying with me?" Everyone exchanged glances before rushing towards the door. As it swung open, they saw Jedi darting around the furniture like a whirlwind, with Helen frantically pursuing him. Amidst the chaos, Jedi exclaimed, "I don't know how this happened. I truly don't understand. I have so many questions." Helen, her cheeks flushed with anger, gritted her teeth as she shouted, "Questions? What questions? Where's the wolf? Where's that damned wolf? If I don't see a living wolf today, I'll make you howl like one." Chapter 54. Only one question remains. What happened? Dewey and his companions were utterly bewildered. Upon spotting the little fox girl Lolita, Jedi was overjoyed. He swiftly evaded Helen's raised leg and dashed towards her, seizing her in a moment of relief, exclaiming, "She can vouch for me. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her. How could I deceive you?" "Her?" Helen rushed forward, her anger somewhat tempered, scrutinizing the little fox girl. The fox girl's large tail stood on end, anxious about what questions these two pivotal figures in her fate might pose. "Ahem, Barto, Dewey, you both step outside for a moment. We have some family matters to address. Leah, you two, please leave," Jedi announced with a cough. "Me?" Leah pointed incredulously at herself. "Am I not allowed to listen?" "Leah, I promise to tell you everything later. For now, please step outside. Trust me, I won't hide anything from you." Helen reassured her, her tone less agitated. Leah glanced between her sister and Jedi, pouted, and reluctantly exited. The little fox girl looked anxiously at Jedi, who nodded encouragingly, saying, Tell her everything. There is no need for concealment. Observing the expressions of the two, the little fox girl obediently nodded and began to recount her tale in a soft voice. Jedi furrowed his brow, standing alone by the window, lost in thought. He removed his necklace, yet to his astonishment, he did not transform into a wolf. He remained unchanged. How could this be? He recalled being forcibly thrown down the stairs by Astamos's magical servant, and in his fury, he had unleashed the divine power within himself, triggering forces from another realm without the intermediary of lunar energy or the heart of Tai. This direct contact without mediation had induced a more profound transformation in his body. Yet, consumed by rage at the time, he had not noticed the extent of his changes. When he had traversed the hellfire with ease, feeling no pain, he had sensed something was amiss. Now, he was becoming aware of the significant alterations in his body, though he remained ignorant of the precise nature of these changes. His innate magic was diminishing, having completely vanished. His body was growing stronger, capable of withstanding the most dreadful physical assaults. Even the hellfire summoned by sorcerers could no longer harm him. Now, having removed the necklace, he found he did not transform into a magical wolf without its power. Undoubtedly, this was all connected to the otherworldly power he had absorbed. He pondered the identity of the goddess named Ningua. Was she the cause of all these transformations? Had he become human from this point onward? However, no sentient being could endure the trials of hellfire without any form of protection. Yet he had felt nothing as he passed through that fiery barrier. Unless, he was either a deity or a purely mechanical entity. What was he now? He focused his mind on his palm, which was undergoing a mutation. His fingertips elongated, eventually morphing into sharp claws, while his skin turned a rough, dark hue, rapidly sprouting blue fur. With another thought, his hand reverted to its normal state. Helen and the little fox girl both raised their heads and inquired, "What do you understand?" "I have discovered the reason behind my transformation. It is the divine power contained within the heart of Tai that has altered my body. Now, this divine power has been transferred into me, so it is no longer the necklace that controls my form, but rather myself. Whether I appear as a human or a wolf is dictated by my will." Jedi exclaimed with excitement, raising his hand to demonstrate to Helen, which abruptly transformed into a fearsome wolf's claw. Helen gasped, her eyes widening, and she instinctively covered her face. She chuckled softly, saying, "Could you grant me a moment? I need to adapt gradually." Jedi nodded, resigned yet content. He was grateful that Helen still loved him and did not disdain him for his identity. That was enough. As for the emotional knot between them, he would allow her to adjust at her own pace. In all honesty, if Helen claimed to be a water buffalo spirit, he would surely, well, he could certainly adapt to that. As long as a woman was beautiful, what did it matter what spirit she was? Alas, upon reflection, it was women who were often troublesome. Chris's grave was situated behind Bardo's ancient castle, embraced by verdant mountains and meandering waters. A modest tomb stood there, surrounded by neatly cleared weeds, with a white gravestone sculpted in the shape of a pipe. In front of the gravestone lay a bouquet of flowers adorned with raindrops. Resting atop a box of white copper tobacco, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky as Helen, clad in a light purple garment and holding an umbrella, stood silently beside Jedi at the gravestone. The epitaph bore the words, penned by Jedi himself, "Here lies a good man who was not human," followed by Chris's name and dates. Jedi nodded quietly, gently holding Helen's hand, which was cold as ice while she sheltered him with the umbrella. "Helen, after Chris's death, I wallowed in self-pity and was overly sensitive towards you, hurting your feelings. Helen, I am sorry." Helen tilted her head slightly, a delicate smile gracing her lips, resembling a pale purple rose in the wind. "Jedi, do not apologize. If it weren't for this hardship, our hearts would not have drawn closer. In matters of the world and human emotions, sometimes a setback can deepen our bond. A philosopher once wisely said, if it weren't for heart-wrenching pain, who would remember whom? If it weren't for heart-wrenching pain, who would remember whom?" Jedi silently repeated, suddenly enlightened. He gently wrapped his arm around Helen's shoulders, and she nestled against him, both standing in silence as the rain pattered on the oiled paper umbrella, cascading onto the lush green grass below. Each raindrop resembled a glistening tear. After a while, they departed quietly. Their carriage awaited them in front of the castle, as the rugged terrain prevented them from driving closer. Helen spoke softly, "The first batch of financing bonds has been issued. Thanks to the duchy's tax guarantees and the favorable market conditions in Barto, they sold remarkably well. Now, General von Hell has military and financial power, and to solidify his position, he is eager to engage in conflict with the Duchy of Botany. We must be particularly cautious at this moment. Jedi nodded. I understand. However, I believe this aspect poses little concern. You need not worry. Anyone who seeks to obstruct our plans is directly challenging General von Hell, who is currently enjoying his newfound wealth, as well as Duke Norman, who is reveling in his fortune. Even Mr. Mel can only feign ignorance. It is not easy to find someone brave enough to disrupt this. I am more worried about the woman Due mentioned. We have been waiting for her to show herself for days, yet she remains elusive. Her intentions towards Due. If his identity is exposed, our plans may be jeopardized. I am contemplating whether to suggest Due leave the city to avoid drawing attention. Helen pondered. I suspect she is a highly skilled thief, perhaps with some knowledge of illusions, but she is certainly not a specter. Whose side is she on? Did Mel Gibson suspect his identity through some channel, or has the Northern Obeston family caught wind of things and sent someone to investigate? Jedi replied. The problem is her absence prevents us from verifying her identity. We are visible while she remains concealed, leaving us at a disadvantage. Helen smiled faintly. Fortunately, we have successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of Batiste society and forged alliances with the Duke and the current foremost power, General von Hell. Even if she were to come forward with accusations, it would be difficult for anyone to believe her. If she were to approach the Duke or General von Hell, she might just find herself eliminated first. With a smirk, Helen added, not long ago, Sir Howard passed away, and someone emerged claiming that his only heir was the offspring of his former wife and the coachman. The accuser ended up poisoned, and the matter faded away. In the face of interests and justice, most people opt for the former. Jedi nodded, and as they walked for a while, they soon spotted the carriage in the rain. Suddenly, Jedi turned around and gazed with interest at Helen's lovely face. Helen instinctively touched her cheek and inquired, what is it? Jedi hesitated and said, Helen, as long as General Feng here mobilizes his troops against Botany, I believe the day we achieve our goal is not far off. We have known each other for a long time, and I wish to know when we might consider our relationship. Helen's face flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Feeling shy as she stammered, Jedi, I still have some doubts. What? Jedi's heart sank. Helen quickly reassured him, my dear, do not doubt my love for you. Regardless of who you were before, you are a man now. You are my Jedi sack. I love you. She gently caressed Jedi's stubble and added softly, however, there are certain matters we must contemplate. I have just one question, not a condition. Jedi felt relieved and straightened his chest, saying, ask away, I shall speak freely. Helen hesitated, her cheeks growing ever redder, and finally shyly asked, if we were to unite now, I need to know, will we have offspring? If so, what would they be? A human? A wolf? Or a wolf-human? Chapter 55. The Metamorphosis. Captain Carl clumsily rose to his feet, his hands smeared with blood. The soldiers, noticing their captain's peculiar behavior, stood in stunned silence, caught off guard by the terrifying turn of events. Carl staggered forward, as if losing control over his own body. With an eerie sound, his head drooped at an unnatural angle, his mouth and nose touching his own chest. It was an impossible feat unless his neck was broken. Fear gripped the soldiers, who abandoned their pursuit of the three targets and retreated cautiously, swords and spears raised. One soldier hesitantly inquired, Captain Carl, what is wrong with you? A series of strange noises emanated from Captain Carl, and suddenly, like a marionette, he jerked mechanically a few times. His belly expanded as if something within was desperately trying to break free. This surge caused his chest to puff out, and his head tilted back unnaturally. Meanwhile, his limbs convulsed erratically in a violent manner. Oh heavens, what has happened to Captain Carl? Exclaimed Charles, his voice barely fading before Carl's limp neck suddenly stiffened, as if filled with air, revealing a grayish, grotesquely smiling face with vacant eyes. The nearby nobles gasped and stumbled back, one even tripping and falling into the crowd. Carl's lips were tightly pressed together, his neck undulating like a python that had just devoured a buffalo, the taut skin revealing bulging, purplish veins, as if ready to burst. A guttural croak escaped Carl's lips, and his eyes bulged alarmingly from their sockets, connected by a network of purple-black nerves resembling writhing worms, threatening to dislodge. The sight was revolting. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, some nobles regurgitated their recently consumed food and wine. Carl straightened abruptly, his mouth opening wide as he emitted a bizarre cry. followed by a swarm of black insects erupting from his mouth. The insects surged forth like a dark torrent towards Jedi, enveloping him instantly, their buzzing sound filling the air as they rushed past him toward the astonished Duke Norman. As Carl underwent this series of transformations, the smile faded from Cardinal Abraham's face, replaced by a grave concern as he witnessed Carl's increasingly strange behavior. When the swarm of insects approached, he stepped forward to shield Duke Norman, arms outstretched. "In the name of the divine, protect us," he bellowed. And two beams of milky light emerged from his hands, merging into a shimmering curtain that shielded them. This divine protection, summoned without prayer, drained Abraham of a significant amount of spiritual energy, reddening his face. However, the protective barrier proved effective. The insects recoiled from the sacred light, halting their advance. Some insects, still too hastily charging, collided with the barrier, instantly disintegrating into foul, inky droplets that dripped to the ground, corroding the carpet beneath them, while the black ichor that fell onto the pale marble floor hissed ominously, causing it to crack and splinter. These were the corpse insects, a detachment of decay nurtured by astomos within Carl's body, a weapon he had intentionally prepared to confront Jedi. Unable to contend with the ninth-tier magical beasts, astomos had witnessed Jedi's near invulnerability during the encounter at the Gibson estate. Yet, these virus-laden, cursed insects could corrode even the hardest steel. And should they infiltrate a body through any orifice, no matter how resilient the individual, death was inevitable, as the insects could reproduce rapidly. Astomos had devised this plan after witnessing the fierce battle between Jedi and the magical servant, Egg. He had intended to unleash the insects while both Jedi and the followers of the light were at each other's throats, hoping to ensnare them all. However, after being violently tossed by Bart, the decayed skin of his belly tore, and the scent of blood triggered the insects within him to burst forth prematurely. Breaking free from his control, Bart, timid and easily unnerved, shrieked and flipped away, while Dewey remained still, having absorbed sufficient air elements. Blades of wind spiraled around him, forming a lethal vortex that shredded the approaching corpse insects to pieces. The centrifugal force flung the remnants outward, splattering officials who screamed in horror as the corrosive venom from the insects rendered their flesh grotesque, exposing bone in places. Jedi bore the brunt of the attack, his body now swarmed by the insects, obscuring his features, rendering him a writhing mass akin to a beehive. Astomos smirked with satisfaction. Despite revealing his identity and knowing the followers of the light would pursue him, his goal of eliminating Jedi seemed within reach. He could not fathom why the followers of the light targeted Jedi. In his twisted reasoning, it was likely a matter of internal power struggles within their ranks. After all, at the Gibson estate, the magical wolf had displayed true holy light, possibly a trick orchestrated by some high-ranking cleric. The divine power wielded by the clerics was drawn from their faith, lending them might until they called upon the divine. In contrast, the ninth-tier magical beasts harnessed their own magical cores, remaining vulnerable until they could harness their power. The speed of the corpse insect's attack left Jedi with no time to conjure magical defenses or invoke divine power. According to Astomos' calculations, Jedi's fate was sealed. He would be reduced to nothing but a hollow shell. Astomos was correct in nearly every aspect, save one. Jedi's divine power coursed through his veins, independent of the need for invocation or prayer. In a sense, he was already godlike. "Find him, for he is a dark sorcerer," Cardinal Abraham suddenly roared, his voice filled with fury as 12 clerics rapidly encircled Astomos, intoning a deep, sacred chant. With their incantation, beams of milky light began to emanate from their forms. In that moment, thin, needle-like golden rays shot forth from Jedi's now shadowy form, expanding to a diameter of 3 meters. His entire being was enveloped in this golden sphere, causing the insects to shriek as they melted away like snow before fire, evaporating without a trace. The golden radiance flickered briefly before vanishing, revealing Jedi unscathed, his azure hair billowing as he fixed his gaze upon Captain Carl, now devoid of any human essence. Resembling a decaying carcass, a faint golden glow began to shimmer within his eyes, akin to 2 radiant golden stars, flashing momentarily. Astomos was utterly astonished, and so was Archbishop Abraham, who stood behind him. He had witnessed this miracle firsthand, and sensed a power far purer, more potent, and overwhelmingly vast than the divine force he had borrowed. The cardinal's legs trembled with excitement, nearly compelling him to kneel in reverent worship. The manifestation of this divine power revealed to him that it was not a borrowed strength from the gods, but emanated from Jedi himself. He possessed his own sacred power. Who was he? A representative of the supreme deity, an emissary walking among mortals. The words recorded in the Holy Scriptures flowed through Archbishop Abraham's heart like a warm spring. He was filled with astonishment, never expecting that the one he had tirelessly sought, the walker among men, was right before him, none other than Jedi Sackler, the banker in league with Alex. How could this be? Why was it so? Why was the messenger of the supreme deity? Confusion washed over Archbishop Abraham, beads of sweat forming in his palms. With a cold sneer, Jedi leaped toward Astimos, who was possessed by Captain Carl. The dark aura emanating from Captain Carl had already revealed the identity of this living corpse to Jedi. He suspected this was merely one of the Duke's schemes, sending a sorcerer disguised as a guardian to launch a surprise attack. He did not regard Astimos as a significant threat. However, the malevolent sorcerer's magic was dangerously potent, and Due and Bardo could easily fall victim, especially since his demon servant had yet to make an appearance, a true adversary. Thus, it was imperative to strike first. Jedi's leap was swifter than Astimos, who had enhanced himself with wind and agility spells. Astimos was startled, and before he could chant a spell, he hastily threw down a magical scroll. A burst of azure flames erupted, and a massive earthen wall immediately formed before him, obstructing Jedi's path. As a dark sorcerer, Astimos was well versed in earth magic, intricately linked to the malevolent beings of the underworld. With a resounding crash, the wall of earth, solidified from elemental force, shattered under Jedi's impact. Jedi burst through the debris, fingers splayed, reaching toward Astimos' forehead. The distinction between this spell and illusion magic lay in its authenticity. His true form could swiftly move to any of his duplicates, making each one genuinely real. As he chanted, all duplicates spoke simultaneously, blurring the line between reality and illusion. True eye? Due shouted, raising his right index finger to his brow, a pale yellow light flickering there, resembling a vertical eye. The true eye could dispel all illusions. Due aimed to lock onto Jedi's true form and deliver a long-prepared magical flame to this formidable counterpart. However, Astimos' shadowy duplicates were not mere illusions. Before the magical flame could reach him, Astimos had already shifted to his second duplicate. The flame struck the illusion, exploding with a thunderous roar, scattering radiant sparks like fireworks. Clerics, summon the sacred shield. Archbishop Abraham commanded, sensing the peril. 12 clerics clasped their hands before their chests, chanting in unison, "Praise our Lord, for he is omnipotent. In the name of our Lord, by his might, let his divine light fill the world." Rays of holy light emanated from the crosses upon their chests, swiftly coalescing into a luminous shield. 12 massive shields, gripped by the clerics, encircled Jedi, Due, Astimos, and several soldiers embroiled in the fray. Archbishop Abraham raised a hand high, solemnly declaring, "In the name of our Lord, I impose a restraining command." As he spoke, the shields expanded skyward, arching beams of light obscuring the hall above. This was the grand command, a decree invoked through divine force. Typically, bishops could utilize divine power to perform sacred speech, but their power derived from lesser deities, yielding limited effects akin to spells of paralysis, weakness, or dizziness. However, at the level of Archbishop Abraham, he could wield the grand command with the strength of his own abilities. The pinnacle of this sacred practice was the grand prophecy, which, if mastered, would grant a mortal the power akin to a deity, capable of redemption or destruction through mere will and words, able to create miracles and judge all beings. Although it was challenging for Abraham to invoke this power alone, collaborating with 12 clerics made it considerably easier. Astimos' expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, yet he soon broke into an enigmatic smile. Abraham's actions made it clear that he would not intervene. Thus, he could engage Jedi in earnest. Even in defeat, he would not perish, for he possessed a life-saving ace, the soul binding tower. That binding altar had been used once, but it could be employed again. No one could eliminate him. Bardo executed a backflip, escaping the attacks of the necromancer's swarm of insects. As he regained his footing, he found himself flanked by 2 gleaming breastplates adorned with exquisite holy flames and red crosses. Looking up, he beheld 2 burly Templar knights, their half-helmets casting sidelong glances at him. Upon meeting his gaze, their lips curled into faint smiles, which quickly turned to surprise as their large hands descended upon Bardo's shoulders. "Hey, guys, don't get handsy with me," he exclaimed, simultaneously raising his knee to deliver a heavy blow to one knight's groin. The knight's smile froze, and he bent over with a grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Bardo grasped the knight by the neck and belt, forcefully colliding him into the other knight's chest, sending the latter sprawling backward. The second knight was also dazed, and Bardo snatched his holy sword, raising it triumphantly. A clattering sound erupted as at least 8 or 9 sharp swords were suddenly leveled at his throat, making Bardo resemble a peacock displaying its feathers from above. He dared not move, for any motion might lead his neck to meet the blades. Releasing his grip, the sword clattered to the ground, and he forced a laugh. "Ha ha, dear knights, please don't misunderstand. I was merely curious if your armor was well crafted. I happen to know several excellent artisans who forge do not harm him. Patrick, take him aside." Archbishop Abraham commanded loudly. He stood beside the Duke, observing the altercation involving Jedi and the others. Upon witnessing Bardo's capture, he immediately issued the order. He had come to the conclusion that Jedi was indeed the walker among men. Hence, this little rascal, being associated with him, must not be harmed. Dewey launched a fireball that missed its mark, swiftly following up with several wind blades to strike down more illusions. He understood that this illusion magic consumed vast amounts of the caster's mana, and the images could not persist indefinitely. Each destroyed illusion drained even more mana. Thus, the only recourse was to relentlessly dismantle them with wind blades. Jedi, unaware of this magical principle, employed his lightning-quick agility to repeatedly strike and dismantle the illusions, mirroring Dewey's strategy as he darted to and fro, attacking every discernible phantom. Astmoth, with a twisted grin, waved his hands, releasing tendrils of dark mist that swirled around him. "Oh, Dark King, forgive my intrusion upon your slumber. Hear the prayers of your loyal servant, and let your deathly breath blanket the earth." The grave clouds of black mist enveloped all space within the sacred shield, infused with venom and malevolence. Accompanied by the chilling wails of despair, Jedi's divine aura surged, a golden sphere rapidly expanding from his form. Concerned that Dewey might succumb to the overwhelming darkness, he stepped closer, enveloping him within his radiant halo. The golden sphere repelled the inky black mist, while strands of golden light pierced through the darkness, vibrating at a peculiar frequency, cleaving the endless shadows. The sacred light burgeoned with boundless life and sanctity, purging the sinister essence as the sun rises to dispel the night, gradually restoring luminosity to the space. Once the black mist dissipated completely, the soldiers staggered to their feet, their faces pallid and lifeless, their eyes devoid of vitality. Transformed into living corpses, the golden sphere surrounding Jedi vanished as he stepped forward, coldly remarking, "Where is that mighty beast? Perhaps he could still be my adversary. But these mere soldiers, even as zombies, are no match." The phantom of Astmoth faded, not due to a depletion of magical power, but because he needed to concentrate his energies. He became increasingly certain of the intricate connection between this monstrous wolf and the light holy church. With the sacred light being the nemesis of his dark magic, it was clear that killing Jedi today was impossible. He must retreat. Ignoring Jedi's taunts, Astmoth made a series of gestures, a green halo descending upon the soldiers' heads as he chanted incantations. The blasphemous magic infused them with dark power, rendering them suddenly robust. Their skin coarse and rough, muscles bulging grotesquely, their complexion a terrifying dark red, resembling demons from the abyss. Following this, a black halo emerged, the Blade of Terror, endowing the undead soldiers with razor-sharp teeth and claw-like nails. Simultaneously, the now demonized warrior's eyes glowed with a blood-red light, emitting ferocious roars. The surrounding nobles, despite the protection of the sacred shield, screamed in terror, retreating to the corners, hiding behind the paladins and court guards. Only a few high-ranking military officials remained composed. Exceptional martial skills can rival magic. Adept fighting spirit can resist magical harm, leaving only the ordinary to succumb to Astmoth's sorcery and hysteria. General Von Hell's face turned ashen, steadfastly gripping his sword without retreat. The corpse insects lunging at Dewey were shredded by wind blades, and as the corrosive remnants splattered, a golden mist enveloped him, shielding him from the toxic residue, his golden fighting spirit. The poison splattered around him, eroding a clear circle, within which stood Von Hell, the ground pristine, while the exterior was charred and uneven. General Von Hell's thoughts were tumultuous. With the Cardinal's endorsement, the unseen member of the Obeston family could not be a mere illusion. But who was Baron Alex? Indeed, he had not exploited his status for personal gain upon arriving in the Norman Duchy. Rather, he had invested significantly. Could such a deceiver exist? Unless he harbored grander schemes, a fraud wealthy enough to rival nations, what could he possibly desire? Sweat dripped from the general's palms. He had labored tirelessly to attain his current position. If entangled with Jedi and his allies, would he not face disgrace? Lost in a whirlpool of anxiety, General Von Hell pondered ways to absolve himself, yet his understanding of the situation was limited, leaving him ill-equipped to adapt. Miss Cleo, disguised as a maid, squeezed into the crowd like a frightened rabbit, her expression one of pitiful vulnerability. Yet, she clutched a small dagger in her sleeve. A weapon with a fearsome name, the Tooth of the Vampire King. This dagger, forged from the fangs of an actual vampire king, was a treasured artifact of the Obeston family. Its unique property allowed it to weaken magical and fighting spirit defenses to a mere 30%, though it bore no special effect against physical defenses. If the fighting spirit could be diminished to 30%, combined with her exceptional assassination skills, even General Von Hell could not evade her strike. Bishop Abraham was to confront the notorious Baron Alex, Duvey, and Bardo, while she was tasked with monitoring General Von Hell's every move, a prearranged division of labor. Her bright eyes fixated on the general, ready to act should he decide to seize power against the Duke. In that moment, the dagger in her sleeve would find its mark upon the general's neck. Yet, the general's back trembled, his grip on the sword unwavering. A flicker of pity crossed Cleo's gaze. This imposing figure, wielding command over the duchy's forces, was but a slave to power, enduring a torment of his own heart. As the soldiers' muscles swelled, their dark red skin sprouted grotesque scales. They had transformed into true hellish demons, exhaling sulphurous vapors from their nostrils. With guttural roars, their fiery eyes turned towards Astamoth, claws raised as if to rend him asunder. These undead soldiers were consumed by a singular, violent intent, mindless in their desire to shred anything that was not their own, with Astamoth being the nearest target. Corpse domination. Astamoth intoned, initiating his magic as the ghastly soldiers lunged forward. He pointed decisively and commanded, "Kill him." The will of the demons was now under his control. Their ferocious gazes slowly shifted towards Jedi, advancing step by step. Jedi, be cautious. They have morphed into semi-undead beings, immensely powerful, with skin that is exceedingly tough. Duvey shouted, frantically chanting an incantation to summon a grand spell. Is that so? How tough can they be? Tougher than iron? Jedi scoffed, stepping forward and delivering a straightforward punch to the chest of an approaching soldier. Though the soldier's body had become remarkably robust, his scaled skin appeared formidable. His speed paled in comparison to that of a normal soldier. Jedi's punch landed squarely on his chest, caving it in. The soldier cried out and flew back, crashing into the sacred barrier formed by the sorcerers. Jedi's blow shattered his ribcage, yet it did not elicit pain. Rather, the searing light inflicted a wretched scream. Throughout, the sacred fire of the light magic had proven to be the most effective weapon against the undead. It not only delivered enhanced damage to the undead, but also bypassed their defensive barriers, directly igniting their immortal souls. However, the presence of the holy flame required the clerics to sustain it. At this moment, Jedi's fists moved like the wind, transforming the formidable undead warriors into mere punching bags under his relentless assault. Like cannonballs, they were propelled by his strikes, crashing against the sacred shield. Yet, their vitality was astonishingly resilient. Even when their innards were reduced to pulp, they bore no semblance of injury. Strangely, it was the outer layer of sorcerers who appeared most fatigued, drenched in sweat, their mental fortitude waning. Realizing the melee-type undead warriors posed no threat to Jedi, Astamos unleashed a malevolent spell. The corpses, utterly powerless against Jedi's onslaught, began to self-destruct, scattering remnants of limbs and intestines across the ground. A chilling breeze swept through as the undead soldiers morphed into ghostly warriors, grinning malevolently as they lunged at Jedi and Dewey like mist in the wind. Ice Spirit, with your pure hands, weave a wall of crystalline frost. Dewey chanted hurriedly, dazzled by the scene. A transparent hexagonal ice structure materialized beside them, forming a barrier. However, the ghostly warriors passed through the wall effortlessly, encountering no resistance whatsoever. O spirits of flame, gather by my side, unleash your fervor and boundless vitality, Red Lotus armor. A burst of flames erupted, the innermost fire appearing almost tangible, swirling like a colossal red lotus. The undulating flames unleashed a fierce elemental force, threatening to reduce the entire hall to ashes, were it not for the sacred shield. Yet, as the spectral warriors stepped into the flames, they became even more animated. Rather than sustaining injury, they seemed to absorb energy from the inferno, their semi-transparent forms gradually taking on substance. Recognizing the dire situation, Dewey hastily ceased his spell. The ghosts hovered ominously, their upper bodies humanoid while their lower halves shrouded in mist, grinning eerily as they advanced. This was a high-level dark magic, a spell that transformed undead warriors into ghostly apparitions. Although these phantoms were visible to the naked eye, they could inflict no physical harm. Instead, they penetrated flesh to directly assault the soul. Due to their non-corporeal nature, ordinary elemental magic could not harm them. Only purification effects from light magic or mental magic could counteract their presence. Warriors possessing advanced fighting spirit could directly attack the essence of the ghostly warriors with their formidable mental strength, for the ghosts were intrinsically a consciousness, susceptible to being obliterated by stronger entities of the same elemental energy. Dewey, relying solely on his enviable magical gear and attempting to cast intermediate magic at a primary level, lacked the knowledge to combat these ghostly warriors effectively. His mental strength was insufficient to subdue them, inadvertently empowering these undead beings who thrived in the fires of hell. Despite the apparent chaos and the precariousness of their situation, Archbishop Abraham remained unfazed, a relaxed smile gracing his face. What a farce. A few ghostly warriors. Even I could easily dispatch. Do they think they can contend with him? This goldsmith banker is but a mortal, a messenger walking on earth in the name of the supreme deity. Chapter 56. Pointing a deer as a horse, seizing the moment while the spectral warriors entangled Jedi and Duvet, weakening the power of the sacred shield. Astamos conjured a crimson-hued magical spear, thrusting it vigorously towards the milky white divine barrier. This magical spear, forged from pure hellfire, surpassed the hellish bone spear that had previously harmed Jedi, reaching a higher echelon of potency. The sacred shield, already reeling from the onslaught of the undead soldiers, was breached by the spear, tearing open a gash. As soon as the sacred shield exhibited a fissure, the entire milky white dome vanished. Abraham was taken aback by Jedi's flustered demeanor. It was astonishing that a mere mortal could struggle against this dark sorcerer. He had not anticipated Jedi to be so inept, resorting to fistfights against phantoms. Jedi, despite possessing formidable divine power, remained oblivious to its application, failing to utilize it to its fullest potential. The incorporeal specters, though intangible, were deterred by the holy aura emanating from him, making them hesitant to invade Jedi's being and instead redirecting their assault towards Duvet. The thought that the mortal walker was concealing his true identity flickered through Abraham's mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. At last, an opportunity to showcase my prowess. He stepped forward, unleashing a radiant arrow imbued with divine energy towards Astamos. Just as Astamos breached the sacred shield, he sensed a terrifying force hurtling toward him. He swiftly turned, narrowly avoiding the luminous arrow that grazed his sleeve, leaving behind a smoldering hole. With a sinister grin, Astamos spread his arms, and two clouds of black mist coalesced into bat-like wings behind him. As he unfurled his spectral wings, he lifted off the ground, intent on soaring away. Abraham shouted in rebuke, his eyes alight with divine brilliance. He pointed a finger into the void, declaring with fervor, "In the name of my Lord, all things shall prostrate beneath his feet, banishment of the skies." As Astamos ascended into the air, he was abruptly met with an overwhelming force that weighed him down, rendering his body as heavy as lead, causing him to plummet to the ground. Astamos writhed momentarily before transforming into a faint shadow, swiftly gliding along the floor towards the corner, utilizing the dark sanctuary. Abraham's expression grew grave as he swept his sleeve, moving forward with the poise of one ascending a divine altar, and commanded with authority, "May the glory of my Lord illuminate the earth. Let evil be revealed." Another incantation followed, and as his foot touched the carpet, a visible shockwave radiated from beneath him, swiftly rippling through the hall. The shadow skimming the ground collided with an invisible barrier, causing it to shudder violently. An Astamos form was thrust forth before the onlookers like a stone turned over by a plow. Astamos rolled twice on the ground, spitting a mouthful of darkened blood. He was injured, Abraham's incantation had rendered the earth as solid as steel, significantly diminishing the potency of his dark magic. Seizing the moment, for holy knights charged at him with their swords raised. "Quick, step aside," Abraham bellowed as a milky white sphere ascended from his hand, soaring towards Astamos. The knights, upon hearing the bishop's command, halted and pressed their hands against the sacred insignia etched on their breastplates, a faint silver aura beginning to shimmer around them. Astamos' body erupted with thick black smoke, his form deflating like a punctured balloon. The luminous sphere floated above him, expanding rapidly to envelop both him and the swirling black mist. When the light completely faded, Astamos was utterly purified, leaving behind only a pristine military uniform adorned with a red cross sash. "Your Grace, how could your captain be an evil dark sorcerer?" Despite knowing it was impolite to question the Duke in such a manner, Patrick, the captain of the Holy Knights, could not contain his disbelief. "How should I know? This is terrifying." Duke Norman's face turned ashen. "Karl has never studied magic. There must be some treachery at play. First, apprehend these conspirators, and I shall uncover the truth behind Karl's predicament." "Wait, Your Grace," Abraham interjected, casting a knowing glance at Jedi before bowing to the Duke. "Esteemed Duke, the loyalty of General von Hell and Baron Alex is beyond doubt. Today's events are merely the result of my minor scheme." He raised his hand, gesturing lightly with a beaming countenance. "A rather exquisite little scheme. The true orchestrator behind the plots against General von Hell and the tragic demise of Chairman Gibson's family has been unveiled. It is none other than the Cardinal's hand traced a semicircle, landing on the discarded military uniform. This vile sorcerer who has infiltrated Captain Karl's ranks." A cacophony of bewildered murmurs erupted in the hall. Duke Norman, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean, Sir Abraham? Did you not request to expose Baron Alex's true identity?" "No, Your Grace." The Cardinal smiled apologetically at the Duke. "In truth, this was merely bait. Indeed, someone masquerading as a member of the Obeston family approached me to denounce Baron Alex, yet she did not escape my scrutiny. The light of the divine is omnipresent, and under its illumination, all evils are laid bare. I refrained from dismantling her despicable lies on the spot, intending instead to ensnare the true mastermind behind her machinations or discern their ultimate objective. Now, I finally comprehend that when the benevolent Duke ordered the arrest of the Baron for investigation rather than immediate execution, the true puppet master could no longer restrain himself and revealed his hand. Miss Cleo, as if plunged into an icy abyss, stood in shock, unable to fathom the unfolding events. She gazed in astonishment at the seemingly virtuous Cardinal Abraham, rendered immobile by disbelief. Abraham continued, as though preaching, "All of you are aware that our illustrious church has a promising and devout follower, Sir Warren, the son of General von Hell. Sir Warren was once attacked alongside Mr. Jedi on a small bridge near the General's residence, the assailant being a nefarious sorcerer lurking within the mist. Subsequently, Sir Warren fell victim to a dire attack from a dire wolf. While many cast suspicious glances towards Mr. Mel, who opposed General von Hell, the astute general did not fall for the ruse, preventing the anticipated turmoil within the duchy that the conspirators desired. Thus, they devised another plot, leading to the tragic bloodbath at Chairman Gibson's residence. I have visited the scene, where traces of a dire wolf were discovered alongside a pervasive aura of malevolence. The dark magical fluctuations signaled the presence of a dark sorcerer. This vile individual has persistently harmed significant figures within the duchy, sowing discord. What sinister intentions could he harbor? He has passed away, and we can no longer extract any valuable information from his lips. Fortunately, we have a second lead." The hand of the bishop traced an arc through the air, gliding past the noses of the onlookers before resting upon an individual, a slender maid. Her beautiful face drained of color, her trembling lips devoid of any trace of blood. The bishop's voice resonated with solemn authority, echoing like a divine decree. "Who is this woman?" "She is none other than Mr. Samuel, the grand merchant who recently arrived in Baptiste." "When did the malevolent sorcerer and the wolf of darkness first appear?" "It was after this woman made her entrance. Days ago, she vanished, with rumors suggesting her caravan had departed for the Duchy of Budeny. Yet, in reality, she has appeared here, under the guise of a member of the Oberstein family." The individuals surrounding Miss Cleo recoiled in shock, as if this charming woman had suddenly transformed into a harbinger of plague. They hastily retreated to a safer distance. further solidifying the suspicions surrounding Cleo's true identity in the minds of those unaware of the intricacies. A spy, a schemer with nefarious intentions against the duchy. Abraham sighed with pity, his expression reflecting a profound understanding, to orchestrate the assassination of the duchy's financial steward at the hands of the Duke, while simultaneously striking at the military's pillar, a plot within a plot, such far-reaching machinations. Before the bishop could finish his words, General von Hell had already sprung into action. He swiftly turned, his sword slicing through the air like a streak of lightning, aimed at Miss Cleo's delicate waist. Like a butterfly, Cleo took flight, the fangs of the vampire king glimmering faintly as it made contact with the shimmering blade, propelling her toward Duke Norman. Her graceful form transforming mid-air into a magnificent leopard adorned with beautiful spots. "Stop her! Halt her!" The guards cried in alarm, rushing forward. The Knights Templar, swiftest among them, brandished their gleaming broadswords, conjuring a tempest as they crossed their blades in an attempt to ensnare the leopard. Meanwhile, the bishop stood smiling, his words devoid of judgment. Yet, through subtle implication, the blame was cast squarely upon the Duchy of Butany, the culprit all but revealed. Any individual possessing even a modicum of intelligence could discern the true mastermind behind this conspiracy, none other than the Duke of Butany, renowned as the Lion of Butany. Illusions danced and shattered, yet no blood was shed. The form of the leopard fragmented like shattered glass. In that instant, Miss Cleo's silhouette re-emerged a considerable distance away, flickering and vanishing with each pulse, each flicker covering several paces, as she neared the exit of the hall. General von Hell raised his arm, sending his sharp sword flying with the speed of light. The blade flashed, and a cry of anguish escaped Miss Cleo's lips as a spray of crimson erupted in the air. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished beyond the threshold, while several Knights Templar and palace guards hurriedly pursued her. The unfolding events were beyond the Duke's wildest expectations. Gazing at the chaos within the hall, he found himself rendered speechless. Most humiliating was the thought that, having heeded only the bishop's one-sided narrative, he had displayed indifference and distrust towards von Hell, potentially jeopardizing the loyalty of this military leader. Yet he could not lay blame upon Bishop Abraham. Without his intervention, how could such a momentous conspiracy have been unearthed? The schemer had even exploited the body of Captain Karl, the Duke's personal guard. Had the bishop revealed the truth sooner, would he have concealed it from Karl? Fortunately, the Duke of Butany mused, the target of the assassination was not me. A chill coursed through Duke Norman's scalp. This thought lingered only briefly in his mind before transforming into a raging inferno. How dare he? I am the master of Norman. Yet this wretched man sought to kill someone other than me. Jedi and his companions stood in stunned silence, the unfolding drama far exceeding their expectations. Had they not been acutely aware of their true identities, they might well have been swayed by Bishop Abraham's impassioned rhetoric. Chapter 57. The unwitting Archbishop and the beautiful pursuer. The Grand Duke's intention in hosting the banquet was to root out traitors, yet unexpectedly, it unearthed a formidable dark sorcerer and an even more sinister conspiracy. His private magician, Astamos, had gone missing, and the sorcerer's magic bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. The Grand Duke harbored a vague suspicion of the sorcerer's true identity, yet he would never admit it in front of the followers of the Radiant Church or his officials. He could not fathom why, despite his benevolence towards Astamos, the latter would betray him to Duke Botany and conspire against his interests. In his mind, he could only conclude that Astamos sought to ally with a stronger figure, choosing Duke Botany, which filled him with both envy and resentment. General von Hell, having awakened from despair, suddenly recognized the potential in the current situation. He was no fool. Had it not been for Bishop Abraham subtly directing the blame towards Botany, he would have feigned despair and requested resignation from his military post to coerce the Duke into granting him greater power. However, with such a fortuitous opportunity at hand, how could he let it slip away? Thus, General von Hell adopted a faade of unwavering loyalty, indifferent to the Duke's suspicions. He deliberately allowed the misunderstanding that embarrassed the Duke to persist, indignantly denouncing Duke Butany's ravenous ambitions. Diverting internal strife outward was an age-old method to shift focus from internal conflicts, to defer disputes, and to evade leadership responsibilities. Bishop Abraham's words, laced with incitement, roused the frightened nobles from their stupor, igniting their fury. Those closely connected to the nobility and officials who had perished from the plague were particularly incensed. The banquet, Under such circumstances, transformed into a general mobilization for war against the Duchy of Botany. Generals pledged their loyalty, vowing to punish Bhutanese ambitions with blood. The nobles no longer opposed military action, and the Duchy of Normandy witnessed an unprecedented unity after decades of discord. Under General von Hell's astute manipulation, the Duchy of Normandy rallied together, and the decision to forcibly expel Bhutanese forces was informally resolved during the banquet. The female assassin Cleopatra, instrumental in this momentous achievement, was not forgotten. The Grand Duke's army was scouring the city, and the entire city of Baptiste was under a state of heightened alert. Accusations of assassination attempts against the Duke and General von Hell, and of harming the Knights Templar and killing several nobles, were enough to send her to the gallows. Cardinal Abraham had issued a secret decree to the Knights Templar: kill without mercy. Aware of Cleopatra's significant ties to the Aubestan family, the bishop realized that now that bridges had been burned, she could not be allowed to leave Baptiste alive. However, as an assassin, even severely wounded, concealing her whereabouts in the city was still manageable, especially given her mastery of illusions. Cleopatra escaped the hall, narrowly avoiding General von Hell's blade, which grazed her skin. Though initially a minor injury, the sword carried the general's golden aura, which pierced her insides and worsened her condition. Injured, Cleopatra dashed out the door, swiftly leaping onto the rooftops like an agile feline, vanishing into the night. As the guards outside pursued her, she seemed to emerge suddenly from the columns, claiming the lives of over a dozen soldiers in an instant. Amidst the ensuing chaos, she darted across the square, disappearing into the darkness. Her speed so remarkable that she left only a faint trace of light. The farcical banquet concluded amidst fervent declarations of war. After dismissing the guests, the Duke reassured General von Hell and others, personally escorting them to the hall's entrance. Although the Grand Duke's suspicions had unsettled General von Hell, the outcome facilitated Bhutane's military decisions, leaving him immensely satisfied, enough to dispel any lingering discontent. He appeared invigorated, entirely devoid of fatigue. At his behest, the generals remained outside, awaiting a midnight discussion regarding military action against Bhutan. They had successfully sidelined Mel Gibson and the Noble Council, seizing control of the duchy. Yet without swift demonstrations of force and victories, their foundation remained precarious. This war held monumental significance for the military's future. Bishop Abraham, accompanied by sorcerers and the Knights Templar, stepped out of the hall and called to Jetty from afar. "Mr. Jetty, please wait." Jetty halted, having lingered specifically for the bishop. Their secret had nearly been exposed today. Yet at the critical moment, Bishop Abraham had skillfully concealed it, leaving Jetty puzzled. He wished to glean further insight from the bishop. The bishop approached with a smile, saying, "Mr. Jetty, may I have a word?" Jetty patted Barta's shoulder, signaling him and Duva to keep quiet, and then cautiously followed the bishop to the center of the square. Upon halting, the bishop's expression was peculiar. As a representative of the Radiant Church, offending him equated to affronting the entire institution and the Supreme Creator. His status was indeed exalted. However, the way he gazed at Jetty held a hint of reverence and admiration, which deepened Jetty's intrigue. "Mr. Jetty, I am Abraham, one of the 12 cardinals appointed by the Pope of the Radiant Church." "Yes, I am well aware, Your Excellency," Jetty replied, perplexed by the bishop's unusual introduction. Abraham smiled enigmatically, speaking humbly and softly. "May I inquire what brings you to this realm?" "What do you mean?" Jetty's expression shifted in shock, realizing that only Helen and the little fox girl knew his true identity. Why would this cardinal inquire so? Did the clergy of the Radiant Church possess such abilities to see through everything? "You need not be alarmed. I am merely curious about the mission you carry in this world, not genuinely prying into your affairs. For I hope, within my modest means, to offer you assistance as a token of my respect," Abraham hurriedly explained. "Mission?" Jetty instinctively gazed at the brilliant night sky. What constituted his mission? When he was just a small blue wolf, howling at the heavens from a hilltop, showcasing his uniqueness among others, he had been struck by that otherworldly spirit, awakening human consciousness within him. He did not fully inherit the memories of that alien soul, only fragments of knowledge and a hazy awareness of being human, which led him to question his previous existence and yearn to be human, to learn of civilization and emotions. Was this pursuit of beauty an embodiment of a mission? Seeing Jetty lost in thought, Abraham mistook his contemplation for fervent prayer to the divine, smiling knowingly, his tone shifting to one of deeper respect and a hint of flattery. Oh, rest assured, I do not wish to intrude upon you. As a devout follower of the supreme deity, should you have any requests, I would be honored to serve you. He smiled and added, this is also the meaning of the Pope's will. The Pope? A sudden illumination struck Jedi, and he realized with clarity. It must be the goddess Daji. She is a deity, albeit not one worshipped by the Holy Light Church, yet she holds a lofty status among the divine. If she were to manifest a miracle and request assistance from the Pope of Light, it is certain that he would not refuse. Daji is a goddess, and the Holy Light Church is the most powerful religion in the mortal realm. Such a connection is entirely plausible. No wonder the Daji faith has flourished so in Baptiste. And as their power grew, the news must have leaked, yet the Holy Light Church has consistently maintained a tacit acceptance. Jedi felt a sense of relief, and a bright smile spread across his face. I see. Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to the Pope. What I have done, I do not wish for it to be known, nor do I desire the Holy Light Church to be involved. This is a matter of my own. Do you understand? I comprehend fully, the Cardinal nodded, chuckling softly, his balding head gleaming in the night, entirely devoid of the dignified presence he exhibited in the banquet hall. In the absence of divine power, he appeared no different than an ordinary, shrewd old man. Well then, I shall take my leave. Once again, I assure you, if you require any assistance, I would be delighted to lend my humble support. Farewell, Mr. Jedi. Farewell, Your Excellency. Cardinal Abraham climbed into the carriage emblazoned with the church's insignia and poked his head out of the window, repeatedly waving at Jedi with a beaming smile, reminiscent of a love-struck young girl bidding farewell to her beloved. Watching the carriage gradually depart amidst the company of the Knights Templar, Jedi inhaled deeply and strode towards Barto and Duvi, who were waiting nearby. He mused that Duvi seemed to harbor some misconceptions about the Holy Light Church, for the goddess Daji indeed wielded some influence there. The towering giant had no suitable steed and had been keeping pace with the carriage on foot. However, his long legs allowed him to match its speed easily, as the carriage was not traveling far within the city. Raymond handed a hefty oil paper package to Bardo, which he had procured on the way, a whole roasted goose, its aroma enticing. Bardo took it in hand and waved his other hand dismissively. All right, you all go rest. I will check on Titica. Titica was the son of the half-beast Chris, a newborn little tiger. The news of Chris's demise could not be concealed for much longer, and Jedi ultimately disclosed it to his wife. Though the mother tiger was a true beast, having spent considerable time in human society, she could still grasp many simple actions and expressions. The courtyard was dimly lit, with a solitary lamp casting a faint glow, failing to illuminate beneath the carriage. A figure hid in the shadow of the carriage, clutching a dagger tightly, breathing weakly, with only a pair of eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. She was Cleopatra, her resilient spirit having taken a toll on her body, rendering her incapable of escaping with her assassin's stealth. If she forced her way out, she would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the heavily armed soldiers outside, with no chance of escape. Thus, Cleopatra employed two illusions in succession. The first phantom fled along the rooftops, drawing a horde of pursuers, and then, seizing the opportunity, she burst forth from her hiding place, dispatching several guards at the door before swiftly casting her second illusion, which darted across the square in front of the Duke's mansion, while her true self crouched beside a carriage, slipping beneath it. Her illusions were masterfully executed, especially the second escape, which cleverly deceived all onlookers. By the time the meeting in the hall concluded and the noble officials departed from the Duke's residence, the entire city, particularly around the Duke's mansion, was under strict surveillance, with guards stationed every few steps. Yet the vehicles exiting the mansion were allowed to pass without any inspection. This daring endeavor had finally succeeded. Now that the carriage had come to a halt, Cleopatra clung to the wooden beams beneath it, her body numbed, lying on the damp ground, exhaling deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, more comforting than lying on a soft bed. This must belong to a noble or an official, though she had yet to ascertain whose residence it was. The wounds inflicted by the golden aura were not as superficial as they appeared, and having clung to the carriage's underside for so long, she had missed the optimal time for treatment. To avoid lingering repercussions, she would require an extensive period for recuperation. She could not comprehend why Abraham, one of the esteemed 12 cardinals of the Holy Light Church and a devout servant of the Supreme God, would utter such a despicable lie. Even if he held no prior acquaintance with her father, his status should preclude him from engaging in such sordid deeds. From a young age, Cleopatra had traversed the land, gaining a wealth of experience. In her childhood, she had family elders to guide her, but as she matured, she faced all risks and challenges on her own. As the heir of the Empire's most ancient noble family, she had endured trials and tribulations far exceeding those of most ordinary children. Although Cleopatra did not understand Abraham's motivations, she foresaw the consequences. Since the cardinal had acted in such a manner, he would spare no effort in wielding all his power to silence her. Now, fatigue had rendered her utterly weak. Even reluctant to move a finger, she needed to regain her strength swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her discomfort, striving to regulate her breathing. At last, Cleopatra had recovered some strength. She took a deep breath, gripped the thong of the vampire king, and crawled up from the ground, stealthily positioning herself like a vigilant cat, closely shadowing Barto. Chapter 58. A frightening encounter. It had been over a year since they last met, and her appearance had scarcely changed. A flicker of delight crossed Jedi's face as he was about to rush forward, but he then noticed the icy glare from Flame, which reminded him of the 3 arrows she had just shot at him, revealing her deep-seated hostility. Jedi quickly gestured for his subordinates to calm down and slowed his pace as he approached. The handsome male elf barely moved his shoulder, yet with astonishing speed, he nocked an arrow, the sharp tip aimed directly at Jedi's throat. The motion was so swift that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and even Jedi, with his keen eyesight, could not discern from where the elf had drawn the arrow, as he bore no quiver. "Miss Flame, it has been a long time. Why do you seem to harbor such animosity towards me?" Jedi halted 7 paces away, fully aware of the male elf's hostility. Jedi understood that the elf's formidable strength was most effective at close range, and he had no desire to engage in an unwarranted confrontation with such a fearsome archer. "Indeed, it has been a long time," Flame replied coldly, her eyes shimmering with a fiery anger. "Mr. Jedi, I never anticipated our reunion would occur under such circumstances. Humans are truly greedy and hypocritical beings. I once thought you were different, but it appears I was mistaken. You are no better than any other human." Jedi, taken aback, responded, "What are you talking about, Miss Flame? It seems there may be a misunderstanding between us. Do not come any closer, human, or my arrow will unhesitatingly pierce your throat." "There is no misunderstanding. Perhaps you have merely grown accustomed to such theatrics, as they are quite commonplace in your human society." The male elf's voice was icy, yet melodious, akin to that of a young maiden. Furrowing his brow, Jedi asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "He is my cousin, Nightstar." Flame glanced at the extraordinarily handsome male elf and continued, "I once believed you to be a good friend, warm-hearted and selfless. But I could never have imagined you to be such a despicable person. Mr. Devar." Jedi was taken aback, his voice suddenly tinged with bitterness. The honest and highly esteemed Mr. Devar had long since left Batist, and Jedi had nearly forgotten his existence. To his surprise, the half-elf Flame had come to seek justice for him alongside her skilled archer cousin. However, the underlying reasons for this situation were not something Jedi could divulge to Flame. Facing the duo of cousins, a look of shame and distress crossed Jedi's face. Flame noticed his expression, and her eyes betrayed a mixture of disappointment and contempt. "Jedi, what do you have to say now?" "My brother Devar has lost his livelihood. He wishes to reopen a goldsmith shop, but due to the shadows of war, establishing a reputable business again has proven exceedingly difficult." Before she could finish, a shrill scream echoed from behind. "Lalisha, the little fox girl. You scoundrel! Is that one of your people?" Before her words could fully unfold, Jedi roared in anger and dashed off in pursuit. His speed was astonishing, and in a mere few moments, he had covered dozens of paces. Flame and Nightstar exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, "Chase!" The two swiftly followed, their movement akin to the wind, as they collided with the guards who had just regained their footing, sending them tumbling to the ground once more. With each step they took, a faint white halo flickered around their feet, a manifestation of a supportive magic known as the Vitality Halo. Elves share an innate affinity with the elemental spirits of nature. While they may not excel in violence, they are naturally adept in auxiliary magic, allowing them to move with grace and run long distances. Jedi was both alarmed and enraged, uncertain who had suddenly abducted Lalisha. His guilt towards Flame prevented him from acting against her, but if the person he pursued dared to harm the little fox girl, he would undoubtedly tear them to shreds. The figure ahead possessed immense strength, not merely running but leaping with remarkable agility, each bound covering over 10 paces, a truly astonishing speed. Jedi felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. This method of escape was not foreign to him. At that moment, the streets were bustling with soldiers due to the recent events at the Duke's manor. Yet the figure's speed was so great that by the time the soldiers reacted and shouted for apprehension, the figure had already leapt far beyond their reach. As Jedi pursued, some soldiers recognized him, making it inconvenient for him to transform into a wolf, which would significantly hinder his speed. Although he remained unfatigued from the long chase, the distance between him and the figure continued to widen. Ultimately, the figure, clutching the little fox girl, burst forth from Batist and swiftly disappeared into the inky depths of the forest, making it all the more challenging to track his trail. Jedi was consumed by anxiety. He was not drenched in sweat from exertion, yet his worry caused beads of perspiration to trickle down his forehead. Only then did he comprehend why Helen had been so furious and complained so bitterly upon his departure from President Gibson's residence. The concern for another's safety could indeed drive one to madness. As Flame and Night Star entered the forest, they found themselves enveloped in solitude, the surroundings steeped in silence. Towering ancient trees loomed high, and the faint moonlight filtered through the foliage, casting a serene glow, with only the sound of insects breaking the tranquility, an atmosphere untouched by disturbance. Flame looked around in bewilderment and inquired, "How strange. Who could have taken advantage of the situation to abduct him?" Their speed was remarkable, not at all like that of a single person. Engaging in conflict is ill-advised. This matter cannot be resolved through violence. Moreover, do you not feel a twinge of curiosity regarding that agile figure? The air was filled with sounds akin to the bubbles bursting in a seldom-trodden swamp, an unpleasant cacophony. It was hard to believe that one whose voice had been so melodious could now speak in such a harsh and grating tone. Flame pouted, displeased as she untangled her hair. She despised having her hair tampered with, yet her cousin had a penchant for expressing affection in this manner, leaving her no choice. She understood that her cousin was employing an ancient elven incantation to commune with the trees of the forest, inquiring about the whereabouts of the kidnapper and Jedi. This was a pure elven gift, one she did not possess. Flame retorted, "Old tree, of course, you are drowsy. Why not seek out some younger flowers or shrubs to inquire instead?" Nightstar chuckled softly. "This elder is not so old. He has only lived for a little over 300 years. Allow me to ask him again." Nightstar turned and resumed his low, rumbling speech. If the tree had indeed only lived for 300 years, it could hardly be deemed ancient. Elves typically live for over 800 years. Nightstar, at the tender age of 280, was merely a youth by elven standards. Of course, Flame was significantly younger than him. Due to the lengthy lifespan of elves and the low success rate of breeding, it was not uncommon for cousins to have age gaps of several hundred years. After conversing with the tree for a considerable time, Nightstar settled onto one of the large aerial roots protruding from the ground and patted the space beside him, saying, "Flame, come, let us rest for a moment. He will assist us in inquiring with the other forest dwellers, and we shall await his response." The sound of chirping echoed through the swaying trees, soon enveloping the surroundings as the nearby foliage began to emit a cacophony of noises, some deep and hoarse, others high and crisp, much like a gentle breeze caressing the jungle, prompting every tree to sway gracefully in the wind. Although it was merely the trees engaged in a conversation, and not an actual gust of wind, Flame instinctively tightened his cloak around him. Nightstar observed this with a slight smile, casually casting a small spell to warm the space beside Flame. He was the son of the elven king of the elf tribe, and Flame's father was his uncle. Due to his uncle's love for a human woman, he was compelled to leave the tribe, and Flame, being of half-elf descent, was also not embraced by the perfection-seeking elf community. Nevertheless, due to the maternal lineage, Nightstar held a tender affection for this cousin of his. Though the trees communicated at an exceedingly slow pace, the speed at which information traversed through the forest was remarkably swift. Soon, they had news. After listening to the message from a great tree, Nightstar pointed to the left and said, "That fool named Jedi is wandering over there. There's no other human in sight." He then gestured to the right, adding, "The captors should be in that direction." The elder tree mentioned that there is more than one human there, though the specifics remain unclear, as that area is desolate and steeped in malevolent energy. "Which direction shall we go?" Flame shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Of course, we shall head right to uncover the wicked abductor." As they ventured right through the jungle and over a hill, they arrived at a chaotic rocky outcrop, where jagged boulders loomed in the darkness like grotesque giants. The tranquil moonlight bathed the stones, and the fragmented crystals shimmered like stars. Upon reaching this place, both Flame and Nightstar immediately subdued their footsteps, shedding their cloaks before stealthily slipping into the cluster of rocks, their figures vanishing without a trace. The elven cloak served as the finest tool for invisibility, its effect far surpassing even that of the skilled assassin Miss Cleo, who, despite her ability to conceal her form, could not mask her scent. The tiny, not yet fully grown tiger cub, Titica, had detected her presence. In contrast, donning the elven cloak could obscure all traces of one's essence, form, and scent. Even life detection magic would fail to unveil its existence. Amidst the bizarre stones, an altar was constructed from massive stones, alongside a natural basin formed by a great stone, emanating a foul odor, within which lay the remains of at least 1,000 bats. The Servant of Darkness, AIG, sought to capture these bats as if using a cannon to swat flies, expending considerable effort. Fortunately, this task had commenced earlier, as Astimos had resolved to use Karl's body to confront Jedi, dispatching AIG for this purpose the day before. AIG tossed the captured bats into the basin, reducing them to a gory pulp, and remained vigilantly by the altar, for beneath the stone slab at the center of the magic circle lay a small black altar, Astimos' vessel. By day's end, the blood from the bats had begun to stink, but fortunately, it remained usable. Tasking someone entirely ignorant of magic with drawing this circle was far more challenging than facing a battalion of 1,000 men. Luckily, Astimos was merely a spirit at this moment, and through a connection of souls, he could imprint the necessary magical patterns directly into AIG's mind without the need for words, thus avoiding any errors. This magic circle was imperative, even if Astimos' identity remained undiscovered. Karl's body was ill-suited to bear the powerful dark magic that Astimos' soul contained. Within Karl's form, he resembled a mere corpse. Even if Karl's body remained undamaged, it would decay within days. Astimos needed to utilize this circle to transport his soul into a parallel dimension until he found a suitable vessel for reincarnation. The magic circle required Bat's blood to inscribe the magical symbols and must be activated at the time when the night was steeped in the heaviest of dark energies. Additionally, a fresh maiden's blood was necessary as a catalyst. Astimos, in a fit of rage, berated AIG and commanded him to abduct any maiden at random. AIG's most vivid memory was of Jedi's home, and driven by a primal instinct, he unknowingly raced toward Jedi's smithy, seizing the small fox girl, Lolita, who stood at the entrance. Astimos, as a soul, was unaware of who Lolita was but sensed her pure and vibrant life force. Her unblemished spirit was so pristine that she would serve as an excellent medium, prompting his excitement as he ordered AIG to bind the little fox girl to the altar and commence the activation of the magic circle. The foul bat's blood was smeared across the altar, and Lolita lay upon it, filled with terror. She was bound tightly, her mouth gagged, leaving her with only wide, panicked eyes to witness the terrifying creature approaching her, its oppressive aura weighing down like a mountain, rendering her breathless. AIG extended a finger, which rapidly elongated and narrowed, drawing a line across Lolita's wrist. She gasped in pain as crimson blood flowed, trickling down the stone and seeping into the magic circle drawn in Bat's blood. Like ripples on a still pond, a plume of black smoke rose from the circle, and the blood-red magical symbols writhed like resurrected serpents, exuding a sinister aura. AIG grasped Lolita's hair, raising one hand high, his finger, sharp as a sword, aimed at her newly matured chest. The altar contained the souls of 18 maidens. To activate the magic circle, it required merely a fresh maiden as a catalyst. Even without killing her, it could trigger the circle. Yet incorporating her full blood and soul would enhance the ritual's perfection. Astimos was not one to revere life and had long since surpassed the age of cherishing delicate beauty. Thus, he would not spare her. The thick stench of blood surged skyward as a dim, black flame ignited before the altar, the fire of the dark realm, saturating the air with the scent of death. A small green orb of light leapt from the altar, frolicking above the circle, desperately siphoning energy from it. The altar had transformed into a haven for the vengeful spirits of the 18 maidens, who roared in furious unison around Astimos' soul. Their intense resentment sent chills down the spine, and their wails could drive even the strongest will to the brink of madness. However, Astimos remained impervious to their wrath, his heart having turned to stone, akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. AIG too was unaffected, leaving only the little fox girl, Lolita, to bear the brunt of their overwhelming malice, her mind teetering on the edge of collapse. The vengeful spirits did not target her specifically, otherwise, her soul would have been utterly destroyed by their potent psychic force. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the greater their hatred, the more it served to empower Astimos, who was drawing strength from these anguished spirits. The small orb of lights bouncing grew increasingly steady, sufficient to sustain Astimos for a journey through space. Under his mental command, AIG let out a fierce roar, his finger slicing through the air like a blade, aimed squarely at the little fox girl's chest. Lolita's eyes widened in horror as she helplessly watched it approach her body. Just then, a piercing shriek cut through the air, a pale green light streaking across the night sky, deftly grazing past AIG's finger, severing it and landing upon Lolita, writhing like a serpent. While a mere scratch on her chest released a droplet of blood, AIG turned around, unleashing a furious roar, with faint wisps of rage emanating from his nostrils. Yet another arrow came flying, piercing his heart. Astonishingly, his body merely swayed as if unaffected. He leapt forward, effortlessly covering a distance of over 10 zhang, and with a powerful fist, struck a colossal boulder standing more than 3 zhang tall. In an instant, 2 agile figures darted from behind the boulder like swallows in flight. The immense stone shattered with a resounding crash under AIG's blow, sending massive fragments soaring into the air. AIG's eyes, brimming with ferocity, fixed upon the 2 figures now airborne, and he let out a savage laugh, leaping upward with ferocity. "Get back!" A voice thundered from afar, followed by a shadow streaking towards him like lightning, delivering a brutal kick to AIG's chest. The impact propelled him like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and splintering a massive rock into pieces. At this critical moment, Jedi finally arrived. Above the magical array, Astimos cursed, sensing the divine power, and realizing the peril, he hastened to chant his spell, eager to escape this treacherous place. Instinctively, AIG regarded Jedi as an adversary. Upon seeing him, he bellowed, seizing a boulder weighing over 100 kilograms and hurling it violently at Jedi. The 2 super scions clashed amidst the rubble, their battle a cacophony of speed and might, devoid of any embellishment. Massive stones flew through the air as their bodies collided with the force of the boulders, shattering them into fragments, leaving Nightstar and Blaze in awe. The duo, standing atop a large rock, cloaks billowing in the wind, observed Jedi and AIG amidst the chaos of exploding stones with unwavering attention. "There is no grace in this," Nightstar scoffed after a moment's observation. Blaze clenched his fists tightly, inquiring, "Did you truly hit him? Do you doubt my archery skills?" Nightstar replied, slightly irked. "Yet he remains unscathed, and, look at them. Are they even flesh and blood?" Indeed, regarding flesh and blood, that girl. Both turned their gaze towards the altar. At this moment, Astimos had completed his incantation, the magic array voraciously absorbing the blood of the little fox girl. The blood-painted array on the altar exuded a pungent mist, coalescing into tangible shapes as the portal of space opened. A flash of green light caught Nightstar's attention, and he swiftly loosed an arrow, striking the green glow accurately. However, the arrow was unenchanted and could not harm the incorporeal Astimos. The arrow passed through, eliciting a series of eerie, discordant laughs as the green orb swiftly vanished into the spatial portal, followed by a rush of blood mist, causing the gateway to close once more. The 18 vengeful spirits of maidens, having lost their target of hatred, turned their focus to the young, fresh soul below. With an intense desire for destruction, they surged towards the little fox girl, wailing mournfully. The 18 vengeful spirits entered her body simultaneously, causing Lolita to arch her slender waist and emit a strange groan, her eyes suddenly transforming into a haunting green, resembling 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps. Chapter 59. The Silver-Tongued Jedi's reception room was, in fact, the former office of Devar. However, since its transformation into the Principality's foremost financing bank, it has largely assumed the role of a bank for banks, engaging directly with clients only infrequently. The office no longer handled specific business matters. Instead, it served as a venue for bankers to negotiate collaborations, financing, and securities trading. Consequently, the office underwent a complete renovation. The heavy oak filing cabinets and the massive, intricately designed safe had been removed, and the desk was no longer cluttered with mountains of paperwork. In their place, 4 sets of luxurious snow lion-skin sofas adorned the room, each with a majestic lion's head as the armrest, invitingly plush to the touch, and despite the southern climate, they provided a refreshing comfort. On the tables rested an arrangement of seemingly perpetually blooming flowers, adorned with glistening dew, presenting a simple yet elegant display. Beside the opulent gilded owner's desk was a pure crystal fish tank, home to rare ornamental fish. From the ceiling hung a flourishing wisteria plant, its lush green tendrils cascading gracefully into the tank. A dark green lizard clung to the wisteria, peering curiously at the two guests. The room lacked the grand crystal chandeliers typically favored by noble families. Instead, the central ceiling featured an embedded moonstone, while the walls and corners were adorned with large diamonds mined from the Toby Mountains. These magnificent gems had been expertly cut by renowned craftsmen to harmonize with the room's character, casting a soft light that illuminated every corner. Such decorations were opulent yet tasteful. However, in the eyes of the elves, who revered nature and pursued beauty to an almost obsessive degree, these embellishments were of no consequence. Yexingchen and Qian stood in the room without taking a seat. Cloaked in flowing garments that obscured their forms, their veiled hoods concealed their features. Yet one could discern their tall, elegant figures, unmistakably extraordinary. The servant stood attentively at the door, while 2 cups of jade-hued tea rested on the table, each containing a single tea leaf that unfurled like a tiny boat, gently bobbing upon the surface. This was the most precious of teas, known as one leaf. Yet they had not tasted a single sip. Yexingchen stood before Jedi's desk, where a plaque of solid gold bore Jedi Sackler's name, encrusted with fine diamonds facing the door, while a map of the continent faced the chair. Yexingchen absent-mindedly flicked the plaque with his finger, displaying impatience. "Apologies, I am currently taking inventory." "Oh, I beg your pardon for the delay," Jedi began, only to chuckle at the thought of what he was counting. However, it would not be inaccurate to say that he was indeed assessing his most treasured possessions, for in his heart, Helen had become a singularly cherished gem. "Please leave." Seeing that the 2 guests merely turned to regard him coolly, Jedi hastily waved his hand, instructing the servant to withdraw. The servant complied promptly, gently closing the door behind him. Given Jedi's current stature, few dared to exhibit such audacity in his presence. The servant even suspected that the heir of Duke Norman might be disguised to meet his master. With the door closed with a soft thud, Jedi gestured for them to sit and smiled lightly. "Rest assured, the soundproofing in this room is exceptional, complete with magical barriers. Once that door is closed, unless I open it from within or use a key from outside, no one can intrude. There is no need for such secrecy." Yexingchen snorted coldly, removing his hood, while Qian lifted her veil. They presented a strikingly beautiful pair, their features embodying the ethereal elegance characteristic of elves, with pointed ears and emerald eyes. Yexingchen's long, verdant hair was truly a sight to behold. Although the Tager Empire forbade the capture and sale of elves, such practices persisted unabated. Renowned for their beauty, elves had long been the favorites of the elite. Not only the elven maidens, but also the elven men had become targets for hunters. Yexingchen, proud and unyielding, was undeterred by fear, yet he knew that appearing openly would inevitably attract the attention of greedy hunters, hence the need for such disguises. Removing his hat, he spoke coolly. "You invited us, and we have come. You mentioned last night that you would provide justice to Mr. Devar. We now wish to hear how you intend to compensate him." Qian struggled to maintain her composure, the heat rising to her cheeks as memories of the previous night resurfaced, the vivid scene by the moonlit spring lingering in her mind. The incident had deeply unsettled her, leaving her feeling uneasy in Jedi's presence. After taking a moment to steady her breathing, she inquired, "What do you propose as compensation?" Jedi replied confidently, "Monetarily, I shall compensate him far beyond the value of his establishment. Mr. Devar's disappointment stems from the loss of his career. Therefore, restoring his business would suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Is banking not a lucrative endeavor? Do you know which industry boasts the highest profits?" Yexingchen and Qian exchanged glances. For most of their kin resided deep within the forests, honoring the primitive and the natural, and thus were unfamiliar with such matters. Yet Yexingchen refused to admit ignorance. Retorting disdainfully, "We have no interest in such things, nor do we wish to know." Jedi smiled faintly, "But Mr. Devar is interested. Elves are notoriously resistant to change. Their exquisite craftsmanship rivals that of the dwarves. In terms of practicality and quality, both races are comparable, yet the creations of elves are infused with an unparalleled beauty. Even a mere toilet becomes a rare artistic marvel. However, the elves pursue their high craftsmanship solely to satiate their quest for beauty, while dwarves engage in trade with humans, exchanging their crafted goods for essential supplies, fostering a closer relationship between the two races. That Devar, as a poor human child, could learn the craft from dwarves exemplifies this growing bond. Whereas the elves, renowned for their archery skills, have rarely taken a human as an apprentice. They are a self-sufficient and reclusive race, often migrating, yet always carrying the seeds of the tree of life and the waters of the spring of life with them, two elements they consider essential for their existence. In truth, could the elves not survive without the tree of life? Certainly, they could. It is merely that throughout the ages, they have grown accustomed to a self-sufficient lifestyle, confining themselves within a closed circle, hindering their development, thus preserving their ancient customs and traditions. Jedi had not anticipated conducting business with elves. Negotiating with an elven prince was akin to communicating with a donkey. His true target was Chien, the half-elf raised by dwarves in Ironforge, once the formidable Wolf King. Now a seasoned businessman after 2 years of commercial experience, Jedi Sackler appeared as a shrewd entrepreneur before these two novices. He smiled cunningly, casually picking up a swan feather pen and twirling it in his fingers, addressing Chien, Miss Chien, as I understand, while Ironforge is a grand dwarven city, compared to a human city like Baptiste, the living conditions there are rather austere, are they not? Flame retorted indignantly, Ironforge is a joyful home for the dwarves, with its picturesque mountains and clear waters, where the people are content. How can you claim it to be so dismal? Oh, do not be vexed, indeed. The scenery is lovely and the folk are genuine. However, does Ironforge produce the ale that dwarves so relish? Your adoptive father likely toils for an entire day at the forge, utterly exhausted, before he can afford a couple of drinks at the tavern. Wouldn't you agree? The grain produced there is scarcely sufficient for daily bread, let alone brewing. They must spend considerable sums purchasing grain from humans to brew their beloved beverages. Dwarves are known for their fondness for cigars, believing it invigorates their labor. Yet, most cannot afford anything but inferior tobacco. The same reason applies, lack of funds. Moreover, dwarves' reproductive rates are significantly lower than those of humans, while their infant mortality rate remains alarmingly high, placing a heavy burden on the continuity of their race. The lack of adequate medicine and poor sanitation exacerbate this issue. Flame fell silent. Her adoptive father once had a biological child, but due to the harsh conditions of the mountains, the infant succumbed to illness, passing away at the tender age of 9. Such tragedies were all too common. It was only due to the longevity of dwarves and their relatively higher fertility compared to elves that their population had not diminished. The living conditions in the dwarven kingdom are undeniably harsher than those in human cities, a truth she was loath to admit. Jedi remarked. I have merely cited a few commonplace examples. Dwarves are indeed industrious and possess exceptional skills, yet their geographic circumstances inherently limit their development. As for the tools they produce, despite their outstanding quality, they often find themselves exploited in the human market by unscrupulous merchants, facing layers of bureaucratic extortion, leaving them with little profit. As he spoke, he tossed his pen aside, leaning forward with an earnest smile. Now, I can assist the dwarves in improving their lives. They could wield their robust arms, savoring fine cigars, and earn abundant gold amidst the clang of the forge, without the worry of market prices or sales. I can send agents to procure various goods directly from them, paying a fair price, free from the burdensome taxes imposed by corrupt officials. The food, cigars, medicines, and other essentials they purchase would no longer come at exorbitant prices. I could even dispatch some physicians to enhance their healthcare. Flame felt her heart flutter. Jedi's eyes glinted as he continued. Dwarves are an honest and earnest people, ill-versed in the art of commerce. Additionally, the mutual distrust between dwarves and humans has hindered substantial trade. This is a challenge, but I believe I can persuade them. I assure you, never does not equate to forever. The opportunity for cooperation is at hand, and due to its confidentiality, I cannot divulge too much until agreements are reached. However, I trust you have gleaned some insights from your journey. In essence, the world is becoming increasingly unstable. The once tranquil empire that had endured for a millennium is no longer at peace. Thus, what was previously deemed impossible is now on the verge of becoming feasible. The dwarves' lives can change for the better, provided they are willing to strive. If I send someone to negotiate directly with you, you may doubt their intentions. This is where Mr. Duval can play a pivotal role. Let him serve as the intermediary, This is a lucrative venture that would also rapidly expand his personal enterprises, providing the dwarves with steady income and profoundly enhancing their lives. What say you? Flame was stirred. She pondered cautiously. Is what you say true? How can I be certain you are not deceiving me once again? Jedi shrugged. We can formalize a contract in the name of the Duchy of Norman with Ironforge, where we provide the orders and Ironforge supplies the goods. Mr. Duvall can act as the merchant representative for Ironforge, and I am confident in his ability to assess the legal validity and feasibility of this arrangement. We can even offer a deposit to ensure the dwarves incur no losses. Flame. Nightstar furrowed his brow, yet he uttered only her name, uncertain of what more to say. Elves possess their own lofty ideals, yet he could not demand dwarves live solely on fruit. Dwarves may be short in stature, yet they have hearty appetites, relishing meat, ale, and the pleasures of life, all of which they depend on humans to provide. As an elf, Nightstar had his way of living, but he had no justification to hinder another race's pursuit of happiness. He was acutely aware of his cousin's deeper affections for the dwarves than for the elven tribes, and thus he merely called her name before falling silent. The prospect of improving the lives of the dwarves in Ironforge and revitalizing Mr. Duvall was an overwhelming temptation for Flame. After much deliberation, she ultimately acquiesced to Jedi's proposal. Flame nodded emphatically, stating, "Very well. I agree. I shall convey this matter to Mr. Duvall and inform the Dwarven King, though I cannot guarantee their acceptance." Of course. Jedi rose with a beaming smile. "Yet I hope you can relay this news promptly. It is of utmost importance and urgency. Moreover, please maintain strict confidentiality." "Why?" Flame's alertness returned, and she immediately inquired, "What schemes do you harbor that require secrecy?" Jedi feigned indifference. "Naturally, what merchant would disclose their clients, orders, and prices to the public? Trade secrets are an intangible wealth." Flame's face flushed, her expression somewhat sheepish. Jedi stepped around the table, a charming smile gracing his face. "I genuinely hope to collaborate with Ironforge soon. Would you both care to stay for dinner? I can arrange a sumptuous feast in your honor." "No need." The elven prince turned abruptly. "Flame, let us depart. I hope this proposal pleases Mr. Duvall." He was eager to leave. If the conversation had revolved around archery, he would have been the center of attention. If it had been about aesthetics, he would undoubtedly be an artistic luminary. However, discussing commerce made him feel like a simpleton, a sensation he detested. As the door swung open, the pair of cousins donned their veiled hats once more and exited Jedi's parlor. Jedi stroked his chin, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, for Mr. Duvall, the former banker, was about to transition into an arms dealer. Indeed, not only arms, but the pharmaceutical and luxury goods trade would also yield substantial profits. As for the medical teams he planned to deploy, in just a year or two, what influence would he wield over the Dwarven Kingdom? A venture with no risk and boundless profit. He would merely be stitching a seam within it. Jedi smiled subtly. With the fine weapons provided by the Dwarven Empire, General Von Hell's ambitions will surely swell. What does it signify when a man commanding a formidable army harbors grand aspirations? The flames of war shall flare more fiercely and spread further. Chapter 60. The Crows and Thieves. This inn, situated along the street, offered a view through its windows where Jedi observed merchants leading their caravans out of the city in the afternoon. The news of a dragon's appearance in the Firecloud Canyon had spread throughout the small town, prompting merchants to engage in anxious discussions. Yet, many remained skeptical, including a certain crimson-faced merchant who had previously questioned the valor of the knight Picasso. A merchant spoke loudly of a green dragon, drawing the attention of many others who hurried to inquire further. Jedi leaned closer to the window, listening intently and grasping the unfolding situation. The merchants had indeed encountered a green dragon in the Firecloud Canyon. Although they were doubtful of the ranger's words, they proceeded with caution, slowing their pace as their lengthy caravan entered the valley. To their astonishment, they witnessed a massive green dragon, over 10 meters in length, roaring forth from the dense forest more than a mile ahead, chasing several deer across the road. The dragon, seemingly more interested in its prey than the onlookers, charged into the opposite woods, uprooting a tree of considerable girth in its haste. No one could doubt the tale of the fearsome dragon any longer. The merchants gathered to strategize, while municipal officials grew increasingly anxious, recognizing the economic peril of a dragon obstructing vital trade routes. In the short term, the innkeepers and restaurant owners thrived, benefiting from the influx of trapped merchants, yet the long-term implications remained uncertain. As evening fell, Several elected merchant representatives arrived at jetties in to meet the benevolent sorceress and the ranger. They sought an audience with the more approachable sorceress, approaching her door directly. The leader of the group, a composed man in his 50s named Snow, was a reputable merchant known for navigating this trade route. The merchants exchanged glances, signaling Snow to proceed. He knocked firmly, only to have the door swing open unexpectedly, revealing that it had not been locked. At that moment, a white swan burst forth from within, startling the merchants. The translucent swan danced gracefully in the air, refracting sunlight into a spectrum of colors, its beauty captivating. "What brings you here?" the swan inquired, its voice surprisingly human-like, prompting awe among the merchants. Snow, momentarily at a loss for words, finally managed to say, "We wish to meet the esteemed sorceress. May we enter?" The spectacle rendered everyone speechless until the sorceress emerged, clad in a simple white robe, her appearance pure and untainted, reminiscent of a girl living in seclusion. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her gaze appeared dreamy, as if she had just awakened. "I apologize, gentlemen. I was resting and feel rather fatigued," she said, suppressing a delicate yawn with the back of her hand, exuding both playfulness and charm. However, having witnessed her remarkable ability to command water into swan form, the merchants were filled with reverence, showing her utmost respect. After exchanging pleasantries, Snow conveyed their purpose. They had resolved to pool resources from all merchants willing to enlist the sorceress and ranger's protection through the Firecloud Canyon, funding the necessary equipment and magical materials required. Miss Sherist expressed her concern. "This may not be feasible, gentlemen. Magical materials are exceedingly costly and would require a substantial sum indeed." "Miss," another merchant chimed in. "While we may not grasp the intricacies of magic, we are not entirely ignorant. Some among us specialize in these materials. We can provide some directly. We simply cannot remain in this city much longer. These provisions are essential for confronting the dragon. You have already taken a considerable risk. We cannot be stingy." Another merchant added with a smile, "Moreover, we are prepared to offer you and the knight a reward of 200 gold coins for your protection through the canyon." Asherist hesitated. "Very well, gentlemen, please wait a moment while I consult with Knight Picasso." She smiled shyly, stating, "Without a powerful knight's aid, I cannot confront a dragon." The merchants quickly stood, urging her, "Of course, please proceed." Jetty, in his room, clearly overheard this exchange, soon followed by a subsequent dialogue between the sorceress and the ranger. As the ranger resided next door, even the merchants could hear him say, "Let it be, Sherist. I've accepted the townsfolk's commission, foolishly running about to slay dragons. And yet, after 2 months of traversing from north to south, our funds have dwindled, and the dragon has merely shed 2 scales. Out of obligation to a knight's promise, I must continue with you, but I require ample rest. I have no desire to escort these mercenary-minded individuals, but it was because of us that the green dragon came here. Shouldn't I assist them out of moral obligation? Ridiculous. Anyone who believes I owe them anything may step forth and challenge me. These profit-driven fools." His outburst startled the merchants. "Not so, Knight Picasso," another merchant interjected. "Besides aiding us in acquiring equipment and supplies, they have also pledged 200 gold coins in reward. I forfeit my share. Consider it a gift to you. How does that sound?" The merchants next door were touched by this sentiment. Merchant life is fraught with challenges. They traverse vast distances, earning modest profits while facing the perils of bandits, inclement weather, oppressive taxes, and unsold goods, all risking bankruptcy. What a compassionate girl. Even the most mercenary of merchants found themselves moved. Tears glistened in Snow's eyes. Yet the unyielding ranger remained unmoved. He scoffed, "I refuse. After risking my life to assist them, these characters would only mock me from behind, branding me as just another mercenary. Yes, I need money, but I will not be beholden to them. We have heard enough." Snow rose, addressing the ranger. "Mr. Lopek has indeed been disrespectful to Knight Picasso. We implore you, miss, to speak kindly on our behalf. As for the reward, we can raise it to 1,200 gold coins." However, he maintained that they needed a day's rest before preparing their supplies for the journey. After all, embarking unprepared would leave them vulnerable should the dragon emerge. The merchants rejoiced at this news. "That is splendid. What items shall we procure?" "Please, miss, make a list for us," Snow urged excitedly. The ranger's list was modest, merely 6 sharp steel spears and a quiver of fine arrows. In contrast, Miss Sherist's requirements were extensive, comprising a lengthy inventory of various magical materials, which Snow eagerly took to lead the merchants in gathering. The goods they sold were diverse, and among them, several merchants dealing in magical materials selected items needed by the sorceress from their own stock. The cost of hiring 2 protectors for their gold coins was shared among all merchants, ensuring that each contributed a modest sum proportional to the value of their goods. Merchants who directly exchanged their goods for coins had the excess compensated by others. By nightfall, the items required by the sorceress were prepared. They understood that concocting these items into potions would take time and thus eagerly delivered them, paying half of the hiring fee up front. The next day, as the merchants set out, Jedi blended into the group without carrying any goods. However, as one of the escorted, he also paid 2 gold coins. The Firecloud Canyon, an ancient name, was once characterized by barren rock walls and exposed red earth. Over the centuries, a lush forest had flourished there, and since the ancient empire had remained stable, the name endured. After walking several miles, a furious dragon roar suddenly echoed ahead, causing the merchants to halt. A few instinctively turned to flee, but upon seeing others remain still, they realized they had a formidable protector and sheepishly stopped. "Do not panic," cried the knight Picasso Vander, who had not even glanced at the merchants during their journey. Gripping his sword, he declared, "That accursed dragon has reappeared. Miss Shalister and I will drive it away. You all wait here." With a glance exchanged with the sorceress, he stepped forward. "A green dragon has appeared?" Jedi felt a thrill of excitement. Seizing the moment of chaos among the merchants, he stealthily slipped into the thicket, quietly pursuing them. He wished to witness the prowess of the two and, if necessary, lend them a hand. Should camaraderie blossom, it would surely facilitate their recruitment. Miss Shalister, wielding her staff and draped in a flowing white robe, emanated an aura of sanctity. Beside her, though Picasso had not drawn his sword, his presence radiated a formidable energy akin to a blade unsheathed. As they walked, they whispered to each other, "Sister, what should we do now? What else can we do? Drive it away. Are you jesting, sister? One sneeze from Denver could blow me far away. You foolish pig. All looks and no brains. Denver was raised by us. Would it harm us? If it disobeys, we simply won't feed it." Picasso shrugged, "Since it matured. It seems we haven't fed it. Now it sustains us, including providing for this attire." Unashamed, perhaps accustomed to his sister's reprimands, he added, "We already possess 600 gold coins and a trove of valuable magical materials to convert into currency. I propose we make our escape." "Absolutely not." Shalister, with an ethereal presence akin to an otherworldly fairy, widened her almond-shaped eyes in disbelief. "How long would it take to earn 600 gold coins?" "A skirmish with Denver. Then we send it back to the forest to frolic for another night, and the gold will be ours effortlessly. Just imagine, from now on, we could guard this place and earn gold daily. Good heavens. You wish to remain here indefinitely? Merchants passing through are not ignorant fools. If we slip up, we are finished. I would be crippled and cast out as a beggar, while you would be sold into a brothel to repay debts." "You're the one who would be sold into a brothel. You would. You. Damn it, who suggested we run away from home, claiming the outside world was wondrous? Of course it was you." "Incorrect. It was us." Jedi, stealthily trailing behind, was utterly astonished. "Con artists? They are truly a pair of swindlers? A girl of ethereal grace and a handsome, martial youth are siblings who deceive." A massive green dragon lounged upon the ground, occasionally roaring or swishing its tail to snap a few trees, delighting in its antics. Its size was not as grand as one might envision, measuring less than 9 meters in length, still an adolescent, yet undeniably a stunning green dragon. Its scales shimmered in iridescent hues, subtly radiating magical energy. With powerful claws gripping the earth and strong wings creating gusts with the slightest movement, it exuded an overwhelming strength. This was a dragon, a true creature of flight. Although not particularly formidable within the dragon lineage, either in physical prowess or magical capability, it was nonetheless powerful in the eyes of other races. However, like a tiger raised by sheep, it had grown docile and affectionate. This green dragon had been nurtured by the siblings, having never interacted with other dragons. It was a pet dragon, sweet as a puppy. Following its master's instructions, the dragon would emerge to display its might whenever someone passed by, finding the game amusing, especially when witnessing the terrified flight of humans. At that moment, as it posed grandly, it spotted its male and female masters approaching, and Denver joyfully wagged its tail, preparing to leap forward for a friendly greeting. Its movement was earth-shattering, but thankfully, Shalister restrained it just in time. Denver, with its round eyes wide in surprise, gazed at its master as Shallister whispered, "Denver, you cannot come over now. You must pretend to be our enemy, understand? Be a fierce, formidable foe." No, Denver would never harm Sister Shallister. Jedi, concealed in the shadows, nearly fainted. Such a colossal creature emitted a voice as clear as a child's. This was indeed a dragon child. Unbeknownst to Jedi, despite its vast size, according to dragon years, this creature was still a juvenile, and being female, its voice was naturally not gruff. "You dimwit. It's not real fighting. It's pretending to be the enemy, got it? Just like the games you played with your sister when you were little, understand?" The green dragon blinked its round eyes, seeming to grasp the concept. "Excellent, just like this." The sorceress began to gesture animatedly. Jedi wished not to expose them. He had no ties to these merchants, and once he became the center of attention, his identity would be easily revealed. He decided to wait for the two con artists to finish their performance before continuing his journey. The act seemed to commence, as a furious roar echoed in the distance. Then Jedi witnessed towering stone pillars adorned with scales erupting in flames, followed by a massive tree being uprooted and flung into the air. The merchants watched in trepidation, many gripping their saddles, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Soon after, they spotted the ranger Picasso Vander, who wielded a gleaming longsword, leaping as if flying. Each bound reaching over 20 feet, an astonishing display of agility. His roars echoed, even from afar. What a fierce battle it must be. Truly an exceptional ranger. Perhaps only such a valiant warrior could be worthy of dragon slaying. The merchants pondered. In this light, the hefty fee for protection was indeed justified. The green dragon Denver frolicked with glee, while Picasso Vondo was so terrified that his very soul felt as though it might take flight. He had never been flung so high before. Although Denver's tail managed to catch him every time, he was on the verge of tears. "Mother! Mother! My dear mother!" Picasso Vondo's screams had become mere echoes, resembling the desperate roars of a creature at the end of its tether. Miss Shallist, with her angelic visage yet devilish heart, furrowed her delicate brows and barked, "Silence! You fool, beware of being overheard. Demon, I'll slay you." Immediately, a pentagram-shaped magical circle appeared in the air. Jedi observed with keen eyes, suspecting it to be an illusion of sorts. Soon after, a brilliant orb of light ascended, releasing blinding white illumination and dense smoke. Then, flashes of light erupted chaotically in the sky, indicating the sorceress had unleashed her magic, invigorating the merchants present. Although both martial skills and magic bore similar destructive potential, at the pinnacle of their craft, a sword saint was hardly inferior to a grand sorcerer. In a true contest, their strengths would be evenly matched, making it difficult to determine superiority. Nevertheless, martial prowess was commonplace, while magic was rare, leading to a heightened reverence for magical displays. Behind the boulder, the sorceress Shallist leisurely conjured fireworks, while Denver darted about, joyfully exhaling plumes of dragon breath into the sky, occasionally soaring aloft before descending with a roar. Meanwhile, the recently retired Picasso lay on the ground like a pitiful dead dog, intermittently convulsing and foaming at the mouth. This performance was nothing short of authentic. At last, the spectacle concluded, for Miss Shallist was growing weary of the expense incurred for her fireworks. "Hurry up, it's your turn. Stop pretending to be a dead dog, you fool. Stand up. You are a dragon-slaying hero." Shallist tugged at Picasso's hair, shouting in his ear. Shaking, he finally rose, wiping the foam from his mouth, steeling himself for an all-out roar. "Damn coward, don't run." Thus, the green dragon Denver let out a mournful cry, flapping its wings unsteadily as it fled into the dense forest. The gust from its wings sent Picasso crashing back to the ground like a fallen hero. The merchants breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, they beheld the sorceress, leaning on her staff while supporting the weary ranger knight, stepping resolutely from behind the boulder. Dust covered her face. Her hair was tousled, and a corner of her robe was singed by flames. Yet her poise and grace remained impeccable, her eyes radiant and her demeanor angelic. The merchants erupted in cheers, with Mr. Snow and several anxious onlookers excitedly tossing their hats into the air. A flicker of a smile crossed Jedi's face. The truth of human existence, self-deception, deception of others, and being deceived, was undeniable. In the Duchy of Norman, the finance minister Mel and General Von Hell were all engaged in a dance of deceit, whether in the court or in the countryside. All were entangled in this web of trickery for profit or power. "You see, by this way, that 600 gold coins are now within our grasp. Shalist calmly remarked to her brother as they walked. Indeed, 600 gold coins. How easy it is. Picasso Vondo wiped his mouth, excitement bubbling within him. His foolishness evident as he forgot past pains. If it weren't for my composure, cleverness, and courage, could we have earned such riches? My apologies, sister. I misjudged you. Now that you understand, why leave? Earning money is so easy. Tomorrow we can perform again. I could work here for half a month as a bodyguard escorting through the canyon without raising suspicion. 1 trip a day, and we would prosper. Is that so? Again? What if we get discovered? That would be a disaster. Foolish one, can't you think of ways to avoid being found out? They are approaching. The ranger and sorceress received a grand welcome for their heroic return, mounting their horses amidst the cheers of the crowd as they moved forward, surrounded by admirers. 2 swindlers. Sigh. Jedi shook his head in lament, but his thoughts shifted suddenly as the image of the green dragon flickered in his mind. So what if they were swindlers? They possessed a genuine dragon, and controlling them equated to controlling the dragon itself. Wait, possessing a dragon? In a certain sense, this foolish and inept knight was, in fact, a dragon rider. Jedi was taken aback by his own revelation. There were not many dragon riders in the world. Although the army of the Tager Empire had dragons, they were merely wyverns, offspring of dragons and other creatures, far inferior to true dragons in power. In the small southern duchies, dragons were entirely absent from their armies. If he were to one day form an army that included a colossal dragon, even if the knight were a coward, its strength would surpass that of ordinary commanders, and more importantly, it would have an immeasurable effect on morale. With this thought, Jedi's gaze ignited with fervor. As the merchant caravan exited the canyon, settling their remaining dues, they reluctantly bid farewell to the 2 great rangers and sorceress capable of vanquishing dragons. While Jedi smiled and stepped aside, there stood a young man, strikingly handsome, clad in black, riding a magnificent black steed, exuding charisma. A hint of admiration flickered in Shalist's eyes. Why haven't you left yet, sir? This isn't exactly safe. Dragons roam vast territories, she kindly cautioned. Yes, but I wish to speak with you first, Jedi replied with a smile. Picasso Vondo waved dismissively, coldly retorting. He had once again assumed the demeanor of a proud knight. Indeed, you must be quite weary, being tossed by a dragon. I would feel uncomfortable too. However, Miss Shalist may still have some energy to converse with me, as fireworks do not require much effort. What? The siblings were taken aback, their faces paling. Picasso instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, while Miss Shalist tightened her grip on her staff. Do not move recklessly. Consider this, I know your secret. And you think I would remain here alone if you were my match? Picasso's fear escalated. You. What do you seek? Wealth or pleasure? For pleasure, seek her. For wealth, still seek her. Jedi chuckled, intending to clarify his purpose, but was nearly toppled from his horse by Shalist's fierce retort. Silence, fool. Sir, if it is pleasure you seek, I could begrudgingly accommodate you. If it is wealth, then, you may as well kill me first. Sister, money can be earned again, but if one loses their life, everything is lost. Picasso suddenly expressed concern. Shalist shot him a fierce glare with her autumn water-like eyes. Be quiet. You coward. Are you afraid that without me, your foolish mind will no longer be able to earn money? This is my blood and sweat. I would rather part with my life than my wealth. All right, let us cease this quarrel. A mere 1,200 gold coins is not worth my concern. Moreover, I have no intention of forcing the lady to fulfill any depraved desires. Look, I did not expose all of this in front of the merchants. So you should trust my goodwill. Can we discuss matters now? As the siblings exchanged glances, Jedi had already spurred his horse into the nearby woods. He understood that the more composed his demeanor, the more reassured the siblings would feel, prompting them to pursue him for clarification. Those who delight in deception despise the notion of having their fate dictated by others, remaining oblivious to their own intentions, which gnaws at their conscience. Indeed, the siblings followed suit, and thus the trio engaged in an extensive dialogue. After revealing how he had uncovered their secret, Jedi proposed enticing terms, expressing his desire to recruit the 2 for his own purposes. Are you Mr. Jedi of the Duchy of Norman? Picasso Vondo inquired with uncertainty. Indeed, and thus you can trust that the generous terms I offer will surely be fulfilled. I do not disguise my interest in you because you possess a dragon. However, Mr. Picasso and your sister are equally admirable talents. The founding monarch of the Tagore Empire has also sought out many rogues, such as the Duke of this duchy. If utilized properly, you are indeed valuable assets. Of course we are talents, Picasso boasted. Can we negotiate? Certainly. Picasso Vondo pulled his sister aside, and they ventured a distance away. In hushed tones, Picasso remarked, "Sister, do you grasp why he seeks to recruit us? What do you think? I believe he harbors ulterior motives." "Oh, it seems your papaya-like brain has started to function. Do elaborate." "He is a merchant." "Indeed, your insight is sharp." Picasso, rarely receiving praise from his sister, felt a swell of pride. "Hence, he is our competitor and a swindler." "Ah, where there are merchants, there is deceit." "You are correct." "And then? That's all. Since he is a fraud, his words are certainly not to be trusted." "Brother, you are truly one of a kind. I cannot fathom how our cunning father could produce such a simpleton like you." "Thank you. You seldom commend me." "Wow, what? How am I foolish?" "You deduced such a notion? He is indeed a merchant, but a preeminent one, wealthy beyond measure. He may require our exceptional skills as deceivers, but did you not notice? What he covets most is my Denver. Pray tell, what does a merchant of such wealth desire with a dragon? To flaunt it? He even cited the tale of the founding Duke of the Somerset Duchy. Amtress above, are you suggesting he wishes to rebel? That possibility cannot be dismissed. But I sense another angle, the astute sister declared with a hint of pride. What possibility? Shalister twirled a lock of her hair with delicate fingers, her eyes shimmering with allure. Another possibility is that he is enamored with me, seeking irrelevant reasons to mask his true intentions. You know, certain successful individuals resort to grandiose justifications to achieve their unspeakable goals. Infatuated sister, can you be certain? I reckon it's highly likely. Just observe him, his demeanor, his attire. Shalister said dreamily, even in the most ordinary clothing, he exudes an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing him, I feel as if I have encountered a mountain of gold. He is so affluent. Ahem, gold-digging sister, he is married. What of it? Shalister shot him a glare. I am not interested in him as a person, but rather in his wealth. Well, sister, what if he truly intends to rebel? If he is capable of succeeding, we shall align ourselves with him, deceiving our way to power, and then we shall no longer toil in deceit. We could live comfortably off taxes. Of course, we must remain vigilant and flee at the first sign of danger. Have you forgotten whose disciples we are? I certainly have not forgotten. We are devoted followers of the great Amtress, the last of his kind. In this world, we are the sole inheritors of the great Amtress. Picasso Vondo exclaimed with fervor. Excellent. Then we may end our wandering and henceforth enjoy a life of luxury under his guidance. Chapter 61. Ironforge Shalister decisively concluded the conversation. Continuing to engage with her brother, who was more fa than substance, would yield no fruitful outcome. Amstrel's followers? Despite the distance, the exceptionally sharp-eared Jedi overheard the exchange between the siblings. Amstrel still had devotees in the mortal realm? Since Jedi had become an emissary of the Dodgy sect, he had acquired some knowledge about various deities beyond the Creator and his followers. Amstrel and Dodgy were contemporaneous deities, though Amstrel's obliterated history was far more ancient, reduced to mere legend. Given his extensive history and the fact that this deity had long ceased to exist, even the Holy Church of Light did not shy away from mentioning him. Amstrel was the god of lies, presiding over deception and falsehood. He authored a tome known as the Book of Lies, which encapsulated all hypocrisy and deceit, completely reversing the moral dichotomy between the realms of gods, demons, and mortals, presenting his theories with such thoroughness that they were hard to dismiss. It was said that Lucifer, the foremost of the three hellish deities, was once the most trusted and favored archangel of the Creator. After merely perusing 11 pages of this book, he betrayed the celestial realm and embraced the forces of darkness. Consequently, this malevolent book of lies was deemed forbidden by the gods of the celestial realm, and none dared to attempt reading it to test their resolve. However, since Amstrel's demise, the book had vanished without a trace. Deities are not easily extinguished, yet after pouring his heart and soul into the creation of this book, Amstrel subjected himself to its contents, ultimately succumbing to madness induced by his own fabrications, resulting in his soul's disintegration. A deceased deity should theoretically lack followers, as he could no longer manifest miracles, leading to a dwindling of his adherents and the inevitable dissolution of his faith. It was surprising, then, to discover that even now, there were still those who adhered to his teachings. Yet, from another perspective, this was not entirely astonishing. While no one openly professed allegiance to the god of lies, How many individuals could truthfully claim to have never uttered a falsehood? One must tread carefully when dealing with such duplicitous characters, Jedi silently cautioned himself. Otherwise, he could find himself betrayed, counting their coins instead. Engaging with these two was indeed a formidable challenge. Jedi set forth on his journey accompanied by the pair of con artists. The siblings were remarkably loquacious, and aside from their dubious identities, both their appearance and demeanor rendered them quite agreeable and easily welcomed. The trio enjoyed a harmonious rapport throughout their travels. Jedi refrained from disclosing his true identity or origins, only subtly hinting at the purpose of their visit to the Dwarven Kingdom, ensuring that they were not affiliated with the Duchy of Botany and bore no affection for the ambitious Duke before revealing any further information. Jedi carried an array of spatial equipment, yet items capable of simulating natural environments were rare and nearly mythical. His spatial apparatus could store vast expanses, even accommodating a dragon, although it could not contain living beings. Thus, the formidable Denver could not be transported within his spatial ring. Fortunately, their route mostly traversed mountain paths, allowing the green dragon to stealthily follow through the underbrush or to arrive at their destination in advance. Throughout the journey, Jedi's demeanor did not betray the covetousness that Chalistair had imagined. Picasso frequently teased his sister about this, though it did little to quell her vanity. To capture, one must first release, a game she played with greater finesse than Jedi himself. Finding a patron was a stroke of fortune, and discovering a veritable goldmine as one's benefactor was an opportunity too precious to squander. She was confident in her ability to ensnare Jedi within her charms, yet she was not in a rush to initiate her advances. First, she needed to ascertain whether this golden mountain might also be a dormant volcano. Ironforge was originally situated in the northern region of Dunmorrow. However, the harsh living conditions and the fierce, aggressive nature of the northern folk led to significant losses for the dwarves when the barbaric tribes established a unified empire and launched repeated assaults against them. Consequently, the dwarves were compelled to relocate, settling in the mountains closer to the south. The area was dotted with countless peaks, making it relatively easy for a community of dwarves to inhabit. Due to their need to interact with humans and procure essential supplies, their chosen dwelling was not too deep in the mountains. A mere crossing of 5 peaks revealed a massive fortress, Ironforge, perched midway up the mountainside. The fortress was built against the mountain, with only the towering gates visible from the outside. Upon entering, one encountered a deep moat spanned by a long stone bridge. Owing to past experiences with human warfare, the fortress was divided into inner and outer sections, replete with battlements and trenches. Dwarves in this world are primarily categorized into mountain dwarves, plains dwarves, cave dwarves, and forest dwarves, classifications based on their living habits. Regardless of type, most dwarves resided in caves. Dwarves were renowned for their forthrightness, ruggedness, bravery, and sincerity. It is said that dwarves, standing just over a meter tall, are distant relatives of giants, though the basis for this legend remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the smaller dwarves possess enormous feet and remarkable strength, an undeniable fact. The dwellings within Ironforge were predominantly constructed from various stones, with some directly inhabiting natural caves. The dwarves venerated the god of thunder and the god of war, claiming descent from these two deities. They cherished strong spirits, revered heroes, excelled in forging and mining, and had little affinity for agriculture or flora. Dark, echoing mines were far more suited to their existence than fragrant forests. As the three ascended the mountain, they quickly caught the attention of the dwarves. However, the dwarves exhibited no signs of hostility, largely due to the presence of the Picasso siblings, a dashing and debonair knight accompanied by a girl of angelic grace, who made it difficult to envision them as con artists or brigands. The magical realm is not as one might imagine, filled with sorcery at every turn. Regardless of the potency of magical forces, survival necessitates tangible resources, and thus the existence of agriculture and commerce is vital. Although dwarves differ considerably in appearance from humans, they are no exception. The focal point of society remains the economy. Dwarven economic structure is quite simplistic, consisting primarily of minimal mountain agriculture and livestock, alongside a few brewing establishments. Blacksmithing is nearly universal among them, with each household crafting tools for personal use, while their forged ironwork is predominantly for export. Jedi observed that, despite their diminutive stature, dwarves had a penchant for constructing grand edifices and carving monumental statues. From a distance, one could see an enormous statue of the god of war, wielding a massive warhammer, a legendary treasure of the dwarfs, Mjolnir. Dwarves enjoy exceptionally lengthy lifespans, akin to elves, with natural lifespans extending into the thousands of years. A 200-year-old dwarf is merely considered to have reached adulthood. Thus, male dwarves, regardless of age, typically sport thick beards, and their rough skin and stout builds, averaging around 1 meter 20 to 30, obscure any indication of their age. As they traversed the path, not only did their homes bear striking similarities, but so too did their appearances. "Excuse me, kind sir, might you direct me to the residence of Mr. Ibecker?" Jedi politely inquired, bending slightly toward a small, bearded elder. The elder, with his round, twinkling eyes, scrutinized Jedi for a moment before turning and bolting away, exclaiming, "Mother, there's an uncle looking for Uncle Ibecker." Jedi straightened up, a bitter smile on his face, as Shaylist remarked, "Perhaps he is merely an immature dwarf. A dwarf's age cannot be discerned solely by appearance." Indeed, Picasso responded with a sense of pride. To ascertain a dwarf's age, one may make a reasonably accurate judgment based on their gaze, actions, and attire. Relying on looks alone is unreliable. My dear Jedi, do not assume that my sister and I, having recently departed from the Soren Empire, are unworldly. There are numerous dwarf settlements in the north, and our village once hosted a dwarf tribe nearby. In my youth, I even pilfered sweet melons from their crops. "Excuse me, young lad, do you know the whereabouts of Mr. Ibex?" he boasted, turning to a small dwarf beneath a tree. "You insolent brat, I am older than your grandfather, and yet you call me young lad?" "Humph," the elderly dwarf retorted, snorting heavily before turning away, followed by Shaylist's gleeful laughter. This small dwarf had just descended from the tree, clutching a cluster of breadfruit, a fruit that, when dried, could be ground into flour to create bread whiter and finer than that made from regular flour, with a delightful milky aroma. However, the yield from this tree was scarce, allowing for only the occasional change in flavor. Though the tree was not his own, it was tacitly accepted as part of his property due to its location in front of his home. No dwarf would entertain thoughts of thievery within their tribe, which was renowned for its rustic integrity. "Who seeks Ibex?" A booming voice emerged from the entrance of a stone house. Jedi and the Picasso siblings looked up to see a fair-skinned human man standing there, beside whom stood a dwarf no taller than his waist. "Mr. Duval," Jedi exclaimed. "Is it truly you?" A flicker of anger crossed Duval's face as he clenched his fists. He had not forgotten how he had fallen victim to Jedi's cunning, forced to leave the bustling city of Batiste in a state of disarray. He had previously reopened a goldsmith shop, but the current political instability rendered such a venture perilous, reliant on reputation amidst turmoil, ultimately leading to his failure. All of this was thanks to Jedi. Nevertheless, the Phoenix had mentioned Jedi's attempts at restitution. Duval, a man of action, felt a profound emptiness in life without a fulfilling pursuit, and Jedi was the only one who could offer him such an opportunity. Thus, upon encountering Jedi, he was at a loss regarding how to comport himself. Jedi recognized that Duval's heart was not at ease upon seeing him, for he had once elevated this individual, only to cunningly usurp his position and wealth. Now, he found himself reliant on the very man he had wronged for a chance at resurgence, a sentiment that weighed heavily upon him. Jedi approached with a smile, but suddenly, he felt the ground tremble, not just the ground, but the very air seemed to ripple. Startled, Jedi jumped, while Picasso let out a scream, and Shaylist exclaimed in irritation, "You fool!" Before she could finish her reprimand, a vine unexpectedly snaked around her waist, yanking her into the air. Though Picasso was initially flustered, his fundamental swordsmanship proved adequate. He swiftly drew his blade, executed a sliding maneuver, and severed the vine, allowing Shaylist to plummet to the ground with a shriek. It was then that Jedi realized the air was not merely distorted, the surrounding flora was indeed in motion, growing at a frenzied pace. Trees, grass, and vines surged forth with visible speed, entangling their feet with creeping weeds, while thick vines stretched towards them like tentacles. This form of botanical aggression could only be wielded by the green elves, the true masters of nature's magic. To oppose the forest elves in their domain was to wage war against the entirety of the forest. There exists an ancient saying, "Every blade of grass is a soldier," derived from the magic of these elves. The rapid growth of vegetation could only be summoned by the fountain of life, indicating that the perpetrator must be the elven prince. Nightstar. Jedi was aware that this capricious elf harbored animosity towards him, yet he had not anticipated such a juvenile display upon their first encounter. At that moment, The plants around them could only be described as frenzied. Vines thickened to the size of arms, writhing like tentacles. The massive bread tree groaned as its roots twisted, the trunk leaning ominously towards Jedi, while the weeds ensnared their feet like wild hare. "Cousin," a voice admonished, and suddenly, Blaze and Nightstar appeared beside a large tree not far from Jedi, having concealed themselves with elven cloaks, undetectable even to Jedi. The young elven prince, reveling in the chaos he had wrought, could not suppress his glee. In contrast, Jedi could only manage a bitter smile at the scene. "How childish," came the unexpected critique from Picasso. "What makes you say that?" he queried, noting his sister's rare willingness to cooperate. Such aimless, meaningless actions could only stem from a lack of sanity. What other reason could there be besides immaturity? Indeed, the siblings harmonized their sentiments, causing Nightstar's previously triumphant expression to darken, as he merely shifted his arm to grasp an elven war bow, a vibrant green arrow poised on the string. Regardless of whether his actions were childish, his archery skills were exceptional. Picasso puffed out his chest, striking a fearless knightly pose, and declared loudly, "I am a cultured knight, and shall never draw my sword over mere words. I refuse to engage." He spoke with such righteous fervor, believing that Nightstar would not dare to shoot an arrow under these circumstances. This seemingly noble tactic might falter against other races, but it proved effective against the haughty elves. The elven prince would never strike down one who openly declared their refusal to fight. Jedi cast a rare appreciative glance at Picasso, acknowledging that perhaps this fool was not quite as foolish as he seemed. In the dwarf tribe, discerning who was wealthy and who was not proved quite difficult, as the disparity between rich and poor was minimal. Often, they shared the fruits of their labor, leading to a remarkably primitive way of life. The hills were dotted with similar stone houses, and the sounds of clanging metal were frequently heard. Among the most common establishments were taverns. Dwarves possessed a sense of aesthetics, as their taverns were often constructed within ancient trees, exuding a natural charm. These millennia-old trees had thick trunks, and although the wooden structures may have seemed cramped by human standards, they were considered quite satisfactory by dwarven criteria, often featuring staircases and multiple levels. Despite harboring resentment towards Jedi, Mr. Duvall found Jedi's proposal too enticing to resist. As a merchant, he instinctively recognized the vast business potential it held. Dwarf Ibex was skeptical of Jedi's intentions, yet the offer of an upfront deposit was a compelling reason he could not dismiss. He could not fathom what loss could arise from such an arrangement. Consequently, after Jedi elaborated on his collaborative plan, Dwarf Ibex engaged in a brief discussion with Mr. Duvall, ultimately deciding to present the matter to the Dwarf King for a final verdict. Now that Jedi had indeed arrived, they resolved to take him to meet the Dwarf King. The Dwarven King resided in a spacious, dry cave situated high upon a hillside. The cave was quite simple. Upon entry, one would find a vast stone chamber furnished with a long table and 2 rows of wooden chairs, with a throne placed at the forefront. This throne, also crafted from wood, was distinctively adorned with 3 chair caps sculpted to resemble a crown. A row of torches flickered along the walls, serving to impart an air of solemnity to the assembly, though the dwarves, possessing night vision, required no such illumination to discern the faintest details. This was the venue where the Dwarven King summoned the elders for deliberation. Adjacent to it was a smaller opening leading to another chamber, which served as the Dwarven King's bedroom. "Borit, are you present?" Ibake called out loudly in the meeting hall. Jedi noted that he did not address me as your majesty or by any other honorific, indicating that the dwarven hierarchy remained in a relatively primitive state, unlike the rigid social stratification among humans. "Oh, it is Ibake. You seldom grace my presence." A robust voice boomed as a dwarf entered through the doorway. Standing approximately 1 meter tall, with a long black beard cascading to his abdomen, his skin appeared brown under the torchlight, and he donned a simple gray robe. This dwarf was none other than Rad Borit, the Dwarven King of Ironforge. Upon noticing that Ibake was accompanied by several humans and elves, including a half-elf, the smile on Borit's face dimmed somewhat. Dwarves had a harmonious rapport with gnomes and managed to cohabit tolerably with half-elves and halflings. Yet their relations with humans and the peace-loving elves were rather mediocre. Dwarves held a proverb: the chasm between acquaintances and friends spans roughly a century. To earn the recognition and acceptance of these stubborn beings, extensive interaction was paramount. Hence, the short-lived humans found it exceedingly difficult to forge enduring bonds with dwarves. Despite being a long-lived race as well, Elves similarly garnered little favor among dwarves, who deemed them excessively aloof and unpredictably capricious. Dwarves valued practicality and held in low regard the elves' delicate sensibilities and artistry. Thus, when they observed a bake bringing along several humans, one of whom was an elf, their demeanor turned notably frosty. Though the dwarven king was diminutive in stature, he instinctively raised his proud head upon encountering the elven prince, Nightstar. Borit, not to be outdone, maintained his chin aloft, causing his bushy beard to bristle. Yet, his small size rendered this gesture less one of pride and more akin to a gaze of yearning towards the assembly. "What brings you here, dear Abake? Are these humans and elven friends in your company?" The dwarven king inquired, feigning ignorance. "Indeed, esteemed king. They wish to discuss a matter of great significance pertaining to the prosperity of our kin. Hence I have brought them to deliberate with you in person." As Borit adopted a businesslike demeanor, Abake swiftly adjusted his address. Noticing the seriousness with which Abake spoke, Borit's demeanor shifted slightly. He gestured for the guests to take their seats, asking, "Might I inquire as to the origins of our esteemed visitors and the purpose of your visit to Ironforge?" After a lengthy round of introductions, communication always proved a cumbersome affair. Jetty, having adequately prepared, announced his identity. His credentials could be substantiated by the presence of both Blaze and Nightstar, and he also bore an official document from the Duchy of Norman. Dwarves, being a polyglot race, were proficient in multiple languages, including the notoriously difficult Elvish tongue, making the recognition of human script relatively straightforward. "So, you propose that we manufacture various weaponry for you, and in exchange for their cost, you will trade us cigars, ale, medicines, and other essential goods at fair prices?" "Indeed," Jetty replied, his smile radiant. With a flourish, he produced a silver cigar case, seemingly from thin air. Upon pressing a silver button, the lid sprang open, revealing a row of premium cigars, their rich aroma wafting through the air. "Would you care for a cigar, esteemed dwarven king?" The nature of dwarves was as unyielding as stone. Their stubbornness dictated swift decisions regarding friendships and enmities, and once formed, their perceptions were notoriously challenging to alter. Borit, harboring a disdain for humans, remained unmoved by Jetty's grandiloquent proposals. "Thus, you require us to equip at least 60,000 crossbows, swords, and siege engines?" "Yes, the quantity is indeed considerable, isn't it, Your Majesty? This represents a substantial business opportunity, and I have noted that every dwarf in your kingdom is a master craftsman. Producing these items should not pose a challenge, and timely delivery is expected." The dwarven king fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly, saying, "In that case, we would effectively become your allies, thus positioning ourselves as adversaries to the Duchy of Brittany. We dwarves have no desire to involve ourselves in the conflicts of your kind. Therefore, I must graciously decline your generous offer. Respectful dwarven king." "Ahem, may I interject?" The knight Picasso, who had remained rigidly composed, suddenly inquired with an air of solemnity. Jetty had not announced his identity, yet the knight's appearance was undeniably more knightly than that of the former temple knight Warren, commanding even Jetty's respect to the point where the dwarven king dared not underestimate him. Thus, when he posed his question, the dwarven king courteously replied, "Honorable knight, what counsel do you offer?" Picasso first lifted the lid of his teacup, stirring the tea leaves before taking a delicate sip, then elegantly replaced the lid and pushed the cup aside. His leisurely manner could incite impatience in anyone. His sister and Jetty gazed at him intently, eager for this buffoon to conclude his speech to avoid embarrassment. However, the knight Picasso appeared thoroughly engrossed, disregarding his sister's threatening glance and enthusiastically proclaiming, "As I understand it, dwarves are a resilient and upright people. As descendants of the great god of thunder and war, they harbor an instinctive loathing for evil akin to a tempest's fury. It is said among the gnomes, who have long-standing amicable relations with dwarves, that if I utter a falsehood or commit a wrongdoing, I shall meet a dwarf." With a clap of his hands, Picasso exclaimed, "Behold, as the best friends of dwarves, even they fear punishment from dwarves for misdeeds. What of other malevolent beings? Their hatred for evil is a true reflection of dwarven character." Shalister grimaced, shivering involuntarily. Yet, the dwarven king and Abake appeared quite pleased, nodding in agreement. Dwarves were known for their forthrightness, often inept at discerning flattery, and thus regarded such compliments as genuine praise. Meanwhile, the Duke of Brittany was an unequivocal villain. His nefarious deeds were numerous, and the denizens of the Duchy of Brittany languished in turmoil. This warmongering individual wielded his power indiscriminately, and one day, he would inevitably bring strife to the peaceful, prosperous, and beautiful Ironforge. Assisting Norman was tantamount to aiding yourselves, and moreover, it was a noble endeavor to vanquish evil. As Picasso spoke, his eyes narrowed, resembling two icy beads, casting a sidelong glance at the Dwarven king. His countenance one of pity. Esteemed Majesty, you represent all the dwarves of Ironforge, and by rejecting Mr. Jetty's proposal, you also forsake the inherent virtues of your kind. I lament the loss of your glorious traditions. The Dwarven king grew visibly uncomfortable, his aged face flushing crimson. Nightstar, observing this, interjected coolly, "This knight speaks rather alarmingly. Does he not? While the Duke of Butani may indeed be a greedy sovereign, the avarice and folly of Duke Norman are no less significant. This is merely a conflict between two avaricious human sovereigns. Why should the dwarves be embroiled in such a quarrel?" At last, the dwarf king heard words that offered him respite, and he rubbed his bulbous nose, nodding in agreement. "As far as I know, elves are a race of elegance and nobility, inherently gifted as artists." Shallister commenced to extricate her elder brother from the predicament. Nightstar, with a composed demeanor, raised his chin. Unexpectedly, Shallister continued, "Indeed, upon this meeting, it is as I suspected. This handsome elven gentleman is entirely critiquing a matter that pertains to the rise and fall of the dwarven race and the tranquility or turmoil of the southern realms through the lens of an artist." She shook her head gracefully, sighing, "A master gardener should tend to flowers and plants. If forced into the role of a cook, the resulting cuisine would undoubtedly be a disaster." Nightstar's face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted, "What did you say? Is what I said incorrect?" "Certainly not," Shallister replied nonchalantly. "Your Majesty, the Dwarf King, first and foremost. You have misrepresented one fact. The weapons you forge for the Duchy of Norman are merely a relationship between employer and employee and do not constitute interference in human warfare, nor will they bring the fires of conflict upon the Dwarven Empire. For, in the name of Duke Butani, whose ambition stretches across the realm, once he vanquishes the Duchy of Norman and seizes the southern territories, his next move will surely be northward. You are aware of the Kingdom of Croya, are you not? It is an isolated island with no military value, akin to your iron furnace, tranquil, serene, and beautiful. Yet what was the outcome? The Kingdom of Croya was obliterated, its king slain, for it was rich in resources needed by Duke Butani to fund his military endeavors, blessed with industrious farmers and fishermen. The exquisite craftsmanship of the iron furnace is well known. Should Duke Butani march northward, do you believe he would spare your finest weaponsmiths? Of course not. Picasso interjected eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Thus, aiding Norman is, in essence, aiding yourselves. As a sovereign, any considerations and decisions made for the safety of your own people cannot be deemed unjust. Your esteemed Majesty, contemplate this. For the sake of your own subjects' safety, you possess ample justification to accept this mutually beneficial arrangement. The Duchy of Norman can provide a plethora of essential supplies for your people. Why not acquiesce? Any sagacious monarch would readily agree. The brother and sister truly claimed to hail from a small mountain village in the northern kingdom of Sorin. Jetty cast a dubious glance their way. Even if they were deceivers, their demeanor and bearing were well disguised. Yet, such knowledge of southern affairs and politics and military matters could not be feigned. Could two frauds, particularly a brother and sister raised in a humble village in the northern kingdom, possess such awareness? Jetty felt perplexed. They worshipped the deity of deceit, and they were the sole inheritors of his legacy in the mortal realm. A chill crept over Jetty's heart. This pair was indeed a riddle difficult to fathom. Having known them for days, which of their utterances bore truth, and which were falsehoods? Alas, the human heart is inscrutable. Even the eye of truth cannot penetrate the depths of one's soul. However, he could not overlook this golden opportunity. Noticing the dwarf king hesitate, Jetty immediately rose, smiling as he bowed. "Moreover, our Duke of Norman is genuinely committed to collaboration. The advance payment serves as the finest testament to our sincerity." As he spoke, he spread open a hand, discreetly activating the spatial ring upon his finger, allowing a cascade of gleaming gold coins to tumble forth, producing a melodious clinking sound as they fell. The coins flowed like a river, quickly burying Jetty's knees. This display was truly magnificent, instantly capturing the attention of the dwarf king and Ibeck. The angelic Miss Shallister's eyes sparkled with delight as she propped her chin on her hand. gazing at Jetty with profound affection, suppressing the urge to let the coins cascade down her pant legs. Meanwhile, Brother Picasso raised his cup to cover his mouth, seizing the moment to swallow a gulp of saliva. No. I cannot. The dwarf king Barak struggled to refuse when suddenly a booming voice rang out. Oh dear, what a delightful sound. I forgive you for rousing me from my slumber. My dear Barak, have you robbed a bank or struck gold? After listening to the monotonous clang of iron all day, I have finally heard true music. Do you have guests inside, your majesty? Jetty inquired politely, refraining from asking if it was the dwarf king's wife, although the voice emanated from the inner chamber. The voice was quite loud, yet neutral. Dwarven voices, regardless of gender, tend to be robust, making it difficult to discern whether the speaker was male or female. If this person were indeed the dwarf king's spouse, she must be an even more fearsome creature than a roaring lioness. Oh, Nicholas, did I disturb you? The dwarf king exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. No, it is not a disturbance. I am delighted you awakened me. I heard the marvelous sound of coins. Surely a portion belongs to me. The voice cheerfully responded, the storm brewing anew. It is not as such, the dwarf king said with a wry smile. Nicholas, you do not understand. That is the remuneration from a human who wishes to commission me to forge some weapons. But is that so? Does that not make it your money? After all, you are a blacksmith. Well, you can only forge iron. Dear Nicholas, I cannot agree to their proposal. Why not? Has your rusted brain ceased to function? To refuse a bounty of gold? Have you lost your mind, you foolish fool? The voice roared, and the air in the room grew thick with tension. Jetty observed that Ibeck and Blaze appeared remarkably calm. Evidently, they were aware of the identity of this disrespectful individual addressing the dwarf king. Dwarves stand at approximately half the height of adult humans, yet they differ from gnomes. Apart from their diminutive stature, they share many traits with giants. No wonder it is said that dwarves are kin to giants. They possess keen night vision and astonishing strength, capable of lifting objects many times their own weight. Their bodies are remarkably sturdy, with immense resistance to damage, toxins, and a degree of magical resilience. As the king of the dwarven race, Barak is an unparalleled warrior. It is challenging to assert that any human, not reaching the pinnacle of sword mastery, could vanquish the illustrious dwarf king. Yet, how audacious for this voice to speak so boldly to Barak. Indeed, the dwarf king began, but the voice, unable to contain itself, continued to bellow. I know not. All I know is that you, the fool with your head lodged in your posterior, are pushing away the gold that has come knocking at your door. Why, you miser? Since I have been with you. How long has it been since I heard the sweet sound of coins? The voice lamented passionately. Ahem. This gentleman with the great throat speaks most eloquently. Picasso applauded loudly, praising him. Who are you? Are you the one here to do business? The voice inquired. One could say so. We sincerely hope Barak will agree to our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Picasso felt an instant kinship with this boisterous voice. Being fellow lovers of wealth, they naturally recognized one another. After a moment of hesitation, Barak finally gestured for them to proceed. This individual could command the dwarf king's respect? Jetty grew increasingly intrigued by this enigmatic personage. Jedi certainly would not bend down to pick up the coins one by one. This was the domain of the dwarves, renowned for their honesty and integrity, just as the elves are famous for their lofty pride. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, he followed the dwarf king into the inner chamber, entirely disregarding the coins. Picasso casually scooped up a handful of coins, the clinking sound echoing behind him. The inner chamber was modest in size, serving as the dwarf king's bedroom, yet further inside, there was unexpectedly an opening. The dwarf king lit a torch, guiding them down a long stone staircase into the depths of the cave. The tunnel was deep and lengthy, damp and suffused with a peculiar, fishy breeze. As they descended, the cave became increasingly expansive, revealing numerous colossal passages leading in various directions, indicating that this cavern possessed more than a single exit. One would presume that the deeper one ventured into a cave, the more damp and frigid it would become. However, this cavern grew drier and warmer as they descended, ultimately exuding a subtle, heated wind. Jedi's mind stirred with curiosity. Could there be lava at the cave's bottom? Yet, it did not seem so. If that were the case, the cave would resemble a live volcano, and the dwarves would hardly choose to establish their permanent abode upon such a volatile foundation. Meanwhile, Picasso continued to toss the coins in his hand. the clattering resounding loudly within the lengthy cavern. The creatures at the cave's base evidently began to take notice, as the warm winds within the cave intensified. Suddenly, an instinct within Jedi stirred. It was as if the wind bore the breath of some creature. Jedi's own breathing quickened, a primal alertness awakening within him as a beast sensed the formidable presence of other powerful beings.